Chapter 171. Su Shaokai doesn't tolerate her. If there is nothing else, you can leave. If you want compensation, go to court. I will only use formal channels for compensation. She refused to ask for compensation in private. Fong Richan's face flushed. Yang Zhao, push me away. Yang Zhao wanted to stay and chat. I am not your servant, nor your friend. Please use honorifics. Fong Richan was even more angry, and almost fainted. Yang Zhao didn't stand on her side. She was the weak one, and they had no sympathy. Every person here counts. It is difficult to have sympathy for people who come to collect debts for no reason. They have seen death, and it has not affected their mental health. Their hearts are strong. Sympathy should be given to those who have experienced a lot of suffering and live with a positive attitude. It is not that you are weak, injured and disabled. You can get priority sympathy from everyone. Like Luo Lianyang's grandfather, his face is frosted, his arm is broken, but he still does not give up hope in life. He secretly seeks justice for his son, travels to various places, makes money down to earth, and sets an example for his grandchildren. Su Xiaocai's sympathy is great, and she will only give it to such people with shining points of humanity. Fong Richan is nothing, using the identity of a weak person to deceive sympathy. Such a person, even if she is compensated, she will never be satisfied, and will find ways to blackmail again after the money is spent. Maybe Fong Richan really thinks that the person who is wrong is Su Shaokai, and it is a good deal for her to buy out the grudges at one time. But who cares whether it is worthwhile or not? The heart is as clear as a mirror, and it is open and above board. Fong Richan can't even appeal. The court will not accept this case. The light in the sky was very strong. Although everyone was wearing a thin coat, Fong Richan was still steaming. Looking up at the expressions on the faces of the vegetable farmers, it seemed as if she could see the sarcastic smiles behind them. Angry, sad, the pain of losing a leg. Why did these people laugh at her? The expressions were too vivid. The vegetable farmers were confused. Wu Qingqing scratched her face. The master had already explained it clearly. What was wrong with her? Is she going crazy? Fong Richan didn't want to lose all her face in front of so many people, but she wanted to ensure her living funds in the future. The compensation from the Blue Star Volunteer Association is limited. She did not strictly follow the safety rules during the entire collection process. It was good enough to get the compensation. Su Shaokai was so rich. If she could get a little bit of money from her fingers, it would be enough for her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. She refused to face the problem. She wanted to lie down, but she blamed others for not letting her get something for free. Fong Richan suddenly rushed forward and knelt on the ground. Miss Fong, what are you doing? Your leg injury hasn't healed yet. If it gets infected, don't worry about it. Fong Richan knelt and kowtowed. Su Shaokai, I have no money. I have to pay for the prosthesis of my feet. Please give me some money first, and I will pay you back later. Please help me. Give me 500,000 yuan first. 500,000 yuan will be enough. After failing to claim compensation, Fong Richan acted like a rogue. Yang Xiao thought of the past. Although he had no impression of Fong Richan, he remembered that she was not a poor student. Isn't your family rich? My family has no money. They are all liars. I earned it by working. I pretended to be rich to save face. Yang, your mother is the richest person. You certainly don't understand the pain of us poor people. For money, she can be shameless. Seeing others easily buy hundreds of thousands of bags and jewelry, she also wants them. But no matter how hard she tries, she can never make money. She is destined to be a forensic doctor who can't make a name for herself, with a fixed salary, and she has to save money for decades to get what others show off. If she can't get money through threats, then she will only take a little, and then willfully just 500,000, 3 years, I will pay you back in 3 years. Su Shaokai pinched her brows. 500,000, does she have to inlay her feet with star gold? Outrageous, not borrowing money, but giving money. Pay it back in 3 years, that is, more than 3 years. This deadline can be extended indefinitely. I gave it to you, are you planning to delay it? If my master asks for the money back, I will accuse my master of being guilty. Wu Qingqing pinched her throat. If you ask me if you were not guilty at the beginning, why did you give me 500,000? This is what I deserve. Yang Zhao was embarrassed and wanted to turn around and leave. Too stupid, he cried because of his own stupidity. After kneeling for a long time, his legs were numb, but no one responded to him. It was the first time for the vegetable farmer to see a rogue, which was a bit strange. This operation, this spirit, was hundreds of years ahead of the vegetable farmers, and anyone with a little self-esteem could not do it. Fong Richan came and left, and was taken away by Yang Zhao's people. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Before leaving, he saved the report to Su Xiaokai. Sorry, it's a bit dangerous for her to come here as a girl. I take her back first. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Master, is that person going to pursue you? Wu Qingqing's gossip radar is spinning very fast. Is Su Xiaocai's peach blossom finally going to bloom? Who knows? The peach blossom is also a bad peach blossom. Su Xiaocai doesn't like this kind of peach blossom. It's too deliberate and pretentious. Is your face not good looking? Xing Miao smiled and hid in the shade of the corridor. People on the internet should like this kind of peach blossom very much. Su Xiaocai pinched her earlobe. No, I want to be a gigolo. Yang Zhao can't afford me. Everyone, Do you feel guilty for saying this? Who can support you? His mother is the richest person on Blue Star, right? She's very rich. Fong Richan. Does a rich mother mean a rich son? Kai Kai's father is still the master of the planet. Is she relying on him? Su Xiaocai felt really sad when she mentioned this. There's no way to rely on him. There's no way to squeeze out much money. Master, just don't like him. He's a playboy. He's eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. That woman has bad intentions, but he can't see through it and brings her here. Hu Ping, that's right, Coach Su, you must hold on. Find a man, or our big brother Ji, who is reliable. He is a tea connoisseur like me. Have you forgotten my age again? Oh, that's right. Su Xiaocai is too sophisticated. After getting along for a long time, they all thought she was older than them. But didn't you bring up the topic? You said you want to be a gigolo. The vegetable farmers, who have no fun to watch, have to plant chives again. Su Xiaocai picked up the save disk. She didn't trust Yang Zhao, so she took out a computer that couldn't access the internet, inserted the save disk, and checked the security of the save disk. Su Xiaocai didn't miss any small details. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, the command code combined with the inspection software in the computer. Su Xiaocai actually found something. It wasn't something that invaded the computer, but something that remained after formatting. Because some text was overwritten, not much could be repaired. Only the save disk was specially designed to find the formatted stuff. She stood up and tried to recover the data more carefully, forgetting that Hua Hua was still with her. Meow. Hua Hua jumped down and turned to look at her in dissatisfaction. Hua Hua, Laolu, didn't you say anything before you changed your moves? You almost scared me. Sorry Hua Hua, I have something to do, go play with Zaya Baobao. Zaya Baobao is the name of the leopard cat. Su Xiaocai gave it, very down to earth. The leopard cat has never responded to this name, probably because it doesn't like it. Su Xiaocai thought, call it a few more names in the future. There will always be one it likes. Hua Hua meowed at the leopard cat twice. The elegant cat took small steps, stuck to the wall, tried to stay away from the crowd, and walked towards Hua Hua. Hua Hua is about to find a wife. Hu Ping sighed, we have difficulty even supporting our family, poor migrant workers, destined to eat from the big pot again today. Su Xiaocai glanced at him, this dead look, he must be tired of eating in the dining hall. Zaya Wanzi, make an extra meal for them today. Okay. They were waiting for this sentence. The contents of the save disk were restored, which was a list of goods in and out, about mechanical parts and some instruments for dissection. How could this thing be in the save disk of the identification department? At first glance, it looked ordinary. After another look, Su Xiaocai saw something. She studied Mecca, and she knew the prices of the parts currently circulating in the market. Su Xiaocai opened another computer and compared the purchase list given by Zhu Yang and by Fu. The price was fine, but the quantity was beyond the normal range. The purchase volume was too large. Even if a forensic doctor dissected 10 bodies a day, it was impossible to need tens of thousands of replacement blades. Obviously, it could not be used up. Su Xiaocai directly prepared a copy of the incomplete repair file and sent it to Colonel Yuan. After receiving it, Colonel Yuan wanted to wipe off the medicine oil to relieve his tense thoughts. How did this thing end up in Su Xiaocai's hands? They are investigating private identification companies. Because such private companies do not have the authority to dissect corpses on weekdays, they only have the opportunity to do it when the battlefield needs it. Therefore, many forensic professionals, who are temporarily unable to enter the system, are willing to go to private companies, and then go to the battlefield to accumulate experience. Of course, such a mechanism also gives private companies some room for operation. For example, using the funds given by the local government to do some small things. This time they went a little too far. There was an unprofessional person, like Fong Richan in the team before, and then, they said, they had no money, and the gesture of opening their hands to take money attracted attention. This list is enough to kick this private enterprise out of the volunteers. Su Shaokai smiled secretly. She wanted to see what Yang Zhao would do next. He was also in the Blue Star system, but he used the save file, which was very strange and full of doubts. For dinner, they ate several chilled chickens, salt-baked, spicy chicken, stewed pig stomach chicken. There was no fresh and sweet taste of fresh slaughter, but they were very satisfied. The canteen dishes were very healthy and a little light. It is said that the person who set the daily dishes is an expert in healthy diet. It's okay to eat it for 1 or 2 days, but if you eat it for a long time, your mouth will be tasteless. This meal soothed my body and mind. Hu Ping casually said, now many people in the canteen choose to take nutritional supplements. It's convenient, and the taste is similar. Hearing this, Su Shaokai put down his chopsticks. Many people choose nutritional supplements? Does it cost money? No, but if you take the nutritional supplements, you can't eat the dishes. Su Xiaocai's eyes became serious. Soldiers also choose nutritional supplements to save time? The vegetable farmer felt that Su Shaokai was going to get angry. 10 people nodded in unison. We swear, the food in the canteen is too bland, not tasty, dry, and more than 10,000 people would rather take nutritional supplements every day. If there is a lie in one word, we will stand upside down and eat dirt. Su Shaokai took 2 mouthfuls of rice. No one can feed their children dry food, nor can they only take nutritional supplements. She simply stopped eating, and sent a long text to Lieutenant General Bai, Colonel Yuan, and Lieutenant General Bai's secretary. Colonel Yuan, come again? He comes 3 times a day, and it's the same person's trouble. It must be solved. There are so many things to do. Su Shaokai took advantage of her advantage and scolded them. She imitated Ai Xingping's words and phrases, and her intention to protect her was obvious. She said that they abused her students, and that the canteen would not invite experts, so they invited a weirdo, and served harsh meals to the students. The 2 majors did not stop them at all, because it was not their responsibility. After blah blah, Lieutenant General Bai was in a meeting. He scolded people at the meeting, and the people in the communicator scolded him. After seeing the text, he became even angrier. He had nothing to do with logistics, but he pointed at logistics and scolded them again, saying that he invited some experts. No wonder he had no appetite recently, and it turned out that the food was bad. The logistics staff, who managed the canteen, was shocked and stunned by the scolding. He deeply doubted whether the experts he invited were real experts. Didn't Lieutenant General Bai not care about the taste of the food? Suddenly he talked about the bad taste of the canteen. The canteen of the contestants is not related to the canteen of the leaders. After the meeting, the logistics staff asked others tremblingly whether the food in the canteen was really unpalatable. It happened that he asked Colonel Yuan, and Su Shaokai ridiculed all the military leaders. As a victim, Colonel Yuan nodded bluntly and said seriously, you'd better replace the person in charge of meal arrangements today and handle it yourself. Don't let others handle it, otherwise I can't save you. If only 100 or 200 people don't like to eat, it's understandable to choose a quick and portable nutritional supplement. If most of the players don't like to eat, it's not a simple matter. There are always a lot of problems in the post-war area, and there are too many people who make money from the national disaster. They are sneaking around, thinking they don't have time to manage. But Lieutenant General Bai doesn't like the messy backfield, but he manages it secretly, focusing on silently and invisibly. The logistics supervisor's heart sank. It must be that a big shot complained. It doesn't matter who the big shot is, as long as they know and can influence the decision maker. He hurried to the players' canteen to take a look himself. It was time for the food distribution, and he saw a large number of people queuing up to get nutritional supplements. Then he asked a player to order a few dishes. The color looked good and very appetizing, with vegetables and meat. He almost vomited after eating. The vegetables had a strong sour salad flavor. The chicken legs were very light, so light that you could taste the meat of the chicken legs. The ham contained more starch than the meat, and the fruits were also sour, not even as good as canned fruits. What a pitfall, Dad. If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm blind? The logistics manager was very angry, his face flushed with anger. This was the food for the mecha technicians, not the food for the bodybuilders. This was outrageous. He took a few brothers to the kitchen, and just saw the so-called expert making braised pig's trotters, which were delicious, and lobster soup noodles. Hello, sir? The expert was a middle-aged man. When he saw the logistics manager coming, he was surprised and restrained all his emotions. His expression management was very good. Sir, do you want to eat with us? I just slaughtered it, and I paid for it privately to invite you to eat with me. The logistics manager sneered. The show was well acted. What kind of shit did they give to the contestants? while they themselves had the best fish and meat. You don't have to work anymore. The logistics manager checked the accounts aggressively. The account seemed clean, but how could he escape from this old man? Catch him and make him spit out all the things he embezzled. Why do you want to catch me? I didn't embezzle, I just embezzled some ingredients. It doesn't constitute a crime. This scene happened to be seen by the contestants, who came to eat. They had been dissatisfied with the dishes for a long time, and finally someone took action, and they all applauded. Logistics director, Fortunately, he handled it in time. If it was a little later, I'm afraid someone would die. If the dishes are like this again, the contestants may really go crazy. If they don't have any passion, they won't participate in the competition, and they won't win. As a mecha master, you are welcome everywhere, and you have never been treated so badly. It's best to solve the problem before it breaks out. Although Zhu Shaokai often troubles people in the military, she also wants to solve the root cause of the problem, not intentionally. If the main issues are left to her, it won't be a gentle approach. That night, the contestants had a big pot of braised dishes to eat, including braised chicken, braised duck neck, and big pig's trotters. Finally, they had a good meal, and the mecha masters who were dissatisfied with the canteen all lost their previous irritability. After returning from the broken mechanical planet, it was difficult to relieve stress if the food was not good. The more suppressed, the less obedience. The logistics staff shuddered as the canteen collapsed from the subtleties. The canteen has changed, and the vegetable farmers are grateful. Before leaving, the beauties kissed Zhu Shaokai on the cheek, warning Shaokai, "We will come to eat with you next time." Zhu Shaokai, "Go away." It was late at night, and the few chickens that were still alive huddled together quietly and closed their eyes to sleep. Zhu Shaokai gave by Lieutenant General acupuncture again, but this time it was to adjust his state, not to speed up his chi immediately. She occasionally gave herself a few needles. This kind of acupuncture therapy is like an empirical theory, accumulated over time. After soaking his feet after acupuncture, he fell asleep very quickly. Lieutenant General Bai woke up from a deep sleep for 2 hours, and he felt very energetic. After Zhu Shaokai confirmed that he could upgrade his chi, she asked him to eat something first, and then take the medicine extracted from woody bamboo shoots to prepare for the chi upgrade. This time, the acupuncture lasted for 20 minutes. Lieutenant General Bai was naked on his upper body. The night was getting colder, but he didn't feel it. His strong muscles emitted wisps of heat, and the chi in his body circulated regularly, circle after circle, and the momentum continued to rise. Colonel Yuan and the secretary watched nervously. After Lieutenant General Bai vomited blood last time, they were very worried about Lieutenant General Bai's physical condition. Although the doctor diagnosed that Lieutenant General Bai did not have a genetic collapse, they were still worried that this kind of folk remedy would cause indelible damage to Lieutenant General Bai. The time is up. Zhu Shaokai pulls out the needle. Lieutenant General Bai, I can hold on for a while. No, it took Ji Hung a while to upgrade. If you can temporarily not go to the battlefield, you can come here every day. The higher the level of chi, the harder it is to upgrade, and the promotion should also be carried out within the law. I wonder if Professor Schu can go to the front line together. The secretary asked. Zhu Shaokai raised the corner of his lips. What price do you think can hire me to the front line? I'm already losing a lot just dealing with a mother. It is undeniable that the root cause was that she wanted to save the vegetable farmers, but she did solve their big problem. Chapter 172. I'm not a military professor, nor do I have authorization like the contestants. It's fine for me to stay in the rear. Aren't you afraid of something unexpected happening when you're giving me the injection? The secretary choked. The last time, the mother insect was there because it was new, and there was no time to arrange for manpower. It was expected that the greedy would be found. Soldiers like the warrant officer could handle it. The mother insect was hidden in the human body. Even if someone told him before, he would find it hard to believe it. But the more outrageous it was, the more it happened. Zhu Shaokai can't be blamed for complaining. The individual competition can start soon, and the venue is ready. Is Professor Schu interested in being a referee? No, you guys can do it. The broadcasting rights are not in the hands of New World. Of course, New World can also watch it, but it has to be broadcast. The playback software is made by an unknown company. The live broadcast equipment uses her product, but the product patent has been licensed. The subsequent individual competition has little to do with her. Give me a few tickets, I will go and see it when I have time. The individual competition will be held on the mechanical planet. Preliminary detection shows that there are no mother bodies and soldiers stationed there. The individual competition is to see who kills more insects, and the points for each type of insect are different. In the past, It was a school alliance, and ordinary people felt that the mecha division was far away from them. Now all 10 stars have participants, 10,000 people, from different planets and different galaxies, many of whom are people around them. Of course they are all paying attention. For those who don't know much about the process of killing insects, the uncensored and terrifying competition is undoubtedly the only way to peek into the mystery of insects. The legal way to veil. But watching the game live is risky, and the tickets can't be sold. The secretary gave Schu Shaokai dozens of tickets without hesitation. The game will continue until the insects on the mechanical planet disappear. As long as she wants, she can watch it on the aircraft carrier near the mechanical planet. Schu Shaokai took the ticket, which is a card with an identification code on it. It is a VIP ticket that can log into the aircraft carrier to watch the game at any time. The scene is definitely not as exciting as watching in the New World, and this live broadcast does not have the driver's vision, and it all depends on whether the live broadcast equipment can hold up. The competition will be held in 3 days. Schu Shaokai is not clear about the rules of the competition. She will know it when the time comes. It is a single soldier competition, but it can act collectively, so there is a lot of room for maneuver. So Lieutenant General Bai only has 3 days in Blue Star? It is inconvenient to talk about the commander's other schedule. Lieutenant General Bai also asked Schu Shaokai, "Can't it be faster?" Schu Shaokai, "If you want your body to deteriorate quickly, and your potential is exhausted, there is no way. Acupuncture is said to be a shortcut, but it is just a kind of adjustment to explore potential. Speeding up the training process does not mean reaching the top in one step. I will try my best to help you upgrade within 2 months. If I can't do it, I will go to the front line with you." After receiving the confirmation, Colonel Yuan and the secretary felt brighter. "Thank you, please." Lieutenant General Bai put on his clothes, adjusted his collar, and closed his eyes to feel the aura. The barrier still existed, and it seemed that it would not be eliminated so quickly. Schu Shaokai said that it would take some time, and he was not allowed to speed up, so he could not rush. "Thank you, although I haven't upgraded yet, but I can feel that my body functions have improved." Lieutenant General Bai likes to fall asleep by soaking his feet after acupuncture, unlike sleeping pills, which will cause a feeling of general fatigue. It is better not to sleep than to take sleeping pills. He doesn't like the feeling of drugs controlling his body. "I come again tomorrow night." Being able to sleep well is addictive, especially for people like him who are highly nervous and vigilant for a long time. It is difficult to enter a deep sleep. Schu Shaokai put his hands in his pockets. "Okay, come early tomorrow." It was already midnight before he knew it. Another day passed, and Schu Shaokai still couldn't sleep. After coming to Blue Star, she seemed to be free, but in fact, there were more things chasing her behind, and she couldn't ignore everything. After everyone left, she walked out the door, looked up at the starry sky in the field, and a meteor passed by. Schu Shaokai squinted. "Zaya Wanzi, why did that meteor look familiar?" Zaya Wanzi didn't look at the sky, it saw the leopard cat. The little thing is a night owl, likes to stroll around the house. "Isn't a meteor a meteorite?" Schu Shaokai, "It could also be a mecha or a carrier." Zaya Wanzi scratched her head, and suddenly a furry thing jumped on top of her head. "Abeo, you jumped on my head again, get down quickly, I hate you." The leopard cat didn't care and squatted there. The soft texture was very suitable as a cushion. It was no longer so afraid of Schu Shaokai. In all these days, Schu Shaokai never took the initiative to approach her, nor did she touch her, let alone chase her. So the leopard cat was not too afraid of Schu Shaokai, a human. But it was still alert, and even if Schu Shaokai took a step closer, it would have a bit of a furry reaction. Schu Shaokai forgot about the meteor and snorted. "One day, you won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. Wawa's kittens are all mine." Chibi Maruko, who was still fighting with the leopard cat, shook her 2 mechanical hands back and forth, trying to drive Po away. Po was unmoved and even pulled them down provocatively. "Damn it, if you don't come down, I take you into the house, and I give you a bath when you get in." "When you take a bath, you know how scary I am, Maruko." Chibi Maruko threatened cutely. The leopard cat didn't understand. Zaya Wanzi moved into the house. As soon as he entered, the leopard cat noticed the temperature difference. The temperature outside changed greatly, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, while inside, it was very comfortable. He looked around with his eyes open, watching the human with a terrifying aura walking upstairs, and then thought of jumping down. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had to take a bath when he entered the house, and Zaya Wanzi didn't joke. Meow. The sound of the clip became shrill in seconds. After entering this door, it was the Schu family cat. "Hua Hua, come and help, tell it to take a bath." When Chibi Maruko called out, Hua Hua responded. It likes to take a bath, so it wants to take one too. Next, Pa enjoyed its first bubble bath in its life. Hua stood by to suppress him, and Po was aggrieved and whimpered softly. The screams continued, and Su Shakai stepped into the simulation cabin to hold a meeting. It is now working time on the Capital Star. The production lines of the Mecca company have been laid out, and 7 Mecca maintenance technicians, or engineers, have been in place. 50 Mechas were trial produced yesterday, and all entered the inspection process. After passing the quality inspection, they will have to undergo road tests. The certificates have been applied for before, and it won't be long before the cars can be put on the market for sale. Before the sale, the shareholders will hold a meeting. Zhu Yang reported on pricing and sales, and the military was the first to supply. He reported that the daily production of standard mechas could reach 200. The production of the cheapest mecha model will be temporarily set at 300. When the military's demand for mechas decreases, they can modify the production line and adjust according to market demand. As for the deluxe version, 2 models will be produced. Each model will produce about 10 units per day. One is deformable, and the other is non-deformable. The non-deformable one will have higher performance and be close to the standard mecha. I hope to cooperate with Mr. Yu to conduct online pre-sales and promotion. The new simulation cabin will also be sold at the same time. Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang were so excited that they raised their hands at the same time. The shareholders thought they were going to make some effective promotion suggestions. It's not shameful to make money. The two said in unison, "Can I order one first?" They looked at each other, ahem. The intention was very obvious. They wanted to show it off and tell everyone that he, Hu Ning, and he, Wu Xiaoxiang, would be one of the most powerful bosses in the technology business from now on. Su Shakai smiled and said, "Now that it's produced, each shareholder will have one." Okay, my niece is the best at doing things. There were some other details in the meeting, such as which insurance company to cooperate with, after-sales service, preventing other companies from cheating and doing collision tests privately, how to do public relations, etc. This kind of necessary meeting lasted for several hours, and Su Shaokai would have a meeting with Bai Fu later. After the meeting, there was still about half an hour before the second meeting, so Su Shaokai lay on the sofa in New World and took a nap first. Geely knew that it should be early morning on Blue Star at this time. He touched her forehead with the back of his finger to make sure she didn't have a fever. Then he thought that this was a new world, and she wouldn't be frozen. Before going offline, he covered her with a blanket. Half an hour later, there was another meeting. Bai Fu said that the mechanical limbs could also be put on sale, but before selling them, they needed to gain some popularity. The competition was held in space, which was a little different from the original plan. I don't know if the audience can see the soldiers displaying mechanical limbs, so the publicity plan needs to be adjusted. It would be best to find another channel in the next 2 days. Now New World can advertise, which is one of the channels. Another way is to do a charity, and give a few quotas to disabled people, which can not only earn reputation, but also show the advancement of mechanical limbs. Don't do charity, that kind of thing is too empty. In the first year of sales, 2 quotas will be given every month, and this quota cannot be given to everyone. You need to show proof of poverty first, or show family difficulties. After passing, the quota will be randomly drawn, and the quota will not be given immediately. Credit and personal behavior must be investigated. If you want to do something, do it. It doesn't matter if you can't promote it well. Good things will always flow. For other promotions, don't do anything fake. Rich people don't need us to promote them. They will come when they smell the smell. Bai Fu smiled and said, okay. It was because Su Shaokai liked to do practical things that she followed her to work. There is also the cooperation model of the hospital. She wants to communicate with the military hospital first. They definitely need this. She also gives a big discount on the price. But she hopes that they can unify the price to the outside world, so that everyone has breathing space and will not be overpriced. Su Shaokai nodded. Next item. Some users asked if the robot arm could have a skin-changing function. Su Shaokai, ? Isn't it able to change according to the overall skin color? What else needs to be changed? They mean whether it can be customized to change to black, to match the environment, or to look like a tattoo. Bai Fu thinks those soldiers are cute. They can't have tattoos, but the robot arm can. It's cool to change the skin with one click. That last point is the key point. Su Shaokai was convinced, okay, the customer has a demand, we must meet it, but the skin change will be charged. Bai Fu smiled even more brightly. Thank you for your hard work. Finally able to log off, Su Shaokai went downstairs, laid down on the bed, slept until noon, got up and went upstairs to continue the experiment. 3 hours later, she went to the field again. The fields she contracted have been cultivated, and some places are for seedlings. The seedlings need to be germinated in a culture pot, and 2 or 3 leaves need to be grown before transplanting. 2 days after transplanting, the green leaves have stood up, indicating that there will be fresh vegetables to eat soon. The weather is getting colder, and Blue Star will soon enter winter, so she can only plant some crops with a short harvest period. Of course, she will not miss such a good land, and she must plant wheat. After looking at the conditions of various plants, Su Shaokai found that there was an ant nest and a piece of land, which may prove that the ecology is recovering and everything is moving in a good direction. Su Shaokai suddenly missed the anteater, but unfortunately there is no anteater on this planet. After identifying the species of the ant nest, she determined that it was not a very invasive one, so she didn't care much about it. She asked the robot to keep an eye on it, and not to add too many ant nests. Then she went to the place where the blue gold healing mushrooms were planted, and was shocked to see that it had actually grown. Has there been thunder recently? It has only been a few showers. Su Shaokai looked at the sky, and there were a few thin clouds floating, and the sky was clear and refreshing. She looked around and soon noticed that there were many silver blood around them. The growth of silver blood was only average, and it had not yet bloomed. Could they and the blood of the mangosteen become companion plants? Or could the blood of the insect man on the ground provide the nutrients that the blue gold healing mushrooms, like? Su Shaokai felt that she was the chosen one in the vegetable growing world. The school has actually successfully cultivated the blue gold healing mushrooms. It's just that after several generations of cultivation, the mushrooms have a little mutation and are not as bright as they look now. Su Shaokai happily took a photo and sent it to Professor Li and the senior. Professor Li, Xiao Su, when will you come back? 1-1, I think you need an assistant. I be your assistant. I have the blue gold and the paper. Su Shaokai laughed and replied to them, I can't come back for the time being, or you can come to Blue Star. I have a ticket to watch the game. Countless ellipses floated in the group. 1-1, no, we wait for you. The professor is so old, don't bother him. Professor Li is innocent. He always believes that if you are young in mind, your body will naturally be much younger. But he couldn't go even if he wanted to. School had just started, and he had to teach a new batch of students. 1-1 told Su Shaokai that many freshmen chose to come to the agricultural college. There were 4 classes in total, and the professors were very busy. Some courses were even given to them to teach. They all came for you. The juniors were too naive. Su Shaokai was already a big boss, so it was not easy to see him. They rarely saw each other before, let alone now. I will come back before the exam and may graduate with you. 1-1, this joke is not funny at all. When have I ever lied? Of course I have. 1-1 blurted out. When bragging, who doesn't exaggerate their abilities? When Su Shaokai stopped sending messages, 1-1 thought more and more that something was wrong. Hey, they were the only ones who were bragging before. Su Shaokai was telling the truth. Lemons grow under the lemon tree, and there is only me under the lemon tree. Understand Shui Hui, and don't be Shui Hui. Red eyes must be treated. 1-1 comforted herself silently. Walking back to the house slowly, Su Shaokai was thinking about what to do next, and then she found 2 more bouquets of flowers in front of the door. Su Shaokai instructed a robot to pick them up and open them. There were no dangerous items inside, only flowers, and they were wild flowers. One bouquet was very colorful, all of them were very bright flowers, and they were a little wilted after being placed on the ground for a long time. The other bouquet was very beautiful, and some water drops were sprinkled on it. It was pink and tender, and the small flowers were tied together with dogtail grass, which was very cute. Who threw it here? The guard, Zaya Onesie, poked her head out of the window. There's another bunch in the trash can. More than a year has passed, and Kai Kai is almost an adult. Can't those brats wait a little longer? They are so impatient to eat free food. Zaya Onesie said again. The one in the trash can is Yang Zhao. The 2 at the door are Squirrel and Big Monster. Did they leave any messages? As a housekeeper, Zaya Onesie still fulfilled her duties no matter how angry she was. She read out the message without hesitation. Mr. Yang, I have something to talk to you about. Can you add me as your contact number? Then, there was a string of contact codes. Squirrel, Xiao Susu, I am your super fan. Can you have dinner with me? I am very obedient and enthusiastic. Can you reply to my message? I wait for you. Big Demon, Mua, little cutie, my brother wants to customize a mecha. Please reply to my message. I don't mind asking for any price. No bargaining. Please send a private message to the platform account. We will always send private messages to you in the back end. If we can't be brothers and sisters, we can be sisters. The messages from these people were played from Zaiwanzi, and Su Shaokai had a strange expression. Zaiwanzi. The two guys in front have bad intentions. Kai, don't believe them. Ha ha, okay. You reply to the Yao, and tell him that he can come over to talk, but the others don't need to. It's not bad to take orders occasionally. Just ignore the other two. After the Yao knew the news, he was so excited that he wanted to get out now. But they were in training, and they were not allowed to ask for leave under any excuse, so he had to reply that he would go to her place tomorrow. Su Shaokai didn't care. It wasn't her who was anxious, it was Yunji. They were going to compete soon. If they could order the customized mecha before the competition, they could focus more on the competition. She brushed off the dirt on her body, took a shower, and went upstairs to see the results of the experiment. Recently, she had been doing experiments on the destructive activity of insects. The insects had the ability to recover quickly, just like her ability, storing energy in their bodies, but she and the insects were very different in body structure and genes, and they could not be compared. They could only be used as a reference. She herself takes it in through food. Insects can have many ways. Their skin can absorb energy. This absorption accumulates very slowly. The original energy they carry is usually given by the mother. What Su Shaokai wants to do now is to see if there is a substance that can allow insects to release this energy quickly. When she releases her chi, she will devour energy. So what about insects? There is a new type of poisonous fungus in those oils that can allow insects to release energy, but it is too slow. As long as you eat a little, you can replenish it. Chapter 173. Several hours passed. Su Shaokai rubbed her sore neck. No, the experiment still didn't work. This seemingly simple experiment, I don't know how many parallels it takes to succeed. Sometimes you need luck. If it doesn't work, just don't do it. Don't let failure affect your mood. Su Shaokai went downstairs to eat, but Xing Miao came. It turned out that she didn't have to go to the competition, and the training would stop for a few days, so she wanted to follow her to train mecha driving skills. Her teammates were making rapid progress. She couldn't stand still. Su Shaokai welcomes her to come, but not tonight. General Bai will come, and the matter of acupuncture to promote chi needs to be kept secret. Just like folk prescriptions cannot be recognized by the public, acupuncture cannot be exposed. Hearing that it is not possible tonight, Xing Miao does not care. She tells Su Shaokai something. I just saw a few sneaky figures outside. When we came to find you before, we also noticed it. At that time, I thought they were people who protected you secretly, and I saw them again today. I thought that the person who protects you is not that stupid. Kai, do you want to find an assistant to live with you? It's a bit remote for a single woman to live here. Bringing up the topic of assistants again, Su Shaokai thought of Sister Wenwen again. She shook her head. No, she has too many secrets. She needs to find someone trustworthy. The environment of Blue Star is not suitable. It is easy to recruit traitors with good disguises. Even a lifelong friendship may not be able to keep the bottom line, let alone a job application. Think about it later. There are also Chibi Maruko and Huahua. Now there is a little Bao Bao who is not close to people. No, it is a Bao, the name that the leopard cat recognizes Maruko calls. Strangers can easily scare away the young wife. When a Bao can give birth to a child, she will hire him to be a nanny for Huahua's offspring. Don't worry too much. I have bodyguards around me. It's not that easy to get caught. Just be careful. Xing Miu is still a little worried. Su Shaokai is petite, and she became her coach because of her smart brain and powerful skills. In essence, Su Shaokai is still a girl in her teens. Xing Miao's personality has changed a lot. She is still soft-hearted, but she can tell who she should be soft-hearted to. Su Xiaocai's hair has grown a little longer, and the rubber band is completely tied up, revealing a little tail that is loose. She helped Su Shaokai comb her hair and put it up again, hugged her friend and mentor. What should I do? I can't bear to leave you. Wu Qingqing talks about you every day. Life is long. It's just a farewell, not forever. No, many people haven't seen each other for a long time, and it's hard to get together again. I will always be here. Even if you go far away, you can still see me when you look back. This topic has been brought up many times, and Su Shaokai can't help but feel melancholy. Xing Miao didn't mention it anymore. She came here mainly to remind Su Shaokai. I can't guarantee that I will become a top war commander in the future. If I succeed by chance, please remember our friendship. Well, stop talking so much. Xing Miao pinched her face. Your little body, don't pretend to be cute. You are so cute that it's overflowing. She said one more cheesy thing before she left. Su Shaokai rubbed the goosebumps on her arm. Xing Miao was becoming more and more like a queen, learning to tease people. Speaking of the sneaky figure, Su Shaokai also had doubts, and asked Major Lu if he had seen any suspicious figures. Major Lu, it's hard to rule it out, especially since those professors live nearby. Many of them come to see the professors. Professor AI and other professors are targets of people with bad intentions. Blue Star is not safe, and there are dangers everywhere. Not only the insect people, but also internal problems. Therefore, it is difficult to distinguish good from evil for those who wander here. We cannot catch them all just because they are sneaky. Su Shaokai missed the days on Su's planet. With Father Su guarding the gate, she didn't have to worry too much about safety. Professor AI came to the door just after she mentioned him. Su Shaokai didn't want to receive him. When he came, she said she wanted to think. She had just walked out of the laboratory. Teacher Su, I have a question to ask. Su Shaokai asked solemnly. After hesitating for a moment, she invited him into the house. As soon as he entered the room, Professor AI told Su Shaokai with a happy face that the draft of the Blue Star Space Base had been completed, and the professors who participated in the drawing agreed that his new draft was very good. The next step was to exchange with each other to see if there were any problems. So, he wanted Su Shaokai to take a look first. Professor, will you be accused of leaking secrets? Su Shaokai deliberately lowered his voice. Look, this professor has no skills, and asked an outsider to look at the drawings. Professor AI laughed. It's okay, most of this drawing was completed by me, and some unfamiliar parts were completed by 2 familiar professors. We are looking forward to your joining, and there will be more new styles by then, and you young people have big imaginations. Su Shaokai, It seems that what he said is correct, but it also seems that something is wrong. Before he could think about it, Professor AI had already taken out his computer, and pulled out a 3D simulation diagram. Su Shaokai nodded his chin, his eyes fixed on the 3D diagram. With a finger randomly pointing, the defense tower moved. The simulated base has always been based on modularization, which is easy to disassemble and install. The design of the defense tower follows the traction technology that Su Shaokai has just taught. It can disconnect or connect towers by changing the magnetic field or using anti-weight. Some of them look like the weapons used by squirrels, but they are more flexible and changeable. Su Shaokai suddenly had an idea for a weapon. I have an idea, don't interrupt me. She threw away the model, created a new file, and quickly drew on it. The drawing was almost completed in one go, starting with the parts, and the lines were very simple. It can be seen that the moment she thought of the things in her mind, she already knew how to design the interior. At first, AI Shenping didn't know what she wanted to do, but gradually, her relaxed brows gathered. She would copy the repeated parts with one click, and I don't know which part was drawn. Su Shaokai stopped writing, and then started to assemble. A global offensive and defensive weapon slowly emerged. The weapon has a protective shield function, which can cover a quarter of the blue planet when unfolded, and can be moved to serve as a shield for the defense tower. It absorbs cosmic rays and light energy to store energy on weekdays. But the protective shield is not its final form. At critical moments, it can build a star-destroying weapon. Just like blocks of building blocks, after being combined with each other, it becomes the ultimate weapon. With artificial intelligence as the foundation, the defense level of the mechanical planet will be increased several times. When drawing this, Su Shaokai was very focused, and she didn't even know that Bai Zhongjiang had come. Bai Zhongjiang couldn't understand the diagram, but Professor AI could. At this moment, he was almost excited. Whispered to Bai Zhongjiang about what Su Shaokai drew. As long as this weapon is realized, she will be the master of weapon design. Bai Zhongjiang, Growing up in ordinary days, the inspiration of genius comes too fast. Should he raise the security level around him, and set up some checkpoints? After 3 hours, Su Shaokai finished the painting. She stood up and twisted her waist. It was great. This weapon could even be used on mechas. It was a star-destroying weapon that was scaled down several times. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. Su Shaokai felt that another main weapon of the mecha could be put on the agenda. Then she heard Lieutenant General Bai's low cough. Bye. Uncle Bai, why are you here? Looking down at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Professor AI looked at her weapon blueprint eagerly. Teacher Su, can I see it? Teacher Su, I want this. Lieutenant General Bai imitated Professor AI. The key is that he kept a straight face, but his eyes were smiling, a little vulgar. Colonel Yuan and the secretary turned their faces away. It was too embarrassing. The funny expression of their superiors was a bit embarrassing. Professor AI, if you ask me, don't rush, you can't rush. This hasn't been made yet. It's just a sketch. Such a large thing. It still needs to be made first. How much does it cost? Who said it's large? This thing is obviously a smaller version. If you don't understand, don't pretend to understand. Wait for Professor Schu to make a template first. If there's any hurry, I'd be the first to rush. Professor AI was talking nonsense, spitting on Lieutenant General Bai for being ignorant. Good things need time to settle and more experiments to adjust to the best state. Lieutenant General Bai clicked his tongue and put his hands behind his back. His expression was 80% similar to that of General Bai. Okay, you are professional. You have the final say. Can I start my business first? Schu Shakai said, shall we start? The confidentiality clause restricts General Bai from letting outsiders know that he wants to speed up the upgrade of his chi. Unless General Bai doesn't mind. It's okay, Professor AI, you will keep it a secret, right? Professor AI nodded. What are you going to do? I won't get involved in anything related to the technology business. Patent transactions and the like are related to interests, so he is not in a position to get involved. He is very righteous, worthy of being called. Worthy of being called Mao Xian. Humans are creatures that gossip about me, so Professor AI certainly wants to know, so he changed the subject. If not, I am willing to keep it a secret. Yesterday, Lieutenant General Bai had adjusted his condition, and Schu Shakai directly gave him a needle to increase the flow rate of qi. Professor AI sat obediently, wearing reading glasses, his wise eyes full of confusion. What's the use of this? It promotes qi and blood circulation, treats insomnia. Lieutenant General Bai is too tired. He needs to release some tiredness. Don't tell others. Lieutenant General Bai is a god of war. He has to save face. Schu Shakai started talking nonsense again. Of course. The key is that Professor AI really believes it. The god of war cannot admit that he is tired, otherwise people will doubt his ability. More than 10 needles were inserted into his body, making him look like a hedgehog with alopecia. Professor AI thought, is it really effective? Why is it a bit like a superstitious folk remedy? Professor AI compared the needle positions of Lieutenant General Bai and touched the same place on his body. His curiosity was aroused. Can I get acupuncture? I also have insomnia. Colonel Yuan and the secretary were horrified. Professor, we young people are just playing around. If something happens to you, we can't afford it. Can you afford it if something happens to you, sir? Don't worry. Schu Shakai can take my place. Colonel Yuan and the secretary looked at each other. Admiral Bai had thought of this before. You two old men have different professions, but your thinking is the same. The two let Schu Shakai decide and winked at her, hoping that she would not make fun of Professor AI. It was late at night, and I didn't know which way the hospital door opened. Please restrain yourself, little ancestor. Schu Shakai said straightforwardly. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't pierce the wrong place, you won't die. Colonel Yuan and the secretary looked bitter, wondering what Schu Shakai was going to do. Professor AI was surprised when he heard this. How can you get the needle in the wrong place? Yes, the needle position varies according to the individual. Only in this way can you achieve the ideal effect. Where did you learn this? I studied it myself, and I don't know much, so I can only use a few acquaintances as guinea pigs. Everyone, Professor, do you want to try it? Come on, I just lack experience, and Lieutenant General Bai said it works. Schu Shakai pulled out a long needle. The tip of the needle was very thin, and it could leave an afterimage in the air. It seems that it will break if you apply a little force. His eager look can make people feel panic. But is Professor AI an ordinary person? Obviously not. His mental quality is unexpectedly strong. His previous teaching experience has established his trust in Schu Shakai. If acupuncture can solve insomnia, it is better than taking medicine. Science needs practice, and we need more experimental subjects to know the effect. Professor AI said. Schu Shakai had a complicated expression, thinking that this would scare him away. Who knew that Professor AI's spirit of dedication to science was so firm, and Frankenstein was everywhere? Do you really want to try? Yes, I'm an old man, there's nothing to be afraid of. Schu Shakai thought for a moment, and had to find new needles. The professor took off his shirt, and rolled up his trouser legs. He looked like a thin old man, but he was actually strong. There was an unremoved scar on his back, very long, at least 30 centimeters. Just from this, you can tell that all the respect has a source. Schu Shakai knew that she had become stronger, and was no longer the country girl who just came out of the Schu planet. With coveted technology and military protection, no one dared to mess with her. But she was still not as good as these old people, who had devoted their lives to the country. Su Shaokai was a little afraid to give him acupuncture. Professor AI, don't be afraid, as long as it doesn't kill you. Boomerangs are scary. The hand holding the needle trembled, and without hesitation, he gave one needle after another. The acupuncture process was very smooth. After the last needle, Professor AI's head knocked down little by little. Colonel Yuan stepped forward and helped him up. He actually fell asleep like this. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that acupuncture was so magical. Su Shaokai laughed dryly. This was also the first time she encountered this situation. She had enough energy, so the acupuncture was not very obvious, and she would only feel a little sleepy. Maybe it's too late. 15 minutes later, Su Shaokai removed the needle from the professor. Colonel Yuan gently pushed the professor without waking him up. The slight snoring indicated that he had a good sleep quality. So Colonel Yuan had to help him put on his clothes and carry him back to his accommodation. Turning to look at Lieutenant General Bai, there was a heat rising from his head. Su Shaokai said, I almost forgot about this. She took out the needle and observed Lieutenant General Bai's face. He frowned, and it took a long time for him to relax. When he opened his eyes, he got feedback. It's still a little bit short, but I feel that the barrier is loosening. I wanted to make a breakthrough, but after you took the needle away, I couldn't continue. Don't worry, it's better to break through without acupuncture. It's better to accumulate strength and then make a breakthrough. Su Shaokai put away the needles and counted the number. There was no shortage. She would count the number of needles each time, fearing that she would miss one. Lieutenant General Bai had no choice but to nod. Have you ever pricked yourself? Yes, I want to reach the 5th level of Qi before I turn 18, otherwise it will be very annoying to stay at this level for the rest of my life. Lieutenant General Bai did not expect Su Xiaocai's pursuit to be so plain and simple. Working hard for a high level can be considered an alternative pursuit. After leaving the house, Lieutenant General Bai touched his chin. It seems that there are too many men coming in and out here. Let's assign a few female soldiers to guard the door. Secretary, okay. After all, she is still a little girl. She hasn't grown up yet. Just when I thought of preventing this from causing misunderstanding, someone insisted on doing something disgusting. After that night, several entertainment accounts showed pictures of Lieutenant General Bai walking out of Su Xiaocai's single-family house late at night. Lieutenant General Bai and several soldiers were censored, and only Su Shaokai saw their appearance. She yawned and waved goodbye to them. Title: This is how privilege comes. As always, the title party did not explain anything, allowing others to misunderstand and speculate, and even develop into rumors. Su Shaokai has always represented the headlines and hot searches. Her hot search physique is not exaggerated. Just 2 sentences can make the search terms explode. Real war correspondents have a sense of mission, and will not pay attention to this kind of news. But the individual competition is about to begin, and some less professional ones have also come. The timid ones will starve to death, and the bold ones will die of gluttony. With Su Xiaocai's whereabouts, reporters smelled the smell and came. They adopted the live broadcast method and turned on the live broadcast device. They caught passers-by and asked, "Hello, are you a contestant?" The young man smiled at the camera with an ambiguous tone. "It's a contestant." "Do you know Su Shaokai?" "Yes, everyone knows Coach Su." "Then do you know her private life? Is it very chaotic?" "I can't tell you. I might get beaten if I tell you." This sentence is full of malice. The young man smiled suggestively. "You'd better ask her. Have you seen her contacting someone? Which general in the army is it? Can you tell me?" The big demon who was about to go to Su Shaokai passed by and heard it. He was furious. Who made up his idol? Don't know what's good for you. He wasn't afraid of the camera at all. He walked over in high heels, grabbed the reporter's hair and pulled it. He didn't hit people, he just pulled hair. The reporter screamed. "What did Coach Su do to you? She's not even an adult yet, and you're talking about her. You don't have to bear legal responsibility if you separate private life and chaos? Are there any reporters who mislead people like you? Did your teacher teach you to attract attention like this?" The big demon was tall and oppressive, and the reporter couldn't resist. He wanted to tell the people in the live broadcast room to call the police. But the people in the live broadcast room just watched the show. On weekdays, they can treat the things reported by the reporter as jokes. It's not okay to involve Su Shaokai. As De Yao said, she is still young. It is immoral to pry into the private life of minors. More importantly, Su Shaokai is the national daughter. She is smart and cute. Which parent doesn't want one? The reporter didn't know that the national daughter has a privilege called parental preference. This privilege is unique, and it is difficult to change their thinking. Those who have sons and daughters will only feel more distressed for Schu Shaokai. Does this reporter know how to talk? Xiao Susu is so busy every day, and a new technology comes out every once in a while. The only possible confusion is the biological clock. Can't get up in the morning, energetic at night. This is the right of our daughter. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Change your mother. No, your mother may not recognize you. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 174. Nowadays, many journalists have distorted values. They have to speculate on other people's lives, create conflicts to gain benefits, and can't stand others' success. I don't care how my own daughter lives. If she has grievances, she will come back to tell me, and then I will help her solve it. People are too kind, they want to step on everyone. I really hope my baby Sue can be a little cruel, but unfortunately her temper is still too good. Kai just has a good temper, not no temper. Don't worry, she won't suffer any loss. What's wrong with being kind? Why do you have to be mean and aggressive over a little thing? This is not the way to live. 9 out of 10 things are not as you wish. Sue has never complained to anyone. She is patient, generous, and doesn't care about small things. This shows that Schu Shaokai is mature. It's too much to try to find faults in other people's lives. The big demon is wearing a black and red open-fronted robe today, with full momentum, and his big hand is pulling the reporter's hair. The painful sound is particularly harsh, attracting many distant eyes. No matter how the reporter swings his fist, the damage is equal to 0. De Yao turned around and pointed at the passer-by being interviewed. And you idiot, who are you? Does Coach Sue know you? You thought that all the contestants were friends with Coach Sue, and you acted like you knew his life. Don't you look at yourself? Look in the mirror. With your character, Schu Shaokai can't even remember who you are. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at other people's lives? He asked Schu Shaokai to do something, so he naturally had to help when he saw injustice. De Yao always said what he wanted in front of the camera. He was very arrogant and mocked like a noble swan. Although his clothes are weird, he has a correct attitude towards life. The reporter yelled, "What did I do to you?" As a public figure, Schu Shaokai needs to manage her image. This is her duty. What image management does she need? What mistakes did she make? You, irrelevant people, need to supervise her. Even if she picks her toes to eat watermelon, do you have the right to manage it? Image management of public figures means that they do not break the law and do not promote bad values. If you stare at other people's lives, you are unprofessional. Every day, you only think about how to get gossip about others, and then exaggerate and confuse the order of language, and want to destroy other people's lives, trying to control other people's lives, and using self-righteous excuses to cover up bad behavior. Scumbag. The rhetorical question left the reporter and the young man speechless. The big demon had a good memory. Yunji knew everything that happened on the aircraft carrier when he came. He paid attention to it. Li Wanku, the villain who complained first, was not let off by the big demon. He named him and said, "Li Kuan-yun, I know you. Coach Sue gave you a lesson last time, but it was not enough. You planned to join forces with reporters to do something weird." Li Kuan-yun blushed. "What did you say?" "I didn't." "Bullshit. Can a third-rate reporter stop you from interviewing such an arrogant person?" The big demon scolded her for a while before letting go, and said to the reporter, "You want to accuse someone of a crime based on 1 or 2 photos. It's cheap and disgusting. People like you deserve to never be popular." Li Kuan-yun was angry, but he didn't dare to hit her before the live broadcast. She has problems with her work style. Can't people say it? No, if you doubt it, you should verify it with a formal organization instead of spreading it everywhere. You keep saying that she is a public figure. Since she is a public figure, you should be more realistic with her. Who are you, if you subjectively think that someone has problems with his work style? Are you a judge? The reporter touched his scalp and suspected that a layer of scalp had fallen off. He said fiercely, "I will sue you for personal injury." "Sue, go ahead and see if I have hurt you. It is best to go for a physical examination. I, the great demon, know how to strike with measure. If you can win the lawsuit, I will lose." The great demon turned around beautifully. They are different from reckless mercenaries. They know the law better than anyone else. If they don't know, how can they call themselves regular mercenaries? What's the use of video evidence? At most, he will be called by the police uncle for a lecture and a few words of preaching. I will sue you too, for defamation. If Schu Shaokai doesn't sue you, I will help her sue you. Let's see who has more evidence. De Yao snorted coldly, didn't bother with them, and walked away directly. The audience in the live broadcast room cheered for De Yao. He spoke so fluently, and so confidently. Naturally, most people stood on his side, and there was no shortage of brainless fans. The second young master of the Li family has collapsed his outspoken personality, and he is secretly calculating behind people's backs. Quan is not that kind of person. Yao bullies people with his many fans. Yes, do you want to see the power of the demons? We have never lost when we fight people. Li Shao is the second Shui, but Li Shao bullies people openly, and those who are bullied all apologize and solve the problem privately, without going through legal procedures. Shui is bad in secret, so she is unlucky. Take our Quan away, fans of the big demon, retreat. The reporter looked at the back of the big demon, and then turned to look at Li Kuan Yun. Li Kuan Yun, why are you looking at me, trash? What else is there to understand? The screen was dominated by bullet comments, and the conspiracy was exposed. The reporter quickly turned off the live broadcast and said in horror, Second Master, I'm here to help you, don't ruin my job. They can agree with each other's views. The employment relationship cannot be passed on in front of the public, and he will be blacklisted. Li Kuan Yun, who didn't care what the reporter said, muttered viciously, I don't believe that I can't kill a new business owner. Wait for the new world to change its owner. The eldest brother will definitely replace Su Xiaokai. Reporter, Can the Li family be more powerful than the Shui family? The local boss Shui family in the capital star was also suppressed to the point of being unable to straighten his back. Li Kuan Yun was angry and strode away from the place. Reporter, Mr. Li, where is the money? Li Kuan Yun had already walked away, and could not hear the reporter's words. He was helpless and furious, and wanted to find a punching bag to vent the anger in his chest. When he passed an alley, he saw a man in a black robe standing in the alley, motionless, staring at him. He crossed the alley disapprovingly, and after a while, he retreated back. Just now, he thought it was an illusion. There really was a man in a black robe. The man in black robes was waiting for him here. Second Master Li, do you want to kill Su Xiaokai? Who are you? The one who planned to kill Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai was too upright, and it was difficult to bring her down through public opinion, so he had to defeat her from the side. What do you want to do? It depends on whether you are willing to do it. Why should I be used as a gun? Li Kuan Yin was just arrogant, not mentally ill. People with unknown origins were not worthy of his trust. Master Li, you should keep my business card. The man stuffed the business card into Li Kuan Yin's bag and walked back, walking in a strange way. Li Kuan Yin didn't think much about it, and the man turned a corner and disappeared. Li Kuan Yin chased after him, but didn't see anyone. He took out the business card and looked at it. It predicted the future, and then a contact number. Predicted the future? Crazy, just wanted to throw it away. At this time, the reporter who didn't catch up with him sent him a message asking for payment. Li Kuan Yin started to get angry again. He didn't do anything well, but he still wanted to be paid. He was crazy about money. The reporter didn't care about this. He didn't do it. He did it, but it didn't work. You can ask for less compensation, but you can't have none. You, Li Shao, are simple-minded and didn't prepare Plan B. Can you blame him? Li Kuan Yin was also afraid that the reporter would continue the live broadcast and tell others what happened just now. Money is a small matter, but face is a big matter. He had to send the compensation reluctantly. An even more embarrassing thing happened. The account could not deduct the fee. What happened? Li Kuan Yin tried again, but it didn't work. He called to inquire, and found out that all his funds were frozen. Li Deshao didn't allow him to use the money, and only kept enough money for living. Li Kuan Yin was mad. He spent money lavishly, unlike Shui Hui, who had to pretend to be a good kid to cover it up. He just had a lot of money. He spent millions at a small party. He liked his friends to flatter him, and didn't like people who opposed him. But the person who opposed him was his elder brother, which was another matter. Li Kuan Yin immediately contacted his brother, and asked him why he froze his account. His account was linked to his brother's, and it was a secondary account. He deposited money every month, but it was not enough to use the main account. You are a mecha master, you are passionate, and want to challenge others, I let you do it. But you are provoking Su Xiaocai's industry under the banner of the Li family. Do you want to take my position? Do you know how angry the grandfather is? Young Master Li was scared when he found out that the manager of his industry wanted to swallow up Su Xiaocai's industry. What heavenly law did he break to have such a troublesome brother? Let's put it this way. As long as Su Xiaokai does not make principled mistakes, she will be protected by the country. If others want to swallow, they should also consider whether their own asses are clean. The Li family has been reasonably avoiding taxes every year, so how could they not have something in their finances, It's just that the higher-ups turned a blind eye. After all, you have reasonably avoided taxes, so you just paid less, not nothing. But if you want to take Schu Xiaocai's money, the higher-ups will definitely come to investigate. If they find out, you will be in jail, and you can't even get out of jail by burying the dead. Li Kuan-yin was yelled at by Master Li, and he felt even worse and guilty. He didn't understand business matters, so he just asked the managers below to see if they could hit Schu Xiaocai financially again. Who knew they would think of annexing the company, although he really wanted to. Brother, I didn't. You know what I am like. Those people just misunderstood me. Give me 200,000 yuan first. Just 200,000 yuan. I won't ask you for more. He had to pay the reporter 20,000 yuan, and the rest was his pocket money. He could not lose himself even if he lost anyone else. His calculations were very clear, but this time young Master Li would not listen to him. On weekdays, young Master Li could give him money generously and help him solve problems, but if he got involved in the company, it was a signal that he was going to invade his territory. It was a bottom line, and he had to teach him a lesson. You are so powerful that you dare to ask about my business. Just make money on your own. Young Master Li was not very stable, his throat was a little blocked, and he said, "Do you know how much effort I have spent to deal with those old foxes? Once you get involved, they will think they have a chance to deal with me. You know nothing, but you just vent your anger all day long. Can you imagine how tired I am? Don't get involved again, otherwise, I will think you don't want me as your big brother." Li Kuan-yin shut up, feeling a little guilty, but not much. He has no money to give to reporters now, and he is so annoyed. He couldn't bring himself to borrow from a friend. He kicked the ground and saw the card he had just thrown away. He rolled his eyes and looked at what the other party was going to do first. Then he asked for money. Wouldn't that solve the source of money? People who think they are smart don't know that they are about to be dragged into the abyss, and they can still be complacent. The big demon came to see him, but Schu Xiaocai didn't welcome him into the house. He just entertained him in the corridor, turned on the soundproofing, pulled down the bamboo curtain to block the sunlight, and chatted outside. The big demon didn't care about Schu Xiaocai's behavior. If there was something in the house that couldn't be seen, he would probably have to sign another confidentiality agreement if he saw it. He adjusted to a comfortable position, crossed his legs, and his long legs were exposed outside his skirt. Receiving Schu Xiaocai's scrutiny, he asked, "Is my dress beautiful?" "Yes, it is beautiful, but mine is also beautiful. My dress was made by a beautiful ant." Schu Xiaocai also showed off her handsome red coat. The reason why Schu Xiaocai looked closely was that this skirt was super ladylike, and she really wanted to have a similar battle robe after she became taller. "You have good taste." De Yao came here to apologize for something. He couldn't meet the person in question, so he could only say, "I didn't mean to do that to Wu Feiyang. He's not my type." I wanted to say sorry to him, but he didn't want to see me. Both parties were embarrassed at the time, and it happened in public. If other boys accidentally touched a man's chest, they would probably just laugh it off. De Yao is different. He doesn't stick to gender. The person he's dating must be someone he likes. I tell him your apology, but if you want to apologize, it's better to say it to him in person. Okay, thank you, dear. The big demon made a red heart gesture. Back to the serious topic, I heard you want to make a custom mecha. Fill out the form first to see what type you want. The big demon took the form and filled it out carefully. The two majors and investigators were standing around, envious, whispering, "I really want one. I can't afford it, and we don't need it for the time being. The custom mecha is used to deal with the Zerg warriors and Zerg mothers. It's a waste to give it to us." "Where's the black wing?" The standard black wing is said to be comparable to a star level one, and it matches many people. "We are on Lieutenant General Bai's side, and we are indispensable." Hee hee. This is the importance of choosing a team. Other teams are eager and have to wait. I see that the Schu family is also going to release a new mecha, and they will definitely compete with Schu Xiaocai. "No," the investigator said, "I can't say anything else. Technically, Schu Xiaocai is stronger." Speaking of the Schu family, Schu Xiaocai's ears moved. She noticed Shui Hui. The situation of the Schu family is quite complicated at present. Shui fighting did not completely give up Shui Hui, not because Shui Hui is very important, but as the leader of the mecha manufacturer, he wants a good reputation. If Shui Hui gave up on her as soon as something happened, the Shui family would be called heartless. No matter what Shui Hui did wrong, she was adopted by them. Although Shui Hui's nature is bad, the outside world assumes that they did not teach her well. In other words, they must show their ability to take responsibility and handle incidents, so that they can be convincing and not affect future cooperation. Fortunately, Shui was not in charge of the company's business, and the Shui family only faced the problem of no successor. Su Xiaokai knew that the Shui family's lawyer had met with Shui several times, but no one knew what they talked about. What is certain is that Shui's face became worse and worse, and the mental pressure made her haggard and vicissitudes. On the day Su Xiaokai left for Blue Star, Shui ate well and slept well, living a good life that no one in prison could get. On the same day, the Shui family's lawyer went in again to talk to Shui about going to court. The trial process was very fast, and the law enforcement department did not want to delay time, so they would not wait until Isuilu was caught for retrial. The Shui family needs Shui to be prepared and not talk nonsense in court. The Shui family will not give up on her. If she talks nonsense, she will not be able to live an ordinary life after her imprisonment. Ordinary life? Shui is very afraid of ordinary life. Ordinary life. The Shui family lawyer repeated and explained. Of course, it means providing you with the living conditions that ordinary people should have every month. Mr. Shui will guarantee you food and accommodation. But for higher consumption, you need to find a job to solve it yourself. The biggest expenses in the capital planet are food and accommodation, and the rest can be solved by working. In the eyes of the Shui family lawyer, the Shui family couple are kind adoptive parents. What's the point of not being able to live a rich life after being released? Shui was unwilling to accept it. Is the last trump card to be revealed? The Shui family lawyer, Miss Shui, do you have any objections? Seeing her silence, he continued, also, the law enforcement department has returned the copies of your mecha drawings to the Shui family. Shui, did you find that I didn't plagiarize? There is no technical difficulty. The most advanced model at present is the Blackwing. After mentioning the Blackwing, the Shui family lawyer looked at Shui, hoping that Shui could reveal some technical help. Even if it was plagiarism, the Shui family wanted to know the technical principles. Shui was surprised. What did you say? What Blackwing? The lawyer handed her a paper picture of the Blackwing. It can be deformed. Shui's pupils shrank slightly. She had never seen it before. Is this Su Xiaocai's work? That's right. Could it be that Su Xiaocai designed it after her death? No, she knew Yuli well, and this style had nothing to do with Yuli. Where's the data? I can't bring it in. The law enforcement department couldn't give it to Shui. It was already the limit to show her the black wings. The law enforcement department was testing her, while the Shui family lawyers valued the interests and wanted to see if she could trigger the revelation of the future. Shui couldn't control her emotions and pounded the table. What was this? They gave her a different life, and then they broke her wings. Damn rebirth. She regretted getting entangled with those rubbish during her youth. The rubbish Shui thought of was the victim who had sent her to prison. Shui clenched her hands and thought, how did Su Xiaocai do it? There was no black wing in the future. Su Xiaocai's brain was so useful. Without the restraint of the Shui family, she let her thoughts fly, unlocked the gene lock. How could a person know everything, unless he had a few decades more life than her? Shui was stunned. She always thought Su Xiaocai was Yuli. What if Su Xiaocai was not? At this time, she remembered many loopholes. In her previous life, Yuli was a kind-hearted person who valued family and friendship. That's why she tolerated her blood relative's bad habits, and corrected her way of doing things many times. Shui knew where the Shui family was. Living in the Shui family, no matter how simple she was, she would not be like Yuli. But Yuli just kept her compassionate character. It was very unreasonable. Chapter 175. Only people whose values have been formed, and whose minds are set cannot change easily. So Yuli in the previous life might not be Yuli, and Su Xiaocai was Su Xiaocai. There has never been a real Yuli in the same body. She can be reborn, and Su Xiaocai might come from a different place, even in the distant future. When a person's advantage comes entirely from some kind of luck, some external reason, then when someone who is more lucky appears, she will be at a loss. I just think, no wonder I lost. Shui's straight back bent. She only knew the direction of the next 10 years, but Su Xiaocai might know the history of hundreds of years. Did her rebirth change Su Xiaocai? Yes. Su Xiaocai went to the garbage planet and almost died there. The trajectory of fate has long been changed. She didn't know who threw Su Xiaocai to the garbage planet, but she overheard a conversation about throwing Su Xiaocai there. At that time, she was separated by the door, and she thought that if Yuli died, she could completely replace her, so she didn't ask in detail. Seeing Su Xiaocai again, she subconsciously felt that Su Xiaocai's life was a garbage planet. Seeing Shui in a daze, the Shui family lawyer said, Miss, Do you have anything to say? Shui Hui's eyes refocused. She only had those trump cards. After coming out of prison, she didn't even know how to live. Nothing to say. Paper and pen. Shui Hui wrote down all the high-tech she knew. She stopped writing halfway through. These were enough for the Shui family to research the rest. If the skills are not enough, then the only thing left is the emotional card. I have nothing to repay my family. Thank them for taking care of me all the time. Shui Hui dared not hide her cards anymore, and her proud and outspoken temper was completely restrained. She wanted to grasp the last bit of family affection to ensure the quality of her life after she came out of prison. Unwilling, very unwilling. Shui Hui shed tears of hatred. She had known for a long time that Su Shaokai was not Yu Li in the previous life. Why couldn't she think more and think more divergently? She would never confront people from the future. If Su Shaokai knew Shui Hui's idea, she would definitely laugh to death. Shui Hui focuses on immediate interests. If she knew that she was a future person, she would definitely kill her. Before killing her, she would also look for opportunities to pry future information from her mouth. This is Shui Hui. Shui Hui's regret is not real regret. She just regrets that after dealing with Su Shaokai, the future is uncertain and the quality of life cannot be guaranteed. Then the lawyer took the drawings, took photos, and backed them up, and sent them to the Shui family. This was discussed. The law enforcement department wanted to know whether there was really some information about the ability to predict, and the Shui family needed the drawings to see if Shui Hui's future limit exceeds the highest technology available. As soon as she was released from the detention center, the law enforcement department confiscated Shui Hui's achievements. With this blueprint, Shui Hui can also be charged with several more crimes. After all, Shui Hui's past traces have been turned upside down. It can be said that the police know who Shui Hui is better than Shui Hui. Whether she has studied this thing, how could they not know? Being a thief is hateful. Shui Hui is like a thief who has not learned his skills well. He broke into someone else's house to steal things, and then he got hurt, and blamed others for breaking him. I don't know how much of the technology that the Shui family currently owns belongs to others. But these are just semi-finished drawings. The lawyer took a photo and left, and the law enforcement department tacitly allowed it. You don't even need to look too carefully to know that Shui Hui has not touched the core of technology. She has no idea about some of the technology content, and her foreknowledge is very watery. To be honest, if she is reborn in the same way, Shui Hui is like a poor student who can't understand what she has learned. Su Shaokai is a well-rounded person, who knows everything and is proficient in many things. Even if such a person doesn't know about future technology, he can become a technology tycoon. Perrin shook his head. Fortunately, it was not a confidential technology. Otherwise, if the Shui family lawyer was allowed to take it out, his boss would definitely put the blame on him. It was really hard to be the subordinate of a useless boss. When would this boss be transferred? It should be at the end of the year. After Shui Fighting got the blueprint, he asked someone to study it. After the research, he did not apply for a patent. The government would definitely not allow them to study it. They wanted to sell a wave of mechas before the standard Black Wing was officially released, and then shrink the production line, and no longer sell high-end mechas as their primary business. If you can't do it, give in first. For thousands of years, no family that talks too hard can survive. Ups and downs are inevitable. Shui Fighting is very decisive. He cuts what needs to be cut. If this industry has no future for the time being, he will do something else. But the leader is still the leader. It is not so easy to retreat. One move will affect the whole body. Layoffs, factory disposal, shareholder income decline are all invisible debts. Moreover, if it shrinks, many government projects will not be obtained, and large companies will also reduce cooperation. If the scale becomes smaller, the Shui family will no longer be the powerful Shui family. If they want to rise in the future, there will be no second E family to support them. During the time when the big demon was filling out the forms, the Shui family in the capital star was in a turmoil. Shui Fighting insisted on changing his career, but Shui Feichuan thought it was not possible. We have finally occupied such a large market share. Why should we give way to the Su family? It's not giving way to Su Shaokai. It's because we can't fight. Only by giving in can we find a chance to return to the peak. The Shui family has been the leader for too long. In ancient times, the throne was taken in turns. So why did the Shui family stay number one for decades? If you want to preserve your strength, you can't just hold on. When doing business, Shui Fighting never only looks at the output value and money figures. He hopes that the Shui family will develop better. In business, loss and profit are not necessarily opposites. Why do you still do a business even if you know it is losing money, because you can make it back later? But if you know that you can't fight back and make money again after losing money, you should find the right time to quit. No matter how strong the background is, it can't surpass Su Xiaocai's black technology. Wait until the Schu family regains control of technology, and then come back. I don't agree. That kid only makes low-end machines. We can learn from her mecha to make high-end machines. Anyway, people look at the brand, and the brand is a guarantee of quality. You know, if we withdraw like this, it will be difficult for us to enter the circle again. Shu Feiyuan thinks that if we can make money, we will continue to make money. If we withdraw, we may not be able to get back up. Anyway, so many capitals operate in this way. We can't lose the military market. If we withdraw, the Yi family will also lose a lot of voice. Shu Feiyuan believes that as long as we persist, we can find an opportunity to swallow up Su Xiaocai's industry. Feiyuan, we not only sell mechas, the Shu family has many industries, and I didn't say that I would withdraw completely. The mecha company will still operate, but it will not compete with Yu Yidiansai Mecha Company for the time being. Shu Feiyuan, no, we must maintain our advantage. Maybe there will be a chance of a turnaround. When did you become so unmotivated, brother? Do you know how much the company will lose if we persist? How can I make up for this loss? How do you want me to run the company? I let you manage the company. You have been involved in many affairs over the years, and you are in charge. It's just right for me to go out and relax with your sister-in-law and nephew. I'm doing this for the good of the Shu family, and you keep asking me to take care of it. Don't you want to take responsibility? Yes, I don't want to take responsibility anymore. You do it. The two quarreled until their faces turned red. Shu Feiyuan, Yi Shu and Shu Zi sat aside, silent. Shu Feiyuan turned on the screen of the communicator and studied Shu Hui's drawings. Yi Shu watched the two brothers quarreling with concern, and silently asked people to put away anything they could pick up, fearing that they would fight. Shu Zi, who was next to her, lowered his head to play with a stuffed cat. He was immersed in his own world. Although he heard the two talking, he couldn't understand. Family members have different thoughts. Silence does not mean agreement, and arguments may not be true. Shu Fighting and Shu Feiyuan have not yet reached a conclusion. The big demon has already filled out the form. Su Xiaocai glanced at the filled content and said in surprise, all mechas hope to use pink and black. This color, not to mention that humans think it is conspicuous, it is also quite prominent in the eyes of insect people. This color requirement will reduce the hidden function. Su Xiaocai said, is this your favorite color? But I see you prefer bright colors when you wear clothes. Pink, girly heart. The pinker the mecha, the more fierce it hits people. Don't worry about this mecha is mainly used to deal with the mother insect and insect warriors. Not against people, so it doesn't matter. The big demon is looking forward to super agile mecha. Don't look at me as gentle and weak. I have already reached level 10 in Chi Sense, and the previous customized mechas of the Shu family can't keep up with me. So I want a star level mecha. Can it be done? It needs to be a mecha that can match me with more than 95% of the degree. Gentle and weak? One of the investigators couldn't help but glance at his chest, which was bulging and firm, with an arc more fierce than that of a fitness expert. If you want a star level mecha, you must give me data and videos of fighting with all your strength. Also, the fees will be very high. Can you afford it? As for maintenance issues, do you have talents in this area? Su Xiaocai taught Luo Lianliang and the other 7 people for the after-sales service of the mecha. The Black Wing has a lot of special parts, which are very different from the current mecha parts, and the materials have also changed a lot. Once sold, there must be good after-sales service, so that after the mecha is in the hands of the public, some parts can be replaced by ordinary repairmen. Customized mechas require a lot of spare parts. Not only are the design fees expensive, but the consumable parts are also specially customized. Give me a range, I see if I can make it back. If you want to see my battle video, can we sign a confidentiality agreement? I don't want the video to be leaked, and I don't want anyone other than you to see it. The big demon deliberately lowered his voice and asked, when can you give me a quote? He might be able to get some out of Yunji. Wait a minute. Su Xiaocai immediately turned on the computer and calculated the cost. De Yao watched quietly. This mecha carried Yunji's hope. He didn't want the price to be too high or too low. He just wanted to make a 1 or 2 star mecha. The initial estimate is 3 billion, but it's just an estimate. Maybe it will cost more. Can you accept it? I can't give you a superstar mecha. It's about 4 stars. There was no acquaintance price, so Su Xiaocai had already raised the price. She was still too honest and couldn't bear to make too much money. Earning 2 billion in a rage, but it's still a lot. I have to pay taxes later. When Schu Shaokai said the word superstar, the big demon straightened his back. Superstar mecha? Can you make a superstar mecha? Superstar mecha can only be driven by admirals, Yunji, forget it. If Schu Xiaocai's red mecha was driven by Admiral Bai, it would probably kill a Zerg mother in 5 minutes. Except for the one we met last time, it has a life-sustaining nutrient device. It would be a waste to give the superstar mecha to the big demon, and it can't play a 100% role of the body. Moreover, it is not easy to obtain materials for superstar mechas. Rare materials are only available to the military, and Yunji does not have the ability to do so for the time being. If it breaks down, she has to repair it herself, which is too troublesome. If one day the superstar mechas are unrestricted, can you help me build one? 3 billion is not impossible to earn. If you can kill a Zerg mother or Zerg warrior, you will earn it back. The mercenary world has always regarded killing Zerg mothers and Zerg warriors as one of the highest honors. There are only 10 teams that have the ability to hunt them. Yunji went for this goal. Yunji didn't want to indulge in the quick money of the new world. Such money is like a high-rise building with an unstable foundation, which will soon collapse. If you want to make progress and become stronger, you must constantly challenge yourself. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. They always remember how they make money. Strength is the key to making money. In the future, insect killers will buy military live broadcast equipment to start live broadcasts, which will bring them more income. Wonderful! The construction period is uncertain. Pay a deposit of 1/3 first, and try to give it to you within 1 year. Schu Shaokai calculated the time. 2 or 3 months would be enough. But who knows if the two foxes, General Bai and Lieutenant General Bai, would give her some trouble. De Yao didn't care. Schu Shaokai promised to give it within a year, which was very efficient. Many masters spent half a year just drawing the drawings. As if the construction period was not long enough, the mecha was not worth the price. De Yao made money generously without blinking an eye, and gave him 1 billion first. Captain Yunji had originally given him a high budget. Be generous, and they will make a lot of money if they can get the favor of the mecha master. Schu Shaokai accepted the 1 billion and said goodbye to De Yao. Seeing the 1 billion in her account, Schu Shaokai was very excited to buy, and after a lot of shopping, she didn't even spend 10,000. They were all small things for growing vegetables, small porcelain pots, organic fertilizers. Growing vegetables doesn't make money, and the things I bought don't seem to be able to spend much. After buying, I felt refreshed. On the way back, De Yao ran into a clean and good-looking man. He passed by him and wanted to flirt with him, but when he met his eyes, De Yao lost interest. Looking at the clean man, his eyes were cloudy, and his desire and ambition were too strong. Not long after the demon left, Schu Shaokai suddenly frowned and felt a chill on his back. Looking up at the sky, it was dark and overcast, probably because it was about to rain. Then Yang Zhao appeared again. Schu Shaokai was puzzled. The road leading to this side had been blocked. How did he get in? What's the matter? Yang Zhao summoned up his courage and said, I saw you register for assistant recruitment on the Blue Star Foreign News Network. I applied to be your assistant. I hope you can seriously consider me. I admire you very much and hope you can learn more from you. Do you know mechanics? You can learn. Do you know finance? You can learn. Do you know how to kill chickens and pigs? You can. What? Are you not asking about growing vegetables? Look, you don't know anything, and you need someone to teach you, and then you spend time learning. Don't you think it's contradictory? If you can get a decent job, work hard. Your mother must have considered everything for you, so that you don't have to work hard and can get everything easily. Schu Shaokai didn't want to say he was stupid. Why did he say that? Just based on his face? There is no shortage of good-looking people. Yang Zhao should be a smart man. Why is he so stupid? Schu Shaokai tapped the armrest of the chair with her fingertips, pretending to be angry at Major Lu, and said, If you want to close the road, just close it properly and let everyone in. Is this your professional ethics? Major Lu stood at attention. I will report it to the higher-ups. Yang Zhao took a deep breath, his eyes deep. I know you won't consider me as an assistant, but I don't do anything, you can't see me. She just wondered if Yang Zhao was reminding her. This sentence is not right, too hasty. Schu Shaokai, who is allergic to romance, got goosebumps. At this moment, she missed her friends who spoke frankly in the capital star. Geely touched his nose, and felt a little itchy. Has no one complained recently? So much so that he wanted to find someone to complain. Yang Zhao clenched his fists behind his back. He didn't want to leave Blue Star. The air became fresher when he left his mother. When the obedient nature tore a hole, the emotion of yearning for freedom became stronger and stronger. On the one hand, he felt that Schu Xiaokai was indeed a good choice. Seeing her friends and apprentices around her, they all had their own lives, indicating that she did not have a strong desire for control. On the other hand, he resisted having a girlfriend who was stronger than himself, so when he approached Schu Xiaokai, he was inevitably perfunctory. Mr. Yang, I don't know what you think, but there is no infatuation or worship in your eyes. You came here with a mission. Just treat it as advice from a stranger. As a person, you can't have everything. You have to know how to make choices. Schu Xiaokai saw his ambition, and it was not difficult to guess it, considering his family background. He was used to being obedient, and he could not get rid of the oppression from his mother. He could not give up his family background, and the advantages brought by his family wealth. But many people are like this. Ji Li is a rebellious leader. Yang Zhao wanted to imitate him, but he didn't understand. He was a bit different. After saying that, Schu Xiaokai walked back to his residence without looking back, leaving Yang Zhao in a daze. Schu Xiaokai didn't remember when he had posted the recruitment information. At sensitive times, it was wise to stay quiet. Which idiot helped me post the information? As soon as she entered the room, she went to check the recruitment information issued by the Blue Star Foreign News Network. Wisdom 03 immediately searched for relevant information and retrieved it. The work content of searching for information is increasing, and now even false recruitment information must be paid attention to. The recruitment information is serious, just like the previous recruitment of employees of the Mecca company. This is a news network, which looks more formal, but it actually belongs to a private company of Blue Star. Schu Xiaokai laughed angrily. When did she authorize them to recruit? One wave has not settled, another wave has risen. How many ghosts are there among the people who are willing to stay in Blue Star? Schu Xiaokai logged into the platform and asked the news network to remove the recruitment, but she herself could not do it. She simply called the news network, and the customer service answered the phone. Schu Xiaokai explained her purpose and asked them to remove the recruitment. I'm sorry, I don't know. I asked the people above first, and give you a reply later. Chapter 176. No, if you can't give me an answer within 3 minutes, my lawyer will sue you. With my current net worth, you can consider whether you can afford the compensation. Please wait for a minute. I call someone who can make a decision. The customer service was panicked. Schu Xiaocai's legal department was said to be very powerful. Who would be so bold as to make fun of the big boss? He stood up. Manager, Schu Xiaokai called and asked to remove the recruitment. Do we have this recruitment? The recruitment of their news network is open to the public in the 10-star systems. There are not many people left in Blue Star, but there are not a few either. With so many recruitments, how did Schu Xiaokai notice it so quickly? The recruitment was only posted for half a day. Blue Star is in need of talents, and this wave of operations is to facilitate the collection of talent information. The news president came up with a genius plan. Using Schu Xiaocai's name, he operated it in secret, and only posted it for a few days. He thought it was done in a covert way, and no one would know. He could make a lot of money by reselling it. In the future, when the Blue Star officials want to find someone to rebuild Blue Star, and need to conduct a thorough investigation, they can still help. This is not the first time that such a thing has happened. It just so happened that Schu Xiaokai didn't have an assistant, and she just happened to hear that she was going to hire an assistant. She had always been alone, so she gave them a chance. His idea and original intention were out of the selfishness of the company. Unlike Schu Xiaocai's guess, she suspected that they wanted to lure talents here, and then catch them all, and finally blame her. No matter what the consequences are, she will eventually be responsible. You guys who are causing trouble get the benefits, and she has to bear the blame, and add a stigma. Schu Xiaokai really hates these selfish businessmen. Who knows if there is someone pushing behind this? Yang Zhao also indirectly did a good thing. 2 minutes later, the manager transferred the call. Hello, Miss Schu, I don't want to know what it is. Delete the information impersonating me recruiting an assistant immediately. Miss Schu, this is it. Someone commissioned us to help you find an assistant. It was not our idea. Our company's server is being upgraded, and there is a problem. It will take 3 days to withdraw the recruitment information posted on the news website. We will withdraw in 3 days. How about that? Schu Xiaokai sneered. You are so funny. Both Thief and Island and New World are her works. How could she not know what is going on behind the scenes? She dared to tell the lie of withdrawing in 3 days. It doesn't matter whose idea it is. Just wait for the police to come to your door. News President, ? The communicator was cut off. Schu Xiaokai didn't waste any words, and first notified on her own account that she did not recruit assistants, and would not recruit assistants on Blue Star, so the recruitment would only be logged out on this account and the company's official website. Please be careful not to be deceived. Many victims of the last interview appeared in the comment area. Huh? Someone pretended to be Su Shaokai to post a job. Who gave them the guts? After Su Shaokai personally posted the job last time, everyone knows how high Su Xiaocai's level of recruitment is, and all the interviewers are awesome professors. I went there last time, and my legs were weak when sitting in front of the professor, and I even stuttered when I spoke. Who is so awesome that he answered all the professor's questions correctly? No one will really be fooled. It's so funny. Anyone who can pass the interview is not so stupid. I believe in the recruitment of a no-name news network. Hee, I saw it and signed up. But do you know what I should fill in? What else can I fill in? Strong and healthy, good at big jobs. As we all know, assistants are close-fitting jobs. The brackets are very clever, I like them. Yeah, this is also a talent. The news network originally wanted to recruit this kind of talent to Blue Star. Su Shaokai, The comment area is full of talented people. Those who see this resume must be furious. Then she told the two investigators, this media posted my recruitment information without my knowledge. I don't know what their intention is. Can you help me file a case and then investigate? The two investigators nodded and sent a message to the law enforcement department in tacit understanding. Once the case was filed, the legal person of the Blue Star official website received a message asking him to go to the nearest police station to cooperate with the investigation. The legal person is not the manager, but he has to take part of the blame for the person who posted this recruitment information. Of course, he is unwilling to do so. Then he found the president to question him. Officer, I was wrong. I have removed the job posting. Is that okay? In a bright environment, the interrogator can grasp all the micro-expressions of people. Why do you want to post such information? The president of the news network shuddered and told everything he knew, but tried to cover up his intention to make a profit. Blue Star needs talents. My friend is responsible for recalling technicians. Many technicians on Blue Star followed the soldiers to the front line. The rest will not come back until Blue Star is restored to peace and stability. When did you have the idea? These few days. To be specific, Wednesday, Thursday or Friday, morning or evening. The president was incredulous and was stunned for a few seconds. Answer quickly. The interrogator was very serious. Friday evening, when I was having supper with my friends. After saying this, the president was stunned again. He remembered something. He first complained to me about the lack of staff, and then mentioned that big bosses all have assistants and secretaries. Then the topic turned to Su Shaokai, saying that she often completed work alone, and also said that this little girl, who was so capable, often communicated with grown men, which was not a good idea. A typical example of successful psychological suggestion, the president covered his forehead, feeling so stupid, thinking back on the whole process. He didn't know when he was tricked, and he got drunk like that after drinking 2 more glasses. The investigator reported to Su Shaokai, this is what happened. Now the president's friend has escaped, and his whereabouts are unknown. Do you continue to sue? Sue, the person ran away, and there is no evidence to show that the president is really stupid. Maybe he is the one who controls everything, and the so-called friends are the ones who take the blame, true or false, and friends may all become ashes. It is estimated that he will not be detained for too long, and the other party has a good attitude of admitting his mistakes. Follow the normal process. Detain as long as possible, and if he does not accept compensation, he must have a criminal record in his file. Su Shaokai smiled, the more lice, the less itchy. Blue Star is a troubled place. Spies, insiders, religions, big and small forces, all covet her achievements. It's not good to be too aggressive in this matter. Being aggressive is useless. As long as the investigation results of the law enforcement department are consistent with what the president said, Su Shaokai cannot increase the punishment by being aggressive. At present, she just needs to not show weakness. After all, the weak will be bullied. Su Shaokai sometimes feels that she is a great kind person. But the world works like this. What she did conflicts with the interests of many people. There are countless people who don't like her, and there are countless people who want to plot against her. You can't teach everyone a lesson. Just solve it when you meet it. Don't let yourself immerse in anger and negativity, and then continue your life. No matter how high the position is, it is always like this. God is always able to predict the future. She is just a human. Yang Tingjun, who was hiding in a safe place, saw the report sent back and rubbed her temples. Was her son born to oppose her? Yang Tingjun couldn't call her son a fool. After all, she gave birth to him. He couldn't catch the girl, and he took the initiative to hand Su Xiaokai a knife to stab her. Blue Star Foreign News Network is hers, but she is not the corporate legal person, but she is the largest shareholder. She can only call the president an idiot, and his tricks are low level. The competition is coming soon, and the news network is very useful. Su Xiaokai did it in advance, and the upper echelons of Blue Star have decided to block the news network for 3 months. During these 3 months, no recruitment information can be posted, no water army can be used to get on the hot search, and no participation in any reports related to the competition can be made. Unable to report, it means that reporters cannot enter the stadium. This is a lesson. Yang Tingzhen took a deep breath and felt the helplessness of those people in the capital star after facing Su Xiaokai. Pervasive, magical luck. Businessmen are more superstitious, and Yang Tingzhen is no exception. He thinks Su Xiaokai is lucky and popular, so he avoids her if he can. He threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray and called other news companies to see if he could plant a few reporters there. Then he gave Yang Zhao an order, "Don't stay in Blue Star any longer. I arranged for you to come here." Yang Zhao suddenly became rebellious after seeing the message. He learned what he was asked to learn, and did what he was asked to do. What else do you want from him? The shrewdness in Su Xiaocai's eyes was very similar to Yang Tingzhen. He couldn't pretend to be another person in front of her. The way she saw through him, at a glance made him feel cold. He wanted to be tough once, and pretended not to see it. Someone knocked on the door outside the apartment. "Sir, we are here to help you move." Yang Zhao, How could Yang Tingzhen not know what kind of person her son is? He is almost 30 years old, and still so naive. From the moment he couldn't attract Su Xiaokai, Yang Tingzhen knew that Yang Zhao was timid. Yang Tingzhen can lose a lot of things, but Yang Zhao is the only one she can't lose. In fact, the son is not the most important thing. The key is that she can't give birth, and she must have an heir. Yang Zhao is good at everything except strong women. If Su Xiaokai doesn't want him, there will be another beauty waiting for her. The beauty trap does not only refer to beauties, but can be anything. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for the vegetable farmers to set off for the competition, and Su Xiaokai went to see them off. She patted Wu Qingqing on the shoulder, and told them not to worry about who wins in the end. There are many landscapes on the journey of life, and close friends are rare. In a competition, try your best to kill the insects and treat it as your battlefield, not a single soldier competition field. Wu Qingqing, we will, master. Competition has never been our goal. Ji Heng and Hu Ping also hugged Su Xiaokai and said goodbye. There are 10,000 students in the single soldier competition, and 300,000 soldiers of various types will participate in the competition to provide support at any time. Among them, 30,000 soldiers with mechanical limbs will be mixed in the battlefield, mostly mecha divisions and ground action troops. The reason for sending out ground action troops is to bring back certain resources, and to facilitate the display of mechanical limb results. Su Xiaokai did not go with them, but chose to observe the effect of her live broadcast equipment at home to see if it could be improved. 300,000 people, gathered together, looked very large. But facing the real army of insects, they were just a drop in the ocean. If the mechanical planet can completely eliminate the insects, it will add a lot of offensive and defensive equipment for future wars. After the farewell, Xing Miao also moved to Su Xiaocai's house early the next morning and lived together temporarily. She helped Xia Wanzi cook, weeded the surrounding area, and repaired the wall on the top floor. Xing Miao has mastered 17 out of 18 skills, and she even started to study farming. Seeing her working non-stop, Su Xiaokai asked, "Miao Miao, you have learned so much, are you going to be my assistant? I'm learning from you." Su Xiaokai is also so busy on weekdays. Have you not observed your own state carefully? Xing Miao pointed at the live broadcast, and then looked at the sheds and various machines built outside the house. My joining the army does not affect my learning from you. If I become a leader in the future, I will also grow vegetables to relieve stress when I have time. Last time I planted leeks, I felt that the irritability in my heart was gone. In the whole team, she was the only one who didn't make it to the individual finals. She was a little uneasy, afraid that she couldn't catch up with them. After planting vegetables, her extra worries disappeared. Everyone is good at different things. Just like leeks, it takes a long time to grow from seeds, but it lasts. It seems ordinary, but it is one of the wild vegetables that can't be defeated. They can be found on every planet. As she talked, Xing Miao talked about her own thoughts. I didn't practice enough before, I didn't practice as long as them, and I wasn't as good as them in terms of technology. But I am good at commanding, and I will definitely catch up if I improve my driving skills in the future. Su Xiaokai, what if I can't catch up? No internal friction, I will retire, and go to farm with you to carry forward the farmer's profession. With money, a way out, no worries. Xingmi feels that she can learn more. Her grades are not bad. If she learns more, her future will not be confused. No matter what she does, she is confident to do it well. It's agreed that if I retire in the future, I will come to my farm. I have a planet with so much land waiting for you to plant. Okay, I provide my food and accommodation, and you can give me tens of thousands of pocket money every month, and I help you plant. Su Shaokai, who is a good person, who gives tens of thousands of pocket money to poor workers. Bah, the promise is invalid, don't want it, return it. Su Shaokai continued to watch the live broadcast. She opened more than 10 screens, and held the financial statements in her hand. The company's affairs still need to be followed closely. The individual finals have not officially started yet, and the live broadcast camera is just being debugged, and each person has 2 live broadcast cameras. Everyone put on their own equipment. The equipment of the vegetable farmer was the exoskeleton suit given by Su Shaokai, which was a little different from the ordinary space suit. It looked more futuristic and technological. The silver suit was very thin, with an oxygen sheet attached to the back to prevent the oxygen supply from not being available immediately after ejection. The silk thread surrounding the body was very strong. Unlike the exoskeleton entering the laboratory, this suit was not as protective, but it was convenient to change mechas in space. Once the helmet was put on, no one liked it. Not only the suits were attractive, but the mechas they displayed were also eye-catching. The farmer still didn't use a custom mecha, but he used a standard Blackwing. The Blackwing is so handsome that no one can resist it. The Blackwing looks so divine. If it was shown a few months ago, everyone would have thought it was a concept machine. It looks better in person than on the internet. The Blackwing looks so special that it is easy to identify on the battlefield, which is good for them to meet up. Some people want to come over and touch it, but Ji Hung stops them. We are all players, so we must be on guard against others. If you want to see or touch it, you can come back after the game. Can't touch now. TSK, what's so great about that? You guys are so proud of having a new mecha. De Yao also entered the individual finals. When he saw someone trying to bully Su Shaokai, he hurried over, pinched his throat, and said, "Yeah, don't say it." Not only does he have Blackwing, he also has a mecha customized by Su Shaokai. You can't envy him. Although De Yao will have a customized mecha soon, he still loves Blackwing. You are opponents. Why are you speaking for the vegetable farmers? Could it be that you, Yunji, are hired by Su Shaokai? The big demon rolled his eyes. If you have the guts, go check the transfer records. I have never seen a mercenary group that would rush to protect someone if the employer didn't pay them. Why should there be laws against spreading rumors in this world? It's to prevent villains like you. If you speak harshly, I am willing to confront you. What can you do to me? When the big demon appeared, with his babble mouth and enchanting posture, who could compete with him? TSK, you have already entered the finals, and you are still arguing over a small matter. I'm afraid you are not trying to affect other people's moods. Sister Yao, you are amazing. Wu Qingqing clapped her hands. The girl in the vegetable farmer team loved his style. Ji Hung smiled knowingly, thank you. Only Wu Feiyang was still upset, but with Su Shaokai as the middleman, he didn't care so much after talking about it. The big demon winked, it's a small matter. Your battle suits are really beautiful. Did Professor Su say when they will be sold? How much is it? Can you give me a discount? If it's not for sale, I can give you 1 set. Master said that if you take the initiative to ask for it, I will give you 1 set. Because you are the sweetest, you only say good things about the master in front of others and behind their backs, and you won't do anything bad in secret. Wu Qingqing immediately took out a set of all pink from the space button. After making 2 billion, Su Shaokai thought about what gift to give to the big demon. This battle suit is easier to imitate, and the military has bought the patent production. The production rights and sales rights are not in hand, so it is impossible to sell it, but it is okay to give it away. The big demon covered his mouth in surprise. Are you really giving it to me? Yes. Giving it in public, it's obvious. The vegetable farmer wanted to tell anyone that if he wanted to take advantage, and didn't say anything nice, he could only envy. The person who just had a foul mouth turned black in the face, and left the crowd in embarrassment. One move to defeat the enemy. It's not fun to just confront directly, so he killed them, and cleaned up many black people behind him very cleanly. What can you get by saying a few sour words? It's better to say more nice things. Maybe your luck will get better, and you can get something real. The big demon took over the battle suit with a deep meaning. Good things are sent to you, you can't refuse them, the wool comes from the sheep. But Su Xiaocai's move played the human heart clearly, and the big demon admired it very much. The matter of customizing the mecha must be kept secret by both parties. Even in the Yunji team, only the captain who contributed part of the money knows about it. Squirrel was jealous and reached out to touch the battle suit. Brother De Yao, I want it too. Change the color and give it to me. Think about it, just think about it. De Yao snorted coldly. Then try it on for me, just try it on. No, stinky man, don't stain my battle suit. De Yao immediately put the battle suit in the space button, feeling comfortable. Su Xiaocai's gift won his heart. After the game, he wanted to wear it out and be the most beautiful boy among the players. Chapter 177. The finals entered the preparation stage, but there were not many people in the sightseeing corridor of the aircraft carrier, and everyone could occupy a large sightseeing position. No matter how exciting the competition is, it is just a competition. Although everyone said that they were not afraid of the insect people, there were really few who would risk going to the front line. They would rather stay in front of the live broadcast room. It happened that the tickets that had been set were not distributed much, and Lieutenant General Bai was too lazy to clean up for the people who knew nothing. The battle had already started outside the aircraft carrier, and hundreds of supporting aircraft carriers were marked with large numbers, clearing the way for the players. The insect man's flesh and blood exploded, and the mecha broke into pieces. The reporter set up the camera and released dozens of live broadcast devices outside the aircraft carrier, connected to the camera. They were waiting to capture the most shocking scenes and send them back to the newspaper. The live broadcast equipment they released was their own. Lieutenant General Bai told them at the beginning that the insect man had various shielding methods. The live broadcast equipment they brought from outside might not be able to maintain the signal. The worst result was that all these live broadcast equipment were destroyed. There is a live broadcast equipment for rent on the aircraft carrier, 50 yuan for 3 hours, and a deposit of 3,000 yuan, which is not expensive, but not cheap either. If it is destroyed, just deduct the deposit. So expensive? It is the latest technology, and it was customized at a high price, specifically for live broadcasting of the competition. The money of the organizing committee was used, and the beneficiaries were the military. The uncle and nephew of the Bai family took advantage of it, and the organizing committee was so pleased that they did not want to cooperate again. After the first time, it is easy to get rid of it. As long as the organizing committee is afraid of taking all the responsibilities, they will still come. Can I buy it? No, before leaving this aircraft carrier, you need to search and inspect the spacecraft. Huh? What is the deposit for? To prevent you from using it to play with the Zerg man. After hearing this explanation, some people were shocked. Can I ask which smart guy has done this? Silence. The smart guy is his own lieutenant general. He wants to test the strength of the live broadcast device to see if it can withstand the attack of the Zerg man. As it turns out, Lieutenant General Bai thought too much. There is no such link in the customization requirements, and Su Xiaocai will not increase the performance of the live broadcast device for no reason. After asking so many questions, some reporters were unconvinced. Why should they pay a deposit of 3,000 yuan for a live broadcast device that costs only a few hundred yuan? Isn't this cheating? If it breaks, the deposit cannot be returned. Anyway, they brought many live broadcast devices, all of which are professional grade, costing 100 or 200 yuan more than ordinary live broadcast devices, and there are various styles. There must be one that can be used, and the reporters who don't want to spend more money turned around and left. The young soldier at the rental point didn't persuade them much. Why did the Bai family praise Su Xiaocai's work so much? Of course, they have tested it. Soon they saw that their live broadcast devices were in trouble. Any live broadcast device has a built-in locking function, which can lock the target and keep the lens stable. The live broadcast devices in the universe will have anti-weight thrusters to facilitate space movement. The surrounding insects were cleared, and the finalists entered the randomly selected support ship channel. Ship number 1, the contestants are in place and can set off. Number 2 is in place and can set off. They took the contestants into the designated area of the mechanical planet, and 10,000 contestants and all the soldiers on the support ship attacked together. The non-military live broadcast equipment was moved forward under the control of the reporter, following the contestants' military personnel forward. The contestants were at the front. The live broadcast camera mainly captured the Blackwing side. The audience was most concerned about the performance of the new mecha. Under the camera, the insect man flying from the mechanical planet collided. The opponent that most vegetable farmers are most familiar with is the Magic Eye Insect Man. Their tentacles aggressively penetrated into the contestants. The contestants had experienced killing insect men before, and were eager to try. But a black shadow flashed behind them, and the best partners Ji Hung and Hu Ping joined forces. Their aircraft carriers were in the same direction, and they could still cooperate for the time being. They were on the left and the right, one pried open its eyelids, and the other shot at its weak point. That was not enough. In order to eliminate the trouble in the future, they tore the greedy one apart and tore off its tentacles. Today's vegetable farmers are fundamentally different from college students a few months ago. Killing insects is easy, and after Schu Xiaocai's targeted training, they have improved a lot. The handsome kill, the people in the live broadcast room applauded. Without a single unnecessary move, they have improved again. Schu Xiaocai is really good at teaching. Is it possible that it was Lieutenant General Bai's achievement? Huh? Lieutenant General Bai is in charge of millions of people. How could his achievements be as much as Schu Xiaocai's? Don't start a fight. Be careful that the two of them will kick you out of the fan club. Their status has reached the point where you can't bury their achievements even if you fight. They don't care. Fans, don't make a fuss about who is stronger or weaker. It's meaningless. Kaishan Kai, I bought the first prize from one of the vegetable farmers. You better keep calm. Aren't the people from Yunji powerful? Is the first echelon of Junwei Dream Academy not strong enough? Why buy vegetable farmers? Anyway, I am a loyal fan of Schu Xiaocai. Why do you care what I buy? As far as I know, Yunji also bought vegetable farmers to win. So what do you want to say? It's so funny. I think the vegetable farmers bought Yunji. After all, Yunji is a mercenary group. They can do anything if they have money. Yunji is not stupid. First of all, they can give more attention. Isn't it better than losing on purpose? Losing on purpose is not strong. Losing without any trace is strong. So the vegetable farmers can't win, and it's normal to give way to the team you favor? Good guy, keep spreading this information. I want to record it. The internet has memory. Keep watching. Ah, why is the camera gone? The live broadcast room is black. Have you encountered the same situation? I have no camera here either. It's really gone. Can anyone tell me what's going on? I bought a 10 yuan membership. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Where can I watch the live broadcast? I want to watch the vegetable farmers. Please restore it quickly. Give me back the squirrel. Give me back Ruiting. Go to 10 ** cloud live. The live broadcast there uses military live broadcast equipment, and everyone's live broadcast can be seen. Fuck you, they actually blocked the words, 10 stars, Nebula channel, that's the official channel. I didn't expect that I would pick it up again after not watching the official channel for so long. The reporter whose live broadcast equipment was all ineffective was like a clown, and the company called to scold him. They didn't want to either, who knew that the company gave them. Advanced. The live broadcast equipment was destroyed so easily. The live broadcast equipment, following the contestants, dodged flexibly and drifted unsteadily. The camera was a little dizzy, but it was guaranteed not to be away from the contestants. The reporters with foresight were secretly delighted. The live broadcast equipment they rented was more stable and would not drift. It was hung far behind the contestants, and the live broadcast picture was very good. Not only did the traffic of the official channel increase, but the traffic of those failed broadcasts also flowed to their side. The people whose live broadcasts were interrupted were angry. The military must have done it on purpose. You want to die? Whose territory is this? If they didn't rent it, they could only blame themselves for not thinking of this. They had no choice but to rent it. By the time they had rented the live broadcast device, the players had already arrived at the designated location. They missed a lot of exciting game scenes. Lieutenant General Bai sat in the command position, treating the players as soldiers and commanding them to go deeper. He warned them, remember that you are playing in a dangerous place first. Listen to the command, and retreat when you are told to retreat, otherwise if you die, the game is over and there is no chance to start over again. This single soldier competition venue is one of the most dangerous, least informed, and almost non-existent competitions in history. The only ones who can save you are your comrades around you. Rushing around just to win the game will kill you. Death makes every player act cautiously. All the players are in place, and 10,000 hosts, who have been commentators in the new world, have been invited to the backstage to comment. The video footage they receive will be played back in slow motion to facilitate their commentary. Welcome to the finals of the 10-star mecha competition. I am Nyoma from the farm. Please call me Mr. Nyo. In order to explain this live broadcast, I crossed several galaxies, just for the passion in my heart. Now I am at the forefront of the field. Blue Star. Barrage. I took a big breath and ended up on Blue Star, the place with the highest battlefield safety factor. Can you meet my Kai? Please help tell her that I love her. Blue Star is so beautiful, I hope I can travel there after peace is restored. You can travel anywhere. Why choose the border? What a unique hobby. Back to the topic. Which vegetable farmer will Mr. Nyo explain today? It must be G-Air. He is a professional G-Air. Ming Ming, the little mute Ming Ming, is the best match for Mr. Nyo. Commentator Mr. Nyo, let's do something different today. The main reason is that he couldn't grab Ji Heng's position, and was squeezed out by a more popular commentator. The person I will explain today is Qingqing Zaiwu. Wu Qingqing drove the Black Wing, and stood near a signal tower on the mechanical planet, which was occupied by a giant greedy person similar to a slug. The giant acid-spitting insect is trying to melt the outer shell of the signal tower. Because there may be food left inside, it occupies this place, and is closely connected with the signal tower. Last time, someone tried to attack it but failed. However, the last time, the main purpose was to clean up the battlefield, eliminate the remaining insects around, and obtain information, and it did not go too deep. It was also a temporary decision to use it as the finals venue. After analysis, it was believed that the possibility of the mother insect inside was not high. It is not accurate to judge only based on the number of insects on the surface, so Lieutenant General Bai came with him to protect the contestants. The giant acid-spitting worm has obviously mutated, with pus-like human faces all over its body, and hideous features that remind people that most of the food it swallowed includes humans. As the overlord here, the mutated acid-spitting worm does not allow the small insect people to think about its things. It wraps the signal tower with its whole body, and swallows all the insect people, who try to rush over to find food. The real arena. Mr. Nyo felt that his eyes were a little dry and a little spicy. Good guys, are you all okay in front of the screen? Donmu ignored him, as he was already shocked by the scene in front of him, and could feel the horror of the insect man through the screen. The pictures of the Fifen Island plan are still too conservative. Dear, the live broadcaster you are watching has not yet reached the real mode, which is very exciting and usually cannot be broadcast normally. Someone has personally tested it, and the difficulty of the real mode of Fifen Island is ridiculously high. Ordinary people cannot receive tasks of the level of Fifen Island. The difficult mode is relatively normal. I played it, and failed the novice-friendly mode. From now on, you can only watch videos to pass the level. There is no absolute routine in Fifen Island. You must bite the bullet to pass it. It tests people's reaction and will to survive. I feel that it is not a game, but reality. So many people give up after playing for a while, and can't pass it. Who said that? I just can't pass the level without live broadcasting. It's too bad. I need to practice, and then appear in the public eye again. Learn from the suicidal emperor. He has only passed 5 copies so far. Every time he passes a copy, the stamina is very strong and he cries. I watch it every day, just to know how an ordinary person like me would deal with danger. The more I play the Extraordinary Island, the more I can feel the gap between mecha masters and ordinary people. No kidding, they react too quickly. I have gigantic fear. This insect man is too big. Has it been exposed to radiation? Come back later. I can't watch it either. I can't hold my urine. The insect people around the acid-spitting mutant worm stared at it covetously. Forced by the powerful acid-spitting mutant worm, they moved around the mutant. This increases the difficulty of extermination. Their task is to clear the Zerg in this area. They can fight on their own or cooperate with the soldiers. The player will only get points if he gives the last blow to the Zerg. Ordinary Zergs are scored 1 to 3 points, which are identified and calculated by artificial intelligence. Greedy ones are scored 5 to 10 points, which are not cost-effective. The military does not encourage players to kill greedy ones, because the danger is greatly increased. It is not recommended to fight when encountering Zerg mothers and Zerg warriors. If you insist on fighting, every 10 seconds you insist on it will be counted as 10 points. The mutant greedy in front of him will be scored according to the difficulty of killing, and will not be counted as an ordinary greedy. Roommate Somaya and Wu Qingqing are in the same support ship group. Wu Qingqing is a little happy about this coincidence. Do you want to work together? Somaya hesitated for a moment and said yes. Blackwing turned around and attacked the excited insect man flying below. Wu Qingqing held a high-tech peak gun. The attack range is shorter, but the power is good. There will be a time interval, and it can be charged by the free energy in the universe. The insect man was frozen, and Sumiya chased him and attacked him at close range. Wu Qingqing was stunned. There were so many insect men around. What was Sumiya doing? In order to prevent Sumiya from being besieged, Wu Qingqing had to clear the insect men around her and create space for Sumiya. A insect man bit Sumiya's mecha. Wu Qingqing help. Wu Qingqing bypassed the insect man and gave her assistance. Sumiya finally killed one and got 5 points. Wu Qingqing had killed 7, 2 more points than her. All players can see the ranking points. Wu Qingqing turned off the ranking points to avoid distraction. Not knowing her own points, she only wanted to clear all the insects here. Sumi had glanced at the ranking list and felt that Wu Qingqing did not support in time just now. She was so powerful. Why did you attack so late just now? Did you want to see my true strength? Huh? Wu Qingqing didn't hear what Sumi said clearly. Her strong accent made the common language she spoke unclear. Forget it, let's continue. Sumi knew that she was ranked over 9,000, and there was a gap between her and Wu Qingqing, who was at the front. The points gap was not big, so she should be able to catch up. On the other hand, Hu Ping happened to meet Sumini here, but this time Sumini took the initiative to propose teaming up. Hu Ping rejected it, saying that this was a single-player competition, and if they met the vegetable farmer team, they could discuss cooperation. Teaming up with strangers would increase the danger. Because you don't know when your teammates will betray you. They are not roommates, but just a few encounters. Sumini pouted her lips, saying that the internet said that the vegetable farmers were good, but what good was that? Of course, she didn't dare to say this out loud, for fear of being criticized. The competition for individual soldiers has always been fierce. Hu Ping is now above the training ground of the mechanical planet. The emergency exit where he could see the starry sky in the past has a big hole, and there are dense insects floating inside. The arrival of the contestants tempted them to drill out of the hole, with a hint of madness. Some viewers on the capital star did not pay attention to the extraordinary island. It was the first time to face so many insects, especially the virtual scene processed by the New World, which greatly increased the sense of reality. With a Fong bared, the insects pounced on the Mecca in space, and closed their eyes in fear. It's worthy of being a 16+ scene, the teeth seem to tear me apart. Awesome Sushin, the live broadcast device, the realism is amazing. It's so exciting that my hair stands on end. Thanks to Sushin for his technical support, the live broadcast device was developed by her temporarily, and all other ordinary live broadcast devices are paralyzed. At this time, someone actually complained that the military deliberately blocked their equipment. Is it because the equipment is not enough for the insect man to claw? Okay, the live broadcast device is going to roll up again. It's a pity that Su Shaokai doesn't sell live broadcast devices. Although Kai Kai is called Sushin, he is not a real god. When a person has exhausted his strength, he will be exhausted. And it is very likely that this live broadcast equipment is very easy to copy, and it will be rolled up later, and you can't make much money. The previous point of view is correct. You can't make everything by yourself. I have dismantled it, and am studying it. When I understand it, I will apply for authorization. The poor are still amazed by the live broadcast equipment, and those who want to get rich are already studying the equipment. Are you stupid again? They don't want to get rich. They already have a production line, so they are considering production. So in conclusion, they have already made a fortune. Oh, the stinky boss is too much. 10,000 contestants and some mecha divisions are responsible for the general attack. If they encounter danger, someone will take over from behind. Some insects do not have the ability to fly in space. They squat on the ground, hold onto the ground, and wait for the prey to rush down, so that they can reap the benefits. The war is about to start. The mechas and insects fight each other. The contestants are generally strong, but they are not as cooperative as soldiers. The choices of Wu Qingqing and Hu Ping are exactly opposite, and the audience is looking forward to what the final result will be. The commentator said, I feel Qingqing made a wrong decision. The strength gap between Sumiya and Sumini is a bit big. Wu Qingqing didn't know much about the strength of Sumiya and Sumini. She just thought that since they were both in the top 10,000, the strength gap should not be big. After working together, it became clear that the gap was huge. Not long after, Wu Qingqing's score was close to 200. Sumiya looked at her pitiful 30 points, and was secretly anxious. The more anxious she was, the more confused she became. Later, she didn't care who the target was. As long as Wu Qingqing was dying after attacking, she would rush over to finish off the target, and her score gradually caught up to about 100 points. Chapter 178. Wu Qingqing was a little angry. Hey, we are in a cooperative relationship. You are stealing my prey, which is very unfair. People who clearly distinguish between love and hate are unwilling to endure cowardice. They say what they want to say, and don't want to give any face. Sumya's dark eyes were full of resentment. I didn't steal it. Since we are in a cooperative relationship, you shouldn't care about those bugs. Your score is already 200, and I'm only 50. It's not fair. Wu Qingqing felt that her logic was wrong. Although they were in cooperation, their strengths were different. More than 30 minutes had passed since the game, and she was helping her. Sumia kept asking her to cover for him, and she covered for him again and again, but she didn't get a word of thanks, and she was blamed for not sharing the results. They were different in strength and values, so they really shouldn't be partners. Wu Qingqing thought at first that they were roommates, and they got along peacefully in daily life, so there wouldn't be any big problems if they supported each other. This game didn't really depend on individual strength alone. As a result, Wu Qingqing suspected that Sumia's entry into the top 10,000 was due to luck, not entirely due to strength. Wu Qingqing guessed correctly that Sumia's strength was not as good as Xingmia's. Luckily, Sumia only lost 4 games in the first round, and then faced 5 not-so-powerful players in the early morning of the last day, and rushed into the second round. The second round of eliminations was more intense, but luck was very mysterious. Li Lei and Fong Richan survived by relying on the more brutal training in the second half. Sumia stood on this stage without matching 2 strong opponents. In terms of strength, she was not as good as her twin sister. Entering the finals by chance was the limit of her ability. One lucky break does not mean a blessing. There is no absolute blessing or disaster. But Wu Qingqing's cooperation with Sumia is definitely a disaster. If the vegetable farmers were to take turns to grab points, Wu Qingqing would not be angry at all. Sumia was just a temporary roommate, and she was also a person who often talked about recommending their Soma god. The relationship was not deep, but she looked like she had to do it according to her requirements, otherwise it would be unfair. Wu Qingqing was disgusted and simply said, "The cooperation is over, I will go somewhere else, you can continue on your own." Now it was Sumia's turn to get angry. "You didn't talk about cooperation at the beginning, I have already found a good person to cooperate with, and now you say it's over, how can you give up halfway? It's better to give up halfway than to be taken advantage of by you." Wu Qingqing sneered. "I was wrong at the beginning, I admit it. It's all my fault for not seeing through you, you idiot. It's so funny, the live broadcast will synchronize the audio and video of the live broadcast target. If you open Sumia and Wu Qingqing's live broadcast rooms, you can hear the conversation between the two." Someone was almost laughed to death by Wu Qingqing, so he edited quickly and edited this conversation and video as quickly as possible. The vegetable farmer who brings his own traffic. The video went viral in less than 5 minutes after it was released. Ha ha ha, I tagged my friends to see it. Sumia, hit your teammates hard, and then let them give away heads. The normal operation process is like this. Wu Qingqing, bullshit, I won't play with you. Go the enemy's way, and make your teammates unable to start. Qingqing teamed up with her, just slowing down her own progress. She's so good at sniping from a distance. Why bring a burden? Wu Qingqing's words are a bit toxic, but I love her. There is no need to be polite to idiots. Sumia is very ignorant. People have helped her to this extent, but she is still not satisfied. In fact, you can't think like that. It is normal to be unclear when you are in the game. Sumia's ranking is destined not to be in the top 100. If she is more rational and cooperates with Wu Qingqing, she can at least stabilize her ranking in the thousands. Without Wu Qingqing, it is estimated that she will have to return to the aircraft carrier to repair the mecha soon. The time spent is enough to fight for another few dozen minutes. In the final analysis, Wu Qingqing and Sumia are not at the same level. What's the point of teaming up? Wu Qingqing said to break up, so she broke up. She found that it was good to be alone. Points accumulated faster, and she didn't have to worry about Sumia. Learned a lesson, don't be reckless in teaming up with others in the future. She was careless, and didn't regret teaming up too much. She just felt lucky to find out that Sumia had a problem. If they get along again in the future, they must be careful. Hundreds of mecha divisions cooperated with support ships and drones carrying weapons to clear the dense insects near the signal tower. Sumia, as the audience guessed, soon found that without Wu Qingqing's assistance, her energy bar dropped sharply. This is a standard mecha of the military, and it cannot be compared with the standard Black Wing. Sumia patted the instrument panel, annoyed that the mecha was useless. If she had not cooperated with Wu Qingqing, she would not care. But after the cooperation, she could not help but compare and compete. When changing the energy pool and repairing the mecha on the return trip, Sumia could not help but look at other players. The players around her came in and out at a very fast speed, and they all had rotating mechas. Either they had financial support from the manufacturer, or they rented an extra mecha, handed the mecha they had driven to the exclusive repairman, and immediately drove another one out to buy time. Seeing this, she felt even more unbalanced. It was said to be a fair competition, but in fact, it was still a battlefield for the rich. She didn't think about the fact that in the New World, the two sisters made a lot of money, but they transferred a lot of money back to the village for the sake of face. Apart from getting a few compliments and improving a little face, it was of no practical use. Not spending where it should be spent, no planning, and no consideration for the future. If they had a long-term vision, waited until the dust settled, and really joined the army, and then gave back to the village, there would not be the dilemma today. Not only did Suomia not think about the root cause of the dilemma, she also blamed all external factors. The angle of thinking about the problem is distorted. While waiting for the energy to be replaced, she pondered deeply about the difference between her strength and Wu Qingqing's. The result of deep thinking is that a lot of Wu Qingqing's strength comes from mecha and strong financial resources. It's better not to think. Wu Qingqing felt a chill on her back, dodged a sneak attack from a bug man behind her, and landed on the deck of the signal tower. A demon-eyed bug man approached at high speed, dozens of tentacles clinging to the deck, and jumped up. The tentacles were spread out, just like a fishing net. The live broadcast device hurriedly adjusted its position, and just passed by the tentacles. Even though it dodged, a corner of its propulsion box was still rubbed off. Barrage, too close, too close. It's scary. A huge monster. Qingqing, run. The audience in Wu Qingqing's live broadcast room shrank back in fear, their bodies reacting involuntarily. The live broadcast device quickly stabilized, but it was damaged and could no longer continue the live broadcast. It was temporarily supported by another live broadcast device, and pushed away from the battlefield and returned to the support ship. As soon as it returned, the data was immediately transmitted, and another live broadcast device replaced it. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, and Wu Qingqing's live broadcast was not interrupted. Wu Qingqing decisively released 2 insect-killing knives, which had the characteristics of chain ring knives, and could return to the body through control. The body was wrapped. The mecha caught one of the 3 insect-killing long knives, and swung the knives from different angles at the same time. The sharp blade was tilted upward, cutting off the tentacles with the largest area, and the tentacles were broken. The tentacles formed a blockade network. It also lost its function. Wu Qingqing pulled out the shield behind her, pressed it down gently, and used the force to hit the insect man's mouth horizontally. The impact was so powerful that the side of the shield was slightly concave. The insect man was in a miserable state, and the thin and long straw that was sticking out was directly broken. Everyone in front of the live broadcast imagined the emoji of the insect man with question marks on his head. Blackwing rotated the fuselage and kicked it again, pressing the insect man to the deck. Before the insect man recovered, he cooperated with the insect killer to shoot a bullet into the weak point of the insect man, exploding half of the eye socket. This was considered dead, and the body was like a broken toy. Wu Qingqing kicked it out of the signal tower and let it float away. The solution inside floated out, forming large and small clumps of solution. The military mecha master not far from Wu Qingqing immediately took the container to absorb it, carefully packed it, and then handed it to the live broadcast equipment around him. These live broadcast equipment were not turned on, but only acted as a traction to let it pull the sample back to the support aircraft carrier. The whole process was orderly. These were all materials for Schu Xiaocai's research, and they must be handed over to the boss safely. What led to this scene was that Admiral Bai had just received a new mecha and took the initiative to go to the battlefield with the Zerg warriors and shined. He also recorded a video. The navigator was great, and the mecha was even better. The recovery ability of that mecha was simply the ultimate dream of a warrior. On weekdays, those custom-made mechas would have to wait for a round if they broke down. Admiral Bai's mecha could use this fast recovery ability to fight to the last moment. The melee weapon was also unprecedented, and could suppress the recovery of the Zerg. 360 degrees, all round, it was enviable. When others asked him how much it would cost to customize it, General Bai said it was given by his nephew, and no one would reveal the exact amount. There was a favor discount involved. Normally, this mecha would not make any splash without spending hundreds of billions, but Schu Xiaocai charged as little as cabbage. General Bai was not a fool. Therefore, everyone attached great importance to Schu Xiaocai's sample. If it was done well, maybe they could earn a favor and ask for a customized mecha. Through the live broadcast, some people noticed the soldiers' behavior, and some people couldn't help but ask, now that the war with the Zerg was launched, why some people could be so leisurely. The person who asked this question, do you think that the only type of soldiers is the mecha division? Not all soldiers are suitable for the front. There are forwards and there are defenders. It's normal to have different divisions of labor. The Zerg evolves so fast. Only by studying it and using it can we defeat it. It seems to be neither fast nor slow. They just want stability, not speed. Do you know how terrible the sample leak is? If you are not a professional, don't make any comments. Look, the sense of oppression is so strong. The Zerg on the deck of the signal tower has been almost cleared, and the mutant acid-spitting worm has completely revealed its body shape. It looks huge from a distance, and even bigger from a close distance. The powerful weapons of the support ship behind the mecha division locked onto the acid-spitting worm. The contestants dispersed. Not long after they dispersed, a bunch of magical blue linear bullets hit the body of the slug, piercing its skin and generating a secondary shock wave. Silently, half of its body exploded, exploding countless pieces of meat. The continuous aftermath caused it to shrink its body to save energy for recovery. There were not many insect people around the mutated acid-spitting worm. After this incident, many insect people wandering in space slowly gathered together, aiming at its scattered meat and chewing it fiercely. Stop them now. Mindless cannibalism has a price to pay. Soon after the meat was eaten, a tumor actually grew in the insect man's mouth. The tumor absorbed the insect man's nutrients fiercely, turning him into a puppet. Hiss, hiss, it could also keep the meat alive and parasitize. Some people took a deep breath. Anything could happen to the insect man. The mutated acid-spitting insects can't parasitize all the meat, but only the larger ones. Wu Qingqing stepped forward and stabbed the sharp knife into the insect man's mouth, turned it twice, and pulled out the meat ball. The squeezed acid splashed everywhere, and when it touched other weak insect men, it directly melted their defenses. Wu Qingqing's eyes lit up. The acid has no effect on the body, but it is harmful to other insects. Good stuff. She turned around and tore apart the acid-spitting insect parasite that attacked her, and then used her shield to swat away the acid. Send the acid to the insects farther away. Give the cowardly insect soldiers a fatal blow. The other players stared. Mr. Nyo, the commentator, praised, the vegetable farmers and others may not be the most powerful players on the field, but they must be the ones who can survive the longest on the battlefield or in a crisis. They are extremely sensitive to environmental changes. Qingqing can immediately create conditions for the acid that others avoid to become a weapon to attack insects on a large scale. Professional reviewers have poisonous eyes. They don't exaggerate or slander. As long as Wu Qingqing is cautious enough, it won't be a problem to get a lot of points. Several contestants felt like eating lemons. I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. The performance of Blackwing is really good. Some mecha shells are more defensive, especially in the universe. It is very important to prevent attacks. You can prevent this, but not that. You can't easily touch the acid of acid-spitting insects. Many mecha masters feel helpless when facing magic attacks. Wu Qingqing took advantage of the acid, a layer of defense network from the insects, to kill a lot. Su Shaokai was quite satisfied with Wu Qingqing's retreat and her non-aggressive style of play. Xing Miao commented, she shouldn't have brought Sumiya at the beginning. It was too restrictive. Su Shaokai didn't blame Wu Qingqing for her initial actions. Every failure makes one wiser. At the age of 20, she is full of youth, a little reckless and kind, which is normal. People are not plants. When they first met, Su Shaokai knew that Wu Qingqing was easy to be enthusiastic. This is her advantage, but also her disadvantage. Fortunately, her values and decisive and upright character diluted this disadvantage. Wu Qingqing can withdraw from people who do not conform to her values in time. Fortunately, Wu Qingqing is a good student, so it won't affect her mentality. Xing Miao, just pamper her. Somiya is your roommate. What do you think of her? Su Shaokai once asked Li Lei and Fong Richan this question. Asked Xing Miao again, got a similar answer, but Xing Miao went to look up some things about Soma's followers. We didn't spend much time with them. They were all quiet types, and we could find strong religious characteristics in them. The clothes they wear and the beads on their hands are all about their gods. They believe that gods created everything in the universe, and we cannot disrespect them or slander them. God is the highest existence. Besides gods, the highest status is the priest, and we must kneel down to worship them when we meet them. Xing Miao said again, I don't understand, haven't they been educated? Why are they still so pious? Get used to it. You can believe in science, or you can believe that the end of science is theology. This is a deep-rooted thought since childhood. Although they say they believe in science, they still respect their gods and their actions. Many people who believe in God pray for God to be fair. That's why Sumiya made such a ridiculous statement. But God is already high above, and fairness or not is none of his business. People want fairness. Sumiya returned to the battlefield. She checked Wu Qingqing's score and found that it had exceeded 800 points. What did she do to kill so many in just over an hour? However, Wu Qingqing was not the most ruthless insect killer. The most ruthless one was the madman in the second echelon of Junwei, the one whose pants were red. He wanted to fight back and avenge his previous shame, so he killed fiercely. Sumiya couldn't see the more than 10 people ahead of Wu Qingqing, so she stared at Wu Qingqing's points. If the live broadcast hadn't been on all the time, she would have suspected that Wu Qingqing was cheating. Why didn't she kill more during the cooperation, and wait until the end of the cooperation to show her skills? Wu Qingqing must have done it on purpose. Jealousy makes people lose their minds. Sumiya looked for Wu Qingqing with red eyes. She watched the scoreboard constantly refreshed. Among the top 10 were vegetable farmers. Ji Dechun, Ping and Sha are like insect man meat grinders. Fong Richan's driving skills may not be as good as those in front, but she is smart. She used the opening and closing doors of the mechanical planet to modify it, and killed hundreds of insect man chasing her. The opening and closing doors weighing hundreds of tons crushed the insect man into meat paste. If there were no corrosive insect man inside, Fong Richan could have continued to kill. Sumiya didn't know this. She was more and more convinced that it was the mecha that caused her strength to be far behind Wu Qingqing. Unconsciously, she slowly approached Wu Qingqing. Her sneaky figure was very similar to those who wanted to take advantage. She thought it was unfair, so she wanted to steal Wu Qingqing's insect man to balance it out. Wu Qingqing had expected this a long time ago. She didn't know that Sumiya was among these people. She only chose the fastest scoring path, and the remaining soup residue was left for other players to kill. Wu Qingqing now just wanted to find an opportunity to kill the mutant acid-spitting worm. The mutant acid-spitting worm in front of her was marked as a special greedy person. Killing it can get 1,000 points. Wu Qingqing was certainly not doing it for the 1,000 points, but for the mission regulations. She remembered Su Xiaocai's words. In the army, obedience is very important, and the mission is the first priority. Everyone has his own mission. The mission of the contestants here is to clear the insects in this signal tower, let the logistics dismantle the connecting pipes, and remove the entire signal tower from the mechanical planet. The material of the signal tower is very special. Before it is completely damaged, recycling and reuse can save a lot of material costs. The insects who successfully parasitized were pierced through the body by the tentacles of the parasite, wrapped tightly, and then controlled to walk towards the mutant acid-spitting worms. Everyone has already imagined why the mutant acid-spitting worms can grow so huge. The generals of the support ship asked the contestants to try their best to stop and kill these acid-spitting worms. The logistics mecha soldiers went to recycle the meat pieces of the acid-spitting worms, so as not to let them have the opportunity to absorb the nutrients of the insects to complete the parasitism. Chapter 179. This mode, as long as it is given time, it is possible to evolve into a bug warrior. In an emergency, the colonel of the support ship communicated directly with Wu Qingqing, asking her if she could participate in the hacking action, and her mecha would not be affected. As long as she participated, not passively fighting, regardless of whether she completed the last blow or not, she could get a cumulative score of 100 to 500 points. Wu Qingqing, follow the instructions. The commander of the support ship, also a colonel, I will let a technician talk to you, and you will cooperate with her then. The technician quickly explained the plan. Hello, Wu, do you see the tentacles near the top of the tower? The body of the insect man extends from here into the tower. Cut it off. We suspect that a part of its important body is inside. If it can't be killed by a powerful long-range attack, then there must be a weakness. Cover the 2 people. Okay. Without the technician's instructions, Wu Qingqing flew forward quickly. The soldiers in the rear all concentrated their firepower to help her, and 2 captains driving customized mechas followed her. Wu Qingqing's route forward is simply pleasing. She dodges very little, which helps the cover aim at the target. Navigator Xiaowu has already planned the approach route. Wu Qingqing only needs to get used to dodging with her body, and naturally her brain can also learn this kind of danger avoidance. Su Xiaocai's vegetable farmers are born to fight on the battlefield. The veterans who have been in the army for a long time can't help but praise Wu Qingqing for taking every step to the point, without dragging their feet, and without needing more guidance. The people of Junhui and Yunji are strong, but they have not cooperated in collective actions. The combat of a small team is different from that of a large group. The vegetable farmers can know what you want to do, and how to do it at the first time, and they know better than the veterans. Many generals' eyes were attracted by the vegetable farmers involuntarily. They performed really well. Ji Heng and Hu Ping even commanded others to advance more quickly and steadily. Lieutenant General Bai almost cheered for these people. The key is that this is a competition, but they are not only concerned about the competition. They always remember that they have tasks and disciplines, and they don't jump over other soldiers to grab. This is consistent with their original intention of selecting people. Lieutenant General Bai wanted to recruit them, but he couldn't. They could only fight for a portion of the talents. There were 10 vegetable farmers. Even if Admiral Bai had reserved them before, he couldn't stop them from dispersing in the end. Wu Qingqing approached the signal tower. The mutant acid-spitting insects sensed the danger, and the pus swelled on their bodies, constantly spitting out acid mixed with sticky things that looked like snot bubbles. A bug man didn't dodge and plunged in. The whole bug man was wrapped in snot bubbles. Mr. Nyo, the commentator, what the hell is this? For the video of fighting insects, professional knowledge alone is not enough, you also need to be fluent and express yourself clearly. Mr. Nyo was confused, what's going on? The insects stuck in the snot bubble were like drowning insects, and their tentacles swung around randomly, trying to get rid of the sticky liquid. This thing is like glue. When you shake it, it actually pulls out strands of mucus. The more you struggle, the more strands of things there are, the stickier it is, and then it slowly hardens. Watching the insect man struggle slower and slower, then freeze and float in the starry sky. Not only the audience found this scene terrifying, even Wu Qingqing didn't want to touch this thing. The mecha might not be able to move, and would be scrapped during the competition. Su Shaokai was very interested in this. She contacted Colonel Yuan. Colonel Yuan stayed in Blue Star, and could communicate at any time. I want that snot bubble. Can you help me get a ball of it for research? During the live broadcast, Su Shaokai contacted him more than once, asking for this material and that material, as if they were private mercenaries. Colonel Yuan doesn't bother to care about ordinary people. Su Shaokai is not an ordinary person, he is the god of wealth. Colonel Yuan readily agreed. After all, Su Shaokai would not be stingy in sharing technology. Their new aircraft carrier uses the protective shield technology to isolate life forms for exploration. As long as they don't deliberately approach to attack and move, and drift at will, ordinary insects will treat the aircraft carrier as a dead object. This technology is very beneficial for advancement. It is estimated that if all aircraft carriers are used, hundreds of trillions of losses can be reduced. The closer Wu Qingqing gets to the mutated acid-spitting insect, the more intensive its attacks will be. The overwhelming masses of things were floating around. Wu Qingqing nimbly avoided them, and the people covering them did not dare to use firepower again, fearing that the snot bubbles would spread out, which would cause more trouble. Fortunately, the mutant acid-spitting worms were just greedy, not insect warriors, and could not continuously output a large amount of power. Wu Qingqing rushed out of a wall of acid surrounding. With Wu Qingqing, the 3 mecha masters breathed a sigh of relief, but a greater crisis was waiting for them. They were already very close to the mutant acid-spitting worms. When the mutant acid-spitting worms moved, the signal tower in the middle of the building would rotate on the spot. The fat tail twitched slightly, and an unprecedentedly large snot bubble was released from the tail of the acid-spitting worm. Wu Qingqing and the 2 mecha masters retreated. Xiao Wu warned, No, there is not enough gap behind you, deviate from the course. Xiao Wu recalculated the route. They now have only one way out. Sailing in space is different from that on land. There is no friction. To stop the propulsion, you can only push in the opposite direction. The performance of the Black Wing is excellent, and it can brake and stop immediately. If Wu Qingqing hadn't helped, the other 2 mechas would have plunged into the snot bubble like the bug man just seen. Just as Wu Qingqing was walking towards the only escape route, someone fired several shock bombs into the wall of acid snot bubbles, blowing it up in a mess, perhaps by mistake, or perhaps on purpose. The escape route was blocked in an instant. Xiao Wu had never dealt with similar directions before, and after a quick calculation, he couldn't come up with an effective method. He couldn't escape left, right, up, or down, because the snot bubble was too big, like an enlarged chewing gum bubble. It oppresses the living space. The support from other directions dare not move rashly. What to do? If you enter the mucus, you may lose the ability to move and be slaughtered. The live broadcast device was the first to suffer. The moment the mucus stuck, it could not operate, and the signal outside was blocked. One live broadcast device was swallowed, and the second live broadcast device was also swallowed. Wu Qingqing's mind was blank, and she couldn't sit and wait for death. She forced her mind to work. Is there any way to wrap the whole body and increase the chance of survival? Create space. Yes, create space. Water, use water. Xiaowu, release all the liquid stored in the space button and wrap us up. Wu Qingqing quickly pulled the 2 mecha masters. Don't move. All the liquid was released at once, forming an ice layer around the mecha, rolling into a ball, and tightly closed at the last moment before swallowing. Mucus is different from acid. It can't dissolve the liquid in the mecha, and can only be tightly wrapped in the ice layer. It was very sudden. Qingqing died in Wu. People on the internet questioned, why the players were asked to perform such a difficult task. Losing soldiers is not enough, players must be lost as well. The audience in the live broadcast room mourned. It was the first time they saw death directly. It was silent and gone. So sad. Oh my god, it's scary, more real than watching a horror movie, exciting and helpless. I don't want Qingqing to die. Has Kaikai seen it? These people hand over important tasks to vegetable farmers. They are executioners. I won't watch it anymore. It's too unfair. This is too cruel. It's deliberately erased. No, Wu Qingqing accepted the task herself. Life and death are not decided by others. There are always deaths on the battlefield. Su Shaokai, look, you should stand up and say something for Wu Qingqing. Xing Miao's heart tightened, and she felt very uncomfortable. She held Su Shaokai tightly. Wu Qingqing will be okay. It's okay, the navigator is still running. I have done so much death avoidance training for you. If you die in this small accident, how can you continue to play in the army? Su Shaokai knew that comfort would not work. You can simulate how you would deal with the same situation. If you have a way to deal with it, then Wu Qingqing has it. It's not like we're fighting against the Zerg warriors, so it won't happen. Su Shaokai believes in Wu Qingqing, who can deal with the Zerg mother body. Xing Miao was stunned. She lowered her head and thought, it's true. If it were her, she would take the initiative to walk into the acid. That thing has no effect on her mecha. It can also dissolve snot bubbles, but it just blocks the vision a little. It's still easy to get out of it. She can think of a way, so there's no reason why the clever Wu Qingqing can't. Xing Miao continued to watch other people's live broadcasts at ease. Someone notified Lieutenant General by that Wu Qingqing had lost contact. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and continued to command calmly without hesitation. Su Shaokai opened her social media account and commented on it. This live broadcast is for people to understand how difficult it is for our soldiers. But life is not easy for anyone. If you feel psychological pressure, don't watch it. Just wait and see the results later. In addition, those who have ulterior motives should not make inappropriate remarks under my account. Please stop your opposing comments. If you want to guide public opinion and create chaos in my comment area, I will not accompany you. The ambitious people looked at Su Xiaocai's speech and felt helpless. Su Shaokai once again stated his position as a firm patriotic party. It's obviously unrealistic to start with her. She won't buy it. Someone with ulterior motives immediately changed the concept and edited it into news that Su Shaokai was in collusion with the military and political parties and didn't care about the life and death of her apprentice. The text was very radical. Whether it was to attract attention or for other reasons, as long as you read it, you will feel that Su Shaokai is very indifferent. Wu Shaoxiang was also watching his daughter's live broadcast, and it was suddenly interrupted. His little heart was pounding and felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. At this time, his communicator was ringing. The messages that popped up at this time were either to advise him to mourn or to gloat over the misfortune. Or they are really worried about him. Some are more alternative, calling from unfamiliar numbers, asking him if he wants revenge, if he is angry, why his daughter died instead of someone else. This is the method used by the military to eliminate potential people. You have power. Do you want to join us? You pay and we can help. Wu Qingqing, who is the most responsible person, is said to be designed by others. The brave man is portrayed as a victim. If you don't watch the live broadcast, you will definitely be misled by these people. Wu Shaoxiang was furious. His daughter was in trouble, and he was almost dying of anxiety. These people were adding fuel to the fire, trying to make him even more confused. Su Shaokai happened to send him a message. Wu Qingqing must be alive. Don't let anyone take advantage of it. With Su Xiaocai's guarantee, Wu Shaoxiang wrote down the strange number and gave it to Perlin. Perlin really thanked Su Shaokai. Because she was afraid that people around her would be deceived, she asked more than 10 people to add his contact number and provide him with clues. When Wu Qingqing got into trouble, his communicator was ringing. Not only Wu Xiaoxiang, but also Hu Ning, and people far away on Su's planet sent him messages. There are all kinds of weird information. There are even people pretending to be Su Shaokai, saying that this Su Shaokai is on the way to rescue Wu Qingqing, and almost bought the money for the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier of Blue Star needs materials for exchange, and Blue Star does not have them. Ask them if they can buy something and send it to a certain address, and someone will go to Blue Star. In this day and age, why would the fraudsters cheat Su Shaokai? The poor are cunning and can't pay a few cents, and the rich are stingy and don't want to pay a penny. The fraudsters only cheat those who dream of getting rich all day long. Those who cling to the god of wealth will not be fooled at all. Can God of Wealth Su be short of this little money? Ridiculous. Perlin was convinced. Let's ignore the fraud for now. He can only give appropriate reminders if others are not fooled. Instead, he assigned people to find the people who found Wu Zhaoxiang. The biggest case on hand is about Shuehui and the Chuanji cult. Many people were sent to him to assist him in investigating the case. Back to the game on the mechanical planet, Wu Qingqing died during the live broadcast, which caused a stir in public opinion, but the battlefield action could not be stopped because of this. Hu Ping was not having a good time either. They had cleared out the Zergmen around the hole in the training ground. To go deeper, they needed to quickly establish an energy transfer point here so that when the Mecha division went deep into the mechanical planet, they could quickly recharge and continue fighting after attracting Zergmen from other places. Clearing out the Zergmen outside was only the first step. Tale number 034, go in and investigate first. As the first person to explore the way, he was the best among the soldiers. He was the team leader, a warrant officer, and Hu Ping had a pleasant cooperation just now. Xiao Hu, watch out. I show you how to explore the way in a cool way. Okay, brother. Hu Ping was very respectful, and almost waved his flag to cheer them on. The team leader first threw a piece of meat with a light source tied to it into the hole. The meat sank quickly and landed on the ground, then was swept away by a cowardly insect soldier. The Mecha Master reported, the gravity system is still running, and the camera did not see any high-intelligence body, a synonym for the mother body or warrior. This means that when the Mecha Master enters the training ground, the mecha gravity needs to be adjusted. I'm ready to go in. Okay. Before entering, the Mecha Master pulled out the 3 metal ropes on the waist of the mecha, handed them to the other 2 team members, and then slowly moved forward. Hu Ping and other players watched quietly on the side. As soon as the mecha approached and half of its legs entered, it was wrapped up by a terrifying brute force. Some insects gave up the ability to move in evolution. The ceiling was full of these insects. They were directly fixed on the wall, forming a barnacle-like shell. The Mecha Master adjusted his posture and tried to chop with the magnetic blade, but he couldn't chop. The metal-like scales were interlaced, and the further out, the stronger the pulling force. The scales buckled the mecha legs and pulled them inward. The people who were covering him immediately went over to help him get out. One person helped to pull him out, and the other fired. The powerful armor-piercing bullet only bounced off a few scales. It's so hard. It's difficult to hit the same position again. They recovered very quickly, and the scales don't take 5 seconds to generate. More tentacles stretched out from the entrance, and the 2 Mecha Masters pulled them in little by little. There were only 2 Mecha Masters. If they were caught, they would be gone in less than 10 seconds. Get out of the way. The Mecha Master who fired the gun saw that the attack was ineffective, so he threw in a compressed high-explosive bomb. The compressed high-explosive bomb spiraled into the hole. The tentacle seemed to realize the danger and cleverly swung it, pushing the powerful bomb back to the Mecha Masters. The onlookers were so scared that they quickly hid, but where were the 2 Mecha Masters who were caught? Hu Ping gritted his teeth. The compressed high-explosive bomb was timed, and would not explode easily when hit, so he took the insect killer, and used the blade as a tennis racket. Rushing forward, he first slowed down, then gently pushed the hole to push the high-explosive bomb back to its original track. Then he pulled the 2 Mecha Masters who were getting closer and closer to the hole, and shouted in the channel, "Captain, hold on tight." Before he finished speaking, the Blackwing Mecha's energy power was turned to the maximum, and it was pulled out in a super high-speed spiral. More than 10 tentacles below twisted into one strand. The scales that happened to be open were clamping the mecha, and they couldn't be loosened. They had strong pulling force, but they were twisted together, and the strength was not good. The other end of the tentacle was pulled out just like that. The head of this insect man was smooth, with blue crystal mucus, and almost no protection. There were 5 or 6 mouths irregularly distributed on it, opening and closing like a fish out of water. Just as they pulled it out, the compressed high-explosive bomb exploded. The powerful explosion blew the unprotected part to pieces. The tentacles holding the mecha were still hanging on the mecha, but they were limp and seemed to have no vitality. "Thank you, Brother Hu." The captain changed his words very quickly. "It took less than 3 minutes from Xiao Hu to Brother Hu, if it weren't for you." "You're welcome, we're all comrades." Hu Ping smiled and said, "It was really thrilling just now. I was also scared to death." The crisis was temporarily resolved by Hu Ping's wit. He asked the officer in the rear, "How about I lead a team next?" The team naturally does not refer to the contestants, but other soldiers. Just now, several team leaders left with damaged mechas. Hu Ping thought that since they left, he might as well take over. Taking the opportunity to show his ambition, he just wanted to climb up. If there was a shortage of team leaders, he could take over temporarily. The commander of the support ship said, "Sorry, I don't have the authority. You players continue the game." It's okay. I just said so." Hu Ping didn't care. The commander didn't say no, he just didn't have the authority. The representative can operate quietly. Another gap was blown up above the training ground. They had to change their plans slightly. The sky curtain must be completely open first. It's not known how many of those things on the ceiling there are. Just looking at the situation inside the gap, the entire ceiling is full of new-style insect people. This greatly increases the difficulty for the diver. The number of these insects is obviously abnormal. There are too many cowardly insects that cannot fly. I don't know where they came from. Even if they came here by relying on insects that can roam the universe, there shouldn't be so many. The commander of the support ship guessed that the mother body appeared on the mechanical planet. "Sir, the number of cowardly insects is not right. It's too dense. Compared with the intelligence of the previous exploration, there are many more." Chapter 180. Lieutenant General Bai's guess coincided with his, but this guess was not supported by sufficient evidence. He told the commanders of the support ships to retreat and notify him immediately if they found any traces of the highly intelligent body. There were basically warriors guarding the surroundings of the mother body. For so long, Lieutenant General Bai had only seen the mother body on Blue Star that cooperated with humans without insect warriors around it. It seemed that every time Su Shaokai appeared on the front line, something unexpected happened. Either the mother body was discovered in advance, or the professor was intercepted halfway, catching the enemy off guard. Bug killer? Crime nemesis? Lieutenant General Bai was doing two things at once, thinking about how to deal with the appearance of the mother body and whether his mecha would be useful. "Be careful, it's the mother body's strategy." Hu Ping's support ship responded, "Understood. We still have to enter the interior of the mechanical planet. Even if we can't install the backup energy to start it, we have to break the sky curtain from the inside so that the mecha can dock inside and proceed to the next step. The sky curtain material is quite special, and was originally used as an emergency exit. It is difficult to destroy from the outside, but it is easier to destroy from the inside." The commander of the support ship immediately named the insect man growing on the sky tint scale shell so that he could express it accurately when giving orders. Continue to implement the advancement plan. After the scene just now, some people went in to deal with the scale shells, and some dealt with the ground insects, that is, the cowardly insect soldiers. Hu Ping and the soldiers who had just cooperated well with him were the pioneers of the exploration. Thanks to Hu Ping's rescue several times, they were completely convinced of Hu Ping. These people formed a team by themselves, and set up a channel privately, and made Hu Ping the team leader. The superior said that they could not give authority, but couldn't they cooperate secretly? These soldiers were also very smart. Hu Ping was a better commander, had a higher survival rate, and they also had military merits. So why not do it? The call might be recorded and monitored, but it was a small matter. As long as they did not openly call Hu Ping the team leader, the superiors would not pursue it. The team leader also acquiesced to this decision. He was not as experienced as Hu Ping, so it was better to give up power to save his life. Hu Ping thinks he is quite capable. He is not a general, but at least a veteran. Su Shaokai has given him thousands of war trainings. What does this mean? A soldier who has been in the army for 10 years has also experienced similar trainings. He is constantly testing his reaction ability through training, and his nerves are more sensitive than most people. This is the benefit of real simulation. The simulation cabin has no limits, and he has brushed shoulders with death many times. If Su Shaokai hadn't been paying attention, he would not know how many times he would have to go to the hospital to achieve his current skills. As soon as they entered the training ground of the mechanical planet, the surrounding tentacles attacked again, and the insects on the ground wanted to take the initiative. They were very hungry, and wanted to eat their own kind. But there was always a voice in their minds that stopped them from moving, making them confused and annoyed, but they dared not act rashly. They were not allowed to go out to find food. The food came uninvited. With a few scales missing, there were more gaps, and some insects jumped out of the gravity restraint circle, and rushed to the cave entrance. Hu Ping, who was the vanguard, raised his knife and stabbed it into the body of the insect who rushed over. Actually, it can't be considered a stab. The insect man in the universe that can't roam will rush in a straight line. There is no need to guess whether it will change its path halfway. The tip of the knife can just hit it straight. He swung the knife, and the insect man skewered on it was thrown onto the tentacles of the scaly shell. The floating blood of the insect man instantly caused the scaly shell to move. The scaly shell was not polite, and grabbed the useless companion, and pulled it into its shell. The shell of the scaly shell is not big, but the cowardly insect soldier used as a skewer by Hu Ping is not small. Although there is no sound, the scene of the scaly shell swallowing the insect man, it seems that the ears can hear the crunching sound of chewing, and the cowardly insect soldier is squeezed into the shell little by little. During the squeezing process, some tissues were squeezed out of the body, and the fragments were floating, and the rest of the scales were eaten instantly. So disgusting. Hu Ping's commentator couldn't find an adjective to describe the scene in front of him, and simply said, "The scales don't seem to be very particular about eating." Barrage. When have insect people ever been particular about eating? The magic eye is very particular, it likes to suck. Don't say it, there are pictures. Fortunately, I chose to limit the picture to automatically mosaic. How can you understand the hardships of the front line without watching the real scene? I am different. I make the live broadcast screen automatically cartoonized, which makes me feel much better. Huh? Does live broadcast have this function? Let me explore it. Leave as soon as you say, the number of people in the live broadcast room has dropped by half. Don't dare to watch it. Don't dare to watch it. Poor excuse, tut tut. The audience who fled to other live broadcast rooms came back soon. They originally wanted to go to other vegetable farmers' live broadcast rooms, but found that Hu Ping's methods were still gentle. Fong Richan's side was full of blood and flesh. Lu Sun became a crazy meat grinder, Pan Ningjia was sinister and sneaky, Wu Feiyong rushed around, and Li Shanchun chased the insect people into a mess. Each has its own highlights, but without exception, they all focus on brutality. Once mosaics are applied, it is almost impossible to watch, and the protagonist will be blurred. In contrast, Hu Ping's side is just a bug-eating bug, and the mosaics are only applied to the bug. As for Ji Hung, he is in the center of the mechanical planet, preparing to attack. It's a bit boring, and the audience will open it later. Just returned to Hu Ping's live broadcast room, I saw another tentacle passing the camera and reaching towards Black Wing. Black Wing caught it as fast as lightning, and then rotated the wrist of the mecha, turning hundreds of times a second. The scales were easily pulled out of the shell, and the part that was separated from the shell was extremely soft. If you feed it an electromagnetic bullet, it will be electrocuted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it will sleep upright forever. After discovering this, he notified the team to work together. Not to mention, watching Hu Ping's operation was quite relaxing. It was like pulling out a carrot, one by one, and one by one, a hole was left. The audience enjoyed it. Although some people still felt sorry for Wu Qingqing, her master and father both refused to care, and not many people cared about it. The relevant people didn't care. Some people with bad intentions even speculated that Wu Qingqing was not liked. Wu Qingqing, the heat of death, is not rising but falling, and the troublemaker is so angry that he beats his chest. Why does the surfer who usually listens to the wind and rain listen to Su Shaokai so much? It's poisonous, absolutely poisonous. Hee, a Ping, you are a little tricky. A Ping is a little charming, and I, as a man, like him a little. My husband likes him too, woo woo woo, you stinky men, why are you competing with me? It's so complicated, I don't understand, I keep watching, I just like your messy relationships. Hu Ping, whose popularity has soared, didn't know what the comments said, he was having a lot of fun. After pulling out dozens of them, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He glanced at the scales that he had just cleaned, and saw many small tentacles with rough edges on the edges, which seemed to be merging with each other to form new tentacles. So the tentacles are not the insect man's body, but the shell. It is so similar to the mother body structure, both of which are self-derived through special physiological structures. How can something that can't move reproduce so much? Hu Ping felt a chill in his heart. He knew more deeply about Su Xiaocai's good intentions. Every time she trained them, she probably racked her brains to create different crises for them, just so that they could quickly judge the characteristics of new things through observation and avoid carelessness. Be careful of that shell. Destroy it. If you are careless for a moment, you may have to light the candle. There are really people in the team who didn't pay attention to this. The shell of the scaly shell took the opportunity to touch the shell of the mecha, floating out a net-like mucus, like a mushroom, rooting on the surface of the mecha. Ah, what the hell is this? My mecha arm can't move. I tried to push it away, but it couldn't. It stuck to it, and tried to form a new shell. If it stayed a little longer, it could even destroy the surface of the mecha and enjoy its prey. High temperature. Hu Ping immediately said on the public channel. These scaly shells live in space, an extremely cold environment. The mecha presses down to release high temperature, dispersing part of the heat energy accumulated by the energy to the surface of the mecha. The surface of the mecha suddenly became hot. Under the temperature contrast, the mesh mucus of the scaly shells turned into a pool of liquid and floated away. It was useful, and the teammates were grateful. Thanks, brother. Be careful. Hu Ping's discovery allowed them to bring several more mecha divisions into the training ground. The vanguard was responsible for picking the carrots, and the people behind dealt with the scale shells. There were too many scale shells to be cleaned up in a short time. Hu Ping could only solve the road leading to the energy supply station of the training ground first. The team with him, 2 people acted as guards, defending and repelling or killing the cowardly soldiers. The team leader and Hu Ping escorted the mecha division carrying the energy device to the energy supply station on the left and right. This road is not long. If you drive the mecha normally, you can reach it in 1 minute. Today, it took more than an hour. Damn it, there are too many cowardly insect soldiers. Where did so many cowardly insect soldiers come from on the opposite border? There must be a mother body. They come from all directions in an endless stream, just like the tactics of the sea of insects. Hu Ping had a guess in his mind. It might be a new mother body, and it is very likely that the mother body evolved from the greedy. The IQ of that mother body is not as high as that of the natural mother body, and the inherited genetic memory is also limited, but such a mother body is strong, and can even suppress the insect warriors. You know, the warriors evolve from the greedy, and the energy accumulation of the evolution line is the same. To evolve the mother body, you must also have the characteristics of the mother body. For example, those above the head. Hu Ping gritted his teeth and suddenly understood the intention of Lieutenant General Bai to set up temporary supply points in each training ground. Each training ground is a node of the mechanical planet. If it cannot be flattened, the mechanical planet must be blown into pieces. When the node is disconnected, the backup anti-weight system will also be activated and automatically detach from the mechanical planet. The detached part will float outward, which is a self-protection mechanism of the mechanical planet. Divide and divide, so that the insects cannot provide timely support, and then defeat them one by one. After thinking it through, Hu Ping knew that every link was important, and his mission must be completed. He commanded his teammates to start attacking the energy supply office to see the damage there. If the energy is cut off in time, the insects will not come to destroy it. Unlike the 022 mechanical planet, which already has artificial intelligence, other mechanical planets do not have artificial intelligence assistance. To cut off the energy, the main control room must assist. In the energy supply room in front of him, many instruments were torn to pieces by the insects, and it was obvious that the main control room failed to shut down in time. Fortunately, once the outer shell protecting the energy source was broken, the instrument was automatically cut off. This saved part of the equipment. The mecha technician carrying the energy device was a senior maintenance technician. After scanning the supply room, he judged, "Hurry up, it can be repaired. Leave 2 to protect the maintenance technicians." 5 mecha technicians and the team leader blocked the door, and Hu Ping led others to clean up the insects in the supply room. The maintenance technician quickly opened the old energy equipment and carried out emergency repair measures on the damaged parts. The protective shell was broken, so the inside needed to be disassembled to reconnect the fuse. Hu Ping knows this. Watching the maintenance technician unscrewing the parts with tools, Hu Ping used his mecha fingers to find the weak spot, and used the mecha fingers to force a hole in the thin metal plate. Then he pried it with both hands, and the fuse was inside. Emergency is handled urgently, and you don't have to follow the maintenance rules. Others looked at him. "Brother, how do you know so much? Learn from scratch, and with Coach Schu, you will know a lot." Why else? Su Shakai taught him. Su Shakai is simply an all-round king, and when he put it into practice, Hu Ping realized how much he had learned. Hu Ping knew that the mechanical planet was abandoned, and he spent a lot of effort to clean it up just because the things could be recycled. In addition, such a building could easily be occupied by the Zerg people, and become a base camp that could protect the Zerg people. Can Coach Schu be specially hired to come to the army to train us? There is no need to learn a little bit like Hu Ping. If Hu Ping joins the army during this attack, his accumulated merits can be directly promoted to private first class. He will continue to command later. Some people are so excellent that it is difficult to be jealous. There are not many mecha technicians here who graduated from college. It's not that they don't want to take the exam, but they don't have the conditions to take it. The threshold for the mecha technician profession is too high, but without college, most of them can't be promoted to at least the general level. Because the knowledge retained in their brains is not as high as that of college graduates. They are limited in this way, and their on-the-spot reactions are not as flexible as college students like Hu Ping. Although the senior maintenance technicians here graduated from college, they are typically stubborn and easily go to dead ends. They don't think as deeply as Hu Ping, so they adopt conservative maintenance. Hu Ping opened it up, leaving him speechless, but he also understood that Hu Ping was right. After doing this, Hu Ping led the team to clean up the insects. The senior maintenance worker pointed to a fist-thick energy transmission line and said, "By the way, please help check if this branch pipeline is damaged. If you find any, use repair fluid to make a temporary repair." Then, he took out 2 bottles of repair fluid. "Do you know how to use it?" "Well, it requires high temperature. First add the blue one, which can plug the hole, and then use the green one. If the damage is more than 10 centimeters in diameter and more than 5 millimeters in width, this remedy cannot be used. I let you know." Hu Ping was not trying to show off his knowledge, but to confirm whether what he did was the right step. This is also a way to reduce risks and responsibilities. He is not a senior maintenance worker. This job was originally for senior maintenance workers. If he took it, he would have to take some responsibilities, and could not make his own decisions. Not bad. After getting the affirmation of the maintenance worker, Hu Ping led the team to eliminate the danger in the supply room. There were only fluorescent strips to guide the way inside the building, and other places were very dark. They raised a few floating lights and pushed them. They floated forward and illuminated the surroundings. Since the pipeline needs to be repaired, inspection along the way is essential. Others do not know how to check, so this work is given to Hu Ping. Hu Ping quickly saw the first damage point, which was cut by a sharp object. The length was more than 10 centimeters, about 1 or 2, but the width of the damage was only 2 millimeters, which could be repaired. Hu Ping and the soldiers stepped up the repair work. At this time, 2 insects crawled out of the exhaust port above the wall. They went forward with their teammates to kill them, while Hu Ping repaired them. The wire pipe cannot be damaged, and it is in a relatively narrow place. Fighting, with limited hands and feet. A gunworm jumped down, opened its body, like a flying carpet, squeezed out from the vent, turned in the air, and rushed straight to Hu Ping's back. The teammates next to him supported in time, and fired a magnetic bullet. It was fired by a special mecha, which was equipped with a powerful magnet, and in front of the magnet was a meat grinder-like weapon. When the gunworm was magnetic, it was instantly sucked over and ground into mud. This weapon is most effective against it. After all, this kind of chewing gum bug is the most troublesome. Once it sticks to people, the pulling force will become tighter and tighter. It takes bullets to shoot it into a sieve before it can be killed. There is no fire attack in space, and bombs cannot be used indoors. So 2 weapons were developed specifically. The vents are constantly squeezing out. Chewing gum. They don't have sharp claws, but they have easily deformed bodies. The posture of squeezing out is like squeezing acne. I wish I could squeeze it out. Teammates, fortunately, there is no acid spitting here. No flags are allowed on the battlefield. Hu Ping repaired the line and pulled out his hand. Let's seal this pipeline. Okay. You put on the plug. The plug was brought by the team leader. This thing is a compressed ball. Throw it into the place to be repaired, and you can do a violent repair. This kind of repair is a one-time repair. The repaired things cannot be repaired again or recycled. Anyway, it's right to use it in this situation. Just plug it first. No problem. Brother Hu, what do you say? I count 1, 2, 3. On 3, fire a magnetic bullet at the entrance of the passage. I count to 4. If it doesn't attract the magnet, count to 5 and throw it into the vent. Okay. Coordinate well. Hu Ping pulled out the insect killer and flew to the vent, counting 1, 2. The insect killer chopped down. Chewing gum. The part that squeezed out of the vent was neatly cut off, and the part injured by the insect killer seemed to have been hit hard and shrank. 3. The magnetic bullet was successfully fired, and a faint blue light could be seen flashing. 4. The strong magnetic attraction sucked away the insects blocking the vent. At this time, they could see that the inside was watertight, and the solid vent had been slightly deformed. 5. The captain rotated the plug and threw it into the vent decisively. Countless black mud-like substances gushed out of the plug. The soldiers forgot what material it was made of. It had a long name, a kind of jelly-like substance that could harden until it covered the passage and blocked it. And a very ordinary shield pressed tightly against the vent, so the stuff in the plug could only extend inwards, squeezing the space of the gumworms. Chapter 181. Hu Ping guessed that the plug was almost extended, and let go of the shield. The shield was firmly stuck to the vent, and could not be pulled out. The soldier once suspected that the substance in the plug was extracted by the insect man, and finally got the answer from Hu Ping. Synthetic things are very cheap, and there are not many places where they can be used. Next time we will try to put it in the mouth of the insect man. The audience laughed. The commentator also said, our brother Ape Ping, as always, has performed steadily. I really want to see the situation of the insect man eating the plug. In the ventilation duct, many insects who failed to escape were either crushed into pancakes or squeezed to other places, and could not enter again. Hu Ping said, let's go check the next place. The shield is no longer needed. It's just an ordinary item. It's not painful to lose it. His father will definitely give him money to buy one when he sees that he has lost his shield. The second generation of rich people who rely on their parents never worry about money. The entire supply room has intricate wiring and pipelines, and Hu Ping led the team to eliminate the hidden dangers one by one. The task progress on the training ground is proceeding as scheduled. Ji Hung was in a bad situation. He was responsible for going deep into the underground of the mechanical planet. The space part of the mechanical planet was like the surface layer. Going deep into layer after layer was a test for the soldiers, because there were some places where the mechas could not pass through. If the mechas could not pass through, they could only use robots and people as the main force. Ji Hang's side was also the mission point where the mechanical limbs were concentrated. At this time, they landed on the command platform of the mechanical planet and encountered a very dense cowardly insect army on the road ahead. Previously, they had been clearing the insects in the space layer. The cleanup is almost done, ready to go underground. 5,000 mecha masters and 20 contestants are ready. The 20 contestants present are the top 20 popular single soldiers selected by the audience, and the strongest ones are all here. Their mechas are almost all customized. There are no standard mechas. Blackwing is the most famous and handsome, but not the most eye-catching. The purple-red mecha of Yunji Great Demon is the most outstanding. It is flashy, but it is so powerful that people can't ignore it. This mecha has not appeared yet. It is designed by Professor Wu Hongbin. It is a feast for the eyes to see it in reality. The mecha of Professor Wu Hongbin, the demon finally took it out. Well, it's rare. The demon said that this is a 2-star mecha, used to deal with insect warriors. Could it be that there are insect warriors on the mechanical planet? There is another possibility. The demon has a new favorite. New favorite? New mecha? Ask Wu Hongbin to design a new one? Is Wu Hongbin the only one who can design a star-level mecha? Blue Star now has Professor AI. The demon can ask Professor AI to design it. Professor AI is an official person, and only designs mechas for generals. Wu Hongbin is the star designer of the public. Is it possible that the person you are looking for is Su Shaokai? The idea above is very unique. If Su Shaokai can design star mechas, is it necessary to only make low-end mechas? What? You call Blackwing a low-end mecha? All kinds of performance are comparable to custom mechas. Why do you think that cheap mechas are low-end? Some merchants control patents, sources, and transportation, and raise the price of mechas. Don't you think this is the normal price now? So when will it be released? The audience sighed, and wanted the Transformer mecha to be released soon. Other businesses are rushing to seize the market. Why is Su Shaokai not in a hurry? Isn't he afraid of wasting his time? De Yao didn't know the conversation between the single audience in the live broadcast room. He was very excited. It was rare to be approved to drive a star-level mecha. He blew a kiss to the live broadcast equipment coquettishly. To the fans who love me, I hope you are happy every day and wish me to win the first place in this competition. The fans responded immediately, and the screen was full of cheers, but De Yao couldn't see it. He is a veteran of live broadcasting, and knows what the audience wants to see and hear. In just a moment, the flowers that sent gifts were thrown into his live broadcast room, and the Yunji mercenary group watching the live broadcast was in a very nice mood. But the next moment, they couldn't laugh. They didn't go underground through the ladder shaft, but went to the passageway where the mecha was ejected. There was a special ejection port for generals, and a special mecha passage, which could go to the command platform and go underground. The passage door was locked, and the password and identification card were swiped. A second later, the door opened. A chill ran down everyone's heart. This door seemed to have released all the evil spirits in hell. There were all kinds of insects. Some insects didn't have mouths, so they ate by fusion. Among the insects, there was one whose body was transparent. You could see the fragmented human remains and insect limbs mixed together in its body. The audience watching the excitement immediately felt uncomfortable. They reacted so strongly in front of the screen. I don't know what the contestants and soldiers think. What can I think? Just bear it. The shocking scene is rare in my life, and Ji Hung frowned. Everyone stared at the transparent insect man. Ji Hang's navigator reminded. Analysis shows that there are greedy people with physical signs close to the insect warriors mixed in. They have horns on their heads. Be careful. The navigator is called Liangzai. It was not Ji Hang who named it, but Ji Hang's father. He felt that he did not participate in the growth of his child, so he insisted on naming Ji Hang's navigator. Let Ji Er remember that his father is silently supporting him behind every time he drives the Mecca. Ji Hang could only pinch his nose and accept it with a smile. Ji Li had laughed at his father's naming skills more than once, but his father felt good about himself. Pretty boy, only he could come up with this. The other navigators were somewhat jumpy and noisy, and Wu Qingqing was arrogant and sometimes called herself Shen. Pretty boy knew the meaning of his name and felt that he was a pampered boy, so he was particularly well behaved. Maybe this is the benefit of having a special name. The insect people poured out from the door, and the support ship above dropped a magnetic storm device. For a moment, the insects flashed with lightning, their body functions were disordered, and they became stiff. The front row mecha masters opened their long-range weapons and killed the first wave of insects. They were dense and easy to kill. Then 3 laser weapons were aimed at the door and started. The heat effect became stronger and stronger, melting the door frame. The insects inside were still pouring out. After about 3 minutes, a laser weapon stopped. Observe the situation inside. A insect with horns on its head quickly flashed into the mecha masters. It seemed that it could judge which one was weaker and easier to bully. It flashed to one of the mecha masters. This mecha master was a maintenance worker, and his mecha skills were pitifully weak. The horned insect man blinked his compound eyes, and a barbed tentacle stretched out from his tail. Ding! The blue-black knife blocked its tentacles. It turned its head and looked at the black mecha, confusion in its eyes. The knife turned and cut horizontally. The world spun around, and the insect man's head fell to the ground. It was surprised that it had human emotions. The body was still in the air, not dead. Ji Hang's eyes were firm, and he cut it with his knife, breaking it apart. As the body broke apart, a piece of the insect man's body fell to the ground, and a piece of it fell at the feet of the big monster. The big demon keenly observed that the meat was growing buds. The big demon saw it, and the people in the live broadcast room did not miss this scene. What is this? It's so scary. My GR cut it into so many pieces, but it's still alive. Please explain it. A greedy person, who has the opportunity to evolve into a bug warrior, must have eaten a lot of food. Oh my god. Then did my GR indirectly eliminate a quasi-bug warrior? Eliminating the bug warrior can directly declare the first place. A greedy person is a greedy person. It is so fragile. It is probably just a bug person with an advantage in speed. Greedy people and insect warriors are 2 different creatures. Insect warriors can easily wipe out the people here. So Lieutenant General Bai can fight insect warriors. So can he also wipe out so many people? Another substitution of concepts. We are the prey of insects. Their whole body is a weapon against humans, and they can eat almost endlessly. And Lieutenant General Bai specializes in sniping insects, and he only deals with single insects. Is it appropriate to use weapons against single individuals to deal with a group? The insects are sweeping groups, and the mechas are fighting against single units. They are not the same thing. It is undeniable that if Lieutenant General Bai targets humans, it should not be difficult for him to kill thousands or tens of thousands of people. The greedy ones are enough to give me nightmares at night. The big demon looked calm, kicked the insects into the laser column. The points are increased by 3. Wow. Is this thing so strong? Others followed suit. My pants were red, and I gave the insects a high-temperature bath therapy. It was burning. Almost all the bodies of the insects were taken away, but no one touched the heads of the insects. True masters are all proud, and they can also be called noble and upright. It is already the limit to get a few points. The main force of the insect killer is Ji Hang, and they will not divide the points completely. Ji Hang did not intend to throw the head into the laser range. He turned the head over and stabbed the insect killer from the neck. The insect killer is a kind of nemesis of the insect man, which can make the greedy people who are not afraid of death feel pain. The insect man head with a calm face opened his mouth, and the thorny tongue went around the chin, trying to wrap the insect killer. But it was too painful. It felt like being burned when it touched the insect killer, and it couldn't hold it no matter what. After a while, the head fell into deathly silence. Ji Hang stabbed it again, and it screamed briefly. This time it was really dead, and the score increased by 10. Isn't it a bit cruel? I didn't expect that the gentle and handsome GR would abuse the corpse. Stop making a fool of yourself, okay? This topic is basically brought up every time. Some people have nothing to eat, but they still want to pretend. If the insect man doesn't finish the job, he will be the one to die. I'm just a little surprised that Ji-hung would do such an uncivilized thing. Which good daughter dares to marry? It's none of your business. He can't marry. The wealth left to him by his family is enough for him to live a lavish life for half his life. No matter how much wealth there is, it is not as good as spiritual satisfaction. So marrying a wife means spiritual prosperity? Marrying someone like you is worse than paramecium. Not to mention spiritual prosperity, you will become a psychopath directly. Who are you? I'm just talking. Why do you need to react so strongly? You are not another mommy fan, are you? It's so funny. What mommy fan? It's Ji-hang's mother. My son's marriage is up to him. I won't push him. So there is a real mother in Ji-hang's live broadcast room? Hello, I am your daughter-in-law who has not yet met your son. Please give me a chance. Oh, the nosy mother has met the real mother. The most nervous person in Ji-hang's live broadcast is his mother. If you meddle in other people's mothers' affairs, as a mother with super maternal love, Ji's mother will really make you doubt your life. The key is that she has clear ideas, but it is difficult to control her desire. Such a mother will always stand by her son. Besides, the vegetable farmers have so many outstanding beauties, but none of them can shake Ji-hang's love. Ji's mother believes that Ji-hang's vision must be high, not low. No one can accuse Ji-er. The mother went out to confront the scum, dragged the gossips in the village, and directly confronted them with voice, which made the haters speechless and helpless. The kind condolences of the rogue aunt were the most fatal. They said our nephew couldn't get a wife, but did you get one? The one you married is not a good-looking person. This Heizi's avatar, I met him, I know him. He is the son of the lame wife of old Chen's family on XX Street in the capital Star. He seems to be 70 years old this year, a bachelor, and he wanted to go to a remote planet to buy a wife. The knowledge of gossipy women is different from that of ordinary people. If you have met a distant relative, you can basically tell some gossip that ordinary people can't find out, which is very interesting. 10 minutes later, all the insect people in the passage melted and turned into charred things. The bodies were still piled up inside, so they needed to be cleaned up. The cleaning team pushed forward with a shovel, shoveling out a lot of soft stuff. The superiors gave orders, requiring the players to dig it up, confirm whether the Zergmen were dead, and finish them off. The players preferred fighting, and they dared not disobey the superiors' orders. They picked at the dirty things out of boredom, and occasionally got a point. The progress was quite slow. Just about 5 minutes after shoveling, they encountered a wall. It wasn't really a wall, but a layer of hard shell. When the shell was knocked, a layer of dust fell off. What is this? The mechas of the cleaning team retreated. The unknown object contained unknown dangers. The others retreated, leaving behind a mecha, which took the tool and knocked again. The wall was broken, and the people of the cleaning team immediately threw down the shovel and fled. A large number of greedy people emerged, and the insect people had countermeasures, which further proved the existence of the ceiling combat power of the insect people. The players were eager to move. We can do whatever we want. Points, all points. Only Ji-hung was still trying to dig up the garbage dump. Behind the greedy people, a large number of cowardly insect soldiers emerged again. It was the turn of the mecha division. Each person was assigned to several mechas, and they used the weapons on the support ship to kill them. The cowardly insect soldiers were easier to kill, but the exit was limited in size, so the mecha divisions behind had almost no chance to get any. They were all killed first by a group of old six who wanted to grab the credit. Ji-hung was right that it was better to be quiet than to move. There were many insect wreckages around him, and even if some of them were burned to charcoal, there were still some meat residues. Which one was easier to get, the feast or the mecha division wrapped in the metal lump? Of course, the ones that were completely dead. The insects took the initiative to pounce on Ji-hung. Ji-hung drew his sword, and the anti-weight under the mecha's feet slid lightly, pushing the insect man who had just finished the knife behind him, and stabbed the tip of the sword at the insect man who rushed over. The cowardly insect soldiers looked different, but it was easy to recognize that their tentacles were the same. Their speed and reaction were far inferior to those of the greedy. Even so, their strength was also a height that ordinary people could not reach. Ji-hung picked up an insect man, and the mecha hand stroked it, grasped all its tentacles, and tied them into a knot. He swung it, and it was quite powerful, and threw the cowardly insect soldier towards the insect man who rushed over. The captured cowardly insect soldier struggled tenaciously, but it was useless. Due to inertia, it could not do anything. It turned into a racket, snap. When cowardly insect soldiers collided with each other, life and death depended on who was more fortunate. It didn't matter if he was more fortunate, Ji Hung could finish him off. Wherever the blade passed, insect pulp splashed 3 meters away. He used the cowardly insect soldier as a whip, and he didn't feel bad if he broke it. There were resources everywhere. The big demon saw a scene, ? It was too much like a vegetable farmer. I thought Ji Hung was at least a steady person, but who knew he was also a funny guy with unique ideas. Ji Hung's strength is comparable to that of a general above the rank of major, and his special ability can be the key to breaking the deadlock. He tried to save ammunition as much as possible, and used local materials. A certain insect man that looked like a hedgehog was quietly devouring a corpse. Ji Hung immediately interrupted its eating, and used the cowardly insect soldier, who was whipping it to throw it on the back of the hedgehog insect man, with great force. The greedy man's thorns could not be retracted, and the end was poisonous. The cowardly insect soldier was miserable. Its poison resistance might be 0, and it was directly poisoned to turn purple all over. The pretty boy tilted his head slightly, and said obediently, "Master, you are awesome. You know how to use this greedy person to continue killing insect people." Ji Hung, This PA came unexpectedly. What have you learned recently? Nothing. I have been playing with the boss in the new world recently. The boss is Wisdom 01. Ji Hung choked. No wonder. Wisdom 01 is a virus, highly contagious. He is a well-behaved pretty boy. The frustrated Ji Hung quickly cut off all the tentacles of the hedgehog insect man, inserted another insect killer into its body, restricted its movement, and kept hanging cowardly insect soldiers on its back. The cowardly insect soldiers will also fight back, and bite the insect man before dying. The hedgehog insect man seems to have some wisdom, and is afraid of being bitten, so it keeps secreting toxins. The dead cowardly insect soldiers are left behind, attracting more brainless ones to rush over. Professional, killing insect men on the assembly line. Some soldiers saw Ji Hung's actions, and admired him, actively sharing some of the pressure with him to make his assembly line more perfect. Cannibalism is too bad. Ji tell me, how did you come up with this idea? I am dying of laughter, ha ha ha. How can the vegetable farmers keep the humor in such a serious atmosphere? Show me off, you have a big imagination. You see it with your eyes, think it's easy, and say you can do it. Hand, bullshit, if it were me, you'd be dead. Okay, this is good. The greedy one also needs energy to secrete toxins, and under such an assembly line, it was quickly drained by Ji Hung. It resisted violently in the end, and its stinger was extended, trying to pierce through the palm of the Mecca. Ji Hung killed it very cleanly. What a pity, it would be better if it was a perpetual motion machine. A perpetual motion machine insect man, wouldn't it be used as a coolie? Capitalists will never let go of such labor. I don't know where the insects came from, but I think humans must have considered using them to work at the beginning. Unfortunately, the insects are either brainless or too smart and strong. No, you really considered it. 5,000 people concentrated their efforts to kill insects. When the number of insects decreased, they had been fighting for nearly 3 hours. Chapter 182. The big demon said impatiently, "These bugs are endless, and there are too many cowardly bug soldiers. Fortunately, the mecha masters here are all elites, so they managed to hold on, but they still don't have enough points. The points are rising. It took almost 3 hours to barely clear 90% of the bugs in the passage. The remaining ones are not a threat to them. Not only the big demon is impatient, but the audience is also tired. After driving the mecha for half a day, won't these people get tired? Those who can be military mecha masters are all physical monsters, with patience and physique beyond ordinary people. Strike while the iron is hot. The captain of the support ship ordered them to continue to advance. He asked the players whether to go underground. If they go underground, they must be aware of the dilemma they will face. The support will not be timely, they cannot quit halfway, and the mission must be completed. The underground situation is complicated, but it is not suitable for all mechas to pass through. It is easy to cause congestion, just like those insects just now. They can think while replenishing the mecha energy, and the thinking time is only 5 minutes. Ji Hung was the first to join, and he could not give up. According to his special ability, he could not quit. It won't take 5 minutes. All 20 contestants expressed their willingness to enter. Only by entering will there be enough insects for them to kill. A large number of points will be awarded after the task is completed, which is also the key point to chase points. Their points are very close, and Ji Hung feels a bit alone, but he is only about 300 points more than the last one, and the big monster score is slightly behind him. The reason why the elites are elites is that they are absolutely brave enough. The commander told them, if you encounter a tunnel dug by insects on the way, mark it, and don't easily enter to explore. The tunnel dug by the insect people is easy to meet Love around the corner, and meet the mother of the insect people. Love kiss. He hopes that the players will not drag their teammates down. Of course, the soldiers under his command may not be as talented as these young people. Ji-hung was resting with his eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, his beautiful eyes were full of restrained ambition. Are there any hard requirements for team formation? The players can only form a team of 2 at most. As soon as the voice fell, the big demon, My Pants Are Red, Fong Hui and people from several other schools extended olive branches to Ji-hung and invited him to form a team. Vegetable farmers may not be the best, but they definitely have the highest survival rate. This statement is proven at this moment. They know everything from astronomy to geography, mathematics, chemistry, mechanics, survival in the wild, survival in space. I found that vegetable farmers have learned a lot. How do they cram knowledge into their brains? I know this question. Ask Coach Schu. Vegetable farmers have special training techniques. Coach Schu is busy now. Something happened on Blue Star. What? What happened on Blue Star? I don't know the details. There is no live broadcast. Mr. Neo went to Blue Star and is now fleeing. What should we do? The mechanical planet has not been conquered yet. If something happens on Blue Star, Lieutenant General Bai will not be able to create enough clones. Mr. Neo didn't know the target. He probably wanted to do something to attract people's attention. Mr. Neo is not that kind of person. He has a proper job. He is a coach who specializes in one-on-one wilderness survival training. He does business with rich people. Why would he want to make himself look bad? There is no information about Blue Star on the internet. It's so frustrating. I don't know who Ji-hung will choose. The topic was brought back. There were only 300 mechas that entered the underground, and they were performing tasks on different floors. Ji-hung accepted the invitation of the big demon. Since Su Shaokai was willing to show friendship to the big demon, it meant that the big demon could trust her for the time being. More importantly, there was not much conflict of interest between the two sides. One was destined to join the organization, and the other was a mercenary group. The development direction was different. There was red resentment in my pants. Why don't you choose me? I'm also very powerful. I'm afraid you go crazy suddenly. The big demon winked at him and told him honestly, and I'm better than you. There was no way to refute it. In terms of combat experience, the big demon was better. The two of them formed a team with the other 6 lightweight mechas of the military, and received the text message of this mission. The task of Ji-hung's team was not difficult. They entered the underground floor, and brought out 2 customized 5-star mechas. Although the 2 mechas were not finished products, and were not as good as Su Xiaocai's superstar mecha, they were also the culmination of the professor's work. Originally placed in the insect nest, at most it would be damaged, but there would be no leakage. The bad thing is that there are very few humans cooperating with the insect people. The enemy is in the dark, and they are in the light. It is not known whether the cooperating humans are foreign forces or spy organizations. In short, we must be on guard. It is better to bring the mecha out and hold it in our hands than to let it fall into the hands of humans with ulterior motives. Ji-hung's 8-man team has finished charging. Prepare to go down to the underground level. They opened the map and looked at the diving route. There are a total of 5 passages underground. 2 of them are escape routes, which are convenient for humans to escape in case of fire, and 1 is a ventilation duct, and people need to bend over to walk. 3 routes were directly passed. 1 was the ejection channel, which had collapsed and was being cleared, and was far from their goal. There was also a final route, which was to walk to the end of the corridor, enter the stairwell, and jump directly to the negative first floor. The mechas could also go down there. If they could drive a mecha, they would of course drive a mecha. The 8 people set off quickly, but they only rested for a while. There was a possibility that their points would be surpassed, and they could not watch their advantage disappear. The door of the stairwell had been pried open, and it could be seen that the people before had tried very hard to escape. The elevator platform inside was not closed. This is conducive to transporting large items underground. The elevator has been destroyed and broken into pieces, and half of the platform is missing, as if something directly pushed it up and broke it. Looking down, the ladder shaft is very deep. To reach the negative first floor, you have to descend 50 meters, and the negative second floor is even deeper. The entire mechanical planet, except for not piercing the core of the Earth, is used everywhere. In the ladder shaft, the fluorescent lights are dim, and the pale green makes the surroundings gloomy and terrifying. A bug man suddenly touched up. Ji-hung stepped on it with 1 foot, and tore it apart with 2 swords. The insect man screamed, and the screams echoed in the air-filled underground, which was very creepy. The big demon put his hands together. Jigur is so handsome that people can't close their legs. Thank you for the compliment, but I prefer people to use the word awesome when they compliment me. Awesomely handsome is also okay. Ji Hung didn't react as strongly as Wu Feiyang, but he was also a straight man, and it was difficult for him to agree with the big demon's aesthetics, and he didn't like to listen to jokes. Everyone, you are more sexy like this, okay, big demon, I love you more. Let's go! After saying that, Ji Hung went down the well first, to complete the task and solve the problem as soon as possible. While Ji Hung was going down the well, Wu Qingqing also had some changes. The 3 people trapped in the ice lair escaped for the time being, and the other 2 sincerely thanked Wu Qingqing for not forgetting to help them. Thank you, sister. Wu Qingqing said, try not to move, the ice layer is not thick. Mechanist A, got it. Mechanist B, what should we do next? Wait for someone to rescue us. It's best not to pin your hopes on others. It's not clear what the material outside is. What if? Mecha Master A was afraid of the bad luck. Don't worry. We have to discuss a plan. We have 3 people, all of whom are smart. We can definitely save ourselves. Wu Qingqing said. Not necessarily. How can we save ourselves? We can't even move now. I don't know how to solve the problem outside. Use your brains. Wu Qingqing said. Think about not being able to get out. Your wife becomes someone else's wife, and your children call someone else dad. Can you accept it? There was silence. Wu Qingqing apologized. Well, you may not even have a girlfriend. Don't tear people down when they are in trouble. Mechanic B, do you have any ideas? I've seen your competition. You vegetable farmers are cunning, and will definitely not sit still and wait for death. Wu Qingqing, cunning is not used to describe a good person like me. Be careful to use the right words. We are in the same boat now. If it capsizes, I will capsize with it. Don't make it sound like I have a plan not to take you with me. My brain is not as useful as Meow Meow's, and I don't have as wide a range of knowledge as Sasha. Just now, my brain was working the fastest. The 3 mechas were squeezed together. If you didn't look at the numbers on the screen, you couldn't feel the passage of time or the transfer of space. Wu Qingqing wanted to move to see how magical the material outside was. Resisting the urge, she rubbed her temples, hoping to come up with a good idea. She thought for a long time, maybe several minutes, but there was no good idea. Should she really wait for rescue? Wu Qingqing didn't want the whole game to pass by in such a cowardly way. Can I only regret the ending? What should I do? 3 cobblers can't beat a Zhuge Liang, so Zhuge Liang has to come on stage in the end. Xiaowu spoke. It can capture weak signals to measure the dimensions of the universe to prevent getting lost in deep space. You are approaching the mutant acid-spitting worms. Please note that the acid-spitting worms are sucking the matter surrounding you. Wu Qingqing asked, how long will it take for them to devour us? 20 seconds. Wu Qingqing, Very good. Giving her time to think is the same as not giving her time. Never mind. Time was running out. Wu Qingqing hurriedly said to her 2 shipmates, I count to 3, 2, 1, use the most powerful weapon to my right. The 2 mecha divisions didn't understand, but the army emphasizes obedience, and they are used to listening to orders. Wu Qingqing spoke quickly. Maybe the situation has changed. In the dilemma, someone is willing to break it. They don't bother to listen to the explanation, just execute it directly. We are going to take a risk. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, the material surrounding them actually tore a gap. The silver fangs were facing them, and the open mouth could easily swallow them. When they started to swear, only this sentence could represent their mood, and it was also a dying prayer. In a life and death battle, the more swear words there were, the faster the reaction. The ice layer shattered, and the 3 of them used their weapons at the same time. One threw compressed high-explosive bombs, and the other fired 5 magnetic storm balls in a row. Wu Qingqing was afraid of getting stuck to the substance behind her, so she carried the 2 of them forward. 2 mecha masters. Will you throw yourself into the tiger's mouth? Before I could figure out what was going on, the high-explosive bombs and magnetic storm balls had a chain reaction. They exploded after meeting each other. Xiaowu activated the transparent defense shield to resist the energy impact. Even with the defense shield, the mecha still couldn't stop tumbling, and Wu Qingqing held on tightly. Because the explosion generated heat, it was difficult to transfer heat in space, so it could only rely on the acid-spitting worm to bear it, and it rolled over and kept trying to spit out the things in its mouth. But the thing had already exploded, and it had to bear this heat all the time in its body and try to dissipate it. Wu Qingqing took the opportunity to pull the 2 mecha masters away in the opposite direction. She saw from the corner of her eye that the acid-spitting insect was still connected to the signal tower, and was unwilling to let go. The acid-spitting insect behind her was thrashing, and it was a good time. Wu Qingqing asked the two mecha masters to leave. You go first. The mecha arm pushed forward. You go. She quickly turned back, fearing that the situation would change. She quickly pulled out the magnetic blade sword behind her, turned on the energy storage, and calmed her mind, waiting for the indicator light of the magnetic blade sword to be fully charged. After silently reciting for 10 seconds, Wu Qingqing rushed like a rocket and stabbed the part where the insect man was connected to the signal tower. This powerful knife, like tearing through space, can penetrate dozens of centimeters of steel plates. It is impossible for a weapon that can't even cut a little thing. It doesn't matter if it can't cut it, because the signal tower has also fallen. The knife cut the tip of the signal tower, and by the way, it also cut the connection part of the mutant acid-spitting worm. Wu Qingqing grabbed the part of the worm tissue that was about to slip off, pulled it out, and cut it into dozens of pieces with the insect killing to prevent it from parasitizing. After processing this part of the tissue, Wu Qingqing looked back at the tower. This look made her almost vomit. There were people everywhere, lots and lots of people, but many of them were dead, and died tragically, as if they had been melted by acid. She wanted to retreat, but soon she found some people alive. There were children, and some in military uniforms. They climbed out of a tattered mecha safety cabin, wearing old-fashioned space suits. Why were they here? It was a miracle that they were still alive without being discovered for so long. The few people alive in the tower cried, and the top of the tower was broken, and the hope of life finally came. Many of them died, but only here can they survive temporarily. Their signal was blocked, so they can only rely on that little material to survive. Originally, they thought that no one could find them before they died. Wu Qingqing accidentally broke the prison shackles. Xiao Wu, human life reaction signs are detected in the tower. Should we rescue them? Wu Qingqing looked at the insect people rushing around, and the acid-spitting insect was almost recovering. It might have absorbed energy and mutated and become bigger. She didn't know what to do. She could only ask for help from the support ship. You found humans in the signal tower? The commander was surprised. I sent someone in. Can you hold on? Commander, don't joke. I'm alone. How can I hold on? I can't even rescue them. Wu Qingqing suddenly looked at the uniformed men below. Maybe they could really hold on. Wu Qingqing had 4 mechas, 2 of which were custom-made, and the genetic signals had been locked, so no one else could drive them. But she still has a mecha sent by her family, which is a brand under the name of the Schu family. She only used it for a while, when she was cleaning up the ruins, and it was basically idle at other times. It was better to try it out. Whether they can continue to live depends on their own will and ability. Otherwise, she alone can't protect them all. Wu Qingqing took out a space button and put it into the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt sent the space button to the bottom. Anyone can open this space button. The important thing is that after opening the space, brain waves are needed, which can also be called spirit. Only by connecting to this can you take things out. Now there is a method to activate the extension of Qi, but it is a new thing. Usually only people with advanced Qi can do it. A soldier with good physical fitness jumped out and took the space button. He looked at the black wings above his head like a miracle, and kissed the space button through the helmet. They are still alive, although there are only 10 people. It's good. With the mecha, it will be easier to move. Wu Qingqing took a deep breath, and then watched over them and completed the rescue. She can do it, she can do it. Wu Qingqing was confused before. Why did Su Shaokai repeatedly tell her not to regret every choice? When survival and duty conflict, is it more important to stay alive or save lives? Wu Qingqing knew that at this moment, she made a choice against her nature and chose to save her life. She still wanted to be a general. She had a chance to win, and the soldiers below might be one of her future comrades in arms. No matter which factor, it made her not want to escape. The soldiers who got the mecha in the tower arranged to leave. As the escape was imminent, some people were dissatisfied with the arrangement, because there were only 2 seats in the cabin, and if more people were squeezed in, it would affect the driving. So the mecha master arranged for an older professor to sit in the safety seat at the back. He had bad legs and feet, and he was dizzy, so he needed a relatively safe environment. Others tied safety ropes and hung outside. They were kept warm by the space suits, so they could survive. Among the remaining 10 people, there were 5 soldiers, a child about 10 years old, a woman, a businessman and his secretary. They were originally coming to the mechanical planet for transit, and to visit the nearby mines. The one who had objections was not someone else, but the woman. The woman was the child's aunt, and the child's aunt meant that she held the child in the safety seat so that 2 people could sit. Now everyone's body could not withstand the tossing, especially the professor's body, and there was no time to delay. There was a chance to escape, but they still had to argue. The soldier really didn't want to argue with her. Saving people also involves choices. The professor was their man and had fallen into a coma, so the back seat must be his. The lady danced and said she was unwilling. She and her nephew were women and children, and everyone else should give in. She didn't want to be left hanging outside like bait. But no one cared about her shouting, since no one could hear her anyway. She was just making gestures, so who knew what she was trying to say? She had no right to make any decisions either. The rescue rope was forcibly held, and the others were afraid that human selfishness would lead to accidents, so they did not connect them in series, but tied them separately. They were tied to the chest of the mecha, with a shield in front of them, which was considered a layer of protection. The woman thought angrily, if an accident happens later, she will definitely ask for compensation. The woman's nephew looked helplessly at his aunt's clenched fist. At such a young age, he already had forehead wrinkles. He didn't need to guess, he knew what his aunt wanted to say. When she was in the signal tower, the woman thought about compensation more than once. She didn't think about the fact that in the war with the insect people, accidents are almost equal to death. How to claim compensation for death. The 10-year-old child held his aunt's hand. The woman thought he was afraid, so she also held his hand. The blood relationship made her unable to let go of the child. The child's behavior was very heartwarming. Chapter 183. The woman temporarily forgot about the claim, and secretly prayed that she could return to Blue Star safely. This mecha was not originally used for rescue. The safety seat was already the limit. Wu Qingqing wanted to discard these unnecessary parts. Later, she listened to the advice, mainly the advice of Wu's father who paid for it, and installed the safety seat at the back. In addition, there were no safety measures, so the few people hanging outside the mecha had zero sense of security. The insect man not far away rushed over, and Wu Qingqing held a sniper rifle in one hand and an insect killer in the other. He said, if you can escape, run quickly. I will do my best to help you. After saying that, Wu Qingqing concentrated her mind. She automatically constructed the parts of the insect man in her mind. She shot through the eyelid of the evil eye insect man who rushed to her. Incredibly, the point Wu Qingqing shot was exactly a weak point in the eyeball of the evil eye insect man. Following the point of penetration, the mechanical arm flipped and pushed the insect killer hard in with the backhand, easily cutting open the eyelid of the evil eye insect man. And along the eyelid, it shot through the fatal point. The eyeball shattered immediately, like a glass cup, and the fragments scattered. Removing a demon eye in 2 seconds has surpassed the past and broken through its own limit. Wu Qingqing didn't have time to think about it, and continued to fight with the insect man. The live broadcast equipment returned to Wu Qingqing's side one step earlier than the military, and this scene was successfully recorded. Ah, Qingqing is not dead. Su Xiaokai really understands my Qingqing. I cried to death for Su Xiaocai's trust, and Wu Qingqing's strength. I'm touched, she's not dead, just wish her well. If Wu Qingqing really died, would you still go to visit her grave? I can easily empathize, and be moved by myself, but I don't have money to visit her grave and mourn. Wu Qingqing is alive and well. So handsome that I want to cry. One magic eye every 2 seconds, my god, this is a greedy person. She must have been lucky. The weakness of the magic eye bug man is quite obvious. There are a lot of ordinary messages in the barrage. I can do it too. Can you be as relaxed as her? Everyone can say that. I cried. I just said in the comment section of Kai Kai that she was cold and didn't care about her apprentice. You are not the only one who thinks so. Don't make random guesses before the results come out. You don't know them in real life. We don't need outsiders to judge the depth of their feelings. I am a fan. They are public figures. It is normal to accept fans' questions. Yes, so I didn't sue you. You don't have to talk about public figures all day long. Just shut up after questioning. Public figures also have private space. Friends trust each other. It doesn't rise to the level of breaking the law. If you continue to question them, it is not questioning, but spreading rumors. Look at what some people say. Xing Miao, who was far away in Blue Star, knew that Wu Qingqing would not die so easily, but her thoughts were still very confused. Seeing Wu Qingqing jumping around, Xing Miao began to reflect on herself again, regretting that she should not have let her emotions affect her rationality at the beginning. To put it bluntly, if Wu Qingqing really died, she could be sad, but she could not lose her ability to think. While reflecting, Xing Miao was worried about Wu Qingqing again. Wu Qingqing was surrounded in order to protect the people on the signal tower from leaving. The insects were chasing the set of the living. When the signal tower was broken, they couldn't help but fly over to get a piece of the pie. More and more insects arrived at the signal tower. The mecha master who got Wu Qingqing's mecha was a little stressed. When he saw the insects, he was inexplicably timid, fearing that he would make a mistake and implicate others. His timidity caused Wu Qingqing to feel a lot of pressure. Wu Qingqing only had killing in her eyes, and she stopped killing by killing. She entered a state of ecstasy, and learned to use weapons in a natural way. The function of the Blackwing couldn't even keep up with her. Killing the insects in seconds, each of them didn't last more than 3 seconds in her hands. Through the live broadcast, Xing Miao seemed to see a second Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai nodded secretly, hoping that Wu Qingqing could persist for a while. The longer she persisted, the more familiar her body would be with this state, and it would not be difficult to enter this state again in the future. And after experiencing it once, the progress would be huge. Wu Qingqing had the belief of protection in her heart. She couldn't save people, and then push them into the fire pit. This was very embarrassing, especially for Su Shaokai. Afraid that Su Shaokai would be blamed, and also afraid that she didn't do well enough. Among the vegetable farmers, her strength was average, and in terms of wisdom, she was also average, a little better than Lu Sun and Wu Feiyang. She was inferior inside and confident outside, so she didn't want to make mistakes. The contradictory mind forced her to unleash her potential. The ordinary acid-spitting worm approached, and went to the mecha that just stuck its head out. Wu Qingqing was ruthless. The energy of the sniper rifle was used up. She ejected the capture net, and pressed it against the heat-release port of the mecha. With the medium, the heat was transferred to it in an instant, and most of its tissues were cooked even if it didn't die. The acid-spitting worm did not have the recovery ability of the mutated acid-spitting worm. Wu Qingqing threw it aside, and it was swallowed by the greedy one who came later. Wu Qingqing hit it with the back of the knife, and pushed it back into the pile of insects. He did not forget to throw a compressed high-explosive bomb. The navigator Xiao Wu laughed. "Explode for me." The compressed high-explosive bomb exploded, and it actually produced a rare spatial disorder. Wu Qingqing was a little lucky, and she could encounter it with a 1 in 10,000 chance. After the spatial disorder, there appeared a turbulent flow like a black hole tearing the surrounding insects into pieces. Wu Qingqing soared to the first place in an instant, and all the lost points were returned. Wu Qingqing felt a little exhausted in the state of ecstasy, and she quickly pulled herself back to normal. She suddenly felt very tired. Xiao Wu was very well behaved at this moment, not arrogant. Xiao Wu stretched out his mechanical arm, and grabbed a tube of nutrients and gene-stabilizing drugs for Wu Qingqing. Wu Qingqing quickly poured it into her mouth. "Thank you." As soon as the tube of nutrients was swallowed, the tiredness was much relieved, but the action was still a beat slower. When he was relaxed, the mecha was entangled by a gum worm. It held the signal tower tightly with one end of its tentacles, and pulled the mech's leg with the other hand, which reduced Wu Qingqing's range of movement. The mech master on the signal tower wanted to help. He mustered up the courage to come to Wu Qingqing's side. "Don't come over." Wu Qingqing stopped him. There were so many survivors hanging outside, which would only cause trouble. The mech master had to lean against the signal tower to prevent the insect man from taking advantage of the opportunity. Wu Qingqing held the insect killer tightly, and simply heated the weapon to conduct heat to it. The black and blue blade instantly turned fiery red, full of murderous aura. The resilient gumworm was split into 2, and then into 4 parts by the heated insect poison. When she was completely free from the entanglement, something happened to the survivor. Ah! It was the woman's scream, and no one heard it. A small insect man, like an enlarged version of a winged ant, quietly climbed onto her feet. The woman was so scared that her whole body trembled. She kicked hard, but couldn't kick it off. The little insect man hugged her legs tightly, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was laughing at her for overestimating her abilities. The soldiers nearby saw it, and rushed to help. The woman was too scared and moved around, and their safety rope was not long, so it was difficult to move and turn over. The insect man couldn't wait to bite her. The unlucky woman, her space suit was just ordinary material, and 2 holes were immediately broken by the bite. The air pressure dropped suddenly, and the pressure difference made the woman breathless. Xiao Wu noticed it, and reported it to Wu Qingqing. An insect man is approaching the survivor. Wu Qingqing looked at her feet, and watched the video provided by Xiao Wu. She raised another gun, and shot a small energy ball. The energy ball hit the target without any surprise. The audience's eyes widened again. This shot was a perfect hit, showing the calmness and confidence in shooting, which was amazing. The 5 soldiers were deeply moved. Wu Qingqing was their savior. She didn't forget to lend a hand when dealing with the gap between insects. She was a living bodhisattva. The woman was about to collapse. The soldier next to her tore open a space emergency note and mouthed, "Don't move." The woman wanted to breathe in, but couldn't. The harder she couldn't breathe in, the more she struggled. Her lungs hurt and her whole body convulsed. Her hands tightly grasped the child's space suit. The soldier was afraid that she would damage the child's space suit, so he cut the Gordian knot, found the right position, and slapped the first aid strip on it. This slap repaired the gap, and slowly, the air pressure of the space suit stabilized. But the woman fell into a coma and vomited blood several times, so she needed to be given first aid quickly. Seeing that there were more and more insects, Wu Qingqing was the only one left, and they were ready to die again. Just when Wu Qingqing thought she was going to fight alone, the two teammates she pushed away came back. Then, many mechas passed through the acid walls and entered the signal tower. The survivors saw these people, tears flashed in their eyes, and they were finally saved. Wu Qingqing also completely let go of the heavy stone in her heart. As the survivors returned, Wu Qingqing also returned to the support ship. She urgently needed to rest for a while. It was Li Lei who helped her repair the mecha. Li Lei was glad that she did not participate in the individual competition. It was too thrilling outside. Li Lei felt that she was someone who could die hundreds of times before completing a copy in Fiefan Island. There was really no need to force herself for that little honor. She was afraid of the bugmen. With her teammates, she could be full of courage. Without them, she would be scared. It was reasonable for Li Lei to give up the game, and no one blamed her. After all, she positioned herself as a logistics, designer, and maintenance technician. It was also very powerful to have the ability to kill the greedy. You must be tired. I have prepared a comfortable sofa. You can take a rest first, and I will help you repair it. There were not many maintenance personnel. If there were many damaged mechas, they would need to line up. Li Lei is Wu Qingqing's exclusive maintenance technician, and can solve Wu Qingqing's mecha problems more quickly. Coincidentally, Somaya's mecha was damaged again, and needed to be repaired. Wu Qingqing closed her eyes to rest, and as Somaya's mecha just entered the scene, Xiao Wu's reminder came from the headset, "Qingqing slave, the person who hurt you is here." Wu Qingqing opened her eyes were full of fire, she stood up, clenched her fists, walked quickly towards Somaya, and started with a heavy punch. Somaya had just taken off her helmet, and was unable to react. She was hit by a punch, and fell to the ground. She yelled, "You are crazy, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Ask yourself what you have done. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because the live broadcast equipment can't capture some of your little movements? I want to know who is plotting against me, it's easy." Wu Qingqing pointed at her and continued, "You are not worthy of God's blessing, you are a despicable sneak attacker. This is a battlefield, do you understand the meaning of a battlefield? In the new world, we can be enemies, because no one will really die there. In the real battlefield, we are all human beings, so we can only be competitors. Do you know how many people will die because of you if you plot against someone on the battlefield?" Wu Qingqing's mouth was like a machine gun, and she felt disgusted by Somaya's behavior. "If cooperation fails, then we can just play our own games. Why do you plot against me? My achievements make you jealous. Your jealous face is really contemptible. Your kind-hearted Soma god must also think so of you." The person who blew up the mixed acid wall was Somaya. This was the first time Somaya heard such a vicious curse. When she made the decision to attack secretly, she was also panicked for a long time. But watching Wu Qingqing drown in the nameless substance, she felt that the evil spirit in her heart was eliminated. Without Wu Qingqing, she could perform better. Why is Wu Qingqing still alive? A person without the blessing of God should not appear in front of her. Unprecedented, Somaya thought that she was about to be abandoned by the gods, and she felt panic for no reason. I accidentally missed the target and blew up the thing behind you. Look, I didn't say what you did wrong, where was your mistake? You can't wait to admit it. You are good at shooting. At that time, there were no insects behind us, so who did you plan to shoot? No matter how kind Wu Qingqing was, she would not believe Somaya's words. I will hand over the evidence to the higher-ups. After this game, you can only return to the place where you were born. Live an ordinary life, and don't come out to harm others. It was just a game, and she turned evil, and had the idea of killing. In the future, when she sees everyone around her climbing up, only she is still there, won't she be jealous, and become a murderer with all 5 poisons? Somaya rushed over and wanted to hug Wu Qingqing's thigh to apologize, but Wu Qingqing quickly stepped back, and avoided her rush. She felt dirty if she looked at her any longer. In the public eye, Somaya's disguise was torn off, and she didn't pretend anymore, shouting at the top of her voice, "Do you think you are so powerful? You rely on your master's mecha. Without Su Shaokai, you are the same as me. You get everything from others, and you have nothing of your own. So you think you are so bad? When Wu Qingqing said this, her expression was stunned. Yes, when she first met Su Shaokai, she felt that she was very powerful on the surface, but she still thought that she would lose against Wu Feiyang in her heart. Wu Feiyang walked in front of her, as if he could never catch up. After meeting Su Shaokai, Wu Qingqing felt that she could do it again. She said from the bottom of her heart, "At home, I rely on my parents, and when I go out, I rely on my friends." Humans are social creatures, and we cannot be separated from interpersonal relationships. So I relied on the help of my friends. So what? What's wrong with admitting it? When I was born, my parents were responsible for my food, clothing, housing and transportation. The knowledge I learned came from my teachers. My current driving skills were taught by my master, who can be separated from the teachings of others. Oh, I forgot you are special. You are born to learn the Eucharist, and you can feel the truth of the universe through kneeling. Kneel more, you stinking idiot. Samia shook her head. I got my own things by myself, not by others. What others give is charity. You can't convince me. Even if you curse me with vicious words, I will be fine. If I am guilty, God will punish me. You are different. Everything you have comes from others. From the beginning, you have been competing with the wrong and unfair mindset. You are the one who made the mistake. If you don't want to be punished, repent from today, stop relying on charity, and you will be redeemed. I don't care about this punch. I don't admit that I hurt you, I was just competing. The mind is hopelessly twisted. Repent, Suomia said before that she believed in science, but because of the tribe's beliefs, she just followed the customs. When she felt guilty, she pushed the responsibility onto God. As long as God didn't punish her, she was innocent. Wu Qingqing was so angry that she was almost crazy. She clenched her fists behind her back, and her nails pierced into her palms, forcing herself to calm down. Turn around and leave. Stay away from such people in the future. Since Wu Qingqing's live broadcast has resumed, people in her live broadcast room are eager to listen to gossip. After hearing Soamaya's outrageous remarks, netizens started a new round of topics, checking whether there are such believers around them. If there are, stay away from them as soon as possible. Su is a rogue. He stabbed me in the back and said that he fought for it. My Qingqing baby got help from her friend's parents, and she was envied. Soamaya is not wrong. She just wants to win. It's normal for people to die in the competition. Maya seems to be right. Wu Qingqing is the one who has achieved what she has today because of the charity given by others. Yes, how much of Wu Qingqing's own things does she have? Is this world crazy, or are some believers crazy? Those who are harmless to others are said to be wrong, and those who harm others are said to be idiots, who will be punished by heaven and earth if they don't work for themselves? Look at these people, they keep saying the same things. If they say too much, the parties involved will be angry and embarrassed, and even the untrue things will become true. A jerk who can be seen through at a glance. It's a new account. Brothers, it's time to work. Those with distorted values, all of you should die. I don't want to be secretly killed by such a person one day. My friend has such a person. I have been hesitating whether to continue dating him. After seeing this, I have thought it through. Although my boyfriend is very pious, he is gentle and polite. Don't judge him by one stick. Wait and see. If he is a believer, it's okay. If you don't believe, you can't understand their brain circuits. You are right. I can't understand my parents' beliefs. They want to pull me in. I said that if I believe, I can't work to support them, so they gave up. Ha ha ha, all beliefs can be compromised in the face of interests. Isn't this Sumiya's idea? If Su Shaokai helped her, she would accept it, but she would not be grateful to Su Shaokai, because it was charity. Sumiya watched Wu Qingqing leave coldly. She covered her face. This punch was really heavy. No matter how powerful Wu Qingqing is, she received an invitation to join the army from the military. She relied on herself, and her position would be promoted faster than Wu Qingqing. An hour later, the mecha should be almost repaired, and Sumiya went to get it leisurely. As a result, the other party informed her that the repairs were not completed yet, and her mecha was still in the queue, and she needed to wait for another half an hour. Can't you hurry up? No, if you have the ability, you can do it yourself. Aren't you relying on yourself? The entire maintenance area has directly or indirectly received the kindness of Su Shaokai. Those who know how to be grateful will never think that this is charity. Kindness should not be misinterpreted. Even if it is charity, it is people's kindness. It's ridiculous that normal interpersonal communication can be said to be useless by Suomia. Chapter 184. Just after she said that she was wrong, God would punish her. The boomerang quickly thrust back. It is difficult for humans to get rid of interpersonal relationships. Repaying kindness with hatred will inevitably lead to the collapse of interpersonal relationships. Sumiya stared at Li Lei hanging outside the mecha to repair Wu Qingqing's mecha, and her heart began to ache again, and her proudly raised chin gradually fell back. Li Lei saw Sumiya's lonely, and bent back from the corner of her eye. It really fits the saying that there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Wu Qingqing lay on the armchair prepared by Li Lei, and closed her eyes to rest. You still pity her? No, I just want to show her that she is trying to gain sympathy. I guess her fans are saying that we are bullying her. Li Lei has seen bullying before, and the situation that Sumiya is facing now is somewhat similar. But Sumiya has brought this upon herself. She dares to say in public that she relies on herself for everything today, and the help of others is not worth mentioning. It's not enough that she has low emotional intelligence, but she is also so selfish and self-centered, which is purely annoying. Lele can't think of us like this. We haven't left the fan club. I liked Sumiya before because of their unique style, and the image of independent and strong women they promoted. The house collapsed so quickly. The followers of God Soma will not be defeated so easily. We have a firm will. Sumiya just misunderstood the doctrine. It will be fine after correction. God Soma would not want such a follower. She was obviously corrupted by the outside world. I said before that we should not give them a chance to go out. The two factions of the same religion have shown us the diversity of doctrines. So what exactly is the doctrine? Haha, doctrine is a scapegoat. You can push it to whatever you want to do. It is very tolerant, because everyone understands it differently. Like, very philosophical. Wu Qingqing slept for 10 minutes, and Li Lei had already helped her repair it. This time she did not drive the standard Black Wing, but the short-lived custom mecha. Before, she was in a hurry to fight against the Zerg mother body, and did not play 1/10 of the performance of the custom mecha. As soon as the custom mecha appeared, the noisy maintenance yard became quiet. Wu Qingqing's custom mecha has no wings on the back, but it has a big box, which is similar to a gun and follows her. The mecha's body is slender, silver-black, and there will be golden dots flashing from different angles. It is obvious that the material is mixed with star gold. The mecha's hand gently placed on the box, and the box stood up very obediently, looking like a cyber-style vampire. The barrage is going crazy. Okay, Suishabi's words are not nice, but he forced my Qingqing to finally produce a high-end mecha. It's so beautiful. Is it my Kai's work? If it's really Kai's work, doesn't that mean that Su Shaokai will take custom jobs privately? How much is it? Tell me so I can give up. Give up? I can't afford it. There's nowhere to buy it. Let's look at the performance first. The mecha also requires fit. Let me and my friends inspect it visually, and then estimate the price. Wu Qingqing glanced at Sumiya, who was still waiting, and raised a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. I just got help. My popularity is better than yours. So you can see how far I can go with the mecha that others have designed for me with all their efforts. The vegetable farmer deliberately used a mecha with relatively low tool performance for the so-called fairness. Wu Qingqing saw through it. Bullshit fairness. No matter how low-key she was, there would always be people who were jealous. The competition has never banned the use of high-end mechas. Su Shaokai also understood from the beginning that she couldn't be completely low-key, so she didn't hide it deliberately. Wu Qingqing took the box and ejected the support ship under the envious eyes of everyone. Lieutenant General Bai glanced at the screen and cursed in his heart. Little show-off. He also wanted to show off. The performance of the custom mecha was tailor-made for Wu Qingqing. There were many guns stored in the box, which were controlled by artificial intelligence. Wu Qingqing just needed to tell Xiaowu what she wanted. Back in front of the signal tower deck, the acid-spitting worm was still alive and fighting back. Wu Qingqing raised a gun, a weapon modified by Su Shaokai. The air flowed, and Wu Qingqing re-entered the void. He fired a shot, and a seemingly ordinary bullet was fired. After being dropped, it exploded on the acid-spitting worm. After the explosion, it seemed that there was no damage. After a while, it actually entered the second explosion, and after the explosion, it exploded 4 times in a row. The small wound was directly enlarged several times, and a bloody hole was directly blown. This bullet is a unique hidden weapon, and Su Shaokai gave it a vulgar name, the Rain Pear Blossom Bullet. It is specially used to deal with greedy people whose recovery ability is not fast. The mission was completed, and the barrel was automatically put away by the box. Wu Qingqing had a worm-killing knife, as long as the fuselage in her hand. She made a knife flower, and the mecha began to show off. Like a falling leaf, Wu Qingqing stabbed the acid-spitting bugman's wound without holding back. 10 seconds later, the acid-spitting bug wailed and fell. The bug man, who had been tormented for so long, was finally killed. This. The live broadcast room suddenly stopped barrages. After a while, the person who said he wanted to visually assess the performance of the mecha said, "It's impossible to assess, this should be a star-level mecha. Damn it, I haven't even touched a star-level mecha. This performance has already surpassed that of a star-level mecha, but it is driven by a player who has not yet reached the 9th level of chi perception. Convincing people with a brick, beautiful, clean movements, from the perspective of an unprofessional audience, the standard Blackwing really wronged my Caibao's apprentice. The emperor who was courting death also showed up. Ha ha ha, support Qingqing. How can someone who is my Caibao not have a good mecha? The vegetable farmer just disdains to use it. Some people don't even understand what it means to be sour." Of course, he was talking about Swamia. It's human nature to be jealous and envious. But attribute this emotion to others' fault, force a change of angle, and say it's for winning, and then openly harm others' lives. It's disgusting, and I feel sick every time I hear it. Sumiya watched Wu Qingqing go out, and her score soared. She was already good, and now she soared on the spot, and won the first place in less than 15 minutes. She opened her mouth, closed it, and opened it again, and repeated it several times. She found helplessly that she couldn't catch up, no matter what. Now Li Kuan-yun, who was at the bottom of the list, had a higher score than her. She ranked 10,000th out of 10,000 contestants, and the competition was meaningless. The maintenance worker informed her that the mecha was ready, and Sumiya's eyes were red, and she said angrily, "There is no fair competition, so it's better not to compete." Oh, what a bad attitude. The maintenance man turned away. He was not a punching bag. You can compare or not. Sumiya's mentality was really blown up. She wanted to give up, but she didn't dare to be sad when she thought that if she couldn't survive outside, she would have to go back to the tribe to marry and pay off the debt. Before she received the invitation from the military, she was still hesitant about whether to sign it, because the future of the invited team was not clear. Now she had to sign it, and she signed it first to keep her job. As a result, she opened the file and scrolled to the bottom, wanting to sign, but the file disappeared. A pop-up window prompted it that the file had been withdrawn. So Maya was terrified and bit her fingers anxiously. She looked around, hoping to find her sister Salmini. Then she remembered that her sister was not on this support ship. Everyone's face was unfamiliar, and she suddenly feared the contemptuous eyes of others. The two sisters were too withdrawn, and not good at communicating with strangers. It was already remarkable to say a complete sentence. She didn't understand. Didn't she just have a quarrel with Wu Qingqing? They just had different values. Why did they treat her like this? If she knew that Wu Qingqing and Su Shaokai had such a great influence that the military could withdraw the invitation, she would definitely not do what she did before. In fact, she didn't know that this had a lot to do with her words. She could completely deny the things that were done by others and keep silent. The military that invited her could get over it, with a little manipulation. After joining the army, many of her thoughts could be corrected. The real reason why she was disliked was that the purpose of the army was to help the weak and suppress the strong, which was the opposite of the idea of the strong preying on the weak. Accepting her was equivalent to accepting her ideas, which was a taboo, so the invitation was quickly withdrawn. Even if she signed, the contract would not be considered valid without their seal. One word ruined her future. Sumiya really lost the meaning of the competition. Later, she went out to continue the competition. The commander of the support ship saw her state and ordered her to return, but she was unwilling. "I can still fight. You are willing to die, but we have the obligation to protect the weak. Your current state is weak, and you need others to protect you to survive. I give you one more chance, don't be dazed. My soldiers are also human beings, not your bodyguards." The commander's stern warning dealt another blow to Sumiya's self-confidence. The defense line in her heart could not hold up, and she was completely sunk. She could only be pulled back to the support ship by others, and she was not allowed to fight again in a short time. The deck was almost cleaned up by Wu Qingqing, and the signal tower began to be dismantled. Their mission was not the fastest to complete, but it was difficult. Wu Qingqing made the greatest contribution. The two soldiers who were with Wu Qingqing just now were very happy, and said they would go to the next mission point with Wu Qingqing. Facing friends who can chat, Wu Qingqing resumed her chatterbox nature. "Okay, what are your names? Where are you from?" "Oh, no wonder, you have an accent there. It sounds very distinctive." "Really? I have also been in the insect man's nest. It is definitely not as big as the one you have seen. The danger I encountered was at Huang Yangqing's place. We can communicate more." The audience of the barrage was shocked. Is this something I can listen to? Qingqing has been in the insect man's nest? I really want to continue listening. Listen to her bragging? She said you believe it too? One of my friends retired and often said that he had entered the Zerg nest. He just wandered around the door of the Zerg nest for a few rounds and waited for the big guys to clean up before he went in to clean up the mess. Then the soldier asked Wu Qingqing if she had ever fought with the Zerg warriors. Yes, I did. I couldn't even struggle at that time. It was my master who saved my life. Puff, who says he is a dog. I had no choice. I could only hide at that time. It was hard to deal with the greedy. Don't look at us as if we are very powerful. In fact, I have experienced thousands of life and death. How old are you? You don't understand. Master is very strict with us. Our training can only be described as life and death. Words can't express her hardships. In front of the screen, when interacting with people, the vegetable farmers always respond with a positive attitude, and they rarely mention the efforts behind them. The audience can hear the sadness in it. Wu Qingqing lamented the past. The training was really hard. So hard that sometimes she cried for no reason in the middle of the night. I didn't know I was crying, and I didn't know I was crying until my pillow was wet in the morning. The body's resistance was very honest. It was just the brain forcing it to move. I believe you, Qingqing. It's already amazing to have created one among so many people. That Dasua is seeking his own death. It would be great if everyone can live in peace. That's right. Standing out is already half the battle, and it has stepped into a threshold that many people cannot cross in their lifetime. Hu Ping has already installed a temporary energy point, opened the skylight completely, and then connected the lights, and the training ground is bright. Mecha divisions are coming in from outside. Seeing the mess in the training ground, he was speechless for a moment. There were all the corpses of insects floating in the air, and many of them hit the wall and bounced away. They could only clean up the corpses while planning the next attack. The cowardly insect soldiers were still coming from all directions. After cleaning up the scales, the Mecha division finally had time to deal with the cowardly insect soldiers. Building a temporary energy point means that the Mecha division can get timely supplies. It only needs to send people to protect the temporary entrance point. The cowardly insect soldiers are not too threatening. This number is strange. Hu Ping mentioned it more than once. After completing one task after another, many locations on the mechanical planet were marked green on the map, indicating that they had been cleaned up and captured. Lieutenant General Bai and his artificial intelligence looked for the mother body in front of the camera, and the team began to suffer casualties. It was not the unknown state that Wu Qingqing had before, but a definite sacrifice, and the bodies were transported back to the main ship for incineration. The victims were put into body bags, and the audience in the live broadcast room no longer watched with a thrilling mentality, and some people felt pity. There are more than 10 of them, and there is no hope of treatment. They are really dead. Isn't Lieutenant General Bai the god of war, who inherited the will of General Bai? There are sacrifices. Why didn't he participate in the war? Why didn't he send more people in? If the Zerg used the Zerg Sea tactics, wouldn't Lieutenant General Bai have millions of people? There are so many experts pointing fingers on the internet. This is a war. In the movies, you have to give away heads to win, not to mention that the sacrifices in reality are already considered few. Have you played the game of Fiefin Island? Have you played the realistic level of Fiefin Island? If you haven't played it, go play it first. If you can guarantee zero sacrifice, you can take the position of general. Lieutenant General Bai knew that the live broadcast would definitely cause controversy and his reputation might be damaged, but so what? Life has ups and downs. If you always take a smooth road, you will die on the way. He must get the position of general. Anyway, no one above has stepped down, so he has plenty of time to fight for it. Suddenly, he stood up and found something wrong. The ratio of cowardly insect soldiers to greedy people was wrong. He frowned, and the shadow from the tear grooves seemed to be deeper. He pondered what the source was. In order to delay, there was no mother insect here at all. On the blue planet, the remaining players can move freely, and most of them are also watching today's live broadcast of the game. There is a group of young people driving an expensive hovercraft to the space station. The co-pilot is holding a huge egg-shaped object. Li Kuan-yin went to the individual competition and told them to throw the object near the sky station before leaving. Sister, do we really want to help brotherly put this thing in the space station? We don't know what it is. The co-pilot is one of the second-generation rich people in the second echelon of Taro. He felt that the thing in his arms was not good. When he thought about it, he shuddered and thought of the rumored human implantation incident. Immediately, he felt a little dizzy and his pupils could not focus. He shook his head and returned to normal. The space station is the most densely populated place on Blue Star. There are many officials there. If a few of them die, The Blue Star regime will have to change blood. We will do whatever the boss says. There is nothing that the Li family can't handle. Then, the Li family will handle Su Xiaokai. The co-pilot muttered that he couldn't even handle the newly rising woman. The family is nothing in front of the country. When Li Kuan Yin was not around, the girl in the driver's seat was their big sister. Don't tell me any lies. Just know that the mission is simple. The co-pilot boy poked at the eggshell with his finger. It was very hard, frosted, dead gray, and opaque. It was impossible to judge what was inside by the light. Will there be a bug man inside? After saying this, he felt dizzy and panicked in the heart of this young man, who was not very experienced in the world. Sister, I don't want to do this mission. Otherwise, you do it. The co-pilot wanted to distance himself from the matter. If the thing was related to the insect man, he would die and his family would not protect him. It would also implicate the whole family. I'm driving. What nonsense are you talking about? The female team member said impatiently. Hurry up and finish the work. We didn't do anything, just throwing away garbage. As soon as she finished speaking, the female team member felt dizzy and glanced at the egg-shaped object nervously. The person in the back seat didn't notice any danger at all and laughed. Don't be afraid. If someone asks, just say you picked it up on the roadside. Anyway, Brotherly just told you verbally. How can you pick up something like this on the roadside? Normal people would find it incredible, but these dandies thought this excuse was acceptable. They were in their rebellious period, so innocent that they just thought they were doing something cool. They completely ignored that the police would ask where the things came from, where they picked them up, and when they picked them up, and then compare the time they left the house with the time they went to the space station. When the interrogation technique was used, they could not hide anything when they were interrogated separately. Deliberately endangering national security is a serious crime. They arrived near the space station and stopped the car. A security guard immediately looked over here, and the big sister turned around slowly and drove to the nearby public toilet. Through the rearview instrument, the security guards were still seen. Go down and put the thing in the toilet. I dare not, sister. How about we hand it over? How can we explain its origin? Brotherly will go to jail. Just throw it away. It has nothing to do with us. The boy in the co-pilot seat would never agree to it. He was really scared. He thought it was cool at first, but the thing was linked to the insect people, which was selling out the country. He didn't want to be a spy. From childhood to adulthood, he had heard the most that being a spy was a shame. The big sister didn't want to delay. Anyway, no one came here. This place hadn't been cleaned for a long time, and was a bit dirty. She grabbed it, opened the door, and got out of the car. She used the car body to block the big egg, and stepped into the women's restroom. She put the big egg on the sink. Thinking that someone would definitely see it when they came in, she moved it behind the door. Chapter 185. Su Xiaokai watched all the live broadcasts of the vegetable farmers competition. She couldn't take care of everything, so she could only choose to record the screen at an accelerated speed, and then use Wisdom 03 to summarize it for her, highlighting the key points for playback. She also noticed the incredible number of cowardly insect soldiers of Hu Ping and Ji Hung. She closed her eyes and thought. Her thinking was the same as that of Lieutenant General Bai. The number and proportion were obviously wrong. The mechanical planet had been cleaned up, and there were not so many insect people wandering from the other side of the border to the mechanical planet. Even if there is a mother insect, the mother needs to hunt more humans and plants, so it should produce more greedy people to help itself. It is not realistic to produce cowardly insect soldiers and hope to win by numbers. What else can cowardly insect soldiers do? Su Xiaokai opened her eyes, and her heart trembled again. If a large army of insects, the mother and the insect warriors moved ahead of time to conceal their tracks. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? No, it is well known that the elites will be concentrated on the mechanical planet. If she is an enemy in the dark, what will she do? Should we give it to a strong enemy or delay it? Delay, the Zergman cannot be controlled, so we can only delay it. How to delay? According to the current exploration progress of the mechanical planet, the entire mechanical planet will be explored soon. In order to delay the return of Lieutenant General Bai, the mother body will be hidden in a hidden place. When Lieutenant General Bai has dealt with the mother body, the goal will be achieved soon. So where will its goal be? No need to guess, Blue Planet. Since the mother body can cooperate with humans before, it is possible that humans will find the Zergman again. Su Xiaokai stood up and pinched the back of the sofa. Her fingertips turned white. Forced herself to calm down. Lieutenant General Bai had more information than her, so he should have thought of this and not panic. Xingmu saw Su Xiaokai frowning and feeling depressed, so she didn't dare to make a sound. She touched Huahua, and the leopard cat also came into the house. The temperature inside the house was controlled, so it was more comfortable than outside. But it still didn't want to have too much contact with humans, so it hid in the corner. When Su Shaokai stood up, it became alert. The little beast's intuition made it feel that Su Shaokai was very scary now. Su Shaokai stared at the live broadcast screen. Ji Hung and other elites have already conducted ground exploration, which is equivalent to entering the core of the mechanical planet. In other words, if the other party wants to do something, it will definitely be done in the next period of time when Lieutenant General Bai and his troops cannot leave. She lowered her head and sent a message to Professor Ai Ximping. Where are you now? Su Xiaocai's letter had a special prompt tone, and Ai Ximping immediately read the message. Go to the space station. We want to see the construction status. Return immediately. No matter who calls you to go, return, don't go. With so many experts here, it is in the best interest to attack Blue Star. Even if Blue Star cannot be conquered, the military can be wary of the experts as hostages. Ai Ximping didn't understand, but he believed in Su Shaokai and asked the driver to stop. The driver was a soldier responsible for the safety of Mr. Ai. He stopped and slowly landed on the ground, and all vehicles stopped. The driver asked, "Is there anything wrong with Mr. Ai?" "Something is wrong. There is a problem with the drawings. I thought about it, and it seems that there is a loophole. I have to go back and change it." Ai Ximping didn't say anything about Su Shaokai. The driver smiled and said, "Are we going to the space station today?" "No, tell them I'm not going. I'm going to Su Shaokai to ask if they want to go." The driver was surprised, but still followed Ai Ximping's instructions, and told others about Ai Ximping's decision. They stopped in an open area. Everywhere they looked was a cleared ruin. There were only temporary road markings on the ground to prevent the hovercraft from deviating from the route and going to places it shouldn't go. Now the Blue Star is vast and sparsely populated. After stopping for a long time, no one passed by, and it was very desolate. An old man walking in front stuck his head out and shouted, "Hey, old man Ai, you are talking nonsense. We just discussed it thoroughly yesterday and confirmed that there was no mistake in the drawings. You are going to ask a little kid for advice now. Do you look down on us?" Ai Ximping did not answer, but said directly to the driver, "Turn back and don't listen to him. I have something urgent to find Su Shaokai." The co-pilot who was protecting Ai Ximping nodded to the driver. "Just do whatever old man Ai says." The driver turned around and left without saying anything. Others asked on the communicator, "Where is the mistake in the drawing?" "I don't know, but I trust Mr. Ai. The project is not urgent. If there is a mistake, it will be bad." Many people followed Ai Ximping and left. The old man who was cursing in front had a gloomy look in his eyes. After a while, there was only one car left behind him. There were 4 young researchers in this car. From the number of drivers and bodyguards, we can see their status. They can only be regarded as accompanying personnel. They opened the car window, smiling, and said enthusiastically, "Professor Zhang, we all believe you. You have checked the drawings. There can't be any mistakes. Professor Ai Ximping is obviously doing too much." Professor Zhang was angry. "You know nothing." The 4 researchers were embarrassed, flattering the horse and hitting the horse's hoof. This Professor Zhang, his temper is as bad as the rumors say, and he doesn't consider the worldly affairs. Well, Professor Zhang is rich and talented, so he doesn't need to consider the feelings of these people. The 4 researchers could only silently make up for Professor Zhang in their hearts, saying that talented people have strange temperaments. After Ai Ximping arrived at Su Xiaocai's place, Xingmu and Zia Wanzi welcomed Professor Ai into the room. "Where is Professor Su?" "The coach is contacting people. It seems that there is something urgent." "Professor, please wait for a moment." Su Shaokai was contacting the person in charge of Blue Star. The person in charge's communicator could not be reached, so she contacted the intern she knew. The intern quickly answered, "Professor Su, hello, what's the matter? I heard that you contacted the professor to go to outer space today. Lieutenant General Bai was not there. How could you arrange for them to go there?" Su Shaokai knew the importance of these experts. The strongest fighting force was in the front, so they would be moved. The intern heard, "Professor Su, wait a minute." After the slightly heavy footsteps, there was a rustling sound. When the intern spoke again, it was 2 minutes later. The intern whispered to Su Shaokai, "Professor Su, I asked, it was yesterday that the professors discussed the next project and said they wanted to confirm it again and inspect it. It was the professor's own suggestion, and there was no reason for the people of Blue Star to refuse. Who allowed it?" The intern lowered his voice, "Deputy Station Master of the space station. Does he have such great power?" "His uncle is a colonel in the Blue Star Armed Forces." The armed forces, the border front is led by a major general, and the security of Blue Star is managed by this colonel. However, after Lieutenant General Bai took over, he became dispensable, like an idler. If you want to take power, you must wait until Lieutenant General Bai leaves. This in turn is not simple. She seemed to have said before that she had been employed for a short time, and she had already established connections and obtained intelligence in just a few days. People from different departments can be asked, worthy of being arranged by Lieutenant General Bai. Thank you. Su Shaokai hung up the phone and walked quickly to the hall, where more than a dozen professors and their assistants were sitting. AI Shimping stood up first and said in a dramatic way, Professor Su, I have something to ask you. Do you have time? Su Shaokai suddenly realized and smiled with the corners of her lips raised. Finally, I know why he was able to abduct people so quickly. To be the chief engineer, there is no simple one. The old fox immediately figured out her intentions. I'm not very free, but I can still find time to come if Professor AI wants to ask anything. Then let's go to the room to talk, AI Shimping said. Old man AI, you said you would come here halfway, so you should give us an explanation. What is wrong with the drawings? Professor Zhang, who opposed AI Shimping's coming before, also came. He was very dissatisfied, and his voice was so loud that the leopard cat quickly hid behind Hua Hua. Hua Hua's round eyes glared at him, not afraid of him at all. The small body can protect his wife from wind and rain. Professor Zhang, please stop talking. We scholars are all experts first. Professor AI saw the problem, but we didn't. That's our problem. Professor Su only told Professor AI that she trusted him more, and we could still see the final draft. It didn't matter. At first glance, it seemed like they were trying to mediate, but in fact, they were full of tricks. Professors are not united. In the past, they were equally knowledgeable, but they were always uncomfortable when AI was the one who was better. He always wanted to find the right opportunity to replace AI Shimping. But that was in the past. AI Shimping has made great progress now, and he has left them behind. It's all caused by Su Shaokai, a young man with a questionable background. You can make progress, but if you don't drag them along with you when your progress is so obvious, don't blame them for being sarcastic. Su Shaokai doesn't like to get angry with others, and she tries to keep her temper calm, except in emergencies and when facing idiots. She glanced at them. Professor AI is my student, and you are not. You ask, I want to charge money. For such a big project, my fee is relatively high. Will you give it to me? How old are you? You haven't graduated yet. How dare you argue with them in that tone? She said the old man was her student right away. She was arrogant and presumptuous. Su Shaokai just didn't want to argue with him. The situation could change at any time. It was better to be a little arrogant than to talk nonsense. AI Shimping was very cooperative and winked at them proudly. Do you want to spend some money to listen together, or wait until I finish asking questions before telling you? What's the difference? These professor assistants were so angry, but they couldn't do anything about the other party. Mysterious. Maybe they are plotting something big, and don't want them to get involved. At this time, everyone looked at Professor Zhang, who was rich and powerful. Professor Zhang was a well-known local tyrant in the academic world. Professor Zhang cleared his throat. If I say I am willing to pay, can I? Su Shaokai, no, I don't teach everyone. You came to my house at the last minute, and I'm already very polite. I didn't even look at your problem, so I don't know how big your problem is. If I take advantage of you, I will feel very bad. Everyone, you're still picking it. Professor AI Shimping snickered. When Su Shaokai was impatient, she would be very mean. Professor Zhang was furious, ignorant child. Childish old man. Su Shaokai had just finished speaking. There was a loud bang outside, a flash of red light, and then a heat wave rolled, and the whole house made a low buzzing sound. Attacked? Su Shaokai opened the curtains, and the multi-layered protective shield rose up. Just now, there was an attack coming straight here. The people who secretly protected Su Shaokai were so scared that their heartbeats accelerated. Fortunately, they were hiding in the protective shield, otherwise they would have been dead by now. Colonel Yuan finally got in touch at this time, and took the initiative to send a notification. Global alert, the Zerg army is coming, Blue Star is on alert. Knowing that Su Shaokai would definitely ask, Colonel Yuan was afraid that she would go to explore the situation by herself, so he took the initiative to inform her, don't move, the Zerg are coming, it's all planned. We have reinforcements, no matter what the situation you must protect yourself. Su Shaokai remembered the meteor she saw not long ago, and she asked why it looked familiar. She made the mecha herself, so there was no reason to be wrong. An acquaintance came quietly. Yeah. Did you know that the professors were going to the space station today? Yeah. Don't scare him. Colonel Yuan quickly asked Lieutenant General Bai's secretary if this was true. The secretary shook his head. There is no such plan. The original plan was to wait for Lieutenant General Bai to return in 3 days before the professors could take action. Where did you get the news? Colonel Yuan just raised his hand to contact the professor and then paused. Did you stop them? Yes, remember to give me a credit afterwards, and the badge? I want to take it back to my father to hang on the metal wall. Old Man Schu has a little bit of honor complex. Schu Shaokai must ask Old Man Schu to praise her. Colonel Yuan, okay, Professor Schu, please protect the old professors. We can't spare any manpower for the time being. I know I'm here, don't worry. I'm even more worried about what to do. Schu Shaokai is really low-key, but when she's high-profile, she can make people worry to death. In fact, Schu Shaokai is the one who doesn't need to worry the most, but they are afraid that Schu Shaokai will intervene and disrupt the plan. Schu Shaokai knows that they have their own plans, so she will naturally not take action. This is different from the unprepared Huang Yangxing incident and the absurd human body implantation incident. The military is prepared, so she just needs to wait obediently. The red light and sharp alarm just now all mean that something big is happening. Professor Ai Shengping just took a step forward. Professor Zhang was faster than anyone else, pointing at Ai Shengping and saying, "Did you know in advance that an attack would happen, and colluded with Schu Shaokai, working together from inside and outside to trap us here? If it weren't for you, I would already be in the space station, and could escape on a spaceship at any time." Schu Shaokai twitched her lips. Are you really a professor? The Zerg attacked. Can you just run away? The circular shuttle is not built yet, and the aircraft carrier must be approved to enter and exit. What kind of aircraft carrier is he going to use to escape? It can't be another conspiracy of spies driving away the aircraft carrier. The students will be fooled, and the professors won't be so stupid. Professor Zhang, anyway, I want to leave now. It's not safe here. Do you want to leave? No one responded. Seeing Schu Xiaocai's calm appearance, it may not be safer outside than here. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Schu Shaokai didn't stop them. She only promised the professors that nothing would happen to them when they were with her. If they wanted to get out, they could go out. She still has one less burden. Do you trust her so much? This place is so empty, it will definitely become a target of attack. After saying that, a demon-eye bug fell down. The protective shield outside Schu Xiaocai's garden can only block energy attacks, and the edge of the house has physical protection. But Schu Shaokai was very calm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of black wings were released to protect Schu Xiaocai's mecha division, a total of 30 people. There are 30 mecha divisions above the captain level stationed in the small house. The density is so high that it is estimated that there is no place on Blue Star that is safer than Schu Shaokai. In addition, the professor's bodyguards and the professors themselves are a powerful support. They can form a strong and sustainable combat team. Seeing this, it is even more impossible for others to leave. They don't know the battle situation outside. Even if this place will become an attack target, it is impossible to break through all at once. Professor Zhang was angry and said in a muffled voice, "There are so many soldiers. You can send a few to escort me to other safe shelters." Old Man Zhang, stop it. Ai Shengping scolded, "Do you know that you are forcing others? Schu Shaokai doesn't owe you anything. Then lend me your bodyguards, I'm leaving." Mr. Zhang is in such a hurry to leave. Is it because he knows something? Schu Xiaocai's expression was still relaxed, but his question was sharp. Professor Zhang, don't spit blood at me, I don't know anything. It's better to do this. If you are worried about your safety, Professor, don't be afraid. We will die together. At most, the death will be different. Why don't you think about it and drag others to take risks with you? What if we are all alive, and you die alone? How unlucky it is. This girl, has she just eaten cactus? Her mouth is full of thorns. What if you all die, and I'm still alive? Professor Zhang blurted out, and everyone looked at him. Even more unlucky, okay, he opened his mouth, unable to explain that the words he just said were unintentional, and wanted to explain that he was just speaking his mind. His eyes met Ai Shengping's cold eyes, and he shut up completely. Xing Miao and Xiao Wenzi's eyes met. Schu Shaokai was really brave, daring to confront Professor Zhang. He is a little bully in the academic world, with strong capital behind him, and relying on his extraordinary knowledge, he has always looked up to others. Others have bad tempers when they encounter problems, or stupid students or subordinates. Professor Zhang scolds people regardless of the occasion or other people's mood. He just scolds whenever he wants. Professor AI, as the chief engineer, has to give him some face. Seeing this, others suddenly understand why Su Shaokai is so popular. She has the demeanor of a general, and can give people a sense of security. Well, the point is that she is tough enough to confront Professor Zhang. The professors who are fed up with Professor Zhang's bad temper are happy you have come to this day. They will remember that frustrated look for the rest of their lives. But to be honest, they are a little worried that this place is not safe enough, and they feel uneasy. A professor gave pertinent advice, asking Su Shaokai whether they can all move to other places, because the surrounding area is too empty, and it is easy to become a target. Others asked what kind of protection measures are there here. Protection measures are the trump card, and since they can't distinguish between humans and ghosts, Su Shaokai naturally can't tell them. When the insect people attack, do you think it's safer with fewer people or more people? There were loud explosions and continuous gunfire. The people in the room could only hear a little noise now. The sound insulation was very good. There are few people. The insects like places with many people, and this place is open on all sides. You can see which direction there are insects, so you can better intercept the attack in advance. There are pros and cons. The professors had to stay with Su Shaokai and wait for the next change in the battle situation before taking the next step. Xing Miao looked at the fierce battle outside. Kai, can I go out to fight? Go ahead. Call for help if you can't hold on. To call for help, of course, is to call for the trump card, Su Shaokai himself. Chapter 186. Xing Miao smiled happily. She really liked the way Su Shaokai handled things. She would not forbid them to fly out because of safety concerns. He was always there to protect them. So cool. The professors were impressed by this beautiful girl. They thought she was Su Xiaocai's assistant, but she turned out to be a little warrior. They didn't pay much attention to the game, and didn't know who Xing Miao was. This kid has to fight too. Yes, but I'm not a kid. Professors, goodbye first. Xing Miao saluted Su Shaokai, then left the room and joined the role of guardian. Su Shaokai stood inside the door, smiling as she watched them fight to protect her, feeling a different sense of security. Not bad, not bad. The next moment, she couldn't hold back her smile. Don't step on my field, how ridiculous. Don't you see that the seedlings are growing well? With a roar, the mecha master's hearts beat fast, and everyone looked at their feet. Those who stepped on Su Xiaocai's field all retreated, and consciously stayed away from the green fields. Xing Miao, as expected of Su Shaokai, she only has her vegetable field in her eyes, and she won't hesitate to let anyone step on it. Fortunately, the insect people are attracted by humans, so they don't attack the seedlings in the field. Sometimes some of them are not very careful, and step on the seedlings directly. There are offensive weapons around the field, and the insect people who are lucky enough to be locked by the weapons are very miserable. They fall down with hatred in a short while, and then they are hit by a blood seed, and they turn into flower mud, fertilizer, on the spot. The bright red flowers exude a demon spirit, and the hideous roots are entrenched on the bodies of the insect people who are not dead yet. From a distance, they look like dense blood vessels pulsating regularly. As long as the insect people have eyes, they will not take the initiative to come and provoke. Therefore, the battle here at Su Shaokai is not fierce, and her bodyguards can handle it. The professor's bodyguards are also used as substitutes. If the time is extended, they can take turns. The professors all guessed that it should not be a large-scale raid, otherwise it would be too calm here. Little did they know that the facts were just the opposite. The insect people launched the largest scale attack in history. Above the blue sky, more than a dozen insect warriors tore open the space barrier, carrying 2 insect mother bodies, and emerged from the subspace, sharpening their knives. Prepare to occupy Blue Star. The moment the bugs appeared, the deputy station master of the Blue Star space station almost fell to his knees. Despair was revealed on his face. There were too many of these things, so many that the current forces of Blue Star could not fight back. There were not many people in the space station, but because the professor said he would come today, his uncle specifically asked him to approve the professor's passage. He never thought that this day would come. The deputy station master of the space station and a group of construction workers were trapped in the space station. As hostages, note, hostages. No one could have thought that the bugs would know how to use food as a threat one day. One of the mother insects landed in space and called out to the military, humans, let's talk about the conditions. We need Blue Star. As long as you get out of Blue Star, we can let the people in the space station go. The hostages can only survive for 5 hours. If they don't evacuate within 5 hours, all the food will be ours. When Colonel Yuan first received it, he thought he was hallucinating. Will the insects take humans as hostages? They will only take them as food. Hostages must be the term used by humans. Who taught this? Are they brainless to disturb the existing peace in their rear for the sake of the insects? The Zerg have learned to threaten and kill slowly, and the problem will be serious. Millions, or tens of millions, countless Zerg surrounded the space station, forming a dense mass, like a school of fish that can move. All of them are cowardly Zerg soldiers, and a small number of greedy ones. Only a part of them fell to the ground like blind flies, who didn't understand the order, and the rest are all here. Once the Zerg warriors, or Zerg mother bodies are lost, these Zergs with not strong strength will go out of control. In this battle, we can only clean them up at the same time. 5 hours, there is no way to win. And 5 hours, there is no time to evacuate. But abandoning the people in the space station is against military discipline, and everyone's life is worth saving. Colonel Yuan was in a dilemma. Fortunately, he had a commander above him, so he didn't have to make decisions. Admiral Bai and his mecha divisions were ejected from the docked large warship. While the insect people were holding back their appetite, he began to deploy troops. His meaning was very clear. The people in the space station should try their best to rescue within 5 hours. If they can be rescued, they will be rescued. If they can't be rescued, forget it. The Zerg never talk about credibility. Humans taught them to use hostages to control humans, and they obviously copied the trick. Admiral Bai looked cold. He must not let the Zerg succeed. If they succeed, they will engrave this method in the shared information database that belongs exclusively to the mother body. That would be the end of mankind. Where is the security commander of Blue Star? No one knows where the colonel went. He disappeared before the alarm sounded. Could he be trapped in the space station? The space station is not blocked and can still receive messages from others. If the colonel is inside, he should respond in time. It is very likely that he escaped from the battle and became a deserter, or that he had a part in this attack. Admiral Bai, then don't worry about him. I am the commander-in-chief of this battle. A total of 5 million soldiers can be mobilized. 5 million soldiers may seem like a lot, but the number of mecha divisions is only about 1 million. The others are the operators of aircraft carriers, land forces, land-to-air forces, fighter jets, and drone control work. 1 million mecha divisions are the maximum number of troops that can be mobilized at present. Previously, the price of mechas could not be reduced, and there were not so many training machines for soldiers to train. This situation may be improved in the future, but that is a story for another time. Since the insect people have learned the hostage policy, they must have learned more. All the 10 stars know about the competition. Lieutenant General Bai and General Bai know the thoughts of those rats too well. Destroying Blue Star and losing the border will bring obvious benefits. Resources will be plundered, military morale will be greatly reduced, and people's trust will also drop sharply. A series of side effects. The worst situation is that the neighboring country prompted the insect people to attack, so the loss would not be the end. In the words of General Bai, the imperial people are ambitious bitches, and the baskets they carry are full of shit and bad ideas. Let's not talk about how much harm there will be after the loss. General Bai and Lieutenant General Bai are in the same state, thinking about how to solve this crisis. He ordered, find out the specific location of the mother body, and let the insect warriors be dealt with by the leaders above the rank of Major General. Admiral Bai has already activated his mecha, ready to provide support at any time. At this time, the Deputy Station Master of the space station asked to talk to Admiral Bai. Admiral Bai agreed. The Deputy Station Master of the space station started to ask for help. Commander Bai, please save us. We have also invited experts such as AI Shimping to come today. What should we do now? Noisy. Change to someone who can talk, and contact again. Admiral Bai hung up impatiently. What a bullshit. The Deputy Station Master was dumbfounded. Why didn't Admiral Bai listen to him finish his words? Nothing else, because what he said was all nonsense, a waste of time. Contact others. I want to know the situation in the space station. What the hell is this Deputy Station Chief? And what about the professor? Admiral Bai didn't want to listen to the idiot's report, so he turned to ask Colonel Yuan what was going on. The Deputy Station Chief looked at the insect people in despair, weighed his big belly, and thought about this fat. Was it just so cheap for the insect people? He still had mistresses, and more than a dozen children waiting for him to support. The Deputy Station Chief, whose mind was empty all day, thought about many things without limit. The door of the control room was suddenly knocked open. Open it! The former station master brought several security guards to subdue the Deputy Station Master. Deputy Station Master, what do you want to do? Why are you here? You have been transferred to another position, and are not qualified to manage the affairs of the space station. Do you think I want to manage it? I am on vacation and want to watch the children's competition. If I didn't know what a loser like you is, I wouldn't want to come. It's a matter of life and death. No one wants to pay for your stupidity. You are just the former station master. You have no right to manage. Get out. The deputy station master glared at him. You keep saying the same thing. It's already this time. What can a useless person like you do? You are a moron who can't even recite the space rules. Article 100 of the Space Station Rules. The station master and deputy station master cannot respond to the commander-in-chief during war. They can be reported by staff who understand the operation of the space station and have done related work. The two station masters of the space station are the most vulnerable to bribery. The former station master is strong and offended many people. When the 3-year rotation period came, he was demoted and transferred to the ground logistics department. The deputy station chief was able to stay in this position because he retired, which gave people with ulterior motives room to operate. The former station chief was worried about corruption, because such people were allowed to eat the people's tax money for nothing. There is no need to worry now. With the wrong example set by the deputy station chief, as long as the victory is won, the Blue Star regime will also be reshuffled. The former station chief contacted Admiral Bai again, sending a message and stating his identity. Hello, sir? The former station master explained the situation in the space station and said that the traitor had been caught. Don't just ask who the traitor is. He was just following the orders of his superiors. Oh, now check the accounts of your mistresses and see if there are any extra money. Do you think such a large amount is a reward for you? You are not worth the price at all, the money for buying your life. Do you understand? After the former station master finished speaking, Admiral Bai's secretary gave the former station master an order. The entire building of the space station was not invaded by insect people. If the food was at their mouths, the mother insect people could not resist the greed of the greedy. This gives them room for maneuver. The survivors can move to the ground. Although there are many insects on the ground troops are numerous, well-equipped, and have a large number of auxiliary machinery and drones, which are very advantageous in dealing with the cowardly insect soldiers. After successfully contacting the space station, Admiral Bai heard from Colonel Yuan that Su Shaokai had intercepted the professors halfway, and his mouth twitched. This kid is too sensitive to the information of the insect battlefield. Fortunately, he has a righteous heart, and is not short of money. If he stood on the opposite side of them, he would definitely be the most serious criminal of this century. Colonel Yuan said something by the way, Sir, many of the players are unwilling to fight. It would be a waste to leave more than 90,000 players like this. After a period of training by Lieutenant General Bai, this group of players has a tacit understanding. With their cooperation on the ground, the space side can free up more energy. If one person takes the lead and shrinks, of course he can only be a turtle, but if there is someone leading the team, it will be different. Ask Su Shaokai if there is any way to get them to act. Bang! An anti-aircraft bomb exploded, fireworks. Dispersed, several insects were blown down, and the fierce battle continued. Colonel Yuan, who was in charge of managing the ground on Blue Star, was very busy. Colonel Yuan almost scolded General Bai, why didn't you go and tell him? I'm busy. I saw the figure of the insect warrior. I won't say anything. Please help my nephew protect the ground. Colonel Yuan, By bandit. No wonder other generals like to call General Bai the bandit leader. It's not without reason. Compared with General Bai, Lieutenant General Bai still loves face. Colonel Yuan was overwhelmed by the thought of openly using Su Shaokai. Su Xiaocai's power was not that great. But the players were here, so it would be a waste if they were not used. If they were gathered together, they would form a large combat power group. Time was limited, so Colonel Yuan made a prompt decision to send a message to test the waters. In a critical moment, Su Shaokai would not drag her feet, let alone be hesitant. He made a decision in an instant and replied quickly, I still have to take care of my field. I let Xingmiu handle it. Xingmiu, can you? Yes. Su Shaokai, I have to focus on protecting a group of professors. Yes, professors are important too. You are awesome, whatever you say is right. Colonel Yuan, who didn't dare to bother the boss, agreed that Xingmiao would replace Su Shaokai. Then I authorized Xingmiao to open the contact group number to her. Yes. Xingmiao, who was fighting, suddenly got the command authority, and her eyes almost widened. Who would throw the mess to her at this time? Looking up at the camera, she captured the figure of Su Shaokai, who actually whistled at her and winked at her. Xingmiao pursed her lips, and immediately left the battle. Su Shaokai gave her a chance, there was no reason not to take it. She had to hold it too, and after taking 2 deep breaths, She shouted in the channel that contacted the players, Junhui Miracle Patch, do you dare to compete with me to see who kills more insects? The few people who were named supported killing insects, but they were persuaded by those who didn't want to kill insects, saying that if they got injured, they would not be able to participate in the subsequent team competitions, which would be a pity. To be honest, the players were also afraid that they would be dragged down in the subsequent competitions, so they didn't dare to move. Someone in the group said, whoever goes is a fool. Xing Miao heard this clearly, and she responded with a smile. I am a fool. All the soldiers who fight for the people are fools. If you don't want to fight, just shut up, coward. They are not ordinary citizens. They are elite selected by the whole people. This is such a good battlefield, with a small population and few buildings. It has been destroyed once, so there is no fear of it being destroyed again. Just fight with your fists and feet. I just want to ask if anyone wants to have a real competition with me. It's your turn to question me. I'm heading to the space station now. Who will come? Among the vegetable farmers, the strongest commander who is slightly weaker in driving mechas has come out to fight. How can the battleman sit still? Who is behind the witch? It's Su Shaokai. Maybe if you perform well, you can be rewarded with a mecha to play with. As soon as this thought was hovering among the contestants, Xing Miao said, do you want to follow? If you don't follow me, you can do it yourself. If you follow, count by yourself. Don't try to cheat. Speaking of this, Xing Miao really went, and the customized mecha as light as a butterfly had already flown into the air and tore a cowardly insect soldier who couldn't turn in the air. Count, 1. Okay, you cheated. It's the vegetable farmer's tradition to cheat. Junhui and Junya jumped out to join the battle, followed by Miracle Patch's first and second echelons. Mechas flew out one after another. Many players no longer hid. Instead of waiting anxiously for the battle to end, it's better to take action first. Seeing so many people go out, those who don't want to go out to fight are very angry. If no one goes out, no one can make a contribution. Isn't this good? As long as I play badly and others play badly, no one can stand out. But once Xing Miao instigated others to take action, if they didn't, they would become the subject of others' after-dinner jokes. These people bit their cheeks in hatred. They were so annoyed with the vegetable farmers. Why did the vegetable farmers have to get involved again? The military didn't ask them to take action. Why did the vegetable farmers have to get involved? Xing Miao. The military certainly won't take the initiative to speak out. They don't want to be blamed afterwards. So she didn't want to be punished either. So she could only use provocation to lure people out. The colorful back wings of Xing Miao's custom-made mecha can turn all mecha masters into cockroaches. Wu Qingqing's mecha is already handsome enough, and Xing Miao's mecha is even better looking. It feels very stable, and the flight movements are smooth and clean. Xing Miao said, those who beat me, I will ask Coach Su to lend you a few black wings to play with. Oh! Support the witch, go for it, the black wing is mine. With the provocation in front, and the encouragement in the back, more than half of the players took action, and vowed to fight for the black wing. His subordinates reported to Colonel Yuan that Xing Miao had led about 70,000 players to support the space station. Colonel Yuan, In terms of the use of talents, he is far inferior to Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai sat in the house drinking tea. Children's affairs should be left to children. If she can't hold on any longer, she will take action. Take the professors and escape. Admiral Bai is much more powerful than her. If he leads so many soldiers and fails, the chances of her victory, as a small figure, will be even slimmer. So just lie down. If it's not her turn to take action, don't worry too much. They have planned it all. The two uncles and nephews of the Bai family brought her to Blue Star, and they must bring her back to the capital star in one piece. Those who have prepared to escape watched them fight peacefully. Mr. Nyo, who came to Blue Star to do the commentary, felt like the sky was falling. This. Haven't the insects on Blue Star been cleared out? Why did he go to Blue Star for no reason? Now he has to find a place to escape while explaining. The place where Mr. Nyo lives is called Tournament Village. The house is built temporarily. The house is solid, but it is also a block of tofu that cannot withstand the attack of the insects. There are also a few adventurous young people who came to Blue Star. Come on, the 5 of them will escape together. As soon as they appeared, 2 insects jumped out from nowhere. Mr. Nyo held the live broadcast equipment and said very professionally, the live broadcast commentary needs to slow down. There are also insects here. Oh my god, my grandma. Didn't they say that the insects on Blue Star were cleared out? I'm already numb on Blue Star, and have to go into the shelter again. I'm relatively well. It is said that many insects have come to besiege the space station. There is a war again. When will the insects be completely eliminated? I sincerely hope that the universe will be peaceful. Chapter 187. What kind of incident must have happened next door to have so many Zerg break through the dangerous areas and desolate galaxies and come here? I don't understand the battlefield. Can anyone who follows the facts come out to explain it? The language should be concise and humorous, so that people can understand it at once. Without intelligence, I can't guess. With so many Zerg, the commentator still has time to escape, which proves that the troops are sufficient. I don't know the scale of this attack. Does Lieutenant General Bai have a countermeasure? The front line is too complicated. Don't guess randomly. If you guess wrong and it becomes a rumor, be careful to stay in the police station. Mr. Nio's roar attracted Xingmiu's attention. Xingmiu said in the group, I will cover the ordinary people first and direct them to the shelter. The mecha descended rapidly, and the shield blocked the tentacles of a bugman. This is a flat lizard bugman, with a flat body like an anemone and many branches on the tentacles. The dense barbs can capture more life forms at the same time. Their movements are also very similar to anemones, and the tentacles are full of murderous intent. Xingmiu observed the surroundings, and the navigator said, The flat lizard bugman, the weakness is at its bottom. The best way is to cut off all the tentacles and flip it over. Xingmiu, What a blasting method. Why is her navigator so violent? She thought that she had never shown a violent nature. In a daze, she did as the navigator said, slicing the insect man into a bug pig, overturning and killing it. When the vegetable farmer's navigator's personality was formed, he might not be the most caring little cotton-padded jacket of the mecha master, but he is definitely the best partner. Xingmiu felt that she had completely changed. She cooperated with the navigator, and went completely in the direction of violence. When the contestants saw Xingmiu saving people and killing insects at the same time, they felt competitive for a while. The witch has the most ideas. They should do the same. Xingmiu released the detection ball to expand the search range, and then said, Junhui, can you go to the longitude and latitude to help rescue the besieged soldiers? The tone of asking for help is not like the witch's style, but when you think of the witch's cold appearance, it makes people feel soft-hearted. Men and women can't refuse the witch's whispers. Like an oracle, those who receive the oracle are excited to follow her. Su Shaokai is still paying attention to the situation of her apprentices. Wu Qingqing and her group are dismantling the second signal tower. Her score is also the highest. No one expected that Wu Qingqing would be the dark horse in the early stage. Fong Richan was also very powerful. She used the abandoned machinery of the mechanical planet to create countless traps. The number of insect people who died in her hands was no less than Wu Qingqing, but they lacked the final blow, and all of them were given to others. Hu Ping's progress was stuck. The energy system was good, but the exploration team could not move forward. They planned to move towards the living area. There must be something big over there. The human settlement is their dining area. There are 3 passages to reach there. The interior of the 3 passages collapsed. It should be done during the fight to buy time for escape. Now it depends on the decision from above, whether to dig it up or blow it up. Lieutenant General Bai said, cut it off. Skip the previous preset steps directly, Hu Ping said to his teammates. Has the situation changed? Brother Hu, what are you talking about? The temporary teammates only have the task in their minds. Why do they have to do this task? And they don't have the brain to think. At this moment, Hu Ping missed the other vegetable farmers very much. Without someone to discuss with, he always felt that something was missing. The task from the top must be carried out. He and other team members set about disconnecting the entire training ground. As for Jihong and the big demon, they just went down the stairwell and reached the basement level. The insect man lurking at the stairway door came to attack them. The big demon squatted to avoid the hard object thrown at him. The hard object hit the stairwell. It was a huge server cabinet, which was very heavy. If it was thrown, it would be no less than a missile directly exploding the body. Then another cabinet was thrown at them, spinning rapidly. Jihong quickly grabbed it and threw it back. Paw! A long tentacle knocked the cabinet down. At this time, they could see clearly what was attacking them. 2 insect men that look very similar to moths are clinging to the wall. Their wings are large enough even without being spread. Their 8 eyes are all blue, and 2 tentacles behind them are dancing like metal whips. Evil insects. A general term for insect men, usually the guard dogs of the mother insect men. Their distinctive feature is their blue eyes, and their very scary dynamic vision. The presence of evil insects means that there is a subspace nearby, and it also means that there may be insect men with the ability to travel through space here, so we must not be careless. The great demon said, 1 for each person. No, find the mecha first. The mission is more important than killing insects. It's too difficult to pass them without getting hurt, the big demon said. The blue eyes stared at him, with a strong sense of oppression, making people dare not act rashly. They had no time to discuss. The evil insect kicked its hind legs and flew straight over. Ji Hung turned sideways and slid away to avoid it. The evil insect turned in the air, and its tentacles split into more than 10 pieces, covering his mecha, changing direction in the middle of the way, and actually rushed towards the big demon. I go get it, you deal with them. I almost forgot what this guy is capable of. Big demon, no problem, hurry up. They, the elites, can still deal with 2 evil insects. But the door of the maintenance room cannot be passed by the mecha. The mecha in the maintenance room is not allowed to be driven out like this, and must leave with the matching space button. The difficulty of the mission point is here. The mecha may need to be disassembled. I will follow you. A soldier with a mechanical limb also avoided the evil insect battle center and stood out. Ji Hung was silent. The dead thing was not that important. There was no need for the 2 of them to take risks together. The big demon chuckled. He knew that Ji Hung was soft-hearted. Just when everyone thought so, Ji Hung turned around and figured it out. If he didn't make a decision, he would suffer the consequences. He pulled the mecha master who said he would carry out the mission together and broke into the passage leading to the maintenance room. The big demon, This kid did a big thing silently. He slapped the tentacles of the evil insect with his shield. The evil insect bared its teeth and saw its prey. Escape. Inside a door, but didn't want to chase, his eyes were full of mockery. The big demon felt bad. Kid, be careful. The big demon who didn't get a reply immediately contacted them through the channel, but failed to contact. The big demon slapped himself. An accident really happened. Ji Hung didn't hear this advice. They stepped through the door and found something wrong. They came to a broken maintenance room. The ceiling was under their feet, the floor was at hand, and not far away there was a neatly cut half of a custom mecha. They broke into a chaotic space. Oh no, we've come to the subspace. The mechanical limb soldier turned around and saw that the door was gone. We must find the exit as soon as possible. The speed of time in the subspace is different. The insect people can resist the erosion of time, but humans may not. Ji Hung's heart tightened, and he was afraid that he would be trapped here. The handsome boy gave him a reassurance. Don't worry, I'm very good at calculations. I found it. Ji Hung pretended to be calm. Huh? The mechanical limb soldier was shocked. He found it so soon. The handsome boy is simply an all-round assistant to the mecha master, and he has considered everything. Su Shaokai had long thought that they would break into the subspace one day. The subspace has rules, and it can be easily calculated through the computing speed of artificial intelligence. So Ji Hung was not in a hurry, he said. Let's see if the insect mother is there first. Huh? Ji Hung was frighteningly courageous, or it could be said that he was brave because of his skills, and his supernatural power gave him confidence. Besides, it was the first time he encountered the subspace, and many things were unknown. Ji Hung flew the mecha to the neatly cut mecha. He reached out his hand, but the mecha arm went straight through it. It was just a projection. But they really came in. No wonder people who have been in the subspace for a long time will go crazy, because everything is not real, and everything looks so real. It is so real that there is no human interest. The projection of the subspace is not in the same time period. Just when Ji Hung was exploring, a huge insect man was newly projected not far away. There was a sound of gasping, and Ji Hung patted the back of another mecha master. We may encounter it when we go out. The reason why we have to dismantle the mechanical planet also has this meaning. If the insect people open the subspace on the mechanical planet, but hide in the real space outside the subspace, then the people who enter the subspace will most likely become food. The rest will die because they can't find the exit, and they will eventually become food for the insect people. The second time the subspace opens, it will be in the other direction of the door. We may have to face the mother body later, otherwise, I will go out for a while, and come back to find you later? Ji Hung said. No, I go with you. The door to the subspace is unstable. If Ji Hung can't find the direction to enter after going out, he will be trapped in the subspace. It's better to die in battle than to wait for death slowly. He thought about it later. After going out, I will turn on the life shield protector. The life shield is the protector invented by Su Shaokai. It was modified a little, and installed on the mecha. It may deceive the insect man, but it is definitely not possible to deceive the mother body. And if you want to deceive the insect man, the prerequisite is to stay still. Ji Hung frowned, thinking this was not a good idea. You can sit behind me. The mechanical limb soldier was stunned, somewhat expectant, but reluctant to part with his mecha. The subspace cannot use the space button, and although his standard mecha is not expensive, it also takes a long time to apply for it. It's an emergency, your mecha is not as good as the standard black wing. If the mecha could not be used in the subspace, Ji-hung would have wanted to change the mecha. Time waits for no one. The mechanical limbed soldier decided to give up his mecha, transfer the weapon with high lethality to the black wing, and then board the complete chair behind Ji-hung. Ji-hung looked forward, praying that Su Shaokai could predict accurately. His ability could indeed conceal the truth. The two floated to the exit, which was just behind the mecha projection, a small vortex. Ji-hung took a deep breath, trusted the handsome boy's judgment, and stepped in. After a short dizziness, they were behind that door, and behind the door was a maintenance room that could only accommodate people. Ji-hung's ability had already been activated. Ordinary insect people happened to pass by them, and only regarded the mecha as a decoration. Oh my god, they really entered the insect people's nest. Above the custom mecha, there was a huge cocoon hanging, and new insects kept crawling out of the cocoon. It seemed that this was where the mother body was. Now, it was a matter of whether to do the mission or not. The custom mecha was not damaged, but was only partially entangled by the cocoon silk, and it was very complete. The new insects did not stay for too long. After crawling out of the cocoon, they left in the direction of another exit. Only the cowardly insect soldiers crawled out, and no greedy people were found. The live broadcast device also followed them out of the subspace, and the signal was restored again. The image was transmitted to the live broadcast room, and the reporters and audiences who came to watch the scene were boiling. The mother body, it must be the nest. Where did Ji-air come from? The signal was cut off for almost an hour, and he showed me these as soon as it was restored. The big demon just defeated 2 evil insects, and is repairing the mecha. Who can help? Why did my husband run here? The points are all behind. Ji-hung didn't want to come here either. He had to face this thing when he came out of the subspace. But the entrance to the subspace has changed, and the handsome boy can't detect the entrance. There is nothing behind him, and several doors at the exit are occupied by insect people. Although Ji-hung could use his supernatural power to cover up the smell of the food and reduce his presence, he could not stick his body to the insect man without being discovered. Perhaps he could do it after his chi sensing level was higher. But what about the mother body? Where did the mother body go? Looking around, there was no trace of the mother body. Ji-hung could not help but have several questions. Is the mother body really in the cocoon? If not, where would it be? Does the mother body have spatial ability? If he faces it, how can he save himself? Do the mission or not? The mechanical limb soldiers couldn't make up their minds, so they left it to Ji-hung to decide. If they had to do the mission, they would go up. If they didn't, they couldn't retreat. The best way was to stay still. I report to the higher-ups first, and tell the big monster not to come in. In this place, even if the mission was completed, there were only 2 choices. Either find the door, get off the mecha, and walk out on foot, or destroy the cocoon. No matter where the mother body was hidden, it would be furious because of their destructive behavior. After resuming the live broadcast, Lieutenant General Bai also knew about Ji-hung's situation. Using subspace to isolate, who came up with this idea? It's amazing. Lieutenant General Bai gritted his teeth. When Ji-hung disappeared, he had already rushed there on the backup support ship. Only he could deal with the mother body, and he had artificial intelligence to assist in exiting the subspace. According to the situation reported by Ji-hung, the exit of the subspace was controlled. Notify support ships number 5 and number 10 to go to the maintenance room and carry out directional disassembly. No matter what method is used, make a hole that can enter and exit the mecha within 10 minutes. Commander of the support ship, If it was so easy to dig a hole underground on the mechanical planet, no one would be sent to complete such a mission. Lieutenant General Bai reminded, the shortest diameter leading to the maintenance room is at the ejection exit, and it should be completed in 10 minutes. We didn't dig a hole before because we were afraid of wasting resources. If we dig in, we won't gain anything. With the premise of the insect man's nest, we have to dig it through no matter how much energy is wasted. Ji-hung's mission is not important anymore, and Lieutenant General Bai is about to cancel it. The secretary whispered in Lieutenant General Bai's ear, Admiral E and Admiral Ning asked us to do our best to preserve the customized mecha, and we must not let it get lost. Are you crazy? Are you forcing Ji-hung to complete the mission? Drilling a hole outside can easily damage the mecha inside, which means that the mecha must be recovered before the hole is drilled. Does the mecha designer have a great background? Lieutenant General Bai thought it was ridiculous. Even if the mission was to be carried out, it would depend on the situation. The two little ones couldn't get out inside, so how could they leave after the mission was completed? If they couldn't leave, how could they guarantee that they could bring the mecha out? Chapter 188. Lieutenant General Bai ordered the Great Demon to stay put for the time being, guard the door, and wait for reinforcements. His command position was replaced by Colonel Bai, and the Deputy General went to the front line for support. Several major generals stayed on Blue Star. Fortunately, they insisted on the resolution and concentrated their main forces on Blue Star. In order to slow down his return, the mechanical planet must have a Zerg mother body, but it is uncertain how many there are. After all, humans are involved. General Bai and him used all the troops they could. For this purpose, the soldiers of Planet 022 were secretly mobilized. If the decision is wrong, there may be punishment. The Secretary does not want Lieutenant General Bai to rescue Ji Hung now. He is not 100% sure whether the mother body is there. Sir, what if it is a trap, just to transfer you? But it will be too late if I don't take action. Lieutenant General Bai saw that the Secretary was worried. Pay more attention to Colonel Bai. This is also the first time for Colonel Bai to be the Commander-in-Chief. Lieutenant General Bai told the Secretary, assist him online. In order to understand the situation, Lieutenant General Bai and Colonel Bai have been connected to prevent the appearance of high-level insect people in other places. After hearing this, Colonel Bai said helplessly, Sir, I will not be indecisive on such a big matter. It's better to do so. Lieutenant General Bai left with 10 of his men. In the catapult channel outside the underground maintenance room, the support ship just opened a layer of the wall, and saw the structure inside, layer by layer, which was a headache. When it was first built, it was hoped that it would be as strong as possible. Facts have proved that a base is not only strong, but also easy to dismantle when it is dismantled. Ji Hung saw that the mission had not been cancelled, and the meaning was very clear. The higher-ups actually wanted them to continue to complete the mission. The standards for this mission were very vague, and Lieutenant General Bai sent him a private message, your life is more important. Just pretend. The next sentence could not be said, after all, the 5 generals were his superiors, and he could not openly disobey orders. Ji Hung was not in a good mood. The mission was rigidly required to be done, and he developed a rebellious mentality. He didn't even want to pretend. Deep down, he believed that no matter how advanced the mecha was, it was not as powerful as Schu Xiaocai's mecha. As Lieutenant General Bai said, no matter how much you resist, you have to pretend. You can't refute this order. The live broadcast room is still open. Then you can only play tricks. Playing tricks is also taught by Schu Xiaocai. When the task is not that important, and it is just to embarrass you, you can listen selectively. After all, as long as you are human, there will be struggles. When there are struggles, unreasonable tasks will often be thrown down. Arguing is useless. No matter how loud you are, you can't wake up a person who pretends to sleep. If you want to save your life, just perfunctorily show people that you did it, but it just didn't succeed. If you want to make a contribution, do it perfectly. Ji Hung tried to take a step forward. All the cowardly soldiers stopped to look at him. He was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Time passed by second by second. Ji Hung had forgotten to breathe. Just when he was about to suffocate, the cowardly soldier turned and walked towards the exit. In time, only about 10 seconds had passed, but he felt it was very long. The camouflage ability of the superpower is indeed very strong. Ji Hung felt a little relieved. Ji Hung took another step, and the cowardly soldier had completely regarded him as one of the same kind. As if he didn't see him, he followed the stream of insects out of the maintenance room. The mechanical limb soldier whispered, Is the mother here asleep? Such a large mecha moving here, there is no reason not to be discovered. The live broadcast equipment can act independently, and the two equipment seem to know whether there is danger, so they simply land on Blackwing's shoulders and shoot from only one angle. I declare that Ji Air is my god too brave. I'm telling you, we can breathe. What is Ji Heng's mission to come to such a dangerous place? The whole process is dismantling the mechanical planet. The underground buildings are difficult to dismantle. I guess they are trying to recycle high-tech items. Is it the 2 mechas? The keels of the 2 mechas have been completed. It can be seen that they are custom-made. The internal devices are also complete, and only the shells are left. However, the hatches of the 2 mechas are open. It is pitch black here, and you can't see if there is anything inside. Ji Hung doesn't dare to turn on the headlights. He opened a metal plate on the wrist of the mecha and released a floating light. The next second after the floating light rose, it was slapped down by the insect man and extinguished. The insect man's eyes focused again, looking at Blackwing, as if wondering if there was someone hiding in this big guy. Ji Heng's expression changed slightly, and he tensed up. The teammates in the back seat had their hearts pounding faster, and the heart rate changes were more exciting than a roller coaster. Ji-hung closed his eyes and concentrated on maintaining his superpowers. After a while, the cowardly insect soldier turned around and left again. Ji-er, you'd better find a way to leave. I dare not watch it anymore. It's more thrilling than when Wu Qingqing was there. Every step is like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. I watch it while holding a pillow. It's more exciting than watching a horror movie. I'm different. I watch it through my fingers, and I can close and open it at any time according to my own fear level. Step by step, walking to the Mecca, Ji-hung asked his new teammate, "Do you want to take a risk next time?" He is a private first class, and completing the mission is considered a first-class merit, and he can be promoted to a warrant officer, with an extra 1,000 yuan in salary every month, and 12,000 yuan a year. There are even better gifts for festivals, and single rooms in the hospital, and the benefits are doubled. Is it worth the risk? It is worth it. Once you have entered the standard Black Wing, you cannot give up this comfort. Only by getting promoted can you be qualified to have one. Okay, you tell me what to do. We both have to leave the cabin. Although the space button can be transferred to Ji-hung, it will be dangerous if it is out of the coverage of Ji-hung's ability, so the two of them still have to leave the cabin together. They are standing behind the mecha, and above their heads is a cocoon that is at least 5 times larger than their mecha. What if? There is no what if. The mechanical limbed soldier straightened his chest and said, "I died once, I'm not afraid of death." Ji-hung sweated on his forehead. "I can still hold on. Let's try it first. It's better for us not to get out than to do nothing." This level of maintenance room is no different from the highest security level research room. Their weapons can't break the defense. It's better to complete the task than to wait for death. It's only 2 minutes since I entered the maintenance room, but it feels like half a lifetime. As soon as the decision was made, it was implemented. The cabin slowly opened. A bugman just happened to slide down from the top of their heads along the cocoon silk. It was the first time for both of them to be so close to a bugman. Without the protection of the mecha, it felt like they were naked. Ji-hung carried the pretty boy on his back. The pretty boy analyzed the situation around him and displayed it in text on the helmet screen. In 3 seconds, a bugman will slide down to the place where you are standing. Ji-hung and his teammates hurried forward, stepping on the road paved by the mecha arm, and their legs and feet were a little weak. Another bugman fell from the top of their heads, just behind them. From the feedback from the handsome boy, Ji-hung knew that the insect man did not move, but looked at them greedily. Ji-hung felt a chill on his back, and dared not move. His teammates agreed to stop. Their palms were cold, and they kept repeating in their hearts that they would have good fortune after surviving a disaster. The insect man crawled closer, and Ji-hung kept backing away, and the two kept their distance. When they reached the palm of the mecha, they could no longer retreat. If they retreated further, they would fall down. At this moment, an insect man fell from above and hit it, and the 2 insect men rolled down. I feel like laughing a little. I feel like crying a little. Poor Ji-er almost fell into the mouth of the insect. They took a deep breath and continued to move forward, carefully avoiding the cocoon silk and dodging the insect rain. When they came to the customized mecha, Ji-hung tried to reach out and touch the mecha, but he was still a little short. He had to change his teammates, who picked up the space button and placed it on the mechanical limb. The mechanical limb extended as he thought and grabbed the customized mecha. He pressed the start button, and the space button successfully matched the customized mecha and could be recycled. For a long while, there was no movement, and they couldn't take it back. Ji-hung asked him what was going on, why he didn't take action. He shrugged and spread his hands. I can't take it back. The audience was also confused, because the screen was dark and they couldn't see clearly even when they switched to night vision mode. They were anxious and hoped that they would move faster, but they didn't move at this time. What are they doing? Why don't they take it back? I'm anxious for them. Hurry up. Why don't you hurry up? Do you think they don't want to be anxious? It is very likely that they cannot be put away in a hurry. Ji-hung, have you put things away like this before? The teammate nodded. We have done many experiments. The mechanical limbs can be connected to our nerves and can convey spirits. It is definitely possible to put away the mecha. Does it need to be closer? Ji-hung pursed his dry lips. Then you know, in what circumstances, things cannot be put into the space button. The space button is too small. The space button and the object do not match. The object is alive. At this point, the two looked at the cabin of the custom mecha, and their eyes were no longer light. A huge tentacle popped out from the mecha cabin. Ji-hung was familiar with this tentacle. It was the mother that Su Shaokai had killed before. There was the same tentacle on its back, but this one looked even bigger. Run. The two turned around and ran. After running for 2 steps, the insect man completely got out of the cabin. I didn't expect that after hiding for so long, it was still discovered by humans in the first place. It slowly climbed up the mecha, wrapped around the highest point of the custom mecha, and held Blackwing's hand with its tentacles, pressing it lightly. The arm was tilted downward. The two fell down at the same time. Fortunately, the teammate's mechanical limb was powerful enough to eject the hook and catch the cabin. Just after escaping the disaster, the tentacles behind him attacked again, like a cat teasing a mouse, easily caught Ji Heng's ankle and pulled him back. The power of human beings is very small. You can't win the tug-of-war with the insect mother, and the only ones who can be injured are humans. The two are no match for the mother. After a moment of pulling, Ji Heng decisively pulled his teammate's hand away. Handsome boy, get him the authority to drive the mecha. The cabin has been opened, and Ji Heng does not need to operate it personally. As long as the driving authority is temporarily transferred, the teammate can drive the mecha. The handsome boy opened the authority, and controlled the mecha hand, and swung the sword. He sacrificed a magnetic blade sword to cut off the tentacles that entangled Ji Heng. Ji Heng had a telepathic connection, and threw out a new mecha. Flame King, the same series as the mecha that Schu is now. The fiery figure, even in the dark, is glowing orange-red, like a demon king who just walked out of magma. The whole body exudes the fragrance of money. Ji Heng has a good brother who voluntarily pays for his younger brother to have the best mecha. The Flame King appeared and knocked down the custom mecha behind him. The mother insect man completely drilled out of the cabin and jumped up to take down Ji Heng. A silver rope flashed out of the Flame King's mecha cabin, wrapped around Ji Heng's waist, and pulled him into the cabin. Ji Heng successfully entered the cabin. Ever since Schu jumped out of the plane on Huanyangxing, she has been thinking about how to reduce the risk of jumping out. She thought about improving the mecha's performance, but later she felt that it was not feasible. Since you have multiple mechas, let the mechas play the greatest role. There were many lucky factors in that jump. In order to allow the rich with multiple mechas to better use their advantages, Schu developed a mecha master capture system, which can be automatically activated by artificial intelligence. Miss the delicious roar of the Matrix, cunning human. The hoarse voice with a metallic texture is like the devilish sound of chalk grinding on a blackboard. The audience who faced the Matrix felt terrible. It can speak? Can the Matrix speak human language? Don't you know that the Matrix can speak? It's the first time I heard the Matrix speak. It's so ugly. Isn't this a vacuum environment? They are all a bunch of cute little ones. If you watch more live broadcasts, you will know that humans can understand common sense without getting rid of illiteracy. Why are you only paying attention to the mother body? RG Air's mecha is so handsome, just like my Qin Bao. While the audience was typing, Ji Heng and his teammates had already started fighting with the insects. Fighting in a narrow room was not much different from demolishing a house. The teammates jumped up and down while killing the cowardly insect soldiers. They were ecstatic in their hearts. The Blackwing was really useful. He had driven the Blackwing once before, and felt that Ji Heng's mecha performance was better than the training machine he had driven before. The good mood only lasted for 10 seconds. The surrounding insects rushed over, more and more, and all climbed onto the mecha. He tried to tear open the protective shell and hook out the food. The Flame King was emitting heat all over his body, and the rising heat burned his feet, causing the insects to move towards the Blackwing. His teammates could only fly up and dodge in the maintenance room, stopping the killing with killing, and constantly moving. Behind him were waves of insects. Once he stopped, he would die. The insect mother wanted to lift the Blackwing off, so Ji Heng took the initiative to fight it. He knew he was no match, but he wanted to try. The Flame King attacked with the insect killing. The insect mother spread out a pair of bone wings, broke them off, and attacked. Since he had been exposed, Ji Heng no longer maintained his supernatural power. The two fought fiercely. The Flame King had high attributes, and with the help of the handsome boy's prediction, it was difficult to tell them apart for a while. Ji Heng understood that all this was an illusion, and now he could only delay time. The insect killer and the bone wing collided. With that speed and strength, Ji Heng had to take it head-on. If he didn't take it, he would die. Every time they collided, the bone wing would spray out a fierce whirlwind. The surrounding insects flew up, and the Flame King turned the gravity to the maximum to stand steadily on the ground. A large gravity would consume more of the driver. It did reduce some pressure on the Blackwing. The mother seemed to see through Ji Heng's desperate embarrassment. She caught an insect and put it in her palm. A shocking scene happened. The cowardly insect soldier was compressed by the invisible pressure and pressed into a ball of liquid. Chapter 189. From a cowardly soldier to a mass of unknown liquid. The process was horrifying. The green fluorescent stickers hung on the wall for guidance added a touch of horror to the darkness. The two people present were afraid that they would suffer the same fate. Although the cowardly soldiers were easier to deal with, they were only worthless in front of the greedy, but they were also a species that could evolve, had potential, and were physically strong. Without weapons, humans rarely fought like General Bai and Su Shaokai, and Ji Hung did not dare to try it himself. They thought the insect mother was showing a deterrent, but no, she was attacking. The liquid was suspended on the insect mother's bony hands, and the tentacles behind it gently touched it, and it turned into a big fireball in the blink of an eye, burning violently, like a small sun, illuminating the entire space. This skill is too buggy. Then, the tentacles gently stroked the big fireball, and then it was split into two. The projected light and shadow were like a huge net, holding Ji Hung, and he felt suffocated. Freely controlling gravity, what's the difference between this and magic? Oh my god, the movie is based on real life. The mother insect man really has magical powers. Some people worship insect men and regard them as gods. I couldn't understand it before, but after seeing it for real, I no longer feel incredible. I can't accept any species being superior to me. It's too scary. Things that feed on humans are worshipped as gods. They can trample on human dignity at will. No matter how powerful they are, they should not have such thoughts. The visual experience is perfect. The handsome boy reminded Ji Hung. The indoor temperature rises, and the fireball cannot be extinguished in a short time. After a reminder, the fireballs were thrown at the two mechas. It was hard to extinguish the flames in such a place with so little oxygen. Run. Blackwing was still hiding from the cowardly insect soldiers. When he saw the light in front of him, he realized that he was dead. The fireball was coming towards him consciously. He raised his shield to avoid it, but the fireball hit the shield, which suddenly burned and showed signs of melting. He quickly threw away the shield and smashed it against the wall, which also showed signs of melting. Another fireball followed Ji Hung. When Ji Hung saw the condition of the shield, his heart tightened. This thing couldn't be avoided, so it would be maximized. He immediately rushed towards the shield, paused for a moment, and then dodged. The fireball hit the same spot on the wall due to inertia. At the same time, Ji Hung snorted a handful of water. Due to the high temperature, the water immediately atomized and turned into a large cloud of smoke, which finally triggered the fire alarm system. With a beep 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 sound, the sprinkler system automatically sprinkled water. As the water sprinkled, the thick fog rose and steamed, and the temperature soared again. The cold and hot, the weaker cowardly soldiers couldn't stand the heat, and fled out one after another. Even so, the fireball that just fell did not go out, so you can imagine how terrifying it was. Ji Hung took the opportunity to throw a high-powered bomb at the wall again. Boom boom. The explosions came one after another, and he almost used up the Yin Wang's arsenal. The breathtaking cold light flashed behind him. It was the mother insect man, who was unhappy with Ji Hung. He scurried around like a nimble mouse, and threw the torn dorsal wing at him. Ji Hung lay down on the ground very directly, avoiding the attack, and bounced up from lying down, and the two legs of the mecha were entangled. The tentacles dragged him. Blackwing wanted to rush to save him, but Ji Hung shouted, "Don't worry about me, hit there, blow it up." Behind that was the blocked ejection channel, separated by only a wall. Even if it was broken a little bit, it would tell others that they were here. Ji Hung turned around, entangled two tentacles, dragged one side strongly, and resumed the tug-of-war between the two sides. Just now, he noticed that the mother insect had been avoiding the cocoon. Maybe this was one of her life points. The mother insect that Blue Star encountered before also had its reproductive organs separated from the body. Su Shaokai also mentioned to them that the insect man mother body could sense this organ that was separated from her, and destroying it might be able to cause a blow. A sharp ring knife popped out from the back of Ji Hang's mecha leg, generating high heat and overclocking fluctuations, cutting off the tentacles. With just this one strike, a weapon was sacrificed again. Ji Hung gained freedom, and broke free at the first moment. The Flame King jumped onto the cocoon silk. Without hesitation, Ji Hung inserted a knife. Unexpectedly, the insect killing seemed to cause great damage to the cocoon body. The insect man mother body screamed, and blood dripped in her heart. Evolved from the greedy, it thought for a long time before choosing this type of split organ. Its proud cocoon, which had strong defensive capabilities, was gone just like that. Ordinary weapons really have no effect on the cocoon. High temperatures cannot damage the cocoon at all, And the reason why the mother body uses the burning skill openly is also out of confidence in the cocoon. The moment the cocoon is broken, the cowardly insect soldiers stop crawling out of it. The mother insect man with broken defense is violent, and it takes a lot of energy to repair the cocoon. Everything that can be eaten on the mechanical planet has been eaten up. These two people are not enough to fill her teeth. In order to give more energy, she must go outside, which violates the agreed plan. But in the face of survival, the insect people are a selfish race. They naturally choose to live, so the destroyer must die. The angry insect mother body flashed behind the Flame King and kicked him away. Ji-hung controlled the body and turned in midair. But just as he was about to block, the insect man punched a corner of the body and punched again and again. Ji-hung felt stuffy in his chest and felt dizzy and out of state. The audience in the live broadcast room has been paying attention to Black Wing, because the instrument is locked on Black Wing. Coincidentally, the miserable state of the two mechas can be seen from this angle. There are too many insects in the maintenance room. Black Wing did not fall down. He has tried his best. He just released a lot of weapons, and is no longer able to resist. The cowardly insect soldiers crawled all over his body. It's too miserable. Don't fight. Don't fight. I feel sorry for Ji-hung and the mecha. I almost had a heart attack after watching this game. Before going to bed, they said Wu Qingqing was dead. When I woke up, Ji-hung was beaten to a pulp. Is there anyone who can save them? No one can help them if they are not strong enough. Who do you think is not strong enough? He is less than 25 years old, but he fought with the mother insect for more than 10 minutes, and his points soared by thousands. Who can do it? Su Shaokai. Their coach is good, haha, noobs need to practice more. Su Shaokai can do it, so why can't they do it? There are so many people in the 10-star systems, and only Su Shaokai, a genius, has appeared in so many years. It's easy to say, but not every genius can be Su Shaokai, nonsense. Ji-hung bit his tongue, the pain made him more awake. He saw from the corner of his eye that Black Wing was about to be overwhelmed by the cowardly insect soldiers. He couldn't fall down now. Pretty boy, recover the body. Okay. As soon as the order was given, the surface of the body emitted a dazzling red light, and the body absorbed energy rapidly. Yin Wang raised his arm, pressed against the head of the insect mother, and fired an overclock signal flare. Half of the head of the insect mother disappeared out of thin air, and the granulation slowly grew out. Ji-hung's eyesight was very good, and the counterattack seemed to be possible. He ignored the insect mother, but slid towards Black Wing at a high speed. The mecha cabin of Black Wing has been destroyed. The people in the cabin raised their mechanical limbs and fought hard, waiting for rescue. Come here quickly. Ji-hung pulled away the cowardly insect soldier, who dug into the mecha cabin and reached in. Although he was in danger, Ji-hung still wanted to save people. Many people were moved by this scene. Maybe this is the romance between comrades. As long as they are not dead, no one wants to give up their comrades. The soldier with mechanical limbs tried hard to move forward, but he was still a step slower. A tentacle blocked the outside of the cabin, and the mother insect man was restored. As soon as it appeared nearby, all the cowardly insect soldiers scattered, not daring to compete with it. The Flame King and the insect mother were on both sides of the Black Wing, and when they looked at each other, Ji-hung hurriedly tried to intercept. The insect mother knew that the Flame King mecha in front of it was not easy to deal with, so the unlucky target became Ji-hung's teammate. The barb pierced into the thigh of the mechanical limb soldier, and the space suit was pierced, and the shrill cry echoed in the maintenance room. The insect mother provocatively stabbed again. The sharp blade of the insect killer was swung out at the same time, and the tentacles of the insect mother swept across, trying to knock down the weapon that it hated so much. But Chong Lu was firmly fixed in the hands of King Yin, and Ji-hung was also angry. His body was faster than his thoughts. Like Wu Qingqing, he entered a state of transcendence. Get lost. The man and the worm fought again, but this time Ji-hung had to protect the man. Brother, can you still move? I have a task for you. The Black Wing could not be driven. The lower body of the mechanical limb soldier was bloody. He dragged his broken body, and the mechanical limbs turned into shields, blocking the hole in the cockpit tightly, not adding pressure to Ji-hung. Then he tore open the first aid strip and stuck it to the hole in his clothes to stop the loss of pressure. Okay, you tell me. You do this. That was the message given by the handsome boy. The mechanical limb soldier endured the severe pain and released all the coolant of the Black Wing as ordered. This action was done quietly, and could not be captured by the live camera. This mechanical limb has many functions. Su's products must be top-notch. I won't watch the game. I go to sleep first. Tell me when you win. Can you comfort yourself by not seeing it? Even though Ji Hung was in the right state, it was still very difficult to fight. The insect mother grabbed the Flame King's neck and threw him to the ground, and the intact fuselage broke again. He got up, was pressed again, got up, and was beaten again. This was really unbearable. Ji Hung didn't know how many times he felt dizzy, was pulled up, and fell again. It was a test of physical strength and constitution. Ji Hung wanted to fight back, but he couldn't break through. His current strength peak is here, relying on the Flame King and the insect mother to resist for so long. It is amazing. The mother insect man felt annoyed when facing the Flame King, as if facing the same kind. What the hell is this thing? Why can't it be destroyed? The energy is almost exhausted. Both backup energy sources are exhausted. Ji Hung has firmly sat on the first place in points after holding on until now, but the situation is a bit miserable, and there is no handsomeness at all. Handsome boy, the mission has been completed. Please act as soon as possible. Ji Hung steadied his breath, and at the moment of falling, he supported himself with his limbs and raised his energy to the highest level, crashed into Black Wing, hugged the injured mecha master, and slammed into the wall. Bang. Perhaps great strength can make a miracle happen. Yin Wang and Black Wing smashed the wall that had just been burned by the fireball. The extreme heat and the water that kept pouring down mixed with the coolant, causing the wall to become brittle. The two rolled to the ejection exit, just under the feet of a golden red mecha. No wonder they could break the wall. It turned out that there were people outside working with him. But who is this? The audience in the barrage were all confused. The structure of this mecha was very strange. It was not a whole body of armor, but a piece of metal stacked on top of each other. It is handsome, but a little strange. Ji Hung recognized it, Commander Bai. This mecha was stored in the basement of Schu Xiaocai's Research Institute for a while. Even after it was delivered, the model was still on display in the institute. Professors also participated in the review. As for those who don't know much about it, they just think that this mecha has too many functions, and is not suitable for them, who have just left the novice village. Lieutenant General Bai nodded, and before he finished greeting, he pulled up the two miserable little guys, jumped high, and threw them to his men. The mecha master of Black Wing had fainted. Ji Hung couldn't stand it anymore, his eyes went dark, and he passed out. The live broadcast equipment was still running, and Lieutenant General Bai's mecha attracted a lot of public opinion. What? Lieutenant General Bai? Lieutenant General Bai's mecha is obviously a very low-key color. Why did it become so flashy? I can't imagine the serious Lieutenant General Bai driving this conspicuous package. Which professor created this conspicuous package mecha? Can you come out and claim it? There are only a few professors who can design mechas for generals. You forgot about Schu Xiaocai. Her mechas are obviously conspicuous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hee, how to explain Ji Heng's mechas, and how to look at Wu Qingqing's mechas. If they were designed by other professors, they would not be completely unrevealed. Only Schu Xiaocai likes to make a fortune quietly. Schu Xiaocai didn't make a fortune quietly, she just didn't show it off, but she didn't hide it. If you are interested, you can directly check her patent information in the encyclopedia. Too much to be outrageous. I just checked, it's really exaggerated. With so many patent projects added up, how much can she make? Other people's patents are so many at the age of 17 that they are overwhelmed. My son, 17 years old, is still collecting stinky socks to wash at home. She is worthy of being my internet daughter. It's absolutely right to be her fan. She basically only invents machinery and agriculture. I believe that it is difficult for someone who can spend so much time on research to have his reputation exposed. Ha ha ha. Because there is no time to expose her reputation, this reason is also amazing. So, is it really Lieutenant General Bai who is inside this mecha? The live broadcast room behind him lost the screen as Black Wing left. Next is my home court. Lieutenant General Bai's mecha shocked many generals. It can be extended and retracted, and can cope with all terrains. The pieces of armor can be arranged freely. It is charming and sharp, and all of them are killing weapons. Leaves fall and flowers fly. Under a gorgeous golden leaf, the cowardly insect soldiers are crushed into mud. The insect mother body of the mechanical planet fought with Lieutenant General Bai. The fight produced a huge aftermath. The people around left the field one after another, watching the two top combat forces fighting from a distance. Lieutenant General Yi saw Lieutenant General Bai effortlessly killing thousands of cowardly soldiers in 3 minutes at the headquarters, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. Not long after, Oldie also knew that the customized mechas of the two generals of the Bai family were made by Schu Xiaocai. The Yi family side, they shouldn't have had a bad relationship with Schu Xiaocai for an illegitimate child, and an adopted daughter of the Schu family. People who keep silent are not necessarily honest people. They can also secretly make trouble behind the scenes, making people lose their mentality. Chapter 190. Ji Hung fainted, but his record can be checked, and the score lead is a fact. Many players' mentality collapsed. What happened to the vegetable farmer? He played so big and the score gap was too big. They killed non-stop, and they might not have 2,000 in a day, while Ji Hung soared to tens of thousands. They are all players, there is no need to be so competitive. The two were urgently arranged to board the nearest support ship. Li Kuan-Yun, who had just returned to the support ship to rest, looked at the Black Wing and a mecha he had never seen on the support ship, and his face was uncertain. He randomly caught someone and asked, "Where did these two mechas come from? The vegetable farmers are not in our fleet, right?" He was a war correspondent, rushing to interview. Both mechas belonged to Ji Hung. Your contestants are really strong and broke many records. Hearing this, Li Kuan-Yun checked the results. It was indeed much better than his only 500 points so far. His score contained a lot of water. He killed many insects because his eldest brother had connections, and asked someone to give him the final blow. Ji Hung got the points for fighting the insect mother. Just need to fight, no need to kill, what a great way to score. Li Kuan-Yun didn't know the process, and guessed that Ji Hung's score came from the assistance of other soldiers. Ji Hung had woken up at this time, and the handsome boy had been reluctant to open the cabin before. The cabin was not opened until the mecha was transported to the support ship. The other soldiers outside saw that he had woken up and reached in. "Are you okay?" Ji Hung smiled tiredly. "Very good." He stood up. His movements were slow and a little stiff. His muscles were sore. This slight side effect of surpassing himself, Ji Hung quickly adapted, and told the maintenance room, "Please recharge the mecha. Energy should be of the Z10 type. Currently the most expensive and safest energy, with a long endurance. In fact, he can still fight for a long time with the current energy of the mecha, but the repair function makes him attach great importance to the full energy." "Okay." The soldier who was carried out of the cabin for emergency treatment also woke up, smiled weakly, and thanked Ji Hung for his help. "Don't talk, it's only been a short time, and you are injured again. You should reflect on your driving skills." A logistics person, who changed his mechanical limbs, ran over, taught the soldier a few words, and hurriedly took him to the emergency room. Ji Hung sat next to the mecha and chatted with the people around him. He had a cool temperament, but also a contradictory affinity, and they were all happy. Li Kuan-Yun, who couldn't stand Ji Hung's limelight, was about to go over to greet him when his teammates sent him a message, telling Li Kuan-Yun that the big sister was missing. Li Kuan-Yun asked his teammates first, "Are you sure you put it away?" "I think you put it away." The uncertain tone made Li Kuan-Yun very angry. If they couldn't do even a little thing well, what use were they? "We didn't know. The senior sister went to the toilet with the egg and didn't come out." They waited so long to tell Li Kuan-Yun because they were afraid that he would scold them. Unexpectedly, he was concerned about the egg and then the big sister. "As a younger brother, I was very hurt. I knew that Li Kuan-Yun was heartless, but who would have thought that he was ruthless? She didn't come out, so you won't go in and look for her?" Although the girl who was called the big sister didn't have a good family background as the Li family, she was also from a family that had been passed down for many years. The spoiled girl in the family was willing to do anything for Li Kuan-Yun because she liked him. Li Kuan-Yun also relied on this to instruct her to do a lot of small errands. She was the big sister of the others, but she listened to him. Li Kuan-Yun felt very accomplished. She disappeared, and the sense of accomplishment he had gained from her in the past turned into impatience. This matter must not be over, and her family must pursue it to the end. We dare not look for her. The course of events is not difficult to review. There were a lot of people in the car, and the person in the passenger seat was timid and did not dare to get out of the car to put the thing. His intuition was wrong, and he was timid. Big sister had to do it herself. She had to do what Li Kuan-Yun told her to do. She chose a public toilet near the space station and never came out after entering. The younger brothers waited for a few minutes. We shouted many times outside. That was the women's toilet, and the whole car was full of boys. The important thing was that the insect men fell from the sky. They were too scared, and when no one answered, they left first. After all, Big Sister had a car with a mecha and several space hubs. If she was not dead, she would definitely come back. It has been so long, and Big Sister didn't come back. Doesn't it mean that something happened? Li Kuan-Yun took a deep breath. He couldn't let anyone else know about this. If he wanted to destroy the bodies and wipe out all traces, he could only hope that Blue Star would fall. Only if Blue Star fell completely could he conceal it. The gambler's mentality was so strong that his only remaining conscience was gone, and his humanity was extinct. From the moment Li Kuan-Yin accepted the money, he couldn't turn back. Only the dead couldn't talk. The distance was too far. What should he do? You absolutely can't go out to fight, and you can't help. We found the mother body here. The situation is not good. Your side must be more serious. If you encounter the mother body, you will have no way out. So, try your best to persuade others not to go out. Our lives are much more valuable than those people from Blue Star. Seeing that most of the contestants had already gone out, his younger brother did not dare to tell him the truth. Li Kuan-Yin did not care that the information he sent out was monitored. Anyway, what he said was not important. Li Kuan-Yin was smart again. It was this information that was investigated in detail, which triggered a series of chain reactions. The people in the competition field closely followed the movements of the mechanical planet, and on the blue planet, more and more insect people gathered. They fought fiercely with the mecha in the stratosphere, covering the light projected on the blue planet. The sky above was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed, just like the end of the world. The terrible rumbling explosions continued, endlessly, as if to destroy the whole world. Teacher Schu, you have been watching for so long, why don't you take action? Professor Zhang sneered. Who will protect you if I leave? Su Shakai pulled a small stool over and sat down, holding a piece of dried meat to feed Hua Hua. This is the first time I have seen someone rushing to die like you. The bodyguards who protected her fought for a long time, and there were many insect people. Su Shakai knew something was wrong. No matter how strong the fertility of the insect man mother body is, it can't withstand the bombardment of the concentrated forces. For a mother body on the mechanical planet to compete with the troops, the productivity must keep up, and the blue planet must have 3 or 4 mother bodies. It is known that 2 mother bodies are in space, so what about the ground? It must be unexpected, but it must not be discovered. Su Shakai looked down at the multiple images sent back by Xingniao, and circled the ground of the space station with his fingertips. The density of insect men in this place is obviously wrong. A missile suddenly streaked across the sky, and the flame shot up into the sky. The explosion made Professor Zhang, who was sneering and sarcastic, break out in a cold sweat. That missile was clearly flying towards Dudong, but the signal was jammed, and it could not be locked, so it exploded somewhere else. Su Shakai looked coldly at the direction the missile came from. There are many people who fish in troubled waters. This is the first missile. One can be said to be an accident, but there are more than 10. They are all human beings, but they still target foreign races when fighting against them. It's really bad. Fortunately, this country is not fighting alone, and only a few people are trying to split. Tell Colonel Yuan about the abnormal situation of the space station first, and ask him to send someone to deal with it. Admiral Bai is now fighting fiercely with the Zerg Matrix and Zerg warriors, and has no energy to care about other things. Su Xiaocai's information was set to the highest level, and Colonel Yuan was paying attention to it. When he saw it, he almost jumped up. He couldn't spare many people to deal with the Zerg Matrix. But Su Shakai never said anything he was not sure of. He said 3 lieutenant colonels, you contact contestant Xingniao and act with her. Xingniao obtained the intelligence, and the task was still done by Xingniao. After fighting for most of the day, Xingniao almost scolded Colonel Yuan for being treacherous, treating one cow as 10 cows and horses, and wishing to squeeze out her potential. Not only the space station had problems, but also the underground where people were hiding. At some point, several insects in human skin sneaked into the underground air raid shelter and started killing people. It happened that many reporters were there, and the live broadcast didn't want to be too bloody. Fortunately, major platforms took the initiative to open smart search to ban it. Xingniao had to dispatch players to help with the rescue and place the people in another place. While fighting, she also had to take care of the backcourt, which made her very busy. In order to rescue the hostages in the space station, she even took a devious way to catch acid-spitting insects to melt the waterway of the space station. There must be enough water on the space station, which is mostly pumped up by building water channels, and the same is true for the space station on Blue Star. The water channel connects the water tank of the space station. When the water tank is cleaned regularly, the water flow is reversed, and the water flows back to the ground from the space station. Xingniao used this feature to quickly evacuate the hostages. Later, he teamed up with 3 lieutenant colonels to find the mother body, and then joined forces with the ground forces to set up a game with the players, causing the mother body to hate and grind the mother body to death in a military base not far from the public toilet. Leading a war with the insect mother body made Xingniao not rest for 3 days, and never closed his eyes. After this, Xing Miao has more and more authority as a commander. Su Shaokai also released many exploration balls and drones, just to collect more intelligence. The war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and the war on Blue Star never stopped. News of sacrifices on Blue Star continued to appear on the internet. And the only pure land is here with Su Shaokai. Even the underground air raid shelter was visited by the insect people. In the past few days, every vegetable farmer has harvested to varying degrees. On the 2 battlefields, everyone worked hard for victory. After killing 2 mother bodies and 5 insect warriors, General Bai couldn't bear it and fell down. The other 5 insect warriors were dealt with by him and the generals under Lieutenant General Bai, and the last 3 insect warriors were dealt with by Lieutenant General Yi and his generals, who came to support them. Although the process was not extremely tragic, all the available troops and weapons were used. During this period, Su Shaokai ate well, slept well, and did not want to say a word. The professors were trapped for 3 days. There was no problem with food and clothing, but the problem was living. Su Shaokai only made them sleep on the floor, and they could not go upstairs or enter the bedroom. Some areas cannot be entered, not to mention Su Xiaocai's permission. Even if she allowed it, the military would not allow others to enter. Many things have a beginning, but the parties involved cannot have the final say in the middle and the end. The elderly have not had such a hard time for a long time. Professor Zhang nags her behind her back, saying every day that she is disrespectful to the elderly, impolite, arrogant, and has all the common problems of young people. She pretends not to hear it, does not get angry with the elderly, and at most rolls her eyes. This makes Professor Zhang even more angry, so angry that his blood pressure soars, and he takes medicine twice. Professor AI wanted to persuade the 2 not to be stubborn. He also talked to Su Shaokai earnestly, telling her not to get angry with Zhang, and to get along well with him. After all, this war would not last long. Su Shaokai listened patiently and did nothing. She had her own things to do, and did not have time to please a nasty stranger. The war above their heads did not stop. Just considering their food and drink was already a big problem, and the energy consumption for protecting the surroundings was a terrible expense. Energy was consumed in large quantities every hour. If she had not brought a whole box of space hubs with her, and had sufficient reserves, it would have been damaged like the underground air raid shelter. They are so smart. Can't they consider her situation? They did. They thought she could make money, so they didn't want to care. Only Professor AI was worried about her mood, afraid that she was in a bad mood, so he wanted to ease the relationship. So Su Shaokai didn't hate Professor AI's concern. But Su Shaokai was not relaxed either. In order for the mecha master to rest, she often took the initiative to replace him, and the house was so small. Su Shaokai was very upset. The battle had obviously stabilized, and the elites of the mechanical planet were about to return, but she was still uneasy. In a virtual game room, the 4 members of the all-knowing church gathered again. Master, this time, the balance of victory has tilted towards us. Blue Star will become another star-shattering zone, and the organization can also take root and sprout. The master at the top did not respond, but asked directly, "Do you know where those professors on Blue Star are?" According to the plan, most of them should have died. No, none of them died. A bishop below replied, "They were all saved by Su Shaokai. At present, they are very safe." Damn it. Cooked. How did she know our plan? It's not the first time she has ruined our plan. Who knows where her information comes from? Many things were interrupted by her halfway through. Open, covert, and even not their plans, but as a bystander, they all thought that the plans would go smoothly were all killed halfway through. The disclosure of the insect people disguised as humans on Huangyong Star, as well as the capital star Nova plan, were all raised. Whatever she saw, she would poke it to see if pus would flow out. If it was oozing pus, she would cut it with a knife, not caring about cutting it into pieces. I have something to ask you. Are there any of you who are hiding something from me against Su Shaokai? The black-robed man who had been silent immediately said, "No." The other black-robed man waved his hand. "I don't have any either. The leader should know that I can't reach into the army." The man who said the professor was rescued was silent. The leader was furious. "Silence. Silence is useless. What on earth did you do to hide it from us?" The other 2 shrank their necks, obviously a little afraid of the leader's methods. The accused black-robed man knocked on the table. "I didn't do anything, just found a few young people to help create more chaos, so that when the organization comes, Su Shaokai will have a different experience. I am sure to kill her, she and the professors, all must die." His tone was steady and powerful, not afraid of the leader's anger, but excited. "You'd better be sure to clean up your ass. Others said meaningfully. Don't worry, I can't be overturned like the Min family. I will definitely deal a heavy blow to Su Xiaokai. Chapter 191. Su Xiaocai's uneasiness came true just after the secret meeting. The continuous fighting could not be sustained even by the shift system, not to mention that the battlefield had hardly stopped, and the military was already showing signs of fatigue. When the insects were almost wiped out, some land troops came directly to Su Xiaocai's place and slept on the ground. There was no other way. Her place was the safest. Su Xiaocai was a person who had to protect even her own vegetable garden. Anyway, the protection was on, so they came to her place to rest, maximizing the utilization of resources and not wasting them. Colonel Yuan said so. Su Xiaokai wanted to roll her eyes after hearing this. Hundreds of sweaty people were crowded in her garden. The smell was imaginable. It was stinking. Looking at these people leaning against each other, their faces were young, some were injured, and they fell asleep without taking care of their injuries. Su Xiaokai thought of her past self and sighed. So many were injured, and I don't know how many died. They were all heroes. If they had a choice, they would not come to disturb her. When a touch of red rose on the horizon, the last insect warrior was cleared, leaving only the greedy and cowardly insect soldiers. Without a leader, the insects ran around everywhere, making it more difficult to kill them. Lieutenant General Yi took a temporary break and ordered his men to clear the channel. Lieutenant General Bai was returning and had already contacted Blue Star. Admiral Bai was carried to the treatment cabin and was receiving treatment. He had woken up and was in stable condition. The Deputy General, Colonel Yuan, and the two secretaries of the Bai family also went to rest. The sky was no longer roaring with fire, and Blue Star seemed to have suddenly fallen into peace. Su Xiaokai couldn't sleep, so she rotated the positions of several soldiers, quietly carrying the insect killer, standing at the edge of the vegetable field, looking into the distance. The core of the red enchantress shone with golden light, as if to make up for the regret that after the war, the thick smoke and clouds covered the boundless starry sky. Although part of her vegetable field was destroyed, it was not completely destroyed, and she could still accept this loss. Wisdom 03 reminded, before dawn, someone threw an unknown object into your field, please be careful. Who still has the heart to come here? It's not that early to go to the toilet. No, what if there is really a shameless person who comes here to throw rice fields? Where did you put it? What color is it? Wisdom 03 marked the location, right in the middle of the vegetable field. It is blocked, and the monitoring cannot obtain the color of the object. Su Xiaokai frowned and was about to send a robot to check it out, when the alarm sounded again around the world. In the quiet space, a huge aircraft carrier with a unique style and gorgeous decoration jumped to the channel near the Blue Star. A group of soldiers who had just fallen asleep for 2 hours jumped up and quickly entered a state of readiness. Lieutenant General Yi warned the aircraft carrier in front, "You are not approved to enter our space channel. Please leave immediately." Because the aircraft carrier was too big, it was difficult to judge how many weapons the other party carried, so Lieutenant General Yi did not open fire, but only sent a signal to drive the other party away. The other aircraft carrier quickly connected to the communication channel of Yizhong and spoke to Lieutenant General Yi in the poor common language of the 10-Star Republic. "We are refugees from the Empire. We ask for your country's support. Just provide us with a temporary place to live. We will be grateful and give us generous rewards." Lieutenant General Yi frowned. "We cannot agree to your request. You suddenly broke in and violated the agreement between countries. The agreements are all for show. The people of the Empire begged, please save us. There are several insect warriors chasing us. We are desperate, so we came here. Please consider that we are the same kind." After a lot of pleas, Lieutenant General Yi hesitated. At this time, Admiral Bai walked out of the treatment cabin and received the synchronization information from Lieutenant General Yi. He pushed open the door of the office, walked back to the command desk quickly, and said to Yiwensi angrily, "You were so stubborn when dealing with the insects and my nephew, and you are so stubborn to this nagging mother-in-law. With your style of doing things, you will harm everyone as an admiral." Lieutenant General Yi choked, and he hesitated for 10 seconds. Why criticize like that? He was indignant. The other side is human. There must be civilians on such a large aircraft carrier. We can't ignore these people. Admiral Bai snorted, "You treat them as human, but they don't treat you as human. The people of the Empire are a bunch of shit." Admiral Bai waved his hand to let his men separate Yiwensi, and directly confronted the people of the Empire, decisively and ruthlessly. "How many soldiers can a large battleship fit? Do you think we don't know? Go back to your place. Don't force me to use Star Destroyers. I count down to 10. The Empire military also has Star Destroyers, but they only have one, And they can fire another one if they don't have enough energy after one, otherwise they won't have enough energy to shuttle out. It takes more energy than they thought to shuttle from the Empire to here, and it's a risky thing to smuggle a large number of people. Although large warships seem to have strong transportation capabilities, they are far less flexible than mechas and support ships in combat. Large size means easy to be hit. We really didn't lie. We really came to ask for help. Doesn't your country claim to be kind and benevolent? How can you stand by and watch someone die without helping? You can't be unreasonable. 10-9. The two large warships docked at Blue Star aimed their star-destroying weapons at the colorful Imperial warship without saying a word. Kindness is for your own people, not for the people of your neighboring empire. You were the first to be unreasonable and force your way in, so don't blame others for being unreasonable. Admiral Bai coughed twice and stared at the large warship with a fierce look. Old Bai, you forced us to do this. The large warship started short-distance shuttle, just as he was retreating. A space crack opened above the Blue Star. Admiral Bai's eyes were red with anger. He knew that the Imperial people were not worthy of pity. They were all a bunch of rats in the gutter. 5 insect warriors rushed out of the space crack. Looking at the appearance of these 5 insect warriors, they were a little embarrassed, and they must have consumed a lot of energy. I just don't know why they had to cross such a long distance and follow the Imperial warship to come here. When they rushed out, the Empire warship laughed creepily. Watch carefully. Blue Star can't be saved after all. The Empire knew very well that all the generals on Blue Star, who could deal with the Zerg mother and Zerg warriors, had no energy left. How could Lieutenant General E and his deputy be sure to deal with 5 Zerg warriors? They didn't believe that the 10-star Republic could transfer more generals. The Zerg's attack not only delayed Lieutenant General Bai's time, but also consumed the top combat power. Why did they come now? Of course, they wanted to give them a big gift and surprise them. The Empire wanted everything. It was an honor for the country to have a crush on Blue Star. With their leadership, there will be a brighter future. Admiral Bai didn't even want to count down, and directly pressed the button of the star-destroying weapon. The sky-high light passed through the space above Blue Star, directly attacking the opponent. The Empire's warship deployed a protective shield and barely took it. The powerful impact still caused the warship to escape off course, and tilted to a wasteland planet. There was a strong suction force between the wasteland planet and the large battleship, and the Empire commander shouted, "Hurry up and correct the course." Before they could correct the course, the second attack of the star-destroying weapon arrived. This time the protective shield could not completely block it, and it directly penetrated the deck of the large battleship, destroying their star-destroying weapon. This was not enough. The reason why the star-destroying weapon is called a star-destroying weapon is that its power has a wide range, and a big hole was blown out of the entire battleship, rolling out countless corpses and disintegrated parts. The Imperial warships kept escaping the emergency boats, and Admiral Bai ordered the soldiers to attack them, and not let them have a chance to fight back. The Imperial commander was furious. "Old Bai, you are crazy. Do you know what you are doing? If you fight us now, you will be annihilated." Seeing the proud aircraft carrier being destroyed, the Imperial army immediately counterattacked. It is better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. If we sacrifice ourselves, at least we can keep this land, which can nurture thousands of people in the future. If we lose it, it will be a shame in my career. What are we fighting for? Lieutenant General E also disagreed. "Sir, if we attack them now, what will happen to the 5 insect warriors? Are you crazy?" The 5 insect warriors arrived at Blue Star, and went straight in one direction. No need to guess, they must go to where there are many people. "Am I crazy?" General Bai said, "Some people want to occupy our land first, and then expand the population by pretending to be pitiful. They are crazy. Why did you choose to break in at this time? Of course, there is a spy among us. Why don't you question those people at this time, but come to question me? Is your brain rusted? Why don't you hurry up and fight?" Ewensi said, "My men and I cannot fight against 5 insect warriors." "Who told you to fight against the insect warriors and fight against the opposite side? I never count on you for the backhand." Ewensi's face was ugly and felt insulted, but he understood that he had to obey General Bai's command. Fighting the Imperial army is much easier than fighting against the insect warriors. General Bai didn't let him die, and it must not be against him, but the words were too harsh, and he couldn't save face. Su Shaofai looked up and saw 5 huge figures bumping into her vegetable field. There seemed to be a white thing in the middle of the vegetable field, attracting their attention. But it didn't matter anymore. Su Shaofai was so angry that she was shaking all over. The land she had worked so hard to plant would soon be harvested. As a vegetable farmer, the harvest she was most looking forward to was gone. The anxiety and anger that had been coming out for many days kept pouring out, washing away her rationality. Her eyes were red, her fingers were shaking, her anger kept rising, and the accumulated anger kept circulating. The mecha masters behind her were all on high alert. What should they do with the 5 insect warriors? Should they transfer the professor first? Several reporters, who came here to seek refuge, raised their live broadcast equipment fearlessly, including Mr. Neo. He had been transferred to the refuge twice, and each time he survived by brushing against the tip of the sickle of the god of death. Death was like a shadow. He swore that he would never seek death again, and cause trouble for the warriors. But the 5 insect warriors were really going to die. No matter how strong the defense of Schu Xiaocai's single-family house was, it would not last long. Did he want to record the battle of the insect warriors before he died? Maybe it was a deliberate arrangement. None of the 5 insect warriors had the ability to block the signal. The live broadcast room showed the audience the posture of the insect warriors for the first time. Monsters among monsters, with different forms, like ancient giants, looking down on the weak creatures. Just watching the live broadcast screen is enough to shock the eyes. The person who planned all this behind the scenes is looking forward to Schu Xiaocai's death posture. He wants to break her myth. Wu Qingqing and others who were on their way back saw the live broadcast screen. It's terrible. Someone must be targeting Master. Wu Qingqing could only jump in anxiety, and Lieutenant General Bai was also helpless, not knowing how Schu Xiaocai would get through this. Don't worry, I think it's the insect warriors who are less safe. Wu Qingqing looked at Fong Richan in shock. Really? How did you see that? Wu Qingqing stared at the screen repeatedly, and there was only a still Schu Xiaocai. Fong Richan held up her glasses. Kai is not in the right state. Normally, she would have started to curse, but she was silent, indicating that she was going to explode in silence. Of course, this was Fong Richan's words, to comfort the vegetable farmers. She didn't dare to determine what the outcome would be when Schu Xiaocai faced the 5 insect warriors. Admiral Bai was somewhat expectant, wondering what feats this little lunatic would perform. No one thought that Schu Xiaocai could win. Lieutenant General Yi secretly cursed Admiral Bai, the old lunatic, for being arrogant before his injuries were healed. He sent a few subordinates to drive mechas to the ground to at least give some support. Schu Xiaocai was a good researcher. Although she did not stand on the Yi family's side, she did not hide her good things, and not let other troops use them. At this moment, Schu Xiaocai didn't know what to do. Her body moved instinctively, and her eyes seemed to see through the illusion, and she could see a thread in the space that could pull the heaven and earth together. She lowered the body of the mecha, and the tip of the insect-killing sword slashed backwards, holding it with both hands. No one understood what the point of her ridiculous pose was. Was she deliberately posing to welcome death? No matter how beautiful the pose was, it was destined to be eaten. Facing 5 insect warriors, everyone felt that they couldn't breathe and there was no hope. The tentacles of the insect warriors all extended towards this side, and Schu Xiaocai finally swung a sword. This sword was ordinary, but it contained earth-shaking power. It seemed that time and space had stagnated, and the invisible air along the land seemed to have life, rushing straight to the 5 insect warriors. The earth was cracking, and the wind was raging. The invisible sword blade swept over the insect warriors, tearing their skin and splitting their solid bodies. The healing ability was useless in the face of this power. The thick clouds in the sky were broken into pieces. After using a move, Schu Xiaocai put away the insect-killing sword. The 5 insect men twisted their bodies frantically, trying to catch a glimmer of life. They found that it was all in vain and powerless. They could do nothing. Facing the wind, they turned into thin spots of light and drifted away. Including the things thrown in the field, they were not spared. Schu Xiaocai stood there, together with her mecha, like an ancient god. The insect-killing sword in her hand was dissipating, and the red body also lost its luster and became gray. Oh my god, what kind of move is this? Wu Qingqing stared. I haven't learned it. Don't say you haven't learned it, I guess you can't learn it. Hu Ping swallowed hard. The mecha has become disposable. This move ruined the mecha, and billions of dollars were lost. Ordinary people can't afford it. Netizens dropped their jaws. I rubbed my eyes, and thought it was a movie. Yes, it was real. What did Schu Xiaocai do? Oh my god, it's a waste for Schu Xiaocai not to be a soldier. For the first time, I directly felt the horror of secret weapons. What's so magical about the weapons and mechas? Is it the latest technology? No wonder they say the end of technology is theology. It's shocking. From today on, I will worship Sushin. Is it a superpower? If there is such a superpower, then the insect people will no longer be a threat. Kai is awesome. I love you. I love you so much. The cheers were getting louder and louder. The fans of Schu Shaokai almost paralyzed the platform. Chapter 192. The enemy behind the plot trembled with his legs and muttered to himself, "Impossible. How can someone kill 5 soldiers at once? Absolutely impossible." The people inside the all-knowing church are not united. They come together for the benefit, and they can bite each other to death for the benefit. Knowing that the so-called plan has completely failed, they all sneered. If they knew who the other party was, they would call to gloat at the first time, and then think about whether there is a chance to cannibalize the other party. However, the confidentiality level within the church is too high, and they don't know each other for so many years. If the Min family had not provoked Schu Shaokai and was exposed, they would not have known that the Min family was involved. Now it was all in vain. General Bai had enough soldiers to fight against the Imperial soldiers. Schu Shaokai felt dizzy and thought it was nothing, but the side effects gradually appeared. She patted her face to wake up. She quickly drank 2 tubes of high-level nutrients to calm down. She broke through several levels in a row. She looked up and looked forward at the big crack she had created unconsciously, and then looked back. It was really quiet. Wisdom 01 cried loudly, so sadly, "Bad vegetable, you broke my mech again. I can't be cool anymore. Woo woo woo. You have to compensate me." Wisdom 01, who was ready to show off infinitely, was very angry. He didn't even have a chance to play, and his mech broke down. It cried and asked for a new mech, and took it out for a few rounds. If this one is gone, there are still many black wings. Our agricultural mechs are also good. No, none of them are good, not as cool as this one. There is no other way, only one. Schu Shaokai was glad that this attack killed all the insect warriors. The bad thing was that she would have a hard time living in peace in front of everyone. Wisdom 01, good baby, call Xingmu to help me get out of the mecha. Schu Shaokai felt that all the strength in her body was drained away, and her breathing became uncomfortable. The cabin could not even send out an alarm, only showing that she was in critical condition, and had fallen below the red warning line. Let Xingmu stay away from people. Her cowardly appearance was not suitable for others to see. After being so powerful, she had an image burden. Wisdom 01, it's already been sent, hold on. Schu Shaokai hummed weakly, her vision gradually blurred, and then she lost consciousness. She didn't know whether Xing Yao avoided the crowd and moved her away. Even if she died, it had nothing to do with her. The Interstellar War was disrupted by Schu Shaokai again. Admiral Bai laughed, cough cough cough. Laughing and coughing out tears, Schu Shaokai is really a big treasure. Inviting her to Blue Star was the wisest choice. The declining situation was reversed at once, and the Empire's warships could not escape now. Without a large warship to escape, these stowaways are doomed to fail. The insect people coming over the border would never believe that these people did not do it. The murderer has appeared, and Admiral Bai will not let them go. Just now, he ordered the blockade of this starry sky. Listen, people of the Empire, surrender, and you will not be killed. I repeat, surrender, and you will not be killed. Most of the people on the Empire's warships are civilians of the Empire, responsible for paving the way for the nobles. Many nobles are confident in this operation, so they also followed. We can't escape, we can't start the shuttle. The commander-in-chief of the Empire was criticized, and many people called him a waste. No matter how you scold, you can't escape. Fight, all of you go to fight, don't retreat. They don't have the home advantage, how can they fight? 5 insect warriors were wiped out at the same time, which was far from the expectation. The Empire soldiers couldn't bear such a result, and became the vanguard, originally intended to occupy the Blue Star and ascend to the sky. Schu Xiaocai's shocking move broke their beautiful dreams. Morale was exhausted. After hearing that they could live by surrendering again and again, many people lost their will to fight. The civilians had no power to fight back, and they had no intention of fighting. All-knowing and almighty God of the universe, please bless us and let them surrender quickly. All-knowing and almighty God of the universe, I am guilty. If I die, please do not blame my children. The civilians were praying, and the nobles were living a life of drunkenness and dreaming. The ones who still had the will to resist, and were still fighting were all the nobles' guardian mecha divisions. They usually fight on their own, without strategy, just taking damage and outputting recklessly. It works against the Zerg. To the soldiers of the 10-Star Republic, Admiral Bai, haha, they are all loser, and he doesn't even need to command them. They are all things that can't be put on the table. The only saving grace is that they have advanced equipment, commonly known as money, and each mecha uses star gold and has full defense. The soldiers under Admiral Bai were so greedy that they cried out, and before they had confiscated all the equipment, They had already started asking how to distribute it. The victory of the 10-Star Republic came quickly. The war was supposed to last for several months, or even years. It took more than half a month to win. Admiral Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they won. If they settled Blue Star, many more people from the Imperial Army would come. The battle line was extended, and the loss of territory would be inevitable. They couldn't be allowed to pretend to be pitiful and have a chance to cease fire. All those who resisted were killed, and the enemy was defeated. They couldn't escape, and they couldn't fight. I had to surrender halfway. Sorry, the surrender didn't work. The Empire's commander-in-chief and several high-ranking officials of the Empire did not escape the disaster. After Lieutenant General Bai captured them, he immediately gave them real medicine to understand the whole story. Knowing what the other party wanted to do next, Admiral Bai and Lieutenant General Bai bumped their fists and ordered people to clean up the battlefield and count the supplies. Others were busy for more than half a month, and the mecha team competition was over, but Su Xiaokai still couldn't get up. She unconsciously forced to improve her chi level, jumping from level 4 to level 7. The body couldn't adapt, and the genes almost collapsed. Before, she deliberately controlled the chi to not rise so fast, thinking that as long as it didn't break through on its own, it would be natural. Who knew that this was not called control, but suppression? She always felt that she was almost able to upgrade, but insisted on not upgrading. She underestimated her own talent and the speed of improvement of acupuncture. Successfully defeated the enemy, and also defeated herself. If she hadn't prepared a large amount of drugs to stabilize the genes, she might have to lie down for hundreds of days. During this period, many big things happened outside. Su Xiaocai's name is particularly famous. The military awarded her the Lifetime Military Achievement Award. She successfully became a military general from a big businessman in the scientific research community. Honorary general, it sounds awesome. But there is not a single soldier. The bodyguards who followed her changed from 18 to 30, and they could barely be her free workers, because the superiors paid the salary, not her. This big event has become a household news, which is not friendly to children. Parents pull their ears every day to learn. Another major event was the mecha team competition. The vegetable farmers didn't win first place, but everyone joined the army and became corporals. Ji Hung and Xing Miao were promoted as first-class sergeants. As long as they make a few more contributions, they can easily get the rank of warrant officer. Once they join the army, they are military personnel. With their achievements, they don't need to go back to school. If they want to get a diploma, they can directly apply for the assessment online, write a paper, and then go back to school for a defense. Su Xiaokai supports the decision of the vegetable farmers. Life is theirs, and she hopes that her friends can go higher and higher. There is another thing about Su Xiaokai, that is, the police found the person who harmed her. The person who buried the things in her field was Fong Richan, an outsider of the all-knowing cult. She was in the same group with Lu Yunji, and she was brought up since Lu Yunji was arrested. Fong Richan sent people to scout the area many times, avoiding the patrol route of the small robots, and before dawn, he let a mecha master pass by and drop the eggs containing the mother into Su Xiaocai's field. In order to divert the crime, a group of young people who were unhappy with Su Xiaokai were dragged into the bureau. Li Kuan-yun's teammates were the first to be found out. It happened that the police were nearby at that time and filmed them sneaking into the public toilet of the space station. They were found out, and Li Kuan-yun was no exception, but he was smarter and only verbally instructed his teammates to do it. He refused to admit that he was an accomplice, and the rest was handed over to the lawyer. But some crimes cannot be denied to death. His past money transactions and Fong Richan's secret communication are all evidence of his crimes. In addition, during the break in the game, his conversation with his teammates was monitored. Just based on this, he can even be detained for espionage. Whether it is murder or espionage, we have to wait for the trial. The only difference is how long she will be in prison. Su Xiaocai's identity is different now. Even if it is murder, the time she will be in prison will be very long. Repaying in kind, don't have the intention to harm others, and harming Su Xiaokai will eventually backfire. Other information cannot be told to her for the time being, because it is complicated and it coincides with the war, so there is nothing to ask for, and the evidence search is incomplete. The last thing to be explained is about Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai relied on the two strongest attackers, General Bai and Su Xiaokai, to clean up the war front and can officially take a vacation. Lieutenant General Bai was on vacation, so he took Su Xiaokai back to the capital Star. During his vacation, he had already applied to live in the villa outside the villa area. The businessman who was unwilling to sell the villa saw that the villa area had become a ruin and it would be impossible to rebuild it for decades, so he had to put it up for sale while it was still available. So Lieutenant General Bai bought it to facilitate his subsequent upgrade of his chi. Mainly because he wanted to learn the trick of using a sword to kill the insect man, which was so cool that he had no friends. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about this little thought. As for the vegetable farmers, although they have joined the army and have been promoted, they still have to undergo recruit training. After that, they will be assigned to their respective positions. When the time comes, it will depend on their own ability to decide where to go. They are on a different path from Su Shaokai, and Su Shaokai will leave first. Su Shaokai in the wheelchair looks very fragile. She has always been a healthy baby, but her skin has a layer of sickly paleness, which makes people want to protect her strongly. Cough, cough, cough. Su Shaokai covered her mouth and cleared her cough. The sequelae of using that move were too great. Fortunately, her genes did not completely collapse, but she had to endure intermittent pain for a period of time like Ji Li. She was leaving, and not many people were allowed to see her off, Professor Ai, General Bai, and 10 vegetable farmers. Wu Qingqing bent down and hugged Su Shaokai tightly, feeling sorry for Su Xiaocai's thin back that could touch her shoulder blades. Thank you, master. You don't like to go to the battlefield, I take your place. When I'm free, remember to connect and continue teaching me. Su Shaokai nodded. Stick to your heart, you are all good children, don't let me down. Yeah. Wu Qingqing wiped her tears and walked away 2 steps. It was Xing Miao's turn to hug. Thank you. You will always be my best friend and teacher. I will ask you to teach me later. Please always encourage me. Li Lele shed tears. The separation was too painful, choking and unable to speak. The atmosphere gradually stagnated. At this time, Hu Ping also came forward to give a hug, very suddenly raised the camera of the communicator, and kissed Su Shaokai on the cheek, and took the photo. Yeah, I'm going to send it to Brother Ji. Everyone's pupils trembled. Give me your life, you bastard. Who allowed you to kiss my master with your dirty mouth? Give me back my sight-sized innocence. This move dispelled all the sadness of parting. Wu Qingqing, Wu Feiyang and Lu Sun yelled and punched him. Flirting with Kai Kai is unforgivable. Fong Wansha helped Su Shaokai wipe her face. Bullying a patient is shameless. Su Shaokai laughed. Hu Ping didn't really kiss her just now. He just used visual dislocation. Sent it to Ji Li. It's quite intriguing. Speaking of Ji Li, since she was injured, he contacted her every day and repeatedly told her not to mess around again. He missed him. The bodyguard pushed her wheelchair, walked onto the warship, turned around and waved, and entered the cabin, blocking the disciple's sight. Su Shaokai didn't have much sadness about parting. There would be a chance to meet in the new world in the future. The new version of the simulation cabin was in their hands. They would not stop training when they had time in the future. The warship that Su Shaokai was on arrived at the capital planet smoothly. Her secret return could not be hidden from the all-pervasive fans. She arrived at midnight, and there were crowds of people outside the space station. When Su Shaokai was waiting for entry at the space station, she saw the flashing sign below and thought that it was a big star who leaked his whereabouts, or it was a fan meeting deliberately arranged. I'm your fan. Don't you know how many fans you have on your account? Nearly half of the population of Capital Star follows her, including students, technicians, merchants, people who do manual labor. No profession is left out. Su Shaokai didn't realize how popular she was. She just thought that having more fans on her account didn't change her life much. After all, she's not a star and won't market herself on purpose. When she thought about the possibility that people might see her picking her feet in the future, does that mean I have no privacy? Don't worry, as long as you keep a low profile for a while, we will help you suppress the traffic. Lieutenant General Bai was dressed in casual clothes and sunglasses to cover his murderous eyes. He crossed his legs and was very proud. He finally looked forward to the holiday. He couldn't be like his old uncle and have to work hard. In addition to the secretary, Colonel Yuan naturally followed suit. Colonel Yuan handed Su Shaokai a glass of sweet and sour juice. I heard that you like not too sweet, pure juice, no sugar added. Thank you, Brother Yuan Bao. After taking a sip of the sweet and sour juice, Su Shaokai asked, Can I still post food videos? Can't you just stop creating for a while? Recently, the food on Su Xiaocai's account has developed towards weird ingredients, such as salt and pepper frogs, crispy fried bamboo worms, and roasted spicy strips, snake-like creatures. There are many varieties, which make people hungry, but they dare not put them in their mouths. Chapter 193. It's delicious, fragrant, leave me alone. It's her responsibility, as the owner, to keep Zaya Wanzi happy. She continued to look at the enthusiastic fans below. It was late at night, and the temperature outside was very low. If she blew open her mouth, there would be white steam. Is it necessary? Having not yet adapted to the state of being extremely popular, Schu Shakai asked the staff how long she would wait if she didn't go to meet him. Tomorrow, Miss Schu, are you going to meet him? The space station has been prepared for evacuation, but the fans are looking forward to it, so they can't drive Schu Shakai away before she leaves. Even if we drive some away, there will still be some waiting. Schu Shakai sighed and said to Lieutenant General Bai, go back and arrange more spies to smear me. They should smear me for being cold, evil-hearted, and not a good person. I don't want to be a hero. Lieutenant General Bai curled his lips and laughed at her wild imagination. Do you think I will spend this money? They would not hire Water Army. He wished that Schu Shakai could join the army because of the pressure of being an ordinary person. Honorary General is not a decoration. As long as she is willing to join the army, he can immediately give her power. Of course, if she joins the army, it is equivalent to delegating power. Lieutenant General Bai doesn't mind, but I don't know if others have any objections. But if she insists on living like this now, the honorary general will only be a title. A title that can give her national pension insurance. Schu Shakai sipped the juice. Okay, I go change clothes and meet them. Slowly standing up from the wheelchair, Schu Shakai is not unable to stand, but her body is too weak to stand for a long time. A female receptionist took the initiative to come out and guide Schu Shakai to the place where she can change clothes. 30 very imposing uniformed personnel hurriedly followed, and 2 of them were female soldiers close to Schu Shakai, showing a protective posture. Before changing clothes, Schu Xiaocai's bodyguards checked the room to rule out sneak shots and dangerous factors. Schu Shakai entered the dressing room and left the female receptionist outside. Facing 30 bodyguards with evil spirits, the female receptionist was trembling and wanted to leave very much. After a while, Schu Shakai came out. Her pale face was covered with a thin layer of foundation, a very light blush, and a little lipstick to increase vitality. The whole person has changed a lot. A pair of plain glasses is placed on the bridge of her nose, covering her eyes that see through everything. The high ponytail and a long furry cape have completely restrained the evil spirit on her body. The female receptionist's eyes light up. Clothes make the man. Schu Shakai is dressed up a little, showing the feminine beauty, which is a bit unlike her. This is what Schu Shakai wants. She is heroic in the video, and a girl next door in life. The contrast is cute, which can make fans more tolerant of her. After finishing, Schu Shakai held her head high and stepped into the space elevator with her bodyguard. The space elevator descended very quickly. Since she took the VIP channel, the space station was still very quiet. As soon as she reached the exit and opened the door, it was different. There were crowds of people and many live broadcast equipment facing her. Various recording equipment with logos were also crowded. Fans shouted Schu Shakai as Vegetable Farmer, Su God, Kai Kai, hysterically, a little crazy. The light signs floating in the air flickered, and fans were blocked on both sides of the road to avoid affecting entry and exit. Schu Shakai stood at the gate of the space station. Bodyguards prevented reporters and fans from going any further, keeping at least 2 meters away. The girl with a friendly temperament casually picked up a microphone floating in the air. She said frankly, "Thank you for liking me. You are my fans, and you should know that I don't like being watched, nor do I like this kind of greeting." Hearing this, you may feel disappointed, and you may think that I am not easy to get along with. In fact, I am a bad-tempered person. No matter why you are my fans, the most important thing is to live happily every day. It's too late. Let's all go, have a good sleep, and be a better self tomorrow. Playfully making a heart shape with her hands, Schu Shakai let go of the microphone and walked towards the hovercraft platform. This doesn't sound like something an internet celebrity would say, but more like something a caring young lady would say. Schu Shakai said she has a bad temper, which makes fans feel that she is real. She is more down-to-earth than those who have the title of God of War in the past. I love you, Schu Shakai. We love you. The 2 roars were very conspicuous, causing laughter in the room, and Schu Shakai smiled towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, several microphones were handed to her, wanting to interview her before she entered the parking platform. The female soldier protecting Schu Shakai stopped her and said calmly, "If you have any questions, you can go to the comment area of Professor Su's account and ask. Don't block the traffic. The vehicle will be raised later, and it will be bad if it collides during the process." But how could the reporter give up this opportunity? He asked a very sharp question from 2 meters away. "Schu Shakai, do you feel guilty about the loss of life caused by the weapons you developed? After using that weapon, can the mecha still be used? Does it need to take away the mecha's lifespan to complete the attack? The farmer has many custom-made mechas of different styles. Are they your work? Did your patent get help from others? Why is there only your name? Do you have any different opinions on Admiral Bai's attack on warships of other countries? Does the oversized weapon targeting the same kind cause humanitarian problems? All kinds of sharp questions were thrown, and the fans were angry. No matter how Su Shakai answered, they could make up news. Silence can also be written as acquiescence or agreement, and the intention is despicable. Su Shakai did not answer, and waited until she got on the car. Then she opened the window, smiled sweetly and sarcastically. If you are sick, treat it early. Artificial ears are available in hospitals, and it's okay if you are mentally retarded. There are no mentally retarded pills. Then she closed the window. Everyone, good retort. If the reporter replies, he is mentally retarded, and if he doesn't reply, he is mentally retarded by default. Seeing the malicious reporter get angry, the fans are happy, and they love Su Xiaocai's arrogant way of greeting them. Her bad temper is not just talk, she really knows how to stab them. I'm not a female star, so it's good to keep an ordinary state. Su Xiaocai was also very happy, but after pretending, she was so tired that she lay straight on the back seat. Back to the institute, all those blocking the door were notified to leave, and the car drove directly into the front door of the institute. Su Xiaocai got out of the car with the help of the door, and the wheelchair was next to her, and in front of the wheelchair stood a handsome man in a white robe. Ah, Brother Ji, come here quickly and carry me back. Su Xiaocai almost slipped to her knees. She grinned, laughing like a fool. Ji Li took a deep breath. This person is always restless when he goes out. This time, he is so skinny that his wrist is almost skinny, which is much worse than the time when his ribs were broken. When thinking about how to scold her, she is quite good at acting like a spoiled child. Ji Li couldn't say anything more about her. He stretched out his hands and bent slightly. Princess Su, please come in. Su Xiaocai laughed, relaxed, and enjoyed the very powerful princess hug. Su Xiaocai really liked Ji Li's tacit movements. At this angle, she could see Ji Li's well-defined jawline, gentle lips, and high nose bridge. Perhaps it was the influence of teenage hormones brought by the age of more than 10 years old. At this moment, Su Xiaocai thought Ji Li was extremely beautiful. She put her arms around his neck, without any shyness, and asked boldly, "Did you miss me?" "Hold tight." Ji Li changed his posture and simply held him vertically like a child, which was more labor-saving. "I miss you very much, but I don't want you to be too proud. Tell me how I should answer so that both of us are satisfied." "TSK. There is a wheelchair, but you don't want me to sit in it. I have been holding you for half a minute. Can you get down? You haven't exercised recently. I'm so thin, it's only been a short while, and you can't hold me anymore." Ji Li couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. He was happy to see Su Xiaocai again, but his words were still slightly venomous. You should know that concentrated ones are definitely not ordinary. The muscle content is huge, the density is high, and the stature is small, but it weighs more than 100 pounds. It's not that I can't hold it, but this clever little face is more annoying. Su Xiaocai didn't let go, and rested her chin on his shoulder. The general gave you the opportunity to exercise, cherish it. Apart from the direct disciples, like the vegetable farmer, who else can be favored by me? The warmth against Ji Li's neck made his blue eyes soften. The bodyguards and Lieutenant General, Bai who followed him were too embarrassed to look up. The young people were flirting and affectionate, and they, the old bachelors, felt awkward. Su Xiaocai closed her eyes, and fell asleep soon. The hand hanging on Ji Li's neck slowly slipped down, and Colonel Yuan pushed the wheelchair up and said softly, "Professor Su has fallen asleep. Why not push the wheelchair back? There is still a long way to go." Ji Li raised his eyelids slightly, and Colonel Yuan looked at him fearlessly, openly. He saw that Su Xiaocai's sleeping posture was not very good, very awkward. Ji Li smiled, "Okay." Su Xiaocai couldn't sleep yet. At least she had to change into more comfortable clothes before sleeping. Putting her back in the wheelchair, Su Xiaocai woke up again, sleepy. Her cheek was rubbed by the back of her fingers, and she pinched it lightly. "Don't sleep, change into pajamas first." Su Xiaocai was on Blue Star, and her subconscious mind was always thinking about the danger around her. She couldn't sleep continuously, and her body recovered slowly. Back in the capital, she felt relieved, and her body unconsciously wanted to recover through deep sleep. She nodded subconsciously, being very obedient. The mighty and unyielding Admiral Su finally succumbed to the strong protest of his body, changed his clothes, and climbed into bed to sleep. Ji Li stared at her face for a while, frowned, and asked Lieutenant General Bai, "Did she put on makeup and didn't remove it?" Remove makeup? A group of men in the army, how could they know that women need to remove makeup after putting on makeup? Colonel Yuan said, can't you wait until she sleeps well before removing it? Ji Li knew women's obsession with removing makeup. His mother once scolded her father for 2 hours, because he didn't remove her makeup when she was drunk. She scolded her father like a puppy, and Wang Wang swore that he would never dare to do it again. When she wakes up and finds that she hasn't removed her makeup, she will beat up each of you. Everyone's backs went cold. Is it that serious? Where can I get makeup remover? They went to get it. Forget it. If Su Shaokai is unhappy with the things they bought, she will also want to beat them up. You guys are tired too, take a rest first, Xia Wanzi, and I will take good care of her. Ji Li turned around and asked Xia Wanzi if she had any makeup remover. Xia Wanzi scratched her ear. I've used them up. Su Shaokai bought disposable makeup remover wipes for the first 2 times she put on makeup. She bought one each time she put on makeup, fearing that it would be wasted if she didn't use it on weekdays. Do you remember the brand? Ji Li asked. Xia Wanzi nodded. It was late at night, and Ji Li couldn't go out to buy it himself, so he called a robot who didn't rest to run errands and deliver it. Lieutenant General Bai and his men were unable to help. They knew that with Xia Wanzi around, Ji Li could do nothing. So they retreated. The bodyguards left for Su Shaokai followed Kay and took her to her residence. Lieutenant General Bai and his men went to a villa in the suburbs. Before leaving, Colonel Yuan looked back at Su Shaokai who was sleeping soundly. Lieutenant General Bai patted him on the shoulder and said, Boy, some people give you things, but you can't grasp them. You spend too little time with them. Colonel Yuan blushed. Sir, you misunderstood. Don't deny it. Who doesn't like a beautiful, sweet-mouthed, and strong woman? When Su Shaokai is not fighting, she is soft and has a sweet smile. It is very comfortable to get along with her. Ji Li is a winner in life for being able to be with such a rich woman. Really not. Colonel Yuan didn't know how to express it. He felt that his friend was coveted. He had an inexplicable possessiveness, and was unhappy that Su Shaokai was too close to Ji Li. It was like when I went out to play with very good friends, and suddenly a third person broke in. My good friend was busy talking to that person, and I would feel ignored. He knew very well that this was not love. He was afraid that the friendship would capsize because of Ji Li. Explained, Professor Su is still young. Lieutenant General Bai put his hands behind his back. So when Professor Su acted like a spoiled child and wanted to be intimate, Dr. Ji would only listen to her for a few words and would not dare to do anything else. Men understand men best. A man who can endure will never let his prey fly away. Su Shaokai was escorted by so many men, so she had to show some sovereignty. Su Shaokai was a smart person and was willing to give the other person a sense of security. Both of them are trying to hook each other, and they can't do anything at this stage. It's better not to point out this relationship and keep a proper distance. Love between adults is very complicated and simple. No, Su Shaokai is obviously a minor. It's really strange that they can't treat her as a child. Su Shaokai slept for 5 days, except for getting up to take some nutrients and go to the toilet. The online time agreed with the vegetable farmer was pushed back by Xia Wanzi. On the 4th day, she felt that her fatigue was swept away, and she regained her previous vitality. As soon as she got out of bed, she was startled by the recycling bin of the nutrient tubes at her feet. It was full. How many nutrient tubes did she take? Xia Wanzi raised her hand happily, and shook her fat body. Is Kaikai awake? Su Shaokai asked how long she had slept, and found out that she had slept for 5 days, and consumed 3 boxes of nutrient tubes. She felt terrible. How did she digest it all? She shook her head and scratched it. Why did she feel top-heavy? She walked to the mirror and looked at her current appearance. Her hair was waist-length. Did I really only sleep for 5 days? Yes. Chibi Maruko hugged Huahua. Look, it hasn't aged. Huahua, thank you. I refuse to be a reference. Su Shaokai saw helplessness on Huahua's cat face. She looked at herself in the mirror again. Her facial features seemed to be more mature, her eyebrows and eyes had an indescribable coolness, no longer childish. Looking down, her limbs were slender. Wait, slender limbs? The mirror showed that she was now 1.68 meters tall. Su Shaokai, huh? Oh my god, she has grown taller? She quickly looked for a ruler to measure it, and Ji Li knocked on the door. She let him in, walked up to him, and gestured. Chapter 194. After the gesture, Su Shaokai pulled her hair and looked in the mirror. The mirror shows that I have grown 8 centimeters taller, a full 8 centimeters. Why does my height seem to have not changed when I am in front of you? Is it possible that I have grown taller too? During the process of gradually repairing his genes, Geely also grew a little taller, not much, only about 3 centimeters. Took a breath. You are already tall enough. What's wrong with giving me some? How old are you? And you are still growing. Su Xiaocai's expression of despair was too vivid. Geely got started. After pinching it, I felt that I was quite hypocritical in the past. I knew in my heart that I was hard-mouthed and turned my love into friendship. But it was true that she was too young. If she didn't classify love as friendship, she could only admit that she was abnormal. He teased her. Will you only have this height and burst it all at once? Su Xiaocai pointed at him. Don't be so mean. Let's take a look at your health first. You are so high all of a sudden, your heart may have problems. Geely felt her pulse, listened to her heart and lungs to see if they were normal, and then drew a tube of blood for testing. After a series of examinations, he was surprisingly stronger than expected, and he was considered to have fully recovered. He had not recovered in Blue Star, but he was full of energy and vitality immediately after returning to Capital Star. It was unscientific. Those who did not know would think that Capital Star had magical effects. It must be that the vegetable fields on Blue Star were destroyed, and it was not good for me. Geely smiled sympathetically. You are right. Then he said, since you are back, do you want to go to school? Yes. You are not the school doctor now, are you? After Ji Hung joined the army, Geely resigned from the school, worked for Su Xiaocai, and returned home to inherit the family business. In fact, it is not considered as inheriting the family business. It is that Dad Ji wants to go find Mom Ji. His wife is happy on the Su planet, and Dad Ji, who thinks he is a reliable husband, needs to take care of his wife to see if her mental state is really good. As a result, the clingy Dad Ji never came back. If it were not for Old Man Su's prohibition of Ji's company to enter the Su planet, Dad Ji would probably move the office to the Su planet. Well, it will be busy for a while. Geely tilted his head and warned, don't mess with little boys when you return to school. What? I didn't hear it. Su Xiaocai pretended not to understand. Her ears turned red, and she despised herself for being shy at her age. Geely smiled. You know it well. He covered her head with his big hand. The seemingly casual action made her neck turn red and warm. Su Xiaocai saw that the handsome guy took the bait, and she felt happy. It would be nice to have an ordinary relationship after graduation, which would be a different life experience. As for whether they would break up, Su Xiaocai had thought about it. She had just rehearsed it in her mind, and finally came to the conclusion, who cares? She has lived for so long, and finally found someone she likes, so she will talk to him when they are old enough. Chibi Maruko holds paw on her head, hugs Hua, and looks at the two childish ghosts. The two cats yawned at the same time. What's there to see? They might as well eat. Are you two still bosses? Chibi Maruko's cute voice brought the two young people who wanted to fall in love back to reality. Su Xiaocai slapped Ji Li's hand away. Your hand just touched alcohol, right? Will my hair fall off? Ji Li is not the kind of pure sweet party. He can make people angry with his mouth. How long have you not washed your hair? Your hair seems a little oily. How can a goddess' hair be oily? Su Xiaocai warned him not to say anything that deserved a beating. Two young people with good energy are not suitable to live together anymore. Ji Li will move out of the institute in the afternoon, and will live in Juyuan in the future. As for developing a romantic relationship, we will consider it in a few months. We are all busy. That day, Su Xiaocai received several badges and copies of the appointment certificate from Lieutenant General Bai and sent them home. After receiving the badge, Father Su was stunned for a while, but when he saw the copy of the honorary admiral, he was so scared that he trembled. Can this thing be made casually? What did this annoying girl do? Is it so easy to get the honorary general? No matter how powerful she is, she can't be that powerful. Is she really that powerful? I am mainly afraid that she has carried out some secret mission. He immediately contacted Su Xiaocai and asked her, is your ID real or fake? He trusted Su Xiaocai to get the badge, but the honorary general at the age of 17 is so fake. Dad, didn't you see my heroic appearance at that time? I saw it, and others said it was a special effect. I also think it's a special effect. It's not that Father Su doesn't trust his daughter, it's just common sense that there's no such thing. I'm angry. Please send me some fruits and specialties. I want the bursting tofu from Aunt Chi's house, the bacon from Aunt Xiaohu's house. When ordering food online, Su Xiaocai's way of expressing her anger was to be rude to Father Su. Okay, I pack everything you like. Tell me first, what you did. I don't believe it was just that. Su Xiaocai, I contributed a lot of technology, the conspiracy of the Flying Empire, and that sword. If they want to learn, they must give me a sweet treat. Don't worry about how I got it, just send me the specialty. By the way, how is Uncle Lu Qin's wife doing now? Very well, she is now in charge of the bamboo forest, and every day is very fulfilling. Her genes have improved, and she is also energetic. Old man Schu couldn't describe it in detail. He didn't have much communication with Lu Qin's wife, but he could see that her condition was getting better day by day. When Schu Xiaokai was disconnected, old man Schu patted his short hair and realized that he had been fooled. She was pestering me again. He wanted to know if his daughter was injured. She talked about a lot of food, so she must be injured and didn't want to say more. Father Schu wanted to go to the capital star to find Schu Xiaokai. After pacing at the door for a while, he couldn't think about going to the capital star. Xingmi, wearing a long skirt, came over with a basket. Brother Schu, my daughter joined the army and became a sergeant major. Thank you for your Xiao Su's care, otherwise she wouldn't have the current position. These are the cookies I made. Although they are not worth much, they are my little gift. Old man Schu was at a loss. No, it's not easy for you to live as a woman, just take good care of yourself. When the beauty came to the house for the first time, she made old man Schu so fascinated that his tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak properly. After getting used to it, he no longer felt embarrassed when he first met her. But every time they met, Xingmi flashed a pair of deer eyes, which easily made people imagine. Luckily, old man Schu is a serious person and a straight man, and he has always kept a very gentlemanly distance. Xingmi, the cookies are delicious, not dark food. No, I don't mean to dislike it. After all, he couldn't refuse the biscuits, so he accepted them. However, he gave a bracelet made of jade from the Star Gold mine in return. It was rare, but it was a rare gem. He planned to send one to Schu Xiaokai as well. For him, gems were not expensive, but mechas were the most precious. The first Blackwing produced in Schu Xiaocai's factory had been shipped to him, and became his favorite now. Xingmi looked at the bracelet handed over by Su Laodi, and her eyes were full of love, but she didn't dare to take it. Brother Schu, I can't accept it, it's too expensive. It's not expensive. I still have a lot of them. They were all sent by Huang Yangxing's people. I don't need them as a grown man. Beautiful jewelry should be worn by someone like you. You can wear it and sell it. It's up to you. Old man Schu smiled sincerely, with a tolerant demeanor and a tall and strong body, making him look very mature and masculine. Xingmi was touched. Although her man loved her very much before, he never gave her such expensive items. The Min family was so rich, but they only put the jewelry on her. She had no right to dispose of it. The heartbeat at this moment made Xingmi make a decision. She wanted to pursue the man in front of her. Xingmi's tearful eyes were hard to ignore, and she didn't know how to comfort him. After returning the gift, Su Laodai scratched his head awkwardly, and wanted to water the flowers in the greenhouse. Brother Schu, I go with you. This time it was she who fell in love with the man, not the man who took the initiative. Su Laodai thought she wanted to learn how to grow flowers. Come on, my daughter also grew up watching me grow vegetables, and now she likes to grow vegetables the most. Although Father Schu disliked Schu Xiaokai for growing vegetables, and not doing her job, he just thought she was wasting her talent. Now, his daughter has her own ideas. She has become a general, and no one has a higher position than her. Growing vegetables can be understood as Schu Xiaokai cultivating her temperament. Thinking of this, Father Schu felt comfortable all over. Xingmi nodded vigorously to Father Schu's suggestion and followed his footsteps excitedly. Half a month after returning to the capital star, Schu Xiaocai's shocking sword was still circulating wildly on the internet. Her sword also caused doubts among many experts. Some people deified it, believing it to be a gift from God, and the whole world was moving towards fantasy. Some people tended to believe that Schu Xiaokai had lit up a technology tree unknown to the public. More people thought it was a special effect made to promote the new god of war. This doubt was soon answered because Schu Xiaokai published a paper. Her paper was a combination of science and qi, and there was also an article on the materialization of qi and how it was released. Finally, the research on mecha materials was a biotechnology material made with insect warriors, or mother bodies, as the main extracts. This material is top secret, and will not appear in the form of a paper. Unless you have a military general willing to deal with them, and buy goods for you, it is useless to give out the paper. Schu Xiaokai has the ability to obtain it, and Lieutenant General Bai and General Bai are also willing to supply her with goods. Once the paper was published, more people paid attention to this magical sport of Qigong Chao. Schu Xiaokai, don't you just want a paper? I give it to you. It can be seen that Schu Xiaokai has real materials. The paper on Qigong is very niche. I'm afraid that others will lean towards theology. Ha ha ha. Haikai is as rigorous as ever. Su Shaokai, if you want to believe this, Admiral. You are crooked and unworthy, and you are not qualified to guess. Once this paper comes out, major universities may have to open a new subject, which is outrageous. The netizens laughed. Su Shaokai was very worried about the next research. That attack was really too wasteful of mecha and money. And the insect warriors were not prepared and were hit by the attack. Only then can a shocking scene be created. Su Shaokai needs to further study the material of insect killing. The purity of insect killing in the previous sword was already very high, although the content was less than 20%. But after using it, it was still destroyed by the chi. Unfortunately, because of her injury, she dared not to toss her body in a short time. The 2 previous papers alone are enough for scientists to scratch their heads and study. When she returned to school today, the old principal personally greeted her. Su Shaokai also brought 6 bodyguards in military uniforms, assigned to her by the superiors, and there are more than 20 in the research institute. They hope that when she travels, she will remember that she is no longer an ordinary person. But 6 people is quite exaggerated. Mei Lan huddled behind the old principal, trying to reduce her presence. Su Shaokai glanced at him. The way this half-bald man handled things was not pleasing. She didn't care much, but before coming, she politely warned him not to force students to learn this or that. Whether it is good or bad, it should be decided by the students themselves. Mei Lan shuddered. He received a text message from Su Shaokai last night. The content of the text message was some things in the past, and Su Shaokai also expressed some of his own ideas. She didn't thank Mei Lan for changing her major. If she wasn't so talented, she might have died halfway. According to the normal development path, she would have become a dark horse player promoted by the school. But look at the situation of the 10-star mecha competition. Too many hands have come in, and too many accidents have happened. A dark horse like her with no background is 100% targeted, and has a narrow escape from death. Su Xiaocai's analysis made him feel ashamed. What he thinks is good may not be necessarily good for others. Seeing Su Shaokai again, Mei Lan could only lower his head and stop talking. Su Shaokai exchanged pleasantries with the principal for a while, patted Mei Lan on the shoulder. Teacher, don't be too sad. Although I hate you, this may be the only time in your life that you will meet a student like this. Mei Lan, more emo. She returned to school secretly. It was early, and there were not many people in the school. After saying goodbye to the principal, walking on the path leading to the experimental field, Su Shaokai looked up at her field. The bamboo forest was still lush and green, while other places seemed a little empty. The little robot had nothing to do, so he sat under the bamboo forest and looked up at the sky. When she came back, Su Shaokai had mixed feelings. She had thought she would cultivate this piece of land for 5 years, pass the postgraduate entrance examination, and become a doctor of agronomy before leaving. Now she is going to graduate early, and this piece of land will be given to the next classmate. There is reluctance, but also relief. Plans cannot keep up with changes, so she still took the old path, from a vegetable farmer to a scientific research career, and by chance, she got the title of general. The 6th general, the only general without power. Similar trajectories. Su Shaokai was a little confused. She walked into her experimental field, and waved to the robot bean sprout. The bean sprout turned around, and saw Su Shaokai. It was very happy. Master, what are you going to plant next? I take you to grow something somewhere else. It's time for you to change your chip. The bean sprout tilted its head. Will I become a big bean sprout? I don't want ugly ones. You have to pay for handsome ones. I look good in this outfit. Su Shaokai couldn't help laughing. Who did the bean sprout listen to again? I help you become handsome for free. Free is the most expensive. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I won't sell my body. Su Shaokai, give it to you. Su Shaokai picked it up with one hand and put it in the space button. With her current fame, it is unrealistic to stay in school. She can just come back for the exam. Chapter 195. There are still some things to deal with, so she went to Professor Li's experimental field to find Professor Li. Senior Wenwen was sharp-eyed and shouted, "Ah, Junior Su, I miss you so much. Do you miss me or my specialty?" "I miss both." Su Shaokai was hugged by her. After the first one, there was the second one. She was almost crushed by them. Ahem. Ahem. Get out of the way. You are so dirty. Su Shaokai wrinkled her nose. The seniors didn't care about her slightly disgusted expression. Anyone who rubbed against them would show the same expression. "Junior, I haven't seen you for a while. You've grown a lot taller." Wenwen is 1.8 meters tall. She felt a sense of irony when she said this to Su Shaokai, who is less than 1.7 meters tall. Su Shaokai has grown taller, but she is still the shortest among the group. When asked again, "Are you okay?" "No. I've checked it out. Although I don't know why I suddenly grew so tall, I'm healthy." It's hard to say about the future. Su Shaokai won't say this specifically. When touched her head, "That's good. Since you are fine, come and sign another autograph for us." 2 autographs are required, 1 to sell and 1 to hang at home. Su Shaokai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Senior sister, is it polite to say this in front of the person concerned? It is even more impolite to sell the autograph behind your back. Don't worry, I will give you half after the sale." Su Shaokai, "Then why don't I sign and sell it myself? Your status will be lowered this way, and the autograph will become worthless. Leave the matter of selling autographs to me, I am poor and shameless." Everyone agreed. Sister Wenwen is really good at this. She will definitely be the top seller in the future. "Wenwen, go away, you still want me to help you sell agricultural products." A highly educated agricultural student, going into sales, isn't it a blessing for her future job to be unrelated to her major? No one listened to her. Someone handed Su Shaokai a flower, and asked her to sign the wax plant label she made. Kai, although this is the smallest flower, the other flowers are the material for my thesis, so I can only give you this one. Your flower has wormholes, and the calyx is deflated. How dare you give it to me? Take out your flower, king. No. The senior student who sent the flowers hurried to save his flower. Watching them playing around, Su Shaokai thought of Wu Qingqing and the others. When they were here, they often played around like this, which was fun. After chatting with friends for a while, Professor Li came slowly wearing a straw hat. He carried a basket of fruits and handed it to Su Shaokai first. "It's good that you're back. When do you plan to graduate?" "This year." "Professor, can I go to Decisive with you this year?" To enter Decisive, non-researchers cannot easily step in. Of course, if you go as a general, you will not be intercepted, but it will only be a waste of troops. So it is best to be a student. "Yes. I will leave in 2 months. If you want to go, I will apply for funds and an extra position from the school." The school knew that Su Shaokai wanted to go to Decisive, so they would definitely agree. "Thank you, teacher. As for the expenses, if the school cannot apply, I can pay for it myself." No, there is no such operation. The rules are the rules. Decisive is strictly managed. It is managed by the government. Even mosquitoes can hardly sneak in. If you have money, you can enter. Once it is discovered, the professors of the school will be banned from entering. The original intention of Junpei to establish the agricultural college is naturally to enter Decisive to share a piece of the pie. Otherwise, it is impossible to create a college just by saying that Junpei will switch to scientific research. The plants on Decisive are all unique, and their research value is no less than that of Monshua. Other students were extremely envious, but that was just envy. Su Shaokai deserved the treatment she received. If their grades were 1/10 of hers, the school would also give them preferential treatment. The tutor's preference did not reduce the enthusiasm of the seniors. Instead, they wanted to take photos with Su Shaokai. Graduation is coming soon, and everyone needs to work hard for their future. When you go out to work in the future, you can say that you are classmates with Su Shaokai, and you have a good relationship with them, and have taken photos together. Your career will be smoother. Su Shaokai did not refuse, but when taking photos, she would ask a few people to take photos together. Don't take photos alone. If you take photos alone, you may cause trouble in the future. Because she is so popular, Su Shaokai can't leave. Wenwen and several seniors, who are close to her, stopped them from continuing to chasing stars. The bodyguards quickly escorted her away. Finally escaping, Su Shaokai faced many classmates' curious and excited eyes, and hurried back to the dormitory to pack up. She will no longer live here, but this dormitory will be kept. Wu Qingqing and others may come back to stay for a day or 2. Pushing the door open, Su Shaokai did not go in immediately. Instead, he looked around the room. The things in the room seemed intact, but the sweet fruit flower plate outside the terrace fell over. That flower plate was a heavy object, and even a typhoon could not fall over. Su Shaokai retreated silently, winked, and the bodyguards guarding the door entered immediately. They were legally in possession of weapons with less lethality. One of the bodyguards entered her room, looked around, and first scanned the surroundings with a life detector, but no life was found. But they did not dare to relax. It was not that they did not have shielding equipment that they could carry with them. They could not detect it, so they could only rule out the possibility that the other party had accidentally broken in. Su Xiaocai's room was very simple, with only 2 places where people could hide, under the bed and in the closet. They first checked under the bed, and every corner under the bed to make sure there was no one. There was no sound during the whole process, very professional. Then, they gestured, one person stood in front of the closet, and the other turned sideways to open the closet door. The moment it opened, a slender figure with a masked face flashed out. She picked up a piece of clothing and covered the person in front of her, with her arms turned back, using him as a cover. She rolled on the bed and ran to the balcony. Her movements were very smooth. The other bodyguard was no pushover either. He aimed at her legs and fired an electromagnetic ball. The electricity from the electromagnetic ball could paralyze the body instantly. But this man was surprisingly strong, and he shook his body and continued to run. She jumped down from the balcony, using a squatting and rolling posture to relieve the force. The fat cat downstairs was startled by her, and jumped onto the tree. It was the first time for everyone to see this fat man so agile. The fat cat stared angrily at the person, who almost crushed her to death. As a result, she was stepped on. Su Shaokai guessed that the person who dared to sneak into her dormitory was not an ordinary person. She had been waiting downstairs for a long time. She stepped on the girl who rolled over twice with her face covered. The bodyguard beside her pointed a gun at her head and said, "Raise your hands." The girl had to raise her hands slowly. She still had a flash bomb in her hand. When she let go of her hand, the flash bomb slipped. Unfortunately, Su Shaokai changed her bodyguard's latest equipment. Before the flash bomb took effect, the receiver hanging on the bodyguard's ear also popped out a pair of sunglasses to protect his eyesight. As luck would have it, he dodged the cat on the tree. The fat cat fell down in shock. The girl screamed in pain after being hit hard. Su Shaokai picked up the cat. This little fat boy weighed more than 20 kilograms. He ran around and bumped into people. It was easy to trip people. "Where are you going? It's so hard to catch fish. The insect warrior couldn't resist a single blow from me. Do you think you can?" Su Xiaocai's tone was full of provocation, and he stepped on the girl. The students in the dormitory building were surprised to see Su Shaokai appear, but none of them dared to step forward. Su Xiaocai's posture was clearly a lesson. She put the fat cat on the ground, patted its butt, and told it to go away. The cat was a little smart, and ran away, using its hands and feet together, like a pig running. The girl lying on the ground had her hands handcuffed behind her back. The bodyguards upstairs jumped down, leaving two to check the dormitory. After they jumped down, they immediately pulled open the girl's face covering. As soon as they opened it, the girl spat out saliva from her mouth. Su Shaokai stepped back leisurely, not getting any saliva. The girl said angrily, "You stole other people's technology and claimed it as your own patent. You are so shameless." Su Shaokai looked at her curiously. Could she also be reborn? No, she should have met this girl before. She had an impression of her eyes, but the impression was not deep. Could she remember it wrongly? Su Shaokai raised her hand and pinched the girl's chin. "Have you had plastic surgery?" She cut some bones, and her whole face shape and facial features changed. She should be someone from the school. Su Shaokai turned around and asked the classmates around her, "Does anyone know her?" Many people shook their heads. Suddenly, a girl with long bangs came out. She looked a little scared, but she mustered up the courage to say, "She is Shui Hui's follower. I would recognize her even if I turned into ashes." "Bullshit, I am not." "You are? Your face and name can change, but I remember the two moles behind your ears very clearly. At that time, it was Shui Hui who forced me to drink, knocked me out, carried me in the car, and then moved me to the fields outside the school. There were wild beasts outside the school's experimental fields. It was still winter, and very cold. She was drunk. If she hadn't had a good memory and pretended to be completely drunk, she might have frozen to death in the wilderness. She didn't dare to say anything and had no evidence, so she could only suffer in silence. If there was evidence, she would have sent it to Su Shaokai. She had endured it until now, and finally had a chance to vent her anger. I thought the follower had dropped out of school following Shui Hui's footsteps, but she had plastic surgery and changed her name and went back to school. A female bodyguard turned her sideways and confirmed that there were two moles behind her ears, one close to the hair and one behind the ear. The mole behind the ear is hard to see unless you look at it from a special angle or pull it apart. So the girl is right. This is Shui Hui's follower. You don't know the truth. Seeing that Su Shaokai had seen through her identity, she said, "Su Shaokai stole someone else's technology." Su Shaokai smiled. "Tell me, whose technology did I steal?" "You stole technology from other worlds." "Is that so? You mean the Empire's?" "Other worlds, don't you understand? I am not a dog of the Empire. I hope that all the Empire's technology will be stolen. The female students who were watching the fun thought that Shuehui was crazy. Stealing technology from other worlds? Is there any evidence? Not to mention that there is no evidence. Can people from other worlds come and capture Su Shaokai? Let alone stealing from other worlds. Even if they took the technology from other countries, at most they could say that Su Shaokai was a spy lurking in other countries, and the technology could still be used. At the national level, it cannot be simply described as stealing. Shuehui is another case. She stole the future achievements of national talents and indirectly prevented them from receiving the due treatment. The charges are difficult to judge. Shuehui's trial will be carried out by the Supreme Court and will be held in 2 days. Su Shaokai thought that they wanted to accuse her of something so that Shuehui's sentence could be reduced. Oh! The irony was strong, and Shuehui's follower blushed. I am not shooting at nothing. Your technology is not something that can be had in this era. Do you dare to say that your technology is in this world and this era? My technology belongs to this era and this world. How come, after submitting the patent, it has to be used 50 years later? Su Shaokai laughed. She had submitted the patent, so why couldn't it be from here or this era? Many people feel that the place where they live is not the future, and it is normal to assume that all the innovative inventions around them are normal, and only the science fiction world imagined in the movie is the future. In fact, what we have now is already embracing the future. How can normal people think that her invention does not belong to this era? The future mentioned by the follower can have too many extended meanings. Technology that Shuehui cannot master? Or does the follower know information that does not belong to this era? It is more likely that the person behind her instructed. Who is behind the follower? Shuehui. Su Shaokai always ignores this kind man. It is not that she deliberately forgets, but that Shuehui does not appear in her life. It is just a common thing to see this person in the news. He will not do anything extraordinary to attract attention, and he has a strong ability to manipulate public opinion. Shuehui, is he really a good uncle who loves his adopted niece? The girl put her forehead on the ground, and seemed to be relieved. Su Shaokai noticed it, but didn't ask anything. After the follower entered the dormitory, he didn't steal anything, and the police couldn't solve it. So the follower was handed over to the special investigation team, and treated as a spy. Before leaving, she was locked in an empty classroom, waiting for the investigation team to come and pick her up. Not long after, Su Shaokai had a note in her hand, which was stuffed into her hand by the follower. It says, all the truth is with Isuelu. What information can be obtained from Isuelu? The follower was taken away. Su Shaokai held the note, and soon, the note turned into shreds, and could not be put back together. The follower's behavior seemed to be self-protection, but also a reminder. Of course, it could also be a show, setting a trap for her. Su Shaokai didn't know this person, but she knew she was not a good person, so she couldn't judge her mood and purpose when she wrote this note. Isuelu has not been found for so long, it is impossible without help behind him. The only one who can make Isuelu disappear completely is probably the supernatural person, who can change the video. Why would the people behind him help him? What does the truth mean? Su Shaokai is very annoyed to find the truth and reason by herself, it is too brain-consuming. Rub her temples. No matter what the truth is, even if it is about personal privacy, she doesn't want to go privately to find out. That is a suicidal behavior. If there is something, it is better to find someone else to investigate. Otherwise, why hire Xiang Qian? Xiang Qian has investigators around him, and can even obtain information legally. Speaking of Xiang Qian, I haven't contacted him for more than 2 months, and I don't know how he is now. Chapter 196. Leaving the circle of classmates' enthusiasm, I returned to the laboratory at night. Before I even stepped into the door, a handsome guy appeared in my sight. His facial features were familiar, and his temperament was ordinary. He looked at Ji Li bitterly, his clothes were dirty, his hair was messy, and he looked like a pretty boy refugee. Ji Li wore a white coat, and stood at the door with his arms folded. He came here today to check the experimental data and samples. This was his job. Of course, it also gave him a reason to come back to see if his future girlfriend had been robbed by someone. He hasn't been here for just a week. How come there's another stranger here? Su Shaokai complained first. Who is he to you? Why do you look wronged? Ji Li tapped her forehead. You must be doing it on purpose. I'm just a researcher. Who can I wrong? Su Shaokai covered her forehead and laughed dryly, looking at him carefully. The handsome guy was silent, and Su Shaokai knew who the burly man who followed him was. One of the bodyguards given to her by General Bai. Xiang Qian? Su Shaokai couldn't believe it when he suddenly appeared in front of her. Every time I think of him, he sends me information. The speed of warship delivery is not as fast as his. Xiang Qian is complacent, as if he has found the organization again. Boss, you still have a good memory. He pulled up his clothes a little, revealing his belly, and complained, Boss, look at my skin, it's all wrinkled. Before, Xiang Qian was a fat man, white and greasy, but after losing weight quickly, his skin became loose. There are several wrinkles under his belly, which is ugly. Because the weight loss is not due to muscle building exercise, but due to a large decrease in appetite. Except for the face, the arms, stomach, and thighs are all wrinkled. Su Shaokai felt that it was eye-catching, and asked Ji nonsensically, why don't you put your hands up to block my eyes? There is a man lifting his clothes in front of me. Ji His possessiveness is not that perverted. Besides, Su Shaokai has seen all kinds of stomachs. If she wants to see them, she can see 8-pack abs every day. It seems not good to remain silent, so Ji asked back, do you like this style? Su Shaokai rolled her eyes, if you don't understand romance, what's the use of you? It's enough if you like him. Ji said confidently, as long as he is good-looking and meets her aesthetic standards, his shelf life will be at least several decades, and if he works harder, hundreds of years is not a problem. Ji said it seriously, he does not have a sentimental personality, he is just telling the truth, so there is no sense of disgust. Boss, is this your boyfriend? Xiang Qian knew Ji, a rich man, one of the shareholders of the Fifen Island project. The Ji family is an old family that has been rich for a long time. He was very excited, the boss liked rich people, which proved that there was no need to worry that Su Shaokai would support a little milk dog in the future. If he changes his job every now and then and talks nonsense, subordinates like him will suffer. Not yet. Not yet. The two said in unison. Hee, not yet, it will be soon. Boss Ji, you have to work hard. Xiang Qian was stopped outside because his appearance changed too much, and Kay didn't dare to confirm his identity. He had been with Xiang Qian for a while before, but he couldn't recognize him when he saw him every day, let alone Ji. Recently, I have strict management here, and I'm afraid someone will impersonate me. Su Xiaocai's bodyguards asked to draw a tube of blood from him and give it to Zia Wanzi to check the genes. Xiang Qian didn't mind. As a person who was on the front line of intelligence, how could he not know how popular Su Shaokai was, and how important she was? In a remote planet in a distant galaxy, Su Xiaocai's achievements were spread in a short period of time. This was already a national treasure. After drawing blood, boss, we found something, so we came back to the capital star and continued to check it, and then we confirmed it. The group entered the laboratory. Su Shaokai sat on a chair in the hall, and Xiang Qian and two bodyguards sat down. Ji said knowingly, I go downstairs. I may have to ask Boss Ji if there's anything later. Is he available to listen? Xiang Qian thought that if he asked Ji about the things he had investigated, he would get the information faster. Ji looked at Su Shaokai, who waved her hand. The things she investigated were a bit gossipy, so she wasn't afraid of Ji knowing. She had seen all the embarrassing things in his family. There was nothing to hide about her family. He patted the seat next to him and motioned for him to sit down. Ji sat down, keeping his butt away from Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai ignored him. This man, after being exposed, began to restrain himself. I don't know what he restrained himself for. Can she still eat him? Xiang Qian showed Su Shaokai the investigation records. He recorded everything he did every day in a notebook. In the Kunai orphanage, he didn't dare to send information through the communication, fearing that it would be monitored. He was terrified every day. Fortunately, the bodyguards and investigators were very powerful. With their support, and he was useless enough, he did not attract the attention of the armed forces. He successfully mixed into the logistics department and obtained the qualification to enter and leave the park every week. We couldn't find anything at first. We said earlier that we would go back to check if there was a secret laboratory in the orphanage. There was no laboratory, let alone a secret passage. The person in charge often disappeared, sneaking away at irregular times in the middle of the night, so I didn't find out where he went or where he walked. After discovering this, we could only change direction and start investigating the orphans. Investigators can collect information about the orphanage. They can mobilize files to obtain information about personnel migration, even disappearances, and smuggling. Yu Haiming was not originally on the aircraft carrier that had the accident. According to normal procedures, Yu Haiming should have been handed over to his other elders for supervision. At worst, he could have grown up in an orphanage in a big city. But later he still appeared in the Kunai orphanage. We checked. At first, Yu Haiming was taken care of by his grandmother. His grandmother didn't want to raise him, so she gave him to a relative. This relative is still alive. He said that he took a sum of money to bring Yu Haiming to the kunai orphanage. He is just an adopted child. There is no emotion. Of course, he can be abandoned at will. The kunai orphanage took the orphans in without any investigation, which is a very suspicious move. But the kunai orphanage's admission records were too rough, and the documents were not backed up. After the fire, nothing was left. The investigators were able to check the list of orphans thanks to the establishment of an artificial intelligence system. Before the huge database started running, a lot of work had to be done, and everyone's genes had to be entered. So the orphans were protected to a certain extent. Not long after Yu Haiming arrived at the kunai orphanage, the Schu family came to adopt orphans. The Schu family had their eyes on Su Xiaokai. How can you be sure that the Schu family would definitely choose Kai Kai? Ji Li asked. I have evidence. Before, I was not 100% sure, it was all speculation. I can only say that there is a high probability. After all, one was adopted by a wealthy family, and the other was thrown into a garbage planet. With a little guess, we know that someone does not want Su Xiaokai to become a member of the Schu family. Who is the beneficiary? Shuehui. But Shuehui was a child, and did not have the conditions to kill at that time, so someone else must have arranged this. As for who, he is still investigating. If you want to get intelligence, this is the way it is. Sometimes it may not be found in 2 or 3 years. When luck comes, it can't be stopped. Xiang Qian did not tell the timeline of his own investigation, but after sorting it out, he described it in the order of events, which is easier to understand. He has been back for 2 days, and went to find the servant who had left the Schu family before. The servant met on the internet, and was one of the investigation targets after Xiang Qian accurately located it on the internet. The former servant of the Schu family was a little short of money recently, and only after receiving cash compensation from Xiang Qian was she willing to recall the gossip that the Schu family had heard. Speaking of adoption, the servant also heard from Aunt Li of the Schu family. Before the adoption, the Schu family couple mentioned that they wanted a child between 3 and 5 years old. This age group is more suitable, and the maximum cannot exceed 6 years old. Later, the current Shuehui was replaced. Aunt Li had many opinions behind her, but she was just a servant, and had no right to point fingers at the employer's family. Aunt Li was the type who kept her mouth shut. The reason why the servant knew was because she was the daughter of Aunt Li's good sister. As a daughter, I can always hear a little gossip at the dinner table. When a person is depressed for a long time, he must have an outlet to vent, otherwise he will be depressed and abnormal. Aunt Li's good sister is obviously this outlet. The maid was introduced by the good sister to work in the Schu family, but unfortunately, she was not very efficient, and was soon fired. The maid can be sure that the word Xiaoyu was mentioned in her mother's words. Among the orphans, only Yu Li and Yu Haiming have the pronunciation of Yu in their names. Next, Xiang Qian will go to the sanatorium to visit Aunt Li's good sister and look for clues. As for Aunt Li, she's dead. She died not long ago, in the land you bought, and her body was said to be dismembered. Huh? Su Xiaokai was shocked, and then she remembered that Fei said that a woman died in the villa area, and her death was horrible, so it was Aunt Li who died? Calculating the time, it was just after Shuehui entered the prison. Aunt Li didn't know some dirty things about the Schu family, so she was thrown to the Chuanji cult to be killed. Good servants are not circulated, but every rich person will know that someone's family has such a good servant. After the marriage between the Ji family and the Schu family, they cooperated closely. You should know this person. Ji Li did know Aunt Li from the Schu family. He said, this person, in my impression, has a good personality, is warm-hearted, hard-working, and takes good care of everyone. Apart from Shui, she loves Shuezi the most. You can say that she is Shuezi's other mother. She died, and the Schu family didn't react? Su Xiaokai didn't know this person, and the news was told to her by Fei Yi. Xiang Qian didn't know either, he didn't find out this step. Whether the Schu family investigated Aunt Li's death, Perlin must know. This is not a secret, and should be revealed. Su Xiaokai said, let's talk about the information of the orphanage first, I will ask the police later. The gossip of the orphanage, no, it's intelligence. Intelligence is related to many things about oneself. Su Xiaokai is more and more interested. Where was I just talking about? Xiang Qian patted his forehead, yes, the servant asked about the adoption. I was sure that it was your old man who was adopted, because he was smart and cute, and everyone loved him. Maybe he had already made a good marriage with the Ji family. Xiang Qian winked at Ji Li, who knew that he was just flattering the horse. After all, given Ji Li's previous physical condition, The only person he could marry would be his younger brother. Last time I said that Shui and you, the boss, were related. Later I found out a shocking secret, absolutely explosive. Xiang Qian rubbed his hands and showed several photos of people. These people are the sponsors behind the orphanage. Shui Feichuan, the third child of the Shui family. I originally suspected that Shui was the daughter of the third child of the Shui family. After all, he really loved Shui and gave her everything she wanted. Later it was confirmed that they were not related by blood. Su Shaokai listened very carefully, with her hands on her legs, like a child who is dividing an apple equally. What's the explosive news? Don't worry, I'm just about to tell you. I found another insider who said that before the Shui family adopted Shui Feichuan had a tryst with his lover in the orphanage even longer ago. This insider was 100% sure of this information, because Shui Feichuan's lover was pregnant. Shui Feichuan was very close to her, and was very caring. Xiang Qian didn't expect that when he couldn't find anything, there was a ray of hope. The insider was an old lady who had lived near the orphanage. The planet was poor at that time, so the orphanage looked grand, and many people were scrambling to work there. The old lady happened to work there as a temporary worker, but it was just a handyman. At that time, cleaning robots were not popular in poor places. It cost tens of thousands to buy a robot. For such a large orphanage, one robot was not enough, and it might break down during use. There was no place to repair it, so it had to be done by manpower. The cleaning staff had to do all the odd jobs, including taking clothes from each room to the laundry room, taking out the trash, wiping the table, etc. As for how the old lady knew her lover was pregnant, it was because she hadn't had her period for 6 consecutive months. She was the only one who knew about this. Coincidentally, Xiang Qian made up an identity for himself in front of the old lady, claiming to be the son of a temporary worker in the orphanage, and casually talked about the situation in the orphanage and shared some unknown wonderful secrets. Under the money offensive, the old lady quickly lost her armor and complained about the orphanage. Wouldn't a natural pregnancy have a bigger belly? Su Shaokai wondered. The old aunt said that Shui Feichuan's lover wore loose clothes every day and rarely went out to see people. When the child was about to be born, she found a private doctor to deliver the baby. The next day, the lover and the child disappeared. Shui Feichuan didn't look for him, and the dean didn't ask about it. Su Shaokai said, "Don't tell me that the private doctor died." Xiang Qian looked constipated. That's right. TSK, the bloody domineering CO theater must have a casual trampling on life incident. Is the lover a staff member of the orphanage, or an orphan in the orphanage? If life is boring, gossip will surely save humanity, and Su Shaokai is getting more and more excited as she listens. You've got the point. Neither, and I don't know if there is only one lover. After all, the old lady is just a temporary worker, and the time span is not enough to find out whether Shui Feichuan has another lover since then. Su Shaokai was confused. Is this what she understood? Shui Feichuan has a bunch of lovers and children in the orphanage? Why did you go to the orphanage? Interest? Or was it to let the orphanage take over the children? She turned to look at Ji Li. Do all the wealthy families play so extravagantly? It's not a hotel, it's not a villa, it's an orphanage, where they cultivate flowers and breed them. No wonder people in the industry say Shui Feichuan is a playboy and a rotten one. Chapter 197. Ji Li did not deny that some people played around. It has nothing to do with whether they are from a wealthy family or not. It has to do with the person. I won't do that. Boss Hu, Wu Xiaoxiang, Shui Fighting and others are very loyal. They are often criticized in business, but they are very loyal to their wives. Of course, their wives are also excellent people. Su Shaokai took Ji Li's arm and said with a smile, as the object of this general's favor, you must have perfect moral cultivation. Ji Li whispered, be more reserved. I'm just holding your hand. I held your hand before. Don't be shy. I'm not taking advantage of you. Ji Li looked helpless. I'm afraid you want to take advantage of me. Okay. 2 months ago, Su Shaokai was still very immature. At most, she knew that she would consider developing a relationship in the future, but she would not have any fantasies. At that time, she was more concerned about not letting this naughty boy fall in love too early. Su Shaokai, who has grown into a big girl, would reveal a clean and pure charm in her eyes and eyebrows, switching between a girl and a mature woman. This is fatal. Su Shaokai was satisfied, let him go, and signaled Xiang Qian to continue. Xiang Qian smiled frivolously. Ji Li was destined to have a hard time turning over in front of Su Shaokai, because he was not as thick-skinned as Su Shaokai. We haven't found out the identity of the lover. The planet is poor, which means that the immigration control cannot be too strict. Adults are neither from the orphanage nor from the planet, and can change their appearance and leave at any time. And the forces occupying the orphanage are local armed forces on the surface, but they are actually a group of star pirates in the Broken Star Zone. You have done a great job for my mechanical spider. Are there any more specific details? Xiang Qian said with a guilty conscience. No. He spent so much time just to find out who the armed forces occupying the orphanage were. The military investigators should thank him. I came back to find out a few things. First, who is Shu Feichuan's lover, and how many lovers he has had. Second, why did the space pirates become local armed forces? Which space pirate force did they belong to? Maybe they are the ones who harmed your biological parents. Third, who covered up what happened on the aircraft carrier your biological parents were on. Fourth, who gave money to Yu Haiming's relatives. Fifth, whether the investors of Kunai Orphanage knew about the assassination plan, or whether it was their idea. After investigating for so long, the harvest is rich. In order not to alert the enemy, they have not contacted the investors of Kunai Orphanage for the time being, and plan to find a professional undercover to test. He now has a legitimate identity to investigate the case, an extra staff investigator, enjoying state subsidies, and a special investigator of Su Shaokai. After the investigation, he just needs to report to Su Shaokai and the Supreme Commander of the Intelligence Bureau. Of course, the scope of the investigation is limited, but no one will hinder his actions in the above-mentioned investigation directions. When one person succeeds, everyone will benefit. Xiang Qian is very happy. With someone above him, he can work efficiently. Su Shaokai, don't be too proud. I'm just an honorary general. I don't have any power. Xiang Qian obviously didn't believe it. Su Shaokai had to explain. Honorary general is a bomb. Everything has two sides, seemingly lofty honors, but in fact, it means that the honor value has reached its limit. Because of this, many people regard her as a thorn in their eyes, and will try every means to pull her down, and even secretly spread rumors that are difficult for people to detect. If Lieutenant General Bai and General Bai hadn't known her and understood her personality, they would have unknowingly developed a bad feeling towards her. This was like a cake that was originally divided into 5, but if she wanted, it would be divided into 6. Giving her the highest honor was also like suppressing her from further expanding her influence. From the moment she received this honor, she had to be careful and cautious in her words and deeds. Any mistake would become an arrow shot at her. If she was lonely, Xiang Qian would not be better off. Xiang Qian twitched his mouth, and his courage turned back to that of a rat. I will be careful. What I told Xiang Qian was actually a bit too serious. Fortunately, she has strong strength and super high value. Internal struggles will not affect her status. If the 5 admirals unite, it may not be the case. Seeing Xiang Qian restrain his arrogance, Su Shaokai smiled and did not continue. Honorary admiral can be a bomb or a weapon, depending on how Su Shaokai uses it. It has more advantages than disadvantages. No one above can order her to do anything, and there are very few obligations to fulfill. If not, Su Shaokai would lose this false reputation faster than anyone else. After completing some details and confirming that the information was accurate, Su Shaokai prepared to pay him a generous reward and give him some more money. Go and repair your skin. Since you have lost weight, don't get fat again. Being too fat may not be a problem now, but when you get older, all kinds of problems will appear. It's okay to eat more moderately, and remember to exercise more. I let the bodyguard supervise you. Xiang Qian, after finally coming back to the capital star, he ate a lot, but his boss asked him to exercise. Wow, his feast. Then Su Shaokai gave him a communicator that can directly contact Wisdom 03. If you have something, you can talk to it directly. As long as there is a network, it can pass the information to me. It is equivalent to another way to save life. Xiang Qian counted his salary. It was a lot. The key is that the boss paid his taxes before he paid it. He doesn't mind lying in the hospital for a week to repair his skin. Su Shaokai is a generous boss, who doesn't treat people like cattle or horses, nor is he the kind of person who forces you to do things perfectly. It's just that you can get as much reward as you can do. Kay looked straight at Xiang Qian and left unceremoniously with a basket of fruits. This fat man, the heart of a money grubber, has not changed. If it weren't for knowing that he has a little conscience, no one would trust him to investigate such an important matter. Su Shaokai in the laboratory contacted Fei separately to ask for information about the lady who died in the villa area. Fei knew quite a bit about this. She hadn't read the family files, but she had heard her friends in the police station tell her some of the information they could provide. The victim had worked as a nanny in the Schu family for more than 30 years. In the early days, she was responsible for Schu Zi's eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Later, she stayed in the Schu family and did relatively easy cleaning work, mainly tidying up Schu and Schu Zi's rooms. Occasionally, when the chef took a leave, she would cook. Before she died, she went to a high-end toy store to pick up a mechanical cat toy. Since customers often asked others to pick it up, the store owner did not take the initiative to deliver the goods to the door. After taking the mechanical cat, the victim went to the park to feed a stray cat abandoned by its owner, and then disappeared. The body was found in the villa area. The next thing is not for Faye to find out. It is related to the Chuanji sect, and the police want to keep a low profile. This sect has killed too many people, and the methods are cruel. Too many reports will cause psychological discomfort to the public. All black clothing, exaggerated rituals, and explosive heat. Teenagers who have no ability to distinguish are easy to follow suit, and think it is cool to do so. Su Xiaofai thanked Fei, and she called Perlin again to ask him about the progress of the investigation. When will Shui Hui's trial start, and why has it been delayed until now? He followed Lu's whereabouts, Aunt Li's death, who are the suspects. Chief Su, Boss Su, at least tell me when you come back. He could go out to avoid her, saying that he was busy and had no time to deal with her. In Shui Hui's case, some time ago, the boss still wanted to find evidence about her hiring a killer. Maybe he wanted to please Su Xiaokai. Anyway, it felt a bit superfluous. The matter of the killer organization could never be further investigated. Perlin dared not say the following. Regarding Aunt Li's death, Perlin could only say that there were many perpetrators, and the mastermind behind it had not been found. Many video evidences could not be used as evidence. For this reason, reasoning experts were called in to assist. Who customized that mechanical cat? Can you tell me? The boss said it was Shui, but later Shui denied that she did not customize it. Shui Zi had many mechanical cats. During that time, Shui Hui had an accident, and Shui Fighting's company was impacted by Su Xiaocai's technology. How could she have the mind to contact the owner to customize something? Shui said that she had nothing to hide, so she provided the communication information between Aunt Li and the store owner within a month before her death. The content of the information was very ordinary, except that the store was promoting and sending a message about new animal toys. Shui did not reply, nor did she withdraw any information. There was no record of Shui in the cloud database of the communication platform. But the merchant had Shui's conversation. The two data did not match. Someone tampered with the merchant's communication and invaded the merchant's side, pretending to be Shui to order products. The merchant had Aunt Li's contact number, so it was natural for them to notify Aunt Li to pick it up. So the only thing the police could confirm was that the person who could tamper with the information was familiar with Aunt Li's work content and scope of activities, including helping Shui pick up things and feeding stray cats. The person behind the scenes killed Aunt Li, which actually exposed a lot of things and narrowed the scope of suspects at once. But Aunt Li was kind to others, rarely got angry with others, had no loans, no gambling, and didn't like to gossip about people other than her besties, and had never offended anyone. They don't even know why she died. So they are helpless, and can't pinpoint who he is. Su Xiaokai frowned and thought deeply. Could it be Shui Feichuan? Kunai Orphanage, the auction site, Shui Hui's bullying, his shadow is behind them. Sometimes the one who is exposed may not be the mastermind, but it cannot be ruled out. The information given by Shui Hui's followers, who were detained, should be correct. The pervert Isuelu, who seems not to be the central figure of the incident, should be a breakthrough. After Su Xiaokai hung up the phone, she was in a puppet state, tilting her head, frowning and looking blank. After a long time, Su Xiaokai moved closer to Ji Li, raised her head and asked, Shui Feichuan is a very romantic person, right? Ji Li pondered. If you mean, he has had many women, yes, just ask any playboy, and they will know which woman Shui Feichuan had a relationship with. And these women clearly had sex with him. But I haven't heard that Shui Feichuan's women had a fight, and they all seem to know that Shui Feichuan doesn't like them. That is to say, Shui Feichuan is not the kind of romantic person, he is simply lustful. Su Xiaokai couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, and ran in the direction of melodrama. Then Shui Feichuan, could it be the male protagonist of the substitute literature? Ji Li laughed. Shui Feichuan decades ago had no romantic history, handsome appearance, good family background. If he really liked someone, it shouldn't be difficult to pursue him, and there shouldn't be many women who can refuse. The chance of finding a substitute is very small. Which woman would be willing to give up such a tall, rich and handsome man? Isn't it me? I only like you. I am so loyal, other men are nothing in my eyes. It's useless to talk sweetly. I won't be brainwashed by you. Ji knew that he was not her only choice, and Su Shaokai was not the kind of girl trapped by love. He pinched her chin and forced her to turn her head. Her eyes were so cute. He picked up a cup of cold tea and drank it. What about my sister-in-law Wenxue? Love but can't get it. Ahem. Ji was almost choked to death by her brain circuit. If you have seen Xue Feichuan's lovers, you will know that it is impossible. Yi Shui is not his type. Ji coughed again to cover up his not-so-bright thoughts. He and Ji Heng, Hu Ping, Lu Sun, and other idiots had also privately guessed whether Xue Feichuan had a crush on Yi Shui or something. Several men came to the unanimous conclusion that it was impossible. Su Shaokai was half believing and half doubting, and asked Wisdom 03 to call up Xue Feichuan's girlfriends. After putting all the photos together, Su Shaokai had to agree with Ji Li's statement. Yi Shui looked like a decent woman, and although she was beautiful, she was definitely not as gorgeous as the women in the photos. Their facial features are all different, some are pure, some are seductive, and the only thing they have in common is probably their curvy bodies. Not to mention men, as a woman, she can't help but feel a little envious. Xue Feichuan is very lucky. Xiang Qian has left, and Ji Li is also planning to leave. Su Shaokai has something else to ask, so she holds him down. Ji Li is held in place with great force. Ji Li tries to break free, but sadly finds that he doesn't have the strength of 2 of her fingers. He has also been drinking mint juice recently, but maybe it's not been long, or the base amount is not large. Anyway, it doesn't have much effect. Su Shaokai, Xue Fighting's genes should not be very good. With the style of Xue Fighting's elders, there must be a lot of illegitimate children. Ji Li thought for a while. I heard from my father that Xue Feichuan and Xue Feijuan were both single, and didn't want to have children. At that time, Xue Fighting showed a strong business acumen, and then Xue Zi came, so the position of head of the family was naturally given to Xue Fighting. That was strange enough. It is easy to understand that good brothers don't want to have disputes over family wealth. But Xue Fighting and Xue Feichuan have already become business leaders, and there is no need to fight. What is the reason for Xue Feichuan's illegitimate child to be hidden? Does Xue Fighting know that Xue San has an illegitimate child? If Xue San can have one, why would he hide it? Xue Fighting would not kill Xue Feichuan's illegitimate child for the sake of the family property. He would rather adopt than have another one. Why train an outsider when you can train your nephew? I don't know much about their family. Xue Fighting is indeed not the kind of person who would frame his brothers for the family property. If he was, his 2 brothers would not call him brother wholeheartedly. Xue Fighting did not restrict the development of the 2 brothers. The reason why Xue San could become a tycoon in the entertainment industry was that Xue Fighting supported him. If Xue Feichuan was behind the scenes, why did he do that? Is there something that attracted him? If not, who could it be? Xue Feichuan? Or someone from the Yi family? There were too many suspects. Su Shaokai sorted out the multiple lines, and wrote them down for easy thinking next time. Chapter 198. Include factors such as whether the illegitimate child is dead, and whether there are genetic problems. For all of the above, you must find the lover before you can know. Don't expect to get the news by asking Xue Feichuan or following Xue Feichuan. So many eyes watching Xue Feichuan's love history can't get any information. Xiang Qian's tracking will probably be in vain, or it will take a very long time. It's better to assume that the illegitimate child is still alive, and there will naturally be traces to follow. These are not what she should consider, just leave it to Xiang Qian and the investigator. I want to watch Xue Hui's trial. Are you free to go with me? Su Shaokai wants to watch Xue Hui's sentencing, and wants Ji Li to go with her. Watching a joke is better shared than enjoying it alone. I don't know if Isoilu will pay attention to it. Xue Hui is his white moonlight. The charm of white moonlight cannot be eliminated by going to jail. How much I loved in the past, how much I hate now. A sadistic love story, what a beautiful scene. In the end, Isoilu appears in court to assassinate Xue Hui. It starts with a happy story and ends with a sad ending. Ji Li teased, I'm very busy. My family's business makes millions of dollars every minute. What compensation are you giving me? You make money, but I make tens of millions of dollars every minute. She also makes a lot of money, and she's even better at bragging. Ji Li, It's a new way of talking. There's no way to refute it, so I just agree. Su Shaokai patted her, and left Ji Li behind. She was going to inspect the factory. Help me finish the lab experiment. I want to go out and show off. Su Shaokai told him that the experimental plan was on the lab table. Chibi Maruko will help you. Don't wait for me to come back. Then she walked away in style. Li and Xiaowanzi looked at each other, and Li said, "Your Kai treats me as a coolie. It will be yours soon." "Okay, if I continue, I feel like I am cursing." Li was amused. Things follow their owners, people are not serious, and mechanical housekeepers are not serious either. He held Xiaowanzi's hand. "Let's go downstairs." Go downstairs and continue the boring experiment. Xiaowanzi smiled and felt that Kai had a good eye. Li was a man with great patience and a stable temperament. The key is that he is good at tea tasting and has a positive outlook on life. Xiaowanzi is not too worried about Su Xiaokai being cheated on. As for Su Xiaokai, she went to the Mecca factory first. When she arrived, all the technicians stopped working and said, "Hello, boss." Su Xiaokai glanced at everyone present. They were all in good spirits. Luo Lianliang seemed to have changed. His slightly long hair was cut into a flat top and became several shades whiter. From a handsome boy, he became a very good-looking little star. Zhu Yang strode over and said, "Boss, it will be released next Sunday." I checked the progress. After the simulation is running, what is still missing? Zhu Yang nodded and said seriously, "We are short of maintenance technicians." Su Xiaokai, I don't want to teach anymore. Let's make a tutorial. It's not fun without the vegetable farmers. The enthusiasm for teaching has dropped to negative. Seeing Su Xiaokai pout, Zhu Yang said with a smile, "But this is easy to solve. As long as the machine is produced, the market will react on its own, and the maintenance technicians will take the initiative to learn. We have also written a lot of maintenance points in the manual to facilitate maintenance technicians to learn. Most of the mechas customized by the military have been shipped away, and the next ones to be produced are all mechas open to the public. So in terms of maintenance, we really don't need too many people. Just set up a few agent maintenance points, scan the damaged mechas into the new world, and the maintenance technicians here can guide others to repair them. With more maintenance, you will naturally learn how to look at and how to repair. Practice is the best learning." Su Xiaokai looked at the operation of the entire factory, which was very smooth. With her fame again, the mechas will definitely sell well. Zhu Yang took the opportunity to propose to expand the factory in person. The director of the factory next door did not want to rent it. He would see the sales situation this time. If it was sold out, he would rent it. Just make up your mind and give me a plan. Su Xiaokai pointed at the mecha. "Has anyone test-driven it?" "All our maintenance technicians have test-driven it, and we have also invited several well-known testers to come. The mecha is very safe. Even if it falls from a high altitude, it will automatically turn on the anti-weight mode, and it also has the obstacle avoidance function that a general hovercraft has. If you are a professional driver, you can adjust the sensitivity, but you need to enter the professional certificate number, so that ordinary people can avoid hurting themselves." Su Xiaokai, accompanied by Zhu Yang and several technicians, walked around the factory. There were not many people in the factory, and they were basically technical workers, who watched over the normal operation of the production line. There were only 30 or 40 people in such a large factory. The after-sales service of the mecha was handed over to the customer service and artificial intelligence of the new world. The previous arrangement was very convenient for after-sales processing. By the way, did you encounter any difficulties in your work, or what do you want to learn? If you have any, you can bring it up. I will soon offer some courses to help employees improve their skills and knowledge. Luo Lianliang quickly raised his hand. "I want to learn your mecha design course, boss, and it would be best if it has some practical experience." What they learned before was just some superficial knowledge, which was enough for maintenance and designing regular mechas. But it is very difficult to customize special mechas, and they are not good enough yet. "Well, we will provide it. I want to learn martial arts." Another person added. Her face was also pale, giving people a sense of weakness and easy to bully. "I always feel that someone is following me recently, and I want to learn martial arts to protect myself." "Why didn't you say someone was following you?" Zhu Yang blamed her for not reporting it. I have been followed since I was a child. The traffickers have kidnapped me more than 10 times. Everyone, it's not easy for you to live well until now. So can you learn it? You can learn it, but before you learn it, you should do some basic exercises every day to adjust your body. There is no rush to learn martial arts. Can you live in the dormitory? After we eliminate the hidden dangers, you can go back home. Zhu Yang reminded in a low voice. She lives in the dormitory. Su Xiaokai, She was followed from the factory to the dormitory. How unlucky this girl is. Zhu Yang said, after get off work, you guys take turns to accompany her home. Afraid that they would dislike such a decision, if you don't have time, can you call the security? Sure. Several male maintenance technicians replied. She was sure that the girl was followed, and it was not an illusion. On the way here, Schu Xiaokai also felt uncomfortable being watched. It was not malicious, nor was it protective surveillance. It looked like a mission. Maybe someone from another company was sent here. The female maintenance technician might have misunderstood them, and thought they were being followed. Pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let anyone do anything bad to you. Zhu Yang, I hire 2 more security guards. I send 2 to you. Don't look for them outside. Some security guards are not good enough. Schu Xiaokai doesn't want to let employees get into trouble because of a little negligence. After visiting this factory, Schu Xiaokai went to visit the mechanical limb factory. Bai Fu gave him a warm hug and said with relief, "You've grown taller. I'm so glad to see that you're okay. It's all my brother's fault. He's a crazy guy. Yes, he only knows how to cheat on a cute little girl like me. It's okay, I scolded him for you, and I also punished him to send you experimental materials." Schu Xiaocai's face fell. Sending experimental materials? What's the difference between this and urging her to do experiments? When she thought of the experiment, she thought of her mecha, and her heart bled. Her Flame Emperor has become a disposable item, and she has to get a new one. It is known that the insect killer can conduct chi, but the lack is the purity, and what material it should be combined with to create an indestructible weapon. The human body is not broken, so why are the hard weapons and machines broken? The mecha built by the insect man has no vitality left at the moment of swinging the sword, which may be related to the mutual restraint. The main reason is that the sense of chi is too mysterious. There are many principles that may contradict your own cognition. You must completely break your own cognition before you can rebuild the knowledge system. Aunt Bai, I feel relieved to have you manage this factory. Bai Fu's report is the most detailed and meticulous. She will record every detail. In order to make it convenient for her to read the summary, she will write another report. The hospital has a lot of orders. Have you finished the skin improvement you mentioned before? Schu Xiaokai was speechless. I don't believe how long it will take you to change your skin. Give it to me within 3 days, and I will adjust the production line. Tian Gang is the opposite. The worker exploits the boss's work. Bai Fu pursed her bright red lips, and her momentum was terrifying. Schu Xiaokai nodded obediently. Fearing that Bai Fu would continue to exploit her, she immediately rolled away, and took a newly raised lamb back with her. Schu Xiaokai drooled while holding the lamb. The 3-month-old lamb was super delicious when roasted. Bai Fu was almost angry to death when she found out that a sheep was missing. Schu Xiaokai was indeed a food video celebrity, thinking about this little food all day. She just couldn't believe that Schu Xiaokai would kill such a cute lamb. 2 hours later, the lamb had been bled, scalded, shaved, and put on the grill. She still killed the cute rabbit. Isn't it easy to kill a sheep that she had never raised herself? Although it was Kay who killed it, it didn't affect the ending. In the evening, Schu Xiaokai made an appointment with Yu Haiming, Jili and Kay. The two behind were responsible for turning the lamb over and roasting it slowly. Schu Xiaokai talked to Yu Haiming about family matters, and they had finally recognized each other. After today, they could get along as cousins. But they would not take the initiative to announce it to the public. Brother, are you happy to have such an awesome relative like me? There was no touching recognition scene, nor any sad scene. Both sides were terribly calm. After a while, Yu Haiming smiled knowingly, and touched Schu Xiaocai's head, very happy, thank you. It's natural to be happy to know that he has a relative worth looking forward to. She was worried that his brother was not as capable as her, and would he be a hindrance in the future? Before she finished worrying, Schu Xiaokai said, don't be too happy, because you still have a cousin. Xue Hui and I are related by blood, but she can also call you cousin. Yu Haiming froze, petrified. It's too early to be happy. This is not a recognition scene, it's a bloody scene. Xue Hui too? What's the similarity between her and us? Yu Haiming's mind flashed with the appearance of Yu Li, and another sister he didn't know well in the orphanage. He couldn't match Xue Hui's face. Eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, Yu Haiming and Schu Xiaokai are somewhat similar, giving people the feeling that they are definitely from the same family. Xue Hui is different. Her facial features are very light, and she didn't inherit the brightness of the Yu family. So what? You came to tell me this on purpose. What's your purpose? The two of them are so familiar with each other. Yu Haiming knows that Schu Xiaokai has some tricks in mind. On the day Xue Hui goes to court, you also go to court and put on a show. Schu Xiaokai wanted to know if Xue Hui knew Yu Haiming, and if so, what would she do? Isuelu hadn't been found yet, so it would be good to get some information from Xue Hui. Does your method work? She and I are not related by blood. And she should know that I am your subordinate. It works. Shuehui is like a fish craving for water, and she doesn't know that you and I know each other. For her, she once called you brother. You can be her insurance. Yu Haiming still had concerns. I went with you that day. Didn't that mean we were on good terms? How do you know if you don't try? Just think of it as helping me, little cousin. Su Shaokai made a heart shape with her hands. Yu Haiming looked at Ji Li nervously. Don't act like a spoiled child. Why are you afraid of him? Has he done anything terrible to you? No. Yu Haiming found it difficult to express. You two are the same kind of people. Quiet Ji Li and lively Su Shaokai seem different. They are absolutely the same in their core. Both are good at hitting the opponent with a club. Su Shaokai smiled sweetly. It proves that I have good taste. Yu Haiming said expressionlessly. Be careful not to fall in love. It's okay. This person always reminds me not to fall in love. Su Shaokai hooked her finger at Ji Li. Ji Li tilted his head, handed the grill to Kay. He wiped his hands and walked to her side. What's wrong? Help me wipe my face. My forehead is sweating. Su Shaokai smiled brightly. Ji Li took out a tissue and looked at her face. Not to mention sweat, there was no dust on it. He simply wiped it himself, and then took another tissue and stuffed it into her hand. It's not convenient to wipe it. Do it yourself. Yu Haiming completely understood that if it were another man, he would hold the girl's face and wipe it carefully, and he would not even have time to take advantage of her. Ji Li is not like that. As long as the relationship is not established, he will keep his distance and have perfect moral cultivation. Look, can I be in love? Su Shaokai spread her hands. Ji Li glanced at her. If you are bored, go and chat with your disciples. When Ji Hung was able to contact me the day before yesterday, he told me that they have been looking for you for a few days. Su Shaokai quickly looked down at the group message on the communicator. She had turned on Do Not Disturb for all groups, so she didn't know they were chatting. They set up another group, but this group was private, and only the signal from the laboratory could be connected. The training of new recruits was also confidential, but the honorary general always had some small privileges, and chatting with the vegetable farmers was still allowed. Su Shaokai, don't worry about me, I'm fine. I successfully advanced to the 7th level of Qi. Wu Qingqing, I want to break through the 7th level of Qi quickly to catch up with Master's breakthrough speed, so that I can ask you to customize the mecha when the time comes. Well, the move we want to learn. Su Shaokai, you want to learn it too? Of course. A series of replies are all wanting to learn. Su Shaokai replied with a laugh. Su Shaokai, no need to think, I haven't figured it out yet, just wait. If she doesn't understand how to use it, she can't teach it for the time being. Once it is used, the person will be useless, and even the healthiest body will be weakened. Su Shaokai, wait until I have tested the experimental subject, then I will teach. Lu Sun, who is the experimental subject? Fong Richan, it is said that Lieutenant General Bai is on vacation, and the front line has been handed back to the generals of Blue Star. She said who the experimental subject was, and everyone suddenly realized that Fong Richan was smart. Chapter 199 Hu Ping. I see, Lieutenant General Bai is the little white mouse. Xing Miao, nonsense, Lieutenant General Bai volunteered to demonstrate to Kai Kai. Hu Ping, eh? To put it another way, it suddenly sounded more noble. Wu Qingqing, I want to know what kind of life the prisoners lead. If they don't have a hard life, I will be very sad for those lovely soldiers who died. Speaking of this, Su Shaokai also wanted to know what kind of life the prisoners lead. In the previous life, the prisoners would be used as bait for the insect people. Those who escaped by luck would still be cannon fodder next time, living in fear every day. She preferred to kill them all, so that they would die more easily, and save the trouble of management. But what about millions of people? Even if tens of thousands of rebels, and dozens of generals died, the number was still millions, more than the population of the Schu planet. Killing them was unrealistic, and did not conform to the values of the Chinese people. The warships were full of skinny and poor civilians, who were pushed onto the warships, and transported here. Ask them what they came for, they only know that they are doing construction, building a new country. How can you kill such civilians? Su Shaokai feels that the 10-Star Republic will have a more humane arrangement. Su Shaokai, there may be news releases in a while. And she can directly ask the higher-ups about the treatment plan for the captives, and there is no need to keep it secret from her. Hee. The insect mother and insect warriors will be cleared out at once, and all the captives will be taken to a barren planet with nothing, put on monitoring shackles, and work equally to open up the wasteland. With so many people, they naturally cannot be placed in one place, and they will be processed in batches after a while, so she can ask again in a few days. Su Shaokai agreed with them to meet in the New World on the night when the mecha was released. Because that day, even the generals of the new recruits had to grab the mecha, so they had no time to take care of them, and everyone was free. They didn't chat for long, and they had to go to training. Su Shaokai had just finished eating a leg of lamb when Lieutenant General Bai came to the door. Lieutenant General Bai didn't treat himself as a guest, and he occupied the bench in the back garden carelessly. General Su, isn't it time for you to work? Su Shaokai smiled innocently. My injury is not healed yet. I need to rest for a few more days. If you don't put chili powder on the lamb leg, I will probably believe it. You are so delicious, are you ashamed? Lieutenant General Bai threw out 2 space buttons. There are 8 insect warriors and 2 insect mothers in here. All of them are yours. Su Shaokai quickly put on a friendly smile, quickly snatched the space button, and said with a fist, Hero, if you have anything, just tell me. This admiral is willing to help you. Lieutenant General Bai, you little brat, I can't cure you. Lieutenant General Bai told her, I only have 3 months of vacation. I want to improve my chi as soon as possible. Yes. Su Shaokai nodded vigorously. Okay, you want to speed up, or buy a new simulator? It doesn't need $99.99, only $99998. You can have a simulator with superb performance and enjoy the thrilling experience of death. Lieutenant General Bai, ? What kind of devilish adjective? Can you risk your life in the simulator? I worked hard to apply for your application materials, and you give me a discount of 1 yuan to get rid of me? Deluxe version, I plan to sell it for 6 nines, 5 nines for you, a bargain price. How much is the non-luxury version? 5 nines plus 1 in front. Lieutenant General Bai gritted his teeth. Let's have 3 for the deluxe version. Is that decided? No need to consider? 5 nines is not a small amount. But the new simulator she bought at the time also cost $1 million, which is much lower than what she produced, but many people still flock to it. No need to consider, I can afford it. But you make a lot of money, right? Can you spend all the money you make? Su Shaokai considers herself a vulgar person. No matter whether the money can be spent or not, doing business, I like the feeling of making money. Money goes into the pocket, and then it is spent. Shopping can bring infinite happiness. With money, the laboratory funds do not need to be scraped together, and others cannot influence the progress of her experiments. With money, she can plant as much land as she wants. But where do you generals get so much money? Can it all be reimbursed? The higher-ups only pay me 3,000 yuan. Lieutenant General Bai was annoyed. You can get 3,000 yuan just by lying down. What else do you want? He gave her a popular science of the benefits of real power. Positions above Major General must have some privileges. There is a reimbursement quota every month. Why do so many people want to climb up? There is a sense of family and country. There are also the benefits brought by power, and there are good welfare waiting. Otherwise, no one would be willing to move their butts. There is harm only when there is comparison, and envy is also one of the forces of progress. Su Shaokai certainly knows, being a general is originally a noble thing, but after you say that, it has become vulgar. Little brat, what do you know? By the way, are there lamb chops? The fatter the better. Lieutenant General Bai couldn't argue with Su Shaokai, so he got up and went to get some mutton. After coming here, no one served him, so he had to do it himself and have enough food and clothing. Everyone laughed, laughing at Lieutenant General Bai for changing the subject too quickly. As he was laughing, Lieutenant General Bai's communicator rang. Because it was not a confidential call, he answered it in front of Su Shaokai. The more he listened, the tighter his brows frowned. Finally, Lieutenant General Bai angrily scolded the person on the communicator. It's okay to ask me to fight a war, but why ask me to talk about online public opinion? I am also required to attend the press conference to apologize. I don't kill, I'm just fighting. Get out. I can't handle such a small matter, and you still apologize. Whoever proposed it, let him apologize. By the way, if he really dares to stand up and apologize, let him get out of his post immediately. The publicity team staff in the communication box is innocent. He is just a small staff. It was all the boss's idea. So should the boss apologize or not? The newly appointed director of the publicity department avoided the small staff's gaze and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was just suggesting it. After all, the public opinion was getting louder and louder. Lieutenant General Bai was very upset by his big reaction. He finally understood that some people's instructions were not for the good of anyone, but to test the attitude of the Bai family. He did a thankless job as soon as he took office. Being caught in the middle, he will be uncomfortable for a long time in the future. Lieutenant General Bai was also convinced. Some people can get to the top without any brains. They try their best to exploit loopholes, do nothing practical, and don't know that they are being used by others. In the backyard of the laboratory, everyone stared at Lieutenant General Bai with curious eyes, hoping that he would say something right or wrong no to tell him some gossip. Lieutenant General Bai also satisfied them. Some idiots jumped out and said that we were cruel, and that they were all human lives, so it was fine to kill those who resisted with weapons. But why should we kill those who surrendered halfway? For some reason, this move was broadcasted. Although it was obviously a victory, it caused some people on the internet to feel sorry for it. Blah blah, Lieutenant General Bai said some whining of the Virgin Mary, so some self-righteous guy asked him to cooperate and apologize. Who was it? He didn't say. It would be strange if he cared about them. He did nothing wrong. Why should he apologize? Apologizing to calm down such remarks is the stupidest approach. Schu Shakai smiled. Species diversity. Some people are really kind, some are fake kind, just to make things more chaotic. Don't laugh, you are also responsible. General Bai was condemned by the good people, and even Schu Shakai, the hero of the turning point of the war, was not spared. Me? I only swung a sword from beginning to end. Schu Shakai pointed at herself in shock. I can't kill insects. It stepped on my field. I'm a vegetable farmer. What's wrong with killing insects? This sentence sounds completely correct. Schu Shakai immediately searched the internet and found many inexplicable opinions. They claim that the people of the Empire are also human beings, and can actually be accepted and integrated into the 10 stars. In their mouths, Schu Shakai became a person who was not environmentally friendly, and did not know how to protect the ecology. Because of her sword, all the lives around her were wiped out, leaving no one alive. There was even a reporter who deliberately found several flattened frog corpses, fish corpses, and gophers beside the newly destroyed fields. They died with their eyes open, accompanied by sad background music. Wow, he really made the scene look like a devastated place. In his report, he pointed out that any behavior that harms any life is not worthy of praise. Haha. Schu Shakai laughed dryly. What a humorous remark. She raised her hand and frantically ordered frogs, various freshwater fish and farmed rats on the shopping platform. Chibi Maruko, I bought a lot of ingredients for a midnight snack. Chibi Maruko, okay. Lieutenant General Bai glanced at her sideways, and his counterattack was really quick. Hi, having many fans is amazing. Schu Shakai was confident. This was not the most powerful counterattack, but as a human being, an omnivorous species, there was no room for controversy. If someone only eats vegetarian food, then it must be the behavior of an individual. Be careful of vegetarians and nutritional supplement supporters denouncing you. My fans will naturally join me in the fight. Didn't you say to keep a low profile? This is not the same as that. Zaya Wanzi, a good cook, quickly processed the ingredients, took a photo, and sent it to Schu Shakai. Schu Shakai took the photos in order and sent them out, with the caption, Big fish and big meat, I'm here to show off my wealth. A tribute to every ingredient that can be made into delicious food. As soon as Schu Shakai posted it, it instantly became popular and collided with the search terms of saints. What a strange way to show off your wealth. Take it away, I won't eat anything except fish. Unconventional meat dishes, I kind of want to eat them. Oh, why does it feel weird? My Kai is also very cute when she is weird. Ha ha ha. When I saw this stupid article a few days ago, I wondered if this person was a spy sent by the enemy. Why should he show mercy to the enemy? Even if he was given mercy, it wouldn't be his turn. He just wanted to save all living beings with his holy heart. Reported it, brainless. Can a normal person write this? I don't know what the people who support him are up to. Support Kai. White-eyed wolf, our stable life is the result of the efforts of the front line. Those who can write such reports and support him have bad intentions. I feel like someone is leading the trend. I checked, the ones who shouted the most are all marketing accounts, and some of them haven't even graduated from elementary school. Schu Shakai moved her fingers and tagged the first person who said she was sarcastic. Is there? I'm so cute, how could I be sarcastic to others? If there is, then so be it, I can't stop anyone's thoughts. It was confirmed that she was sarcastic. Fans took the initiative to clear the way for her, and also went to the person's comment area to be sarcastic. It's so funny, this person said he never kills and supports taking nutritional supplements. I feel superior even when I take nutritional supplements. Do you know what the raw materials of nutritional supplements are? What protein can be many times higher than beef protein? What can provide such a strong sense of fullness? If the nutritional supplements are all chemical products, you will get sick within 3 years. I agree with your point of view. Don't use the products produced by Kai in the future. After all, they were developed by executioners, and are not worthy of you. Oh, There is a joke I don't know if I should tell. Look, here's a joke. Have equal compassion for all living things. Have compassion for your grandmother, who gave birth to you. I have a crematorium here, which is dedicated to burning insect people. Once you push them in, all the cowardly insect soldiers will turn into ashes. It is also suitable for burning slag. Is my hint obvious enough? Schu Shaokai directly posted another message in her own comment area, and tagged the Saint reporter. Before you use morality to restrain others, examine yourself first. What good deeds have you done? Have you made any contribution to mankind? Ridiculous hypocrite. Attack after attack. Words on the internet are very hurtful. Anything that has a slight sense of scrutiny will make people anxious and self-doubting. Within 3 hours, the reporter could not help but angrily reply to Schu Shaokai, I just expressed my opinion, freedom of speech, you do not respect life, you are a selfish businessman, your honor is bought, you do not deserve it. You have caused the death of so many lives, but you do not reflect on it, but instead cyberbully me, I will take up the weapon of law to punish you. Really? Then, in less than 10 minutes, the reporter received a lawsuit. The lawsuit was simple, slandering researchers who have made outstanding contributions to the country. At the same time, it was also discrediting the review system of the 10-star republic. Anyone who has received the highest honor medal deserves respect. Not just admirals can add the word honor. General Bai and Admiral E have won so many battles, but they have never been honored. It is conceivable that Schu Shaokai has paid much more than they imagined. She opened her scientific and technological knowledge to other scholars for free, cultivated silvergrass, extracted drugs that can improve genes without side effects, and reverse the situation of the 2 major wars. She also promised to open many patents to Professor AI and others for free. She never once asked for an honorary title. This was not something she asked for, but something that was given to her by the higher-ups. She only wanted a badge, and some souvenirs at most. Some people have never understood her, but they are just bragging about her achievements. What the whole army recognizes, is it the turn of a quality Saint Seiya to question? The prosecution was not done by Schu Shaokai, but by the military through an application. The evidence is absolutely sufficient, and it is not much different from a direct conviction. Those who clamored to support the Saint's speech, the main culprit, should go to prison to reflect on their mistakes. The most cheerful accomplices were banned and fined. Schu Shaokai crossed her legs. Look, after a little trick, they were quiet again for one night. She was not afraid of being scolded, but she had to scold with reason and evidence. It was okay to scold secretly behind his back. He scolded without reason and made a big fuss. It was okay to give him some retribution. Leave the war to the soldiers, and ordinary people should not interfere in decision-making. They can't see the real overall battlefield. Trying to reach into the army was a taboo. Chapter 200. She didn't irritate the other party, but the other party also irritated the military. This operation was not very sophisticated, and could even be said to be insidious, but it was definitely an open conspiracy. The reason why an open conspiracy is an open conspiracy is that even if you get humiliated, you can't say that she has moral flaws, nor can you say that she deliberately set a trap. If you control your damn hands and mouth, there will be no subsequent prosecution. Once this little shrimp got into trouble, all the big and small ones lost their voices. Even those who denounced Lieutenant General Bai disappeared, and the world was quiet again. Schu Shaokai felt that honor, though seemingly useless, was still useful at critical moments. Her efforts were worthwhile. After a storm was resolved, Schu Shaokai rushed to the next battlefield, where Shui Hui was about to appear in court. She wanted to go to the court first to see the excitement, and see her sentence with her own eyes. The scene of Shui Hui's trial was not made public, but Schu Shaokai and other victims could go to see it. Yu Haiming acted as her assistant secretary, Ji Li acted as her family doctor, and there were 2 bodyguards, all of whom were unrelated people, but because of Schu Xiaocai's special identity, they were all allowed to enter. The style of the courtroom is very primitive and simple. The solid wood chairs with patina, and solemn slogans all around, sitting here, speaking unconsciously lowered the decibel. There were already several figures in the audience, which were projections of the victims. They applied for a simulated cabin hearing, and their appearances were not clear. They probably didn't want to appear in the sight of the Shui family. Schu Shaokai sat in the victim's chair, and soon after, the suspect's agent and relatives appeared. Those who appeared in court included Shui Feichuan, Shui Fighting and Yi Shui, the 2 lawyers of the Shui family, and Shui Zi. The first time Schu Shaokai saw Shui Zi in person, she couldn't help but stare at him. His skin was white, his eyes were big, and his expression was dull, like a lifeless porcelain doll. His photo was not as beautiful as his real self, He was really beautiful. The Schu family has really good genes. Su Shaokai looked at Shu Zi with admiration. He had a lot in common with Yi Shui, with soft features. If he wore a skirt, it would be hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Geely, he looks good? Yeah, I want a child this good looking in the future. Remember to exercise well. If you break up, please freeze some healthy tadpoles for me. It's good to be pregnant with an instrument, without the pain of 10 months of pregnancy. Su Shaokai doesn't mind having a child, a good-looking one, and she can be forgiven for being naughty. But she was just talking nonsense to fool people and drive away someone's jealousy. Geely gritted his teeth secretly. This person's brain circuit is abnormal, shameless. She didn't even have a serious relationship, but she wanted to have a child. It's wishful thinking. What can she do with a child? Nothing more than playing. The vegetable farmer team is also the product of her love of playing. She calls it training a new generation of generals. But normal people, even if they have this intention, will definitely cast a wide net. Who would invest so much to train 10 people with uncertain futures? Only interest and fun can be ignored. Su Shaokai observed other people with great interest. Her eyes never stopped. Like a country girl, everything she saw was new. Some victims also came to the scene, and when they saw Su Shaokai, they were equally excited, came over to shake hands and greeted softly. Su Shaokai knew that she was a star wherever she went, so she shook hands and greeted them very naturally, chatted with them in a low voice, and observed their current living conditions. Yi Shui turned her head. Su Shaokai was full of joy, and the people around her were also looking forward to this trial. She already knew that Shui Hui and Su Shaokai were both children from the orphanage. Mainly because of what Shui Hui said, the Shui family couldn't find out even if they wanted to. Su Xiaocai's files were sealed, and it was difficult to dig up information even if they were paid. So they asked the lawyer to find out the deep-seated reasons for the feud. Su Shaokai was the first child they considered adopting. Yi Shui blamed herself because she took Shui Hui into her arms without any precautions, because she was more likable and performed more perfectly, and excluded Su Shaokai as an option. Shui Fighting had told her that she should choose a younger child, but she refused to listen. Thinking back, how can a child be perfect without pretending? Shui Hui really cannot be forgiven by Su Shaokai for being so scheming to replace her cousin at such a young age. She enjoyed a good life, but when she saw Su Shaokai, she was still afraid that Su Shaokai would replace her. Typical paranoia. Actually, Shui Hui was not paranoid, because she thought so in her previous life. Putting herself in her shoes, she also thought that Su Shaokai would threaten her status and covet her identity. Yi Shui clutched the scarf in her hand. Her nails turned white. She regretted her naivety, raising a little devil. Shui Fighting had a gloomy face. He had been so glorious for so many years, but his face was almost lost in the hands of this adopted daughter. The people around him stared at him blatantly, which made him very annoyed, but he couldn't scold people, and couldn't lose his manners in public, so he had to close his eyes, and not look at others. Shui Feichuan and the Shui family lawyer had completely different styles from the two. Shui Feichuan had a smile on his face, holding a string of beads in his hand, and he was suave and charming. It was impossible to imagine that he cared about Shui Hui. The Shui family lawyer did not defend Shui Hui, but handed it over to his subordinates. He did not want to fight a losing battle. He had already fought for Shui Hui, and had done the training before the court. The rest could only be left to the judge. When Shui Hui came out, her eye sockets were sunken, her hair was messy, and she looked haggard. She no longer had the radiance of the past. At first glance, she saw the culprit who sent her to prison, but at second glance, she saw Yu Haiming sitting in front of Su Shaokai. Yu Haiming looked at her with mixed feelings and pity. Shui Hui's heart choked. Who is he? Slowly, Shui Hui opened her eyes wide, trying to see who was coming. Why is he here? Is he not dead at this time? Yu Haiming looks very similar to his childhood. As long as Shui Hui has memories of his childhood, she will probably not forget this brother. But Shui Hui's memory is like a person who has been out of society for many years, and suddenly returns to the high school examination room. The questions are very familiar, but he can't do them. From her perspective, Yu Haiming's appearance has been separated by many, many years. Shui Hui was surprised and scared. She was surprised that Yu Haiming was a responsible brother who valued family affection. She was scared because she had hurt Yu Haiming in her previous life, and he died. She was now like a frightened bird to her past acquaintances. After experiencing the setbacks given by Su Shaokai, the future man, she was afraid that Yu Haiming was also reborn. Otherwise, why would he sit on the side of the victim? She stopped thinking about this. He was the manager of Fifan Island. Maybe he came with Su Shaokai to see her cousin. Shui met his eyes, and realized that this person should still care about family affection. That must be the case. Su Shaokai felt that Shui's mental state was a little bit wrong. A bit like a puppet, eyes commonly known as the window of the soul, seemed to express emotions too directly. Touching the space button disguised as a ring to think about the reason, Su Shaokai could only temporarily attribute it to being locked up for too long and having problems. Waiting for Shui to walk over, he stopped looking at Yu Haiming. Yu Haiming rubbed his stiff eyes hard. My old swan. In order to practice this look, he was caught and taken to the new world for special training. The mask was created under the guidance of two little stars, Fair and Luo Min. More importantly, he couldn't do it. He really couldn't pretend that he loved Shui. It was too outrageous. He might as well smile at the customers. He was a street kid. He had seen all kinds of life. He could value family affection and be indifferent to it. Su Shaokai was his recognized sister. He could go through fire and water for her. Shui was a selfish and ungrateful person. He felt unlucky when he looked at her for one more time. When the judge made the final decision and sentenced Shui to 20 years in prison and required the victim to pay at least 10 million yuan in compensation, the victim seats were all jubilant except Yu Haiming, who pursed his lips. For the bullied, it was a perfect ending. They didn't want Shui to die, but she had to accept the punishment and couldn't get away with it. She had harmed so many people that when the compensation was sorted out, the staff were shocked by the amount. Generally, the compensation for bullying is only a few $100,000 if it doesn't cause physical disability, and this also takes into account the compensation for mental damage. 10 million is higher than many commercial compensations. If the Shui family hadn't paid it all, Shui would have found it difficult to pay off the 10 million even if she worked in prison until she died. Shui lowered her head and chose to plead guilty. If she refused the trial result, she would most likely be charged with murder. It would be better to stay in prison, let out some fresh air every day, behave well, and even if she was guilty, she would not be sentenced to death. After the court sentenced her, it was a matter of which prison she would be sent to. Su Shaokai asked Perrin if he could be thrown into Beefing Prison, where there were no mineral resources, just a rocky land that stretched for thousands of kilometers, and was a bad place. It was the largest prison closest to the capital planet. The main part of the prison is built in the mountains. The prisoners do not have heavy work, but there are many manual jobs. It has been established for hundreds of years, and there has been no record of escapees so far. However, the lack of escapees is not because of the strict management there. Although the management there is good, it generally only detains prisoners who have been serving sentences of less than 10 years, so it is easier for relatives to visit. Perrin almost said that the Shui family had some room for maneuver. But don't you want to force Isuelu out? Su Shaokai smiled slightly. I know you have more serious cases on hand. For example, the omniscient cult. What if Isuelu knows about the omniscient cult? The girl who broke into my dormitory told me that Isuelu knew who the supernatural person who changed the video was. The investigators have told Su Shaokai the girl's investigation results. The follower was Shui Feichuan's man, but she said that Shui Feichuan did not let her break into Su Xiaocai's dormitory. She herself did not join the omniscient cult, but some of her past evidence was obtained by others. The reason why I know that Isuelu knows the truth is that Isuelu recently contacted her through the internet and asked her to borrow some money. The investigators could not tell the truth from the false. After all, the information could be altered and forged, and she might have directed and acted on her own, luring them into the wrong path. But she said that Isuelu knew part of the truth, and Su Shaokai thought it was possible. She was attacked when she went to the auction before, and Shui was also assassinated by Isuelu, and the supernatural person modified the video. Although there is no evidence that Isuelu is related to the supernatural person, there is a high possibility that the two are related. Beefing Prison prohibits outsiders from entering. How did Isuelu get in? This is something Isuelu has to think about himself. You can find someone to simulate it. Su Shaokai gave some small suggestions, then left. The psychic who changed the video needs to change it near the video. If he helps Isuelu enter the Beefing Prison, he will definitely accompany him. Spy organizations, assassins, mercenaries, the all-knowing church, the empire. All are hostile organizations she has encountered. Which force could the psychic hiding in the dark belong to, or is he involved in several organizations? Perlin's reply to Su Shaokai was to try to arrange it. Of course, he knew that he could use Shui to lure Isuelu, but without any intelligence, it was difficult to arrange for people to do it. To catch someone across a planet, you must always say hello to colleagues on that planet, and report how long you will be waiting. You can't just go in and do it. Ask the law enforcement officers of Beefing Prison to wait. It's good enough that they listen. Yu Haiming went back to apply for a visit, hoping to see Shui Hui before she left the capital planet. He didn't like this cousin, but they were relatives after all, and he wanted to know what Shui Hui would say to him. After applying, he went to the original villa area with Su Shaokai, now called Yuyidiansai Manor. Su Shaokai was worried about her bamboo forest and vegetable fields. She wanted to see if they were healthy during her absence, and when to harvest them. She wanted to know everything. Bamboo is a fast-growing plant. If the soil and water are suitable, it will grow quickly. Su Shaokai got off the car at the gate, and the car drove automatically back to her parking space. Yu Haiming, Brother G has so many space buttons, why don't you put the car inside? I brought 2 space buttons, one for the mecha and one for sundries. Space buttons also have weight, equivalent to a small brick weighing 7 or 8 taels. Only Su Shaokai can go out with a bag of space buttons. Su Shaokai pretended not to notice Ji Li's suggestive eyes. She is a girl, she carries a bag. Isn't it normal to carry 5 or 6 kilograms of things when going out? Walking in the blue bamboo forest path, Su Shaokai opened her hands comfortably. After a while, the view suddenly opened up, and all she saw were green vegetables and melon sheds. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a patch of bamboo forest turning yellow, which was very abrupt. Su Shaokai immediately rushed to see why the bamboo forest had changed like this. She anxiously put on gloves to observe, and her first thought was, is the bamboo sick? Such a patch of yellow, could it be infected with an infectious disease? Looking closely at its bamboo body, it is tall and strong, with many white spots on the surface. She checked the soil and bamboo shoots, the humidity was normal, and there were no special insects when she dug them open. In this season, there are still bamboo shoots, and the entire manor is equipped with weather temperature control equipment, so the bamboo shoots are growing better than before. Just watching the blue shoots emerge from the pile of yellow, it always feels weird, like a painter's palette has been overturned. When did it start to be like this? Ji Li said, it should be the day when I brought the little bean sprouts here. The little bean sprouts have only been here for a few days. What did this planting genius do? Su Shaokai scratched his head. Little bean sprouts. Where have you been? Come out quickly, I have something to ask you. Chapter 201. I put Xiao Duya back to school to look after her vegetable garden, because I didn't want the school's fields to go to waste. Compared to the manor, the vegetable garden seemed too small. It was very troublesome to manage it in 3 places. After graduation, it would be given to the next batch of agricultural students. After all, it was not her land, so it was okay to return it in advance. Xiao Duya heard the sound and hummed a song, popping out of the bamboo forest. Master, what's the matter? It changed its shell, and its appearance was a bit like Chibi Maruko, with a round head and a drum-like body. It had very good shock absorption function, could adapt to any terrain, and was not easy to get stuck in the bamboo forest. It was just duong when running, which was a bit funny. Yu Haiming, who followed, chuckled to show his respect. What a cute robot. Xiao Duya was used to being called cute. You are cute too, your whole family is cute. Yu Haiming's smile disappeared. The robot is so irritating that it has such a strong personality. Su Shaokai waved. Tell me what you have done since you came here. Monitoring. Xiao Duya's original job was to find insects on the leaves, fertilize the bamboo forest in time, and plant seeds after other auxiliary machines plowed the land. Now these tasks are shared by many robots, and it only does monitoring. If a robot cannot complete the work within the specified time, it can help. In other words, it is a senior supervisor. Then, what else did you do? Xiao Duya blinked, put his hands behind his back, and said nothing like a child who had done something wrong. I'm not scolding you. Even if you don't say it, I can find out what you did. But you can dismantle me. What if I did something wrong, and you dismantled me to punish me? Su Shaokai, Isn't it to dismantle you to replace your shell and chip? You don't like your current body. If you don't like it, I can change it back for you. Dismantle it again? Little Bean Sprout immediately pointed to the bamboo forest. I buried my old body there. After Su Shaokai replaced its body, Little Bean Sprout wanted to return to its old body, and half buried it here. It can accelerate oxidation and weathering, which means that fallen leaves return to their roots. It made the decision privately, without telling Ji Li or Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai pulled out the activity panel and work panel of Xiao Duya, which read, Hold a funeral for yourself. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Duya. Why does it feel more intelligent than Chibi Maruko? Is it normal for a robot to hold a funeral for itself? It's beyond logic. Could it be that the college student's clear and stupid condition is strong enough to affect a robot? Su Shaokai pulled out its underlying program and looked at it. For a while, she didn't see any difference. Xiao Dia saw that Su Shaokai had no intention of dismantling it, and began to happily spin in circles again. In the manor, Lu Qin and the people from the pharmaceutical factory would come in and out. There were not many people, but the land was large, and Xiao Dia was happier. Su Shaokai touched Xiao Dia's smooth head. The materials used in Xiao Dia's old body were very ordinary, nothing special. It was all her fault. She had replaced it at the beginning, but did not disinfect its old body. If the land was really infected with a new strain, she would have a headache. Take us to see where you were buried. When Su Shaokai said this, Yu Haiming and Ji Li felt like they were about to see the ghost. The strange feeling. The little bean sprout pointed to the middle of the bamboo forest. Although the bamboo forest is growing well, it has not been long. The bamboos are planted in a staggered manner, and the roots have not shown any invasion. There are many empty spaces in the middle. The three followed the robot, and walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. When they arrived, the funeral scene shocked people again. There were patches of golden and blue healing mushrooms growing well, a bunch here and a bunch there. They were better than those she planted on Blue Star, without mutations, thick, and each one was plump. The place with the most mushrooms is the old body of the bean sprout. There is also a brightly blooming on next to the old body, surrounding the old body of the bean sprout. This scene is very much like a scene from a fairy tale. Can I take a photo? Yu Haiming thinks it can be used as a new scene material for the new world, and there is an inexplicable beauty of the combination of death and rebirth. I take a photo. Su Shaokai used the camera to record the beautiful scenery created by coincidence. After taking a long photo, she asked the bean sprout, "Did you pick mushrooms before you came?" "Yes, Professor Li said he wanted it. I picked two, one for him and one for me to plant near the mangosteen." "Why do you want to plant mushrooms near the mangosteen?" "Because that's how you planted them on Blue Star, and I need a bunch of flowers to put in front of the grave." Little Bean Sprout didn't understand why Su Shaokai asked this. It had privately communicated with Xia Wanzi, and more than a dozen smart series artificial intelligences. It was just too busy, and the chip was old, so it couldn't take care of both. Now it's different. Its intelligence is increasing day by day. Once the chip is changed, it's a bit free. The food that Mengxuan needs, did Xia Wanzi give it to you? No, it's the mice that we caught, and Dr. G gave it to me to deal with. Ji Li turned his face away, not wanting to admit his weakness, and finally succumbed to Su Xiaocai's curious eyes. He could only confess honestly, "I'm more afraid of encountering big gray mice. Little white mice are fine, they are quite cute after looking at them for a long time. Big rats are not okay." He is naturally resistant to big gray rats, always thinking that they crawl through sewers. Yu Haiming smiled maliciously. "Sister, if he dares to disobey in the future, use big rats to deal with him." "Ji Li, we have cats." Yu Haiming, He forgot that there are indeed a lot of cats in the company. There is not a single coward among the cats raised by former soldiers. They not only catch mice, but also anything that can move. If the company employees catch a large insect in the office, they will jokingly speculate whether the cats are not working properly. Su Shaokai ignored the two childish ghosts and concentrated on checking whether such changes would cause the woody bamboo shoots to mutate. Pick the samples, seal them one by one, and dig up a few bamboo shoots that have just emerged. This kind of appearance can only be assigned to the experimental field, and no one can dig anything away. With the mentality of not caring about gains and losses, Su Shaokai stuffed the samples into the space button and planned to go back and study them carefully. As for the little bean sprout, she touched its head. "Work hard. If you want to do something beyond the scope of work, tell me first, otherwise if you are discovered, you will really have to be demolished." The little bean sprout nodded its round head. "Yeah, I know, master." After collecting samples, Su Shaokai was not in a hurry to leave. Since she was here, she had to visit Ji Li's villa. She had never been to his own territory. On the contrary, Ji Li was a little envious because he could come and go freely and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Ji Li's villa had a strong security system. He put more than 10 Rubik's Cube robots at any cost, and got 2 security guards from Su Shaokai to guard it. The security level was no worse than that of the laboratory. The main reason was that he also had a lot of medical equipment and laboratory supplies. Although they were not as complete as Su Xiaocai's, they were not inferior. These instruments are convenient for him to do his own inspections, and then help Su Shaokai preserve plant seeds, etc. For Ji Li, the items are not very expensive, but if he wants to buy them back, he needs to go through approval, which is a bit troublesome. If they are stolen, they must be reported to the police. Su Shaokai changed into slippers and walked into the villa. Yu Haiming also followed. It was rare that he didn't stay at the company. He was quite outgoing and didn't feel uncomfortable going out after staying at home for a long time. At first glance, he noticed the enlarged version of the turtle painting hanging on the most conspicuous wall. Su Xiaocai's mouth curled down. Damn it, Ji Li even enlarged the painting. There was an exaggerated laugh behind him. Dr. Ji, your hobbies are too weird. Why do you hang such an ugly self-portrait at home? He scolded two people with one sentence. Su Shaokai said faintly, I painted it. The laughter stopped abruptly. Hiccup. I didn't mean to laugh at you. Hiccup, I mean he. The more he talked, the more confused he became. Yu Haiming came up with a plan. You gave him a painting. Why didn't you give me one? Shut up. I never give you a painting again. She gets angry with anyone who asks me for a painting. Yu Haiming, I'm your brother. You want to be my sister? Yu Haiming, After looking at the turtle painting, she saw a copy of another painting of hers. The landscape painting she gave to Wu Qingqing's grandmother. Where did you get this painting? My dad saw it at the Wu family and wanted to buy it, but the Wu family didn't want to, so he asked someone to copy it. Ji Li added, he asked me to manage the company for a while, and I thought it was very beautiful, so I took it down by the way. Ji Li thought the painting looked familiar, but it was a pity that it was not the original painting, and the artistic conception was far different from the original painting. Yu Haiming didn't know much about painting, but he had seen this painting. Isn't this your painting? He pointed at Su Shaokai. Huh? Ji Li tilted his head. You can also draw such a serious painting? I am a serious person, of course I can draw seriously. Su Shaokai raised her head, her nose pointed to the sky, very arrogant. So you were not serious when you drew the turtle? It seems to be the case, so you can think that I was teasing you at that time. Yu Haiming has been in the position of president for a long time, and his business tentacles have been strengthened a lot. He saw the painting and felt that there was a market. While Su Shaokai and Ji Li were bickering, he secretly checked the value of the painting. Kai, someone on the art platform wants to buy your painting for 500 million, and the imitations can be sold for tens of thousands. Su Xiaocai's pupils trembled. 500 million? A few tens of thousands for imitations? It's so valuable. Does it mean that in the future, when someone's birthday comes, she only needs to write a big painting? No, she has to keep a low profile. People she knows often hold birthday parties. How long will she be able to paint? Just as she thought of this, Ji Li asked for it directly, draw a picture for me. If she wanted a picture, Ji Li was a professional, and never polite to her. Yu Haiming, I want one too. Don't draw the same picture for me. Hee, let's talk about it when you have time. You are very free now. No time. I don't have the inspiration to draw. Su Shaokai finally perfunctorily said it. After Yu Haiming left, she continued to wander around Ji Li's place, and saw that he had a particularly beautiful black and white doll. She took it in her hand and squeezed it. It was a little heavy, and felt very good to hold. So he didn't put it down and said to Ji Li, it's mine, do you have any objection? No objection, I give it to you. He bought it when he passed by a doll shop. The craftsmanship of the eyes was very good. There was a circle of black around the dark eyeballs. The lying posture had a different sense of humor. I wanted to give it to her, but she usually showed no desire. Apart from seeds, plants, and research materials, she didn't seem to like anything. The doll was too childish, so I didn't give it to her. Su Shaokai loved it. She liked it, mainly because the workmanship was really good, and it didn't feel cheap at all. Holding it was like holding the fat cat downstairs in the school dormitory. Su Shaokai left after lunch, and went to Lieutenant General Bai's house. I don't know if the idea of covering her vest was too strong, so that it had the opposite effect. When she went to Lieutenant General Bai's house for acupuncture, Lieutenant General Bai also asked her to draw. You guys are in a hurry, right? Where did you hear the news? Su Shaokai finished the last injection for Lieutenant General Bai and sat next to him waiting for time to pass. It's already on the hot search, and you're still pretending. Su Shaokai was at a loss. She had just taken a doll, and had lunch, and it was already trending again. Lieutenant General Bai told her that the former admiral's house was robbed by two skilled thieves. They bypassed the alarm wall, avoided the patrol, cooperated seamlessly, and sneaked into the study. She had planned everything, but she didn't expect that there were two Rubik's Cube robots sent by Wu Qingqing in the study. This robot is a training robot, which usually accompanies Grandma Luo to practice, and the anti-intrusion system will be turned on for strangers. The two thieves went in vertically, and came out horizontally, and it is said that there is not a single piece of good meat on their bodies. Someone took a photo of the two people being carried out. On the floating bed for rescue, there were two men with their buttocks raised high, in an extremely awkward posture, and it was obvious that the medical staff were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Fortunately, the floating bed was very stable. If it was carried out by someone, their buttocks would definitely shake when they were carried out, which would be a bigger joke. The two thieves also regretted it. If they could live their lives again, they would definitely not cover their faces. Because they covered their faces, their buttocks suffered and were so swollen that they could not lie down. The medical staff had no choice but to lay them flat. When they came out, they shouted for compensation, saying that the Li family had placed weapons to kill people at home and they almost died. The doctors checked them carefully and found that they had no injuries, let alone excessive defense by the Li family. As long as they were given an injection to reduce the swelling, it would disappear in a few hours. In the end, they didn't even talk about compensation, because during the fight, they knocked over a vase worth 100,000 yuan, which was enough for them to stay in jail for a few years. It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. It happened in the early morning, but it was exposed in the morning. People are very curious about the items that thieves spend a lot of time to steal, so there is a hot search for exposing vests. Fans laughed at the thieves' funniness while crying about their poverty, and asked Su Shaokai to give them a painting. Good brain, good health, versatile, and money, give me any one of them, and I can take off. The way these two thieves stick there, but out doesn't look like they are acting. Brother, who told you it was acting? Brother, can't you see that I'm joking? Ha ha, I cried while laughing. I don't need to know the truth, really, police brothers, you can withdraw the content you posted. Paintings before the exposure, 500 million. After the exposure, heirloom, if you sell it, you will be a spendthrift. If it were any other living artist, this painting would depreciate dozens of times. The painter is Su Shaokai. Well, it's hard to find a painting. This person is too busy and has no time to paint. Trillionaire Su Shaokai. For me, the money from painting is not that easy to make. Chapter 202. I feel sad for no reason. Tears flow unconsciously. One painting. No worries for 3 lifetimes. It's more than 500 million. I've seen the values of many artworks. Some people say this painting is a new genre. With artistic conception, comfortable and grand, you can see the calm state of mind of the author at that time. And with Su Xiaocai's fame, some people estimate it to be 5 billion. Su Shaokai has only one painting so far. If you are willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, it shows your love. Maybe you can get Su Xiaocai's favor. A favor, and maybe even a friend. If you can get a customized mecha from Chaoxing, and get some advice. This deal is a big win. Those who are a bit successful know why the prices of paintings are rising. It turns out that there is a lot of knowledge behind the soaring prices. It's a world of the rich, and poor people like us don't understand it. These two thieves have made the paintings public. Now everyone knows that only the paintings of the Wu family are handwritten by Su Shaokai, so many people should go back to ask for paintings. To put it another way, will someone force the Wu family to stop selling paintings? What if the Wu family asks Su Shaokai for permission to sell, and then splits the money? Again, selling paintings doesn't make as much money as Su Shaokai makes in a day. Why bother with all that? In the future, if a charity organization wants to raise enough money, go to Su Shaokai and ask for a painting. Netizens have a lot of bad ideas, and some people even call on Su Shaokai to open a class to teach, so as not to let the school lose its tradition. Su Shaokai thinks it's pure nonsense, and the school doesn't mean a secret that won't be passed on. The imitation painting in Ji Li's home is the best proof. If they want to study, they can study, but if they don't, it proves that this style of painting has no market. As for Lieutenant General Bai's request for a painting, Su Shaokai immediately made a simple sketch for Lieutenant General Bai. A round seal, a smart look, a zygomatic groove on the face, and a few arcs, drawing the seal's little hands patting its body, looking aggressive. It looks 50% like Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai, Lieutenant General Bai was very disgusted, and waited for the day to frame and hang it up. It just so happened that Su Xiaocai's famous work, Dr. G's turtle painting, was exposed on the internet. He felt balanced all of a sudden. Compared with the turtle, the seal was still quite cute. 2 days later, Yu Haiming went to the detention center to visit Shuaihui. But before leaving, he was forced to practice his acting skills again, and he could only come after 2 second-tier actors said they passed. He repeatedly read the questions Su Shaokai asked him, and Perlin doubted whether he could do a good job of testing. Do you need a behind-the-ear communication device to guide you? No, I can do it. If I'm discovered, I'd be sorry for my hard work these days. Improving his acting skills is more difficult than learning various skills. Taking a deep breath, Yu Haiming imagined Shui Hui as Su Shaokai in prison, and the pity in his heart suddenly surged out. Walking into the visiting place, the two were separated by a wall. Shui Hui had a tracker on her wrist that could not be easily removed. It was implanted in the surgery last night. There was a circle of black bracelet on her wrist, which was attached to the skin and had a little weight. Most people who have been in prison have a circular wound on their wrists, which was caused by this bracelet. The two looked at each other. Yu Haiming had no expression on his face, and Shui Hui's eyes were tearful. Half a minute later, she wiped her tears and tentatively called out, "Brother." Yu Haiming was very nervous and said, "During the trial, they only told me what crime you committed, but I didn't hear why you targeted my boss." Shui Hui's ears moved and stared at Yu Haiming. Did Su Shaokai not tell him about her relationship with him? With Su Xiaocai's pride, it's possible. Then why did you appear in court, just for Su Shaokai? I look different from when I was a child, but you must have recognized me. I haven't changed much. Yu Haiming tried to find the familiarity in Shui Hui's facial features. When you were a child, you liked to wear white skirts. During the few months you lived in the orphanage, I never saw you lack clothes. You were called an orphan, but because your mother put several thousand yuan in your account before she died, your life was much better than ours. At that time, I begged you to buy some pills for Shelly who had a fever, but you refused, saying that she would get sick again in the future, and if she got over it, she would have antibodies. As Yu Haiming spoke, he gradually remembered Shui Hui's biological mother, a nasty relative who spoke harshly, liked to show off, but didn't have much ability. Shui Hui also inherited her selfishness. It is estimated that the money transferred to Shui Hui before his death was also for backup. I was still young at that time, and it has been a long time. I know that I was wrong at that time. Shui Hui was hoarse. Yu Haiming forgot the script for a moment and blurted out, "No, you don't know it's wrong. You have been in prison, but your personality is still the same." During the real scene, he got the inspiration mentioned by the two little stars. Improvisation. I feel that this statement is more in line with my frustration as a big brother. Shui Hui's eyes were red. Then why did you come to visit me? Are you here just to see the joke? Yu Haiming closed his eyes. I came to ask you why you targeted my boss. You ruined your own life and want to ruin mine too. I didn't know that President Yu was you before. Shui Hui retorted loudly, as if the louder she spoke, the more she could prove herself. Yu Haiming pinched his palms and wanted to laugh. No wonder Su Shaokai said that he had to control his emotions. When Shui Hui encountered Su Xiaocai's affairs, his cleverness occupied 99% of his brain capacity, but he said things in a hurry without thinking. She will think about it later, and if the answer is wrong, it will arouse her suspicion. The best way is to pick out her illogical words to prevent her from thinking about them carefully later. You are one of the companies that applied for the competition project. How could you not know me? Shui Hui was speechless for a long time. I know it's incredible. I gave the project to the team under you. I really don't know you. The last sentence is the truth. Yu Haiming's appearance was very different from his previous life. He had a hard life in his previous life. When they met again, his face was thin and old, similar to her condition. Even if she saw him, she couldn't recognize him from the photo until she saw him in person. She couldn't forget his eyes that had never closed. The way Yu Haiming looked at her in court was exactly the same as before he died. Let's not talk about this for now. If you don't want to talk to me, I won't ask. There are 5 minutes left for the visit. Yu Haiming asked, "Do you know where my little sister is?" I am not as free as you think in Shui's family. Shui Hui avoided talking about it. She was a little suspicious of Yu Haiming's purpose. Was he here to care about her, or to find Yu Li? Su Shaokai is already a general. Doesn't she have any information? Does Yu Haiming really not know that Su Shaokai is? Yu Li. Is Su Shaokai guilty? Because she is from the future, she doesn't recognize Yu Haiming even if she knows? Shui Hui came up with a plan and suddenly raised her eyes. I do have news about Yu Li, but in the picture I saw in the future. Can you see the future? Yu Haiming was surprised. Su Shaokai had never mentioned this. I can see some, but only part of it. Shui Hui said mysteriously, your future will be ruined by Yu Li. When she has nothing, that's when you die. Yu Haiming was spitting in his heart. Su Shaokai has made great contributions, and has many vegetable gardens. The company is in the rising stage, and he will definitely be able to stay in the position of president until he is old. Want him to misunderstand that Su Shaokai will frame him? Shui Hui is too naive. Tell me first, where is she? Shui Hui answered irrelevantly, I saw myself in prison, and I carefully avoided it, but I still welcome today. Please come to visit me more often. I will tell you in a year. Then he pretended to be pitiful. I was not the one who committed the crime, but I was in prison. Brother, don't you want to know where the future is going? I can't change it. You are capable. Maybe there is a way. Shuehui didn't realize her mistakes at all. She only admitted her guilt, not her mistakes. Self-correction of logic and concepts. Things that you didn't do yourself are not wrong. Breaking the law doesn't mean she's wrong. It sounds disgusting. Yu Haiming looked at her with interest, but he didn't know what to ask next, thinking she was cunning. It happened that the people outside urged the visiting time to be up. I came to see you because I want to know what your mentality is. Now I know, I will visit you, but don't expect me to help you. What else do you want to say? Shuehui's heart tightened inexplicably, and her body involuntarily leaned close to the wall, whispering, You are ambitious. You also want to completely own Fifan Island and the New World. The man who helped Yisui Lu shoot the video can help you. He will be the world's hegemon in the future. After saying that, Shuehui covered her mouth tightly, her pupil shrank, and she was surprised. How could she say such a thing? Yu Haiming, who? What video? Before Shuehui opened her mouth and wanted to say something, someone came to take her back to the cell. After returning to the cell, Shuehui scratched her face in horror. What happened? She almost said the name. She would die if she said it. What happened to her? Does Yu Haiming have special abilities? It feels like taking a truth drug dizzy. Or am I hypnotized? Shuehui tried to stay calm. Her hand was bitten hard by teeth. The pain made the lingering desire to talk gradually dissipate. Yu Haiming couldn't hide his curiosity. He said hello to Perlin and went back to find Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai listened to Yu Haiming's retelling. I couldn't help but think of Shuehui's strange state. She was in prison when the chess piece was about to be abandoned, and she wanted to squeeze her last value. What would the chess player do? Unfortunately, the name was not mentioned in the end. Even if the name was wrong, at least there would be a direction or reverse speculation. Yu Haiming was still sitting here, waiting for Su Shaokai to reveal some gossip. He especially wanted to know what the video was it restricted? Ah, humans are so dirty. Yu Haiming despised himself, but wanted to know. What do you want to hear? I tell you what I can. I don't know about the video either. She stole the video of Yisui Lu privately, and she couldn't tell anyone. Yu Haiming showed disappointment. I just want to hear this. I don't believe a word of the future that Shuehui said. My current fate is very good, and I am very satisfied with the state. It is not a secret that people have superpowers, but the number is rare. Only people with good chi perception have a chance to produce it after training. Besides, no matter how strong the superpower is, it will not be strong enough to summon a meteorite to destroy the planet, and it has nothing to do with ordinary people like them. I thought you would be more curious about Yu Li's harm to you. Yu Haiming looked at her helplessly. Are you looking down on me, or yourself? With your talent and my management, you can make a comeback even if you go bankrupt. It seems that Shuehui is too convinced of the future she sees, and has already licked her boots, unable to see the reality clearly. The reality is that you can't have nothing. You have a way of judging people. But you can't not want to know other things. In order to make it easier for you to deal with Shuehui next time, if you don't go to investigate, Shuehui will not believe that you are an ambitious person. I will ask about the video. Su Shaokai told Yu Haiming the key information, and Yu Haiming's scalp tingled. A person who thought he saw the future first took away his sister's position as an adopted daughter. This can be said to be a matter of personal ambition. But later, Su Shaokai was thrown into the garbage planet. She knew about it, but she was indifferent. How to explain it? Pretending to grow up well, bullying, stealing other people's future design drawings, making people suffer. If you are unhappy, you can complain. Shuehuichuan also took the initiative to help her solve it. After that, she assassinated Ji Li and Yisui Lu. After a series of crimes, she still felt at ease to plot against others. Twisted life, rubbish values. Seeing her admit her mistakes so quickly, I thought she had at least some legal awareness. It seems that she is a man of action and puts profit first. She has been like this for so many years. Going to jail doesn't mean she will reflect. Having committed a crime and been in jail, her bottom line will be much lower than most people. If she encounters setbacks, she will go back to her old ways. Obviously, Shuehui is such a person. She has already considered what will happen after she is released from prison. If she cannot live the life she expected after being released from prison, she will still cross the bottom line. Yu Haiming sighed. It started at the peak, but ended up in prison. It's sad. She doesn't know how to be a person, and she wants to fight me? Humph. Su Shaokai glanced at Yu Haiming. Yu Haiming crossed his arms to protect himself. Why are you looking at me like this? I abide by the law, and I won't do anything to stab you in the back. You know what? You haven't wiped your eye mucus clean. I've noticed it for a long time. Su Shaokai pointed at his eyes. Yu Haiming rubbed his eyes, and rubbed out a big piece of eye mucus. It must be because you didn't sleep well these 2 days. Thick-skinned people don't care about this embarrassment. They wipe it with a tissue, roll it up, and throw it into the trash can. The little cleaning robot happened to pass by. There was only a piece of tissue in the trash can. Its small square head was tilted to judge whether it needed to be cleaned now. No harmful substances were detected. Record the time when the garbage was thrown away. The program tells it that as long as there is no more garbage in the trash can, it can be cleaned again after a day. It's just a piece of shit. Do you need to be so exaggerated? The cleaning robot is not very intelligent and just rolls away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain to fight the tiger. The robot here by Su Shaokai is conspicuous and has a full sense of presence. This is a jingle. Why do you install a cleaning robot? Su Shaokai said proudly, keep your childishness. Don't children in their teens like to pretend to be mature? Su Shaokai did the opposite. Yu Haiming said, you are not really an old monster who has been reborn. Chapter 203. Su Shaokai smiled and pointed at the door. Get lost. This is my tolerance for you today. You actually said I was an old monster, and I was a young and invincible beautiful girl. Ha ha ha. Yu Haiming laughed and rolled away, and soon he rolled back. When I go to visit Shui, will it be considered paid leave? How many millions of dividends have you received? You still have to calculate this trivial salary. What a future. It will take at least 2 or 3 days for me to visit the prison. If you give me a few more days off, I want to go to Uncle Su and thank him for raising you so well. You don't want to. My dad knows you exist. He will definitely come to see you first. I don't want to tell him for the time being. Is that so? Can't I go secretly? Yu Haiming thought about it. It really won't work to go to Su's planet. You need to apply in advance. Okay, don't mention it to Uncle yet. Wait until you and I are free. We will go to see him together. Yu Haiming was fooled away by Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai snorted coldly. He is only a brother for a few days. Help her do hard labor for a while. It's not the time to go home. There are more and more dangers around. Dad Su should plant vegetables first. Make sure Yu Haiming has left and will not come back. Su Shaokai took out the video that she had stolen from Isuelu and looked at it carefully. Isuelu's videos are mainly about creating horror and blood. In every video, you can see how excited Isuelu is. The pleasure of torturing small animals comes through the screen. All these videos together only last about 3 seconds, and the camera shakes unnaturally. The camera of the live broadcast equipment will not shake like this. Only when people hold the camera equipment can it be presented like this. So there was a second person present. Could it be the supernatural being? Whether it was or not, the person who filmed it was very suspicious. Su Shaokai asked Wisdom 03 to look through all the videos. Look at all the reflective objects to see if you can find the figure of that person. Wisdom 03 began to check, and this check took half an hour, and the check was very detailed. There was no figure of that person on any reflective object. It was outrageous. Even the reflection of the metal window did not have the slightest flaw. The only figure was Isuelu, who tilted his head and glanced at the camera casually. With this glance, Wisdom 03 analyzed a blurry figure from his eyes. But this person was very cautious, wearing a hat and a mask. Because of the refraction problem, part of the light in Isuelu's eyes blocked the figure, and the figure was deformed, and it was impossible to tell the height, weight, and thinness. It was enough to know that this person was someone Isuelu knew. He was also someone who could record a perverted video together. This person should have known the reflection problem, so he changed the content of the video, but people always make mistakes. The perverted person he had cultivated exposed him. These videos may be the key to solving the case, but Su Shaokai understands that they cannot be used as evidence because they have all been modified. Who can confirm who he is in Isuelu's eyes? Maybe it was replaced on purpose. Su Shaokai smiled and said, take your time, don't rush, just treat it as a good play that takes some time to rehearse. As long as Shui is not dead, Isuelu will appear sooner or later. There is still 1 day before the mecha goes on sale. Su Shaokai went to Yudiensai Manor again. She checked the bamboo samples. The content of woody liquid in bamboo shoots is higher than that of the ones planted before, much higher. This change was a bit unexpected for Su Shaokai. Woody bamboo, golden blue healing mushrooms, and mang shui seemed to complement each other. However, We need to continue to observe for a while to see whether the three will reduce their output or mutate. Neither reduction nor mutation is what Su Shaokai wants to see. Several plots were circled for experiments. Su Shaokai transplanted golden blue mushrooms, and then planted Mang Shui to see if their influence ranges were the same. Feeding Mang Shui required a lot of animal carcasses. Animal carcasses were locally sourced, and all mice became food for Mang Shui. Mang Shui bloomed for a short time, and it can be said that once it bloomed, it would soon drop seeds. When it is undernourished, it will maintain a bud-like shape for a long time. In order for it to bloom, it can only provide enough food of the same type. This provision is another expense. Su Shaokai also fed the bloodworm human corpses, rabbits, and larger beasts. These experimental plots have a lot of monitoring and instruments. If successful, 3 crops can be interplanted together, and the harvest scene will be great. Su Shaokai felt that he could get another merit and make a few more 100 million yuan. The cold was heavy in the morning, and the bamboo leaves were full of water droplets. Su Shaokai wore a straw hat and held a straw stalk in his mouth, sitting by the path to dig bamboo shoots. She would come here every day to take a few pieces back to the lab, which she could eat and use for experiments. This bamboo shoot is a big treasure. Ji Li, who had just returned from the lab, saw her wearing a jumpsuit for working in the fish pond. Her whole body was covered in dirt, and she was wielding a small hoe with great interest. The more he watched, the funnier it became. She really loves farm work. Where did you get the work clothes? I bought them. It had just rained when I came here yesterday. I was so tired from squatting that I forgot the ground was wet. Look, she made Aunt Xing's clothes super dirty with one plop. The clothes made by Xingni for her have been made of better materials recently, but there is one downside: they are hard to wash. Machine washing is easy to tear, hand washing is even easier to tear. Strong force can work miracles, tearing good clothes into rags. I am afraid she is the only one. There are too many things to do for Zai Wanzi. Su Shaokai is reluctant to let it work 24 hours a day. She has already made a full-time cleaning nanny robot. But the rotten clothes can never be returned. She has never learned to mend. Ji Li, get up, the ground is cold. Where is the small stool? The small stool is not convenient, and the hoverboard is not convenient either. It is most comfortable to sit and dig. I find you a plastic mat. Ji Li said, don't you know you look pale? Pale? Su Shaokai touched her face, then followed Ji Li's hand to stand up, and then she felt the pain in her buttocks, which were almost flattened by sitting. Ji Li gave her a pot of warm water, and Su Shaokai drank it, feeling much more comfortable. Standing at the edge of the bamboo forest, there was a gloomy wind. She shivered, thinking that winter was coming soon. Not long after the thought came up, light snow fell from the sky, and the temperature control of the manor was immediately activated. Although woody bamboo can withstand low temperatures, it is easy for large areas to die in sub-zero temperatures. There were many transparent little balls in the sky above the whole manor. After the snowflakes passed over them, they would turn into warm water drops and fall to the ground, like rain. Su Shaokai was not wet. She was wearing a hat. Before Ji Li came to find her, he put down the space button and did not bring an umbrella. He forgot that the snowy weather would turn into rain in the manor. Su Shaokai laughed at him. Let's go back and put on more clothes before going. Or wear warm clothes inside. The warm clothes were tight. No, it's uncomfortable, I have a coat. Su Shaokai flipped through the space button and found that the cuffs of her winter coat were a little short. She forgot to tell Aunt Xing that she needed a thick coat. Ji Li gave her one of his thick coats. Su Shaokai put it on and stretched out her hand. Her fingers couldn't touch the cuffs. She looked like a child wearing an oversized coat. She took off her hat and covered her clothes with the hood. She looked like a baby bear that had difficulty walking. Ji Li thought it was cute and wanted to give her a hug. Su Shaokai raised her hand and sniffed the clothes. It's okay. It smells good. There's no bad smell. Romantic allergy, right? After a while, she went back to continue her research. Su Shaokai had already made a prototype of the combined star-destroying weapon, but the details still needed to be polished. More importantly, she had no mecha to use, which was very worrying. However, Lieutenant General Bai's aura had not been upgraded yet, so Su Shaokai did not dare to bother him to do experiments at this time. When the snow stopped, Su Shaokai held a thermos cup to see the growth of the mint fruit. It was not dead, but energetic. The seeds that had grown before were taken to the manor and planted, and they also took root and sprouted. She can start writing her thesis again. It turns out that she can also do well in farming. Father Su just didn't want to believe her before. She crossed her waist and looked at her funny posture with a smile. Her boss didn't look like a boss at all. He was still a child. The Schu girl was installing insulation facilities for the plants when she suddenly received a message. Zhu Yang sent her the mecha to be sold, as usual tomorrow, but the simulation cabin produced separately still needed someone to do the test. This test is mainly for groups that undergo high-intensity training. When ordinary people test the simulation chamber, the upper limit will be locked and there will be no danger to their lives. It is different for special groups. In order to break through the limit, all functions of the simulation chamber will be used. Zhu Yang can find someone, but he thinks Su Shaokai knows more people. The two female bodyguards felt cold on their backs for some reason. Su Shaokai showed them 2 rows of white teeth, smiled and approached them and said, "Is it difficult for you to get exercise if you follow me?" The female bodyguards all took 2 steps back. Su Xiaocai's smile was very oppressive. They had to tell the truth. Training in the new world is indeed not as intense as in reality. "Just right, do me a favor." "What favor?" So Su Shaokai took the bodyguards who were not on duty to test Zhu Yang, focusing on a free tester without waste. How great, they should thank her. "Bodyguards, we thank you." On the day when the Blackwing mech went on sale, the temporarily rented shopping mall was crowded with people, and the staff had already arranged the scene, and the Blackwing was displayed here. There are simulation equipment in the mall for experience. Capital Star sells ready-made mechas at this time. Those who have registered before can verify the purchase after showing proof. First come first served. The daily low-end version is 200,000, the high-end version is 280,000, and the transformation version is 380,000. The standard version is 500,000. The competition deluxe version is priced at 980,000. Except for the daily version, the cabin of the latter 2 versions is the same as the one driven by Su Shaokai, so you need to make up the new subjects in the new world before you can buy it. Anyone who wants to buy it must make up the new subjects. The standard and deluxe mechas were just displayed in front of them, but no one wanted to buy them. The scene was crowded with people, more than when Shui Hui showed the mecha. From the old to the young, everyone liked Blackwing very much, especially the children, because the mechas could be transformed, which was more in line with their toy standards. Wu Xiaoxiang had already seen the business opportunity, and specifically asked Zhu Yang to add a toy line and make toy models as Blackwing peripherals. This move directly captured the hearts of the children, and even the parents, who were not very interested in Blackwing, were brought to the scene to see the mechas. There is a safety seat simulation experience mode for children to experience the safety of the safety seat. Many children lined up to play. The toy model is not for sale, but is a gift for car purchase. Suddenly many children are full of yearning for Blackwing. Parents, oh my god! The deluxe version of the mecha is more beautiful, and many people go in and out to try it out. After sitting in, everyone nodded with satisfaction. There are many car dealers and mecha dealers among them. They stand aside, with envy and desire in their eyes. "It's great, I have been selling cars for so long, and I rarely encounter a car that makes me so excited." The configuration is very high, the intelligent response is also fast, and the safety test data is said to be the safest in recent years. The driving feeling is amazing, and it feels comfortable when accelerating. The racing version has a higher data than the custom mecha, and is only slightly lower than the star mecha. It's too much to compare the public machine with the star mecha. The public machine has such data, which proves that the designer himself really considers the needs of the public. If you encounter a high degree of fit, it can be used comparable to the star mecha. I don't know when I can get the distribution license. Su Shaokai is too stingy. Stingy to anyone. The mecha that was made with great effort has not started to make money yet, and it has to be supplied to the military at a low price. If it is not taken advantage of to make some money first, how can it carry out the subsequent research and development? There are many jealous people, but no one dares to play tricks behind Su Xiaocai's back to mess up her business. Su Shaokai has no handle in anyone's hands. She is active on the internet and low-key in reality. There was nothing wrong with selling fruit before, and there is nothing wrong with selling mecha now. Not only were there many people on site, but there were even more people waiting online. There were not many stocks for sale online, and they were basically pre-sold. Only 10,000 units were pre-sold, and you could choose the style and deliver them within a month. Wow, I was smart and signed up. Those who didn't sign up could only watch. You are all wow, I have finished the exam and returned. What's the point of looking forward to Blackwing? Opportunities are for those who are prepared. I plan to buy it and resell it. A rich man posted the purchase price online. If you get the deluxe version, you can trade it for 1.3 million. The other insurance, taxes and shipping costs will be borne by the rich man. I can resell it for hundreds of thousands. Scalpers have appeared. Damn, limited items are rare. No mecha has ever received such treatment. Don't mechas and vehicles depreciate immediately after landing? Others don't, but I do. The value is soaring. The rich are competing for the sense of showing off brought by this rarity. Brother, you smell so good, can you take me with you? Oh my god, you actually thought of this. Luckily I signed up too, take me with you. Please ask where the rich man is, I can give you a commission. The money is in place, I just want the transformation. I never thought that one day I could buy a mecha to play with. This is the first time my dad agreed to let me buy a mecha, he used to think it was unnecessary. I said, no man can resist the temptation of mecha. 380,000, plus insurance, at most 400,000. The energy source is the Z series, one charge, driving for several weeks, interplanetary flight is not a problem. It's time to compete with hand speed. Su Shaokai is too exaggerated, grabbing the number can't be done with software, why? The content, only registered people can grab, there are already fewer competitors. Chapter 204. When the sale time came, everyone was competing for hand speed. Every minute, hundreds of mechas would be released. All the buyers had ferocious faces and pressed their fingers frantically. If you missed a round, you would go to the next round, just to get the black wing as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Su Shaokai and the vegetable farmers were gathering in the new world and training together. The vegetable farmers stopped training after 2 hours, and wanted to hear how Su Shaokai felt when using that move. Su Shaokai told them without hesitation. The vegetable farmers were collectively emo. I couldn't understand. Su Shaokai blinked innocently, she couldn't explain it clearly, what to do. I've already said, I don't know how to use this trick. So it's not clear to talk. Oh, even master, you can't express it with your level 10 expression ability, when can I learn it? Wait until you reach level 9. Su Shaokai no longer dared to assert, her self-control upgraded to suppression too mysterious. I feel that letting things take their own course is the best. So she didn't give herself acupuncture again. Since the new moves didn't yield any results, they mentioned the trivial things that happened in the military camp recently. As long as they were in front of Su Shaokai, they were particularly eager to share, because they knew that no matter what they said, Su Shaokai would be interested in listening. Master, do you have more black wings? We are almost annoyed. Junya Junhui and Red Pants chased us all day long, like chanting sutras. Although Wu Qingqing complained, there was a smile in her eyes. The group had a great time. Wherever the vegetable farmers went, there were people who called them brothers and sisters approaching them. Su Shaokai joked, just Junya Junhui and Pants? More than that. Wu Qingqing lowered her voice and looked at the others, fearing that Su Shaokai would scold her for being brainless. Xing Miao smiled, this is the list. Those who fought with me and cooperated with me are now in our barracks. There are 200 people in total, some are ordinary soldiers, some are players, Yu Shiqing, Feng Huai and others are also on the list. At that time, they followed Xing Miao's pace and assisted her to buy time and defeat the mother body. They made an indispensable contribution, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as desperate. Su Shaokai raised her eyebrows. Okay, I can't let you break your promise. They want to drive the Blackwing, arrange it. Xing Miao blew a kiss. Kai Kai is so nice. Can it be done tomorrow? Are they using the mechas in the army? There are only a few Blackwings owned by farmers. All of them are specially customized and locked to the driver. Even if they are unlocked, they cannot be changed frequently. It will lock again, and for a long time, no one can drive except the owner of the mecha. Including some officers in the recruit camp, there are only 15 or 16 Blackwings. The mecha master himself cherishes them very much and does not allow anyone to touch them. Su Shaokai is a general, so he should be able to use his privileges. 3 days. Su Shaokai said, it's not like I don't have money, it won't be that bad. Who told her to shake her when Xing Miao couldn't handle it? What? What about arranging Black Wing? Wu Qingqing, who was full of doubts, hugged Xing Miao. You have already discussed it, why didn't you tell me? I have been annoyed by them for so long. I didn't dare to agree to them. Woo, you kept it a secret from me. Where are the noodles? I need to hang on and calm down. You can still eat when you're hungry, right? Hu Ping laughed at her, what a cold joke. Wu Qingqing felt that Hu Ping's mouth was more poisonous than Ji Li's. You can understand that it's a cold joke, how can my master not know? Don't tell me that you also know this list. He really didn't know. Hu Ping always liked to tell Wu Qingqing that he knew it recently. I don't believe it. You like to make fun of me. When did you learn to be smart? Even elementary school students have higher technical skills than them in quarreling. The training time passed quickly, and it was time to say goodbye again. The girls hugged Su Shaokai before leaving the line. 3 days later, a box of express was delivered to the recruit camp. The recruit camp rarely received express delivery, because there was no address to fill in, and everything they wanted had to go through procurement. For the express delivery with a seal, the person checking the goods looked at the sender's name, and then the item being sent. He fell into deep thought for a while. Such a valuable thing was placed in this broken box. Was Su Shaokai too careless, or did she trust them too much? Su Shaokai, who was far away in the capital star, rubbed her sore nose. Is it possible that this money is a drop in the bucket for her? The inspectors could not handle this matter, so they could only report it to the higher-ups. Colonel Bai had known about this for a long time. Give it to Sergeant Xingmiao. She will handle it. Later, someone found Xingmiao and asked her why Su Shaokai sent her a box of space buttons, mainly because the space buttons also contained the advanced version of the standard black wings. Xingmiao was shocked. Just sent a box? Looking at the whole box of space buttons, Xingmiao's expression was very complicated, and she told the story of how she led people to fight and then encircled the mother body. I promised the contestants that I would give them a few days to test drive the Blackwing. I just didn't expect that Su Shaokai would give it to them directly. Did they hear it wrong? Is this how someone fulfills a promise to a disciple? Xingmiao covered his forehead, feeling touched and at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If you don't know, you might think that Su Xiaocai's money came from the wind, and she was willing to spend it. By giving it away once, the vegetable farmers can gain unlimited trust, and Su Shaokai thinks it's worthwhile. And Su Shaokai herself can also leave the people in the recruit camp with the impression that she values promises. Lieutenant General Bai had asked her how she could spend all the money. Hasn't she spent a lot of it? Su Shaokai has always believed that money is earned to be spent. If you spend it happily and with value, you will be motivated to earn it back. Besides, she reimbursed some of the expenses. The military sent her a large amount of laboratory materials, which she couldn't give back even if she went by herself. Xingmiao held the box and walked towards the recruit camp step by step, followed by several sturdy bodyguards, like a guard of honor, very imposing. 2 passing captains asked them where they were going. We're going to see Blackwing after work. Did anyone get the mecha? Who else got it except those troublemakers from the vegetable farmers? Xingmiao, hey, I'm still here. Can you please consider my feelings? It was sent by Admiral Su, a promise to some of our new recruits. What did Su Shaokai promise? It would have been better if they didn't ask. Once they asked, they beat their chests and stamped their feet, wishing they could follow Xingmiao to kill insects. The vegetable farmers really have a good father, and they also want to have another father. Indie is not enough to express their inner feelings. If it was sent by someone else outside, they would have a reason to check it again. Su Xiaocai's. They didn't get the mecha either, so it's good to have a glimpse of it, so they followed along, in a mighty and intimidating manner. After Xingmiao arrived at the recruit camp, Wu Qingqing just jumped out of the cafeteria, first greeted the officers, then approached Xingmiao. Xing baby, what are you holding? Xingmiao whispered again. No, our master is too good to you. Please pledge yourself to her. Just a humble promise of a Blackwing test drive. A box of plums in return for a favor. This time, Su Xiaocai's image as the god of wealth will only be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Xingmiao smiled shyly. If Su Shaokai was a man, she would not mind pledge herself to her. It's better to get along as sisters. Who doesn't want to hug the thighs of rich sisters? If your best friend gets rich, don't hesitate, hug her hard. Hesitating for a second is disrespectful to your life in the second half of your life. Wu Qingqing felt that she was the most spoiled among the vegetable farmers, and she never thought that someone would do great things quietly. I want to join, take me, Sister Xing. On the way, Wu Qingqing specifically chatted with Xingmiao on the communicator. Master is so generous. What if they just think they deserve it? Wouldn't it be a waste? Wu Qingqing didn't want them to be grateful, but hoped that the people who received the gift would understand that it was a promise, and understand Su Xiaocai's kindness. Xingmiao seemed to smile. Su Xiaocai just helped her test who was worth winning over, and who should be kept away. They were able to show bloodiness and unity in the war, so they must be good at major issues. But whether they can become close friends is uncertain. Wu Qingqing is most concerned about one question. Is there any possibility of bribery? Xingmiao, Wu Qingqing really needs to learn something. Su Shaokai is nominally the biggest leader. Who can she bribe? If she wants to bribe, she won't do it openly. And what's the point of bribing a young recruit? Bribery is to exchange resources and operate behind the scenes. Su Shaokai gave so much to the recruits, which is at most a donation, and she must have informed others. Xing Miao had sent a message on the way, saying that there was a black wing for them to drive. Even several infantrymen got the message. For the time being, only more than 100 people were free. When they heard that Xing Miao was sending them a mecha for a test drive, they came immediately. Seeing Xing Miao from afar, they wanted to kiss her. She was beautiful and kind. It would be better if she could be gentler when commanding. Obviously, they were thinking too much. Xing Miao, who was in command, had been given the title of Evil Witch. Xing Miao gave Wu Qingqing a piece of paper, and asked her to give things to people according to their names and appearances. The space button was packed in a box with a name on it. Just send them in order. The open space in the recruit camp was full of people who had just finished their meals and came out to watch the fun. Wu Qingqing read a name, and Xing Yu took the space button. The first person to call was Yu Shiqing. Yu Shiqing wiped the rice grains from the corners of her mouth. She didn't understand what Xing Yu was doing. Didn't she say that she could drive the black wing for fun? Yu Shiqing looked through the box. There was Su Xiaocai's signature on the box, and then it said, Senior Yu, thank you for your help last time, take it and play with it. Yu Shiqing opened it, and saw that it was a space button. She screamed and almost fell down on the spot. Is it what I thought? Is it black wing inside? Wu Qingqing nodded proudly. My junior sister Xing Miao promised to let you play black wing, and master will naturally keep his promise. I can play it for a few days. I will go and play it immediately. There are tens of thousands of people. Xing Miao let her play first. Good sisters. Yu Shiqing subconsciously felt that no one could be so generous. You performed well, master gave it to you. Of course, one box is not enough for tens of thousands of people. Only those with outstanding performance and contributions can get rewards. There is also another box, which is a test drive for others. It can be considered a donation, but it is shared. I declare that from today on, Kai Kai is my baby. Yu Shiqing hugged Wu Qingqing's cheek and gave her a big kiss, and took advantage of the time to try the mecha. Wu Qingqing despised and continued to read the name. Feng Huai and Ruo Ting were also very happy, each holding the black wing to show off to others. The news spread quickly. Even the infantry had mechas, and their mechas were not combat type, but ordinary ones that could be transformed. This is already very good. Really, it is more thoughtful than any gift. Although all the black wings given cannot be bought or sold, it is a windfall, like encountering a hot spring in winter, and it warms the heart. Those who performed relatively mediocrely were very jealous, and they had to say that Su Xiaocai was very good at winning people's hearts. She even helped her apprentice to fulfill his promise. What kind of a godly master is she? The recruit camp suddenly had hundreds of black wings. All of them were new recruits. When the general saw this, they almost had a fight with Colonel Bai. If Colonel Bai hadn't said that the black wings would be in place soon, they would definitely have given the new recruits, who showed off, a beating. The war for the black wings also quietly unfolded in the black market. Many people grabbed the black wings not to show off, but for research. Buying and disassembling a machine is a routine operation. Several people bought it but did not register it, and disassembled it live. The structure of the Blackwing is not complicated, but it is more complicated than a car. Why did Wu Zhaoxiang want to get involved in the mecha industry, but he couldn't even get started? It's a technical limitation. As a mecha that can drive across planets, the Blackwing must have good sealing and internal circulation systems. The knowledge here is enough for many aircraft carriers to refer to. All its core parts are produced in the factory. Just to understand the principle, you have to write a dictionary. Some people who live stream the product immediately after buying it, dismantling it live, dismantling it with full confidence, and recording their dismantling process step by step. After dismantling it for a day and a night, some parts could not be dismantled at all, and the whole part had to be replaced. Some people complained about this, saying that Blackwing was ruthless and made money from the after-sales service of parts under the slogan of cheapness. The knowledgeable barrage audience enthusiastically popularized science. This is the core part that provides power to the mecha, the most solid and difficult to destroy part of the entire mecha. Under normal driving, if this part breaks down within 10 years, it is a quality problem. You don't want to replace the whole thing, but you want to replace some parts? Aren't you afraid of crashing and dying in the universe? Basically, every mecha is designed like this. Don't pretend to know if you don't understand. Thank you, kind people. I am not a professional, so I dare not comment, but will there be any problems if you openly disassemble other people's mechas? Just wait and see, it will be blocked soon. I can do collision tests, but if you disassemble it in detail, the traffic will end. In the first 2 days, Zhu Yang didn't care at all and let them dismantle it. If they didn't dismantle it publicly once, many people would not give up. After 2 days, all the dismantlers were dumbfounded because they couldn't put it back together. No matter how they dismantled it, they couldn't install it. It's so fun, just like my kids dismantling toys. There's nothing you can do. You know how to play with other mechas, just dismantle the most advanced one. Ha ha ha, the police came out to tell their own story and warn the majority of people who want to be famous that it is illegal to dismantle mechas without authorization, and only people with repairman certificates can dismantle them. Because someone was found violently dismantling the marked dangerous components and they exploded. It's been a long time since I last saw this warning. I still remember the year when the mechas first came out. Several curious people were seriously injured in the explosion. If you want to be famous for dismantling mechas, go take the repairman certificate exam. It's not difficult to pass. There are just a few more subjects added this year. It's okay for beginners and intermediates, but it's terrible for advanced ones. They have to retake the exam at an old age. Although it's free, they must pass it within 3 years. You haven't even passed the exam, so you're worried that the advanced repairmen won't pass the exam. Advanced repairmen are all exam saints. Chapter 205. Anyway, the bloggers have studied it for several days, but they can't put it back together. Many maintenance technicians are also helpless. The maintenance manual in the manual only describes maintenance operations and daily maintenance and repair. It was disassembled so piecemeal that no one dared to take over and put it back together. They had no choice but to pay and send the mecha back to the factory for reassembly. Zhu Yan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The manual said that it was the limit of disassembly, so why would someone disassemble it so desperately? Not to mention ordinary people, the maintenance technicians in the factory were worried about these parts. There was a sequence for disassembly, but the order for reassembly was different from the disassembly. You can't just use all the new parts on the production line to rebuild a new one. In this way, you can get a new mecha by paying half the money, so everyone wants to dismantle it and exchange it. Zhu Yang, send a notice. After today, any mecha dismantled by regular means will not be recycled. You can dismantle it if you want. The mecha technicians in the factory are not enough. They have to teach classes in a while, so they don't have time. After this notice came out, no one dared to joke about cars except the rich, who are not short of money. The popularity of Blackwing has remained high. The main reason is that it is not available. Those who resell it third-hand can make money. What to do if you can't buy it? Go to the side door. Su Shaokai is annoyed by others looking for shortcuts to her relatives and friends. To put it nicely, she is principled. To put it bluntly, she doesn't know how to adapt. Most businessmen who don't know how to adapt can only become entrepreneurial failures. For someone like Su Shaokai to make a lot of money, it really depends on hardcore technology. Scalpers are afraid of offending Su Shaokai and dare not go to her classmates and friends. But they have no way, and they want to make this money. They scratched their heads and only thought of a more shameless method. Squat directly at the door of the physical mecha for sale, and ask if they will sell it whenever a Blackwing comes out. 1 no, 2 no, ask all hundreds of people, there will always be 1 or 2 willing to sell. This continued for a week, and the store was complained about. Scalpers, this profession, will squat not far from the door even if they are driven away. As long as there are successful cases, they will come like flies, endlessly. Zhu Yang reported the situation to Su Shaokai, and he had several solutions to see Su Xiaocai's intention. There are 3 options in total, one of which is to cooperate with scalpers, which is equivalent to compromise. Su Shaokai didn't even look at it, and chose the last one of the 3 options. The mecha that is resold within a month cannot enjoy some after-sales services, and if the first owner of the mecha does not match the online account, the account will lose the purchase qualification and automatically move to the next lucky person. Cutting off the source is much more useful than chasing flies. Then hire 2 more security guards to chase people away, and do not allow people squatting at the door to contact people who buy mechas, and other measures will be implemented immediately. I would rather offend a group than let this trend continue. People who really want to buy and use it can't buy it, and it has become a tool for scalpers to make money, which is contrary to her original intention. It is better to make her attitude clear from the beginning. Su Shaokai has always maintained a very principled style. Scalpers hate her to death, and the industrial chain behind her also thinks that Su Shaokai is cutting off people's money. But as strong as the Schu family, and the army of saints like maggots, none of them can create her. Those who slander her seriously have no good results in the end. Everyone has a consensus that Su Shaokai has strange intelligence capabilities. Playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, you may end up in jail. In fact, people who make money by doing things are still quite clear-headed, and they have explicitly forbidden people around them to cause trouble for Schu Shaokai. Boss, you finally have a way to make a lot of money. Doesn't that guy know that cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents? When you can make money, call him Sushin, and when you can't make money, call that guy, be quiet. Others haven't made a move, so why should we make a move first? Always remember that Schu Shaokai is no longer Schu Shaokai, but General Schu. She has a title, which means she has the support of the country. Don't play with her. This one doesn't make money, change to the next one. After the implementation of multiple measures, the number of scalpers has decreased a lot. The sales volume of Blackwing has not decreased, and the demand has gradually increased. The peers exclaimed that it was amazing. They thought that those who bought Blackwing were all relatively wealthy families, but later someone investigated and found that this was not the case. The interior space of Blackwing is very large, and the normal driving mode is simple and easy to use. What's more, after it is transformed into a mecha, it can also be used as a crane and a short-distance carrier, which is suitable for many novices and professionals. Moreover, it is not expensive. Even if you buy it with a loan, you don't have to pay it back for too long. People's love for it has reached a new high. It is no longer a luxury item worth showing off. It has down-to-earth functions, and is a necessity of life. Schu Shaokai had expected that the mecha was only used to develop new planets and wars. It was too high-end. Ordinary people should use it practically. Everything has two sides. If the ordinary version sells well, the rich will demand less for the deluxe version, because they have no demand for the Blackwing. They buy it back to show off. If everyone has it, it won't show off. Just when everyone thought that the ordinary Blackwing was selling well, the sales of the deluxe version would definitely be frustrated. An interesting news happened. A rich man bought a luxury version of Blackwing. He encountered an accident on the way to the cruise. Someone's car lost control and ran rampant, and was about to hit the Blackwing. The Blackwing's master protection function was activated, and it transformed itself, avoiding all dangers with the posture of a mecha, and staying away from dangerous places. If it is a busy city, it can also determine that the area is not suitable for transformation and automatically strengthen the shield. Zhu Yang mentioned the master protection function of the luxury version of the mecha in the promotion, but few people paid attention to it, and thought it was the same as the ordinary safety function. But the Blackwing can be used for emergency avoidance, and if encountering star pirates, it can also assist in escape. Yes, it is escape. The owner is not a mecha master, so there is no choice of fighting. The excellent protection and escape capabilities have aroused the enthusiasm of the rich to buy again. This news is definitely tap water, but Zhu Yang has added some traffic to the news. Facts have proved that Schu Shaokai has some metaphysics. A few days later, she finished writing Mengwa's paper, and took it to school to let Professor Li see if there are any problems. By the way, she went to give some guidance to the math and physics teacher's project, and signed a contract to join the experiment. Because she didn't know if there were any traps in the contract, she was afraid of signing a contract to sell herself, so she called Fei. Fei came with a backpack and didn't even have time to change her high heels. She just went to a small gathering of lawyers. Before 2 p.m., she helped Schu Shaokai get the patent certificate. Schu Shaokai later applied for a batch of patents, and the applications were approved. They almost collapsed from exhaustion. When she arrived at the Fifan Island project, she immediately changed into comfortable shoes, and changed her party outfit into a t-shirt and sweatpants. Didn't the law firm give you a space button? Why do you still need a backpack? Don't mention it. Recently, the law firm hired several powerful lawyers. One of them said before joining that he had a space button and didn't need the company to provide one. After signing the contract, he saw another lawyer had an expensive one, so he turned around and applied for a space button. You know how lawyers talk. The boss said he would give him one later, but he yelled that I had a space button not long after I got my license, so why couldn't he have one? So you gave way to him? No, I took out the space button in front of him, and then gave it back to the boss, saying that he could assign the space button to anyone, give it to Lawyer Wei, and I would resign. The right of allocation returned to the boss, and Fei had nothing to do with it. But the boss wanted to give it to the new Lawyer Wei, dreaming. Fei was responsible for all matters related to Schu Shaokai, and was the mainstay of the entire law firm's money. She had a good personality, and was efficient, and she would not be arrogant because Schu Shaokai was behind her. Zhang Ruikai fired the lawyer who yelled at him, but he couldn't fire Fei. But the other party was hired by Zhang Ruikai. If he fired her immediately after hiring her, wouldn't it mean that he had poor vision? Fortunately, the contract was only signed for 1 year. There are eccentrics in every profession, but lawyers are relatively rare. After all, They make a living by talking, and they usually know how to handle the world. Why did he do this? Don't you know your position in the law firm? Maybe he knew and wanted to use me as a scapegoat to establish his prestige. Some people like this. Faye felt that this person was just jealous. Because of you, no one in the law firm dares to be sarcastic to me, and they dare not say bad things behind my back. But you know, when you first rose to prominence, the lawyers in our law firm could stab me to death. This newcomer, relying on the lawsuits he won before, came to provoke me and wanted to show himself through me. The newcomer was not very clear about Faye's position in the law firm. He thought that she had no achievements and might have relied on Schu Xiaocai's backdoor, so he was very disdainful of her. After Faye threw the space button back to her boss, she successfully transferred some of the hatred and completely blocked the lawyer. No matter what kind of monster you are not qualified to point fingers at me. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of offending other colleagues? No, I'm here. Faye imagined herself as a dedicated little cow. The caring Schu Xiaocai would never treat her badly. After completing this wave of patents, she would get a large commission. Faye didn't want to bring negative emotions to Schu Xiaocai, so she quickly changed the subject. Today is Sunday, why are you still going back to school? Don't the professors in the school have holidays? Researchers with projects have their own holidays. Schu Xiaocai sighed to the sky. Professor Li and the math teacher were only free today. So I think so too. You don't have a space button, so it's inconvenient to come to my place. Here, I give you a reward. Instructed to unlock the drawer. This room belongs to Schu Xiaocai, and it is a resting place for the directors. Faye saw the drawer full of various high-end space buttons, and she almost couldn't breathe. So many? My shareholders are all very generous. Hu Ning, Wu Xiaoxiang and Ji Li are not stingy people. Especially Ji Li, he is very kind to her, and he even gave her the space button to play with. Faye did not refuse, and put the space button in her hand, showing it like a gem. Thank you for the gift from Sushin. Look at me, am I beautiful, dear? Beautiful, so beautiful that I almost lose myself. Schu Xiaocai asked her to hurry up. Every time she went to school, she didn't know how long she would stay. This paper on Mingwa cannot be published on any external platform. Plants with medicinal value are all confidential. Unless it is something like weeds, which can be grown anywhere. After publishing the paper on Mengxue, although General Bai praised her, he also told her not to publish these plants online at will, and not to send files to others at will, causing information leaks. Some people are so crazy that they can do anything for money, even making a plant disappear to increase its value. So Schu Xiaocai could only make an appointment with the professor to see it offline. Professor Li met her in the office, and Faye was also allowed to enter. While Professor Li and Schu Xiaocai were chatting, she was walking around the office in boredom. Not to mention, the office of the professor of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences is larger than that of many teachers, with many plant specimens and various paper books. The books on the internet are often updated, and sometimes the new version is not as good as the old version. There are many places in the book that have been annotated by the professor, some places are verified, and some places are crossed out. They carefully put the book back, sat on the sofa, and read the news online. The first thing she saw was that the largest Harvest Day party on the Capital Star was about to be held. Harvest Day is a local festival on the Capital Star, and the collective holiday is 3 days. There will be many big stars at the party, and the program will be rich. All the big names in the business world will be there. Several famous figures in the political world and Lieutenant General Bai, the god of war in the military, have also been invited. This title is explosive enough. Faye took out the invitation letter in the space. She also had one. At first, she thought her career was about to take off, and was valued by giants in many industries. Now, the words that Lieutenant General Bai will attend caused her to think deeply. Professor Li was very surprised by Schu Xiaocai's sharpness, and the speed of his paper output, and at the same time, he was very happy. Their agricultural science community was about to produce another big figure. There are only a few minor issues with the thesis. Just pay attention to the words and symbols. I didn't expect that you could discover such an amazing characteristic of such an unpalatable fruit. It's a pity that you have a lot of things to do, otherwise many universities would definitely hire you back as a professor. When I get older, I might be interested. Anyway, not now. Her interest in teaching students is limited to vegetable farmers. Your graduation thesis is the most worry-free I have ever seen. When the time comes for the defense, you can defend it alone. Others. Speaking of other students, Professor Li couldn't hide his disdain. After reading what the God of Learning wrote, other top students became scumbags. It is estimated that the quality of the graduation papers of seniors will also be improved. Su Xiaokai can only pray for them silently. Su Xiaokai thanked Professor Li for his guidance. Professor Li mentioned the news that Fei saw at this time. Did you receive the invitation to the Harvest Festival party? Su Xiaokai was surprised why Professor Li asked this. Is there any particular reason for going or not? This party is jointly organized by the families of Admirals Ibrahim and Liu. Many scholars will be present, but it won't be announced online. Everyone who is invited will basically go. But I don't recommend you to go. Professor Li directly expressed his thoughts. Why? I won't mention ordinary parties. I personally dislike this. In the past, I have never received this invitation, only this year. It's not because my research is highly regarded, but because of you. It's ironic. Professor Li took out the invitation he received, tore it up and threw it into the trash can in front of Su Xiaokai. It's a place of fame and fortune inside. I hope you can keep your current research mentality. My friend has also been there, and after a while, we can no longer be friends. Chapter 206. Professor Li had a kind of concealed sadness in his eyes. When people reach a certain age, there are not many people who can still be called friends. Only those who can be confided in each other can be kept in mind. The loss of a close friend made Professor Li hate that kind of fame and fortune. With a heavy sigh, Professor Li said with relief, "But this is just a small experience of mine in the past. If you are interested, you can also go. Don't be influenced by me." That's what I said. Teacher, have you forgotten that I am fame and fortune itself? If you want to change me with fame and fortune, you must first be richer and more powerful than me, and you must be able to fight, otherwise I will not accept it. Su Xiaokai looked proud. Professor Li was amused. Yes, only you can change others. That's right. Su Xiaokai also brought a gift to Professor Li. I have newly cultivated golden blue mushrooms. There are no mutations. If the professor wants to know its experimental environment, you are welcome to visit my manor. Have you even solved their cultivation environment? Not really. It can only be said to be in the observation stage. It seems that it needs to be accompanied by other plants to grow well. Great. I was just worrying about the direction of the experiment. After my visit, I will try to see if I can use other plants to grow successfully. Professor Li smiled even brighter, and he wanted to leave immediately. Thinking that he had classes tomorrow, he had to suppress his excitement. Su Xiaokai also laughed. Professor Li is really a lovely old man. He is rigorous in academics and a clear-headed person. He thinks that copying and learning from each other and getting inspiration from other people's experiments is also a way. Cultivation can't be done behind closed doors. Otherwise, what's the point of references? Professors from other schools also like to come here to stroll and see other people's achievements. Only by working together and letting 100 flowers bloom can agriculture be developed well. As soon as she left the office, Fei immediately asked about the charity party and asked if they invited her. I don't know. Fei, your name is on the official invitation list. Su Xiaokai was at a loss and quickly looked through the recent contact information. The advantage of grouping the contact list is that the information of those who are close and contacted frequently will be pinned to the top. The information of strangers is pushed down to the bottom. If you don't look at it, you won't notice it at all. Then, there was really an invitation letter from a stranger. The cover was so beautiful that it looked like an advertisement animation, so Su Xiaokai ignored it. Zaya Onesie didn't remind her that she was invited to the party. She had said before that she would rarely attend the same type of banquets, so Zaya Onesie didn't pay attention to it. Su Xiaokai clicked it and took a look. The design inside was quite formal and elegant. The invitation was also standard, and maybe Professor Li's words made Su Xiaokai feel disgusted. Fei said, "Will you attend then? The professor just mentioned this to me." What? Is there really any particularity in going or not? It has a very high standard. Those who go are all very powerful people. As long as you are invited, your status and position are recognized by the upper class, and it is easy to achieve class crossing. If you don't go, people will think that you look down on the person who initiated the event. You are so eager to ask me, and you are also invited? Fei nodded. If you go, I go. If you don't go, I won't go either. If you want to become famous, the fastest way is to use your connections. Just like a person in a company, it's the same thing to have someone to support you, and no one to appreciate you. If someone supports you, you will rise to the top. If no one appreciates you, you better stay hidden and don't show up. If there is a sudden promotion, you need to be alert. It may be to find a scapegoat. The rules of the workplace have always been like this. Fei is ambitious, and of course she also hopes to have more high-quality connections. But in many cases, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Between clinging to Su Xiaokai and choosing more connections, they think Su Xiaokai is more important. Su Xiaokai is her biggest support. People in the industry all laugh at her for having only one successful case, but they all ignore that she has only been a real lawyer for a short time. Su Xiaokai didn't restrict her from taking orders from other people. It's also a good choice to take things step by step. Of course, you should become famous as early as possible. If Su Xiaokai is willing to participate, she will go too. Su Xiaokai shook her head. No, it mentions charity. With the money I earn now, it's not appropriate to donate too little, and I feel I'm losing out if I donate too much. I can do charity myself, and if I let others do it, I don't know where the money goes. There are so many employees in remote areas among me. Giving them a gift or red envelope is also targeted poverty alleviation. Fei Yi smiled happily. I see many bosses who would rather be generous to outsiders than give more money to their employees. Maybe because if I give money this time, but not next time, the employees will have opinions? People's minds are so strange. For the time being, Su Xiaokai doesn't need to worry about this. Then I will reply that I can't go. Don't change your mind when the time comes. I will go to your manor to hide for 2 days during the harvest festival. I asked Geely to build 2 houses. They can be moved in immediately. The temperature in the manor will not be very low, which is just right for bamboo appreciation. Boss, you are generous. It's a deal. Su Xiaokai smiled. Geely is more generous. Oh, he was forced to be generous. But it doesn't matter. The cost of building a small house is not even pocket money for Geely. At worst, she would just draw a picture of mountains and rivers for him, and he would make a lot of money. Next, we had to go to the project research side of the math and physics teacher. In order to increase the possibility of Su Xiaokai signing the contract, the math and physics teacher led the way and took her to the laboratory. The laboratory was located in the basement of the school's laboratory building, almost 100 meters deep, and was an area dedicated to various dangerous experiments. The math and physics teacher's project occupied an entire underground floor, and the space was divided into several areas. There were 3 large devices inside, project machines designed by 3 groups of people. There is also such a machine underground on another planet. The current goal is to realize the experiment of transporting goods to another machine intact without the assistance of aircraft carriers. The math and physics teacher introduced them while talking about their advantages. This experiment is supported by the government. Several schools specializing in science and technology for the government are doing it. Junpei should be the one with the fastest progress. Fei listened carefully and thought of a question. If it succeeds, it will impact the aircraft carrier market. The math teacher nodded and replied, the aircraft carrier market will still exist, but it will have an impact on the freight industry. However, things will work out when the time comes. If the market changes, it will naturally adjust itself. This is not a problem we should be concerned about. The projects supported by the higher authorities will have plans. Scientists cannot stop researching because they are worried about employment issues. This is not conducive to scientific progress. Su Xiaokai took the contract and part of the design drawings and looked at them for a while. She said, what is my job content? Just support calculations or give guidance? We naturally want you to give guidance. The ability to make black wings and mechanical limbs has proved Su Xiaokai's ability. The math and physics teacher is confident that as long as Su Xiaokai joins, the chances of success can be greatly increased. Guidance? Su Xiaokai said lightly, the salary and patent income shares you give are not enough. Isn't this enough? You know, Su Xiaokai only joined in the middle, and it's good to enjoy these. Then how much do you want? The math and physics teacher thought it was not too much and could help to get it. Su Xiaokai did not say how much she wanted, but first talked about the production principles of the machines in front of her, and then pointed out the differences. The math and physics teacher and Fei were stunned, and the math and physics teacher's eyes were bright and excited. I think Su Xiaokai can see through the differences between the 3 project teams at a glance. It's amazing. She deserves to be the person with the best brain in this century. Su Xiaokai changed the topic. I have an idea for this machine. If it's not too time-consuming to make it alone, I can make it myself. The math teacher looked at Su Xiaokai, thinking about the possibility that Su Xiaokai was lying. Because Su Xiaokai's tone was too firm, she had no way to question it, and said carefully, how much do you think the ideas you provided are worth? The salary will be doubled, and the patent income will be a quarter. Su Xiaokai did not lie. She even brought half of her own design drawings. It's not that she can't do the project, it's just that it takes too much time. She has too many things to do, and she doesn't know how many years it will take to make time for this. The New World project is based on the Extraordinary Island plan, so she can quickly arrange it. She had started thinking and designing the mecha and the mechanical arm a long time ago. None of them came out all at once. She had ideas and preparations. This kind of heavy equipment would not work. Even the program had to be redesigned. Time did not allow Su Xiaokai to complete it alone. The math and physics teacher picked up Su Xiaocai's drawings. Just from the first drawing, she knew that Su Xiaokai was not asking for too much. The instrument design and the operating program described in it were very consistent with their design ideas. Some parts were also familiar, and they were similar to the parts they already had. It's just that she has a complete idea, so the size is marked. In other words, Su Xiaokai can do this experiment without them. If Su Xiaokai makes the result first, their efforts will be in vain. I can't make a decision. The math teacher was stunned. He didn't expect Su Xiaokai to negotiate with a heavy news right at the beginning. You can take the contract back and take a look. You don't need to look at the distribution of benefits first. Based on the drawings alone, Su Xiaokai has sufficient reasons to want more. The math and physics teacher then asked, "Can you guarantee that the finished product will be usable? How about this, don't call the Project XXX experiment, just call it the processing group." Su Xiaocai's expression of rolling her eyes was particularly cute, and she said in a muffled voice, "What good things are you thinking? Then how sure are you?" "About 70%. This design is definitely not the final draft. You have to do the production, program editing and control by yourselves. I can give you ideas and a complete set of planning processes." Su Xiaokai spoke slowly. It seemed that in her mind, there was nothing that could not be realized. Many of her ideas were not imagined out of thin air, but were based on facts and principles. The math and physics teacher slowed down her breathing, and Su Xiaocai's words had a convincing magic. The more she listened, the more intoxicated she became. She then asked a lot of questions, and Su Xiaokai could answer them all. Finally, she came to her senses and realized what the difference was between this and giving it away directly. If you don't join the production process, a quarter is too much. I try to get a tenth, okay? No. I've seen part of the schedule you showed me. According to the research you're carrying out, it will take at least 10 years to develop it. Don't think that warships and aircraft carriers can reach the other side of the universe through space shuttle rings. In fact, many problems are still in a state of half-knowledge. She was not kidding. Conquering space has always been a super difficult problem. The high transportation cost also needs to be solved. Don't think about how much it costs to build a ring. The energy consumed once it is turned on is also extremely huge. Small planets can't afford it. Therefore, many remote small planets have not been able to effectively utilize resources. All goods are transported by aircraft ships stopping along the way for supplies. And why choose some developed planets as garbage planets? It is because it is convenient for transportation. Some garbage that cannot be processed in time can be thrown there, saving trouble and effort. The goal given by the top must not only achieve instant transportation of goods, but also control costs. They have not even achieved the previous steps, and the latter is even more difficult. The math and physics teacher was stuck all the time, so he had to seek help from outsiders to find the students here. "Can I take all of your design drawings back?" "No." Su Xiaokai took out a few. "You can take these, but not the others." She was not a sucker. This kind of space artifact, after it comes out, it can't be mass-produced quickly like Black Wing. The time bar from successful research and development to patent application to mass production is bottomless. People in the transportation industry can make a lot of money, but how many years can the patent last? She made the blueprints, tried her best to give guidance, and also asked her to do some calculations. She would not do it if she could earn less. Now she was asking her to join, so she must not be rude. After talking, Su Xiaokai felt relieved, handed the contract to Fei and left. The math teacher was so annoying. Su Xiaokai gave her a difficult problem. She grabbed her hair, and it fell off again and again. Her poor thin and soft hair. The math teacher was worried about how to convince others, and also worried that Su Xiaokai, the great god, was difficult to hire. Su Xiaokai walked out of the school gate accompanied by Fei. When she returned to the Fifan Island office, the front desk told her that the staff of the Harvest Festival party had come, probably to invite her personally. Su Xiaokai, who had just relaxed and was planning to study mecha, slumped her shoulders. She clearly refused to attend, so why did they come directly? It's so annoying to say polite words, but you can't offend people completely. Fei patted Su Xiaokai on the back. "You must meet them. You can't escape in the end. Don't worry, they dare not give you a bad face." "I know." Su Xiaokai nodded at her. "Go back and read the contract carefully. If there are any unreasonable parts, see how to modify them." "I know." Fei Yi will definitely do her best. After saying that, Su Shaokai straightened her chest and went to fight. There were only 2 people sitting in the huge conference room. One was Su Shaokai, and the other was from the Lu family. They didn't send someone from the Yi family, so they were sensible. But the Lu family was not much better, and the people who came were very arrogant. They even said, "I've come to invite you personally, so don't be so pretentious, just lower your posture and cooperate obediently." Chapter 207. Miss Su, we sincerely invite you to attend. Lieutenant General Bai will be there. There will be many interesting programs at the party, and you can meet many celebrities. No. Su Xiaocai's tone was very flat, like a salted fish. Lieutenant General Bai went because he was on the battlefield, and had to give face to General Lu and General Yi. When calling for help or support, it was important for these 2 to respond on time. She didn't want to go to the battlefield, and she didn't want to be a sucker. If she didn't want to go, she didn't have to go. With her profession and identity, she had the confidence to refuse anyone. The Lu family member smiled slightly. You are a researcher. Knowing more powerful people will be good for your research. Oh no, I have intermittent autism. It's good for me to stay at home and watch live broadcasts during the holidays. I can relax and get more inspiration. Su Shaokai was talking nonsense. The weather forecast said it will snow on the harvest day. It's more comfortable to hide in the house on such a cold day. Lu family members, bullshit, didn't you just come back from outside? It snowed too. The Lu family seemed to have eaten bitter herbs. Their tongues were so bitter that they were numb, and they didn't know what to say next. If the other party smiled at the beginning and showed some courtesy, he could talk them into going to the party. The key point was that Su Shaokai looked so miserable that she would not be moved no matter how much you sang about the party, and said it was the best communication platform for the upper class. According to Su Xiaocai's status, she didn't need to move up a level. She had fame, honor, money, and a wide network of contacts. She was a big winner in life. A small general relative is willing to meet once, which is the highest level of courtesy. The Lu family couldn't persuade Su Shaokai, and said the ultimate purpose of this visit, we will also announce the charity list that night. If Mr. Su doesn't go, can you give some money? I don't have money. I want to give benefits to employees in remote areas. I will use the remaining money for research. In short, if you don't have money, don't ask me for it. I am poor, very poor. If the air wasn't free, I wouldn't have lived this long. Su Shaokai flatly refused to donate. She didn't need to market herself now, so she almost said it. The Lu family was unwilling, but those who were not present will donate. This is a good deed. We will donate the money to. Su Shaokai restrained her bad demeanor, sat up straight, and said solemnly word by word, I have said this much, you should shut up. If you dare to use it to make a fuss, I don't mind both sides losing. The Lu family was shocked. How could she threaten directly? It's lawless. Is it possible that young people have a generation gap with him, and cannot communicate with him at all? Su Shaokai snorted in her heart. You want to force her to donate money? No way. Being poor is not bragging, it is a fact. The mecha costs at least tens of billions, and the cost of weapon research may be even more exaggerated. Later, he plans to build a greenhouse, and the planet under his name is also under construction. Money is flowing out, in trillions, and he is indeed short of money. To Su Xiaocai's surprise, the Lu family's visitor continued to speak. Mr. Su, anyone who wants to do big business in the capital planet will donate. If you don't donate, it won't look good. We don't need you to donate more. How about donating a painting? The Lu family felt that Su Shaokai was young. She understood war and business war, but she probably didn't understand the meaning of a painting, so she asked for it boldly. He put on a flattering look and said, Boss Su, please consider it. It's just a painting. For you, it's just a waste of paper and ink. For the people who receive the donation, you are the one who helped them the most. This trick is useful for many CEOs. Flattery must be accompanied by the same expression. Your paintings are already famous for 10 stars. Our Admiral Lu also appreciates your paintings. You are giving face, but you don't want to be shameless, right? Su Shaokai smiled. Even Lieutenant General Bai only gave a simple sketch. She didn't want a painting to become a tool for others to show off or launder money. The painting worth billions will definitely become the most eye-catching donation of the party. At that time, the reputation of the party will rise, but it will also indirectly make others lose face. They get the reputation, but she is the ghost. She is really calculating. Seeing Su Xiaocai's silence, the Lu family actually laughed, which might be the rhythm of loosening their expressions. So they changed their words. Mr. Su, listen to me, many people at the party are looking forward to your painting. If you don't attend and don't reveal your name, you will probably be rejected. Su Shaofai changed her sitting position and said suddenly, if you want to draw, you can. General Lu will come in person. I wonder if he is embarrassed to bring it up. If General Lu could participate in commercial activities, he would have participated long ago. He doesn't even dare to touch charity. The Lu family smiled and said, it's easy to hurt feelings. What feelings do I have with you? Su Shaofai raised her eyelids slightly, and murderous auras surged. Do you want me to beat you out or carry you out? Get out. Don't make me say it again, just get out. A palm slapped on the thick tabletop, and the tabletop made a low sound, as if it couldn't bear the strong force. She was already in a mess, not in a general's posture. You just don't learn, and the lion opens its mouth. The Lu family came from secretly shuddering, remembering the scene where Su Shaofai swung a knife to chop the insect man into ashes. Su Shaofai stood up and tidied her clothes. I don't like the Yi family and the Shui family, and I will definitely not participate in any activities with their presence. I don't intend to have a mortal grudge with them, but don't come to test the bottom line or try to restore friendly relations many times. Some relationships cannot be changed even with great interests. I don't know whether your Lu family participated in this intentionally or unintentionally, but you can send someone here to learn to look at people with equal eyes. He has been a dog, but he didn't learn to wag his tail and beg for mercy. This dog is really a failure. Remember to change the list of participants in the party, don't discuss me. After all, she is also a person with several merits. What is he? Calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. The Lu family members were pale, knowing that Su Shaofai had a bad impression of the entire Lu family because of his words. At the same time, he substituted the dog she described for himself. For so long as he was mentioned as a member of the Lu family, others would greet him with a smile. Su Shaofai reminded him clearly that without General Lu, he would be at most an ordinary event planner. If you depend on someone, you should do your job well, instead of parroting the person you depend on and imitating him, thinking that you are powerful and important. Su Shaofai walked out of the door and told the bodyguard to send him out. He didn't invite the person and didn't ask for the painting. The planner of the Lu family will definitely be blamed when he returns. But Su Shaofai said she would not go, so he could only bear the pain and cross out Su Xiaocai's name at the first time. Once Su Xiaocai's name was crossed out, many people noticed it. Lieutenant General Bai was one of them. He laughed loudly. He knew that the Shui family had offended Su Shaocai so badly. Why did the Yi family think that Su Shaocai would attend the same party for their sake? Su Shaocai was not the kind of person who would swallow her anger. She could endure it, but don't step on her spine and make her feel wronged. They could hold the party happily because of her contribution. These people covered their eyes and thought that the Vanity Fair could restrain her. They forgot that the more obedient a person looks, the more rebellious he is. She was able to almost collapse genetically for the country and was able to protect the pillars of the 10 stars at all costs. The more she did, the more they thought she did it for fame. In fact, Su Shaofai was just acting on instinct. Her hidden blood is stronger than any other soldier, so Lieutenant General Bai and General Bai will play the emotional card with her and give her hard-to-get material support. Even if they plotted against her, it was an obvious conspiracy. The Lu family is ridiculous. They have been following Mrs. Lu for so long, but they didn't learn to treat different people differently. But it's also true. How many people can ignore the influence of the two generals, like Su Shaocai? Shui Feijuan was quite disappointed when the Shui family heard the news from the Lu family. Brother, why can't you make friends with her from the beginning, so that I can ask her for advice openly? Shui fighting. The family has held many academic exchanges for you. Don't make me angry. Shui Feijuan took a sip from the teacup. Since the other party doesn't appreciate it, do you want to do something secretly? If your company doesn't want it, please do it. Shui Fighting saw it very clearly and said, don't target her anymore. She has a mortal feud with Hui, but they didn't kill her. If you don't provoke her, she won't explode. Just stay away from her. She is making enemies with Hui, just to offend us. If you don't do bad things, we won't be in this situation today. If you didn't cover up and condone Hui's bullying for the first time, we wouldn't have to wait until she went to jail to know what kind of person she is. Shui Fighting warned Shui Feijuan not to go against people he shouldn't touch again and again. Okay, she has a bright future. You are the leader, and you don't have to worry. As someone in the entertainment industry, I am overly worried. Shui Feijuan put his hands in his pockets, looking unhappy, a playboy who does whatever he wants. Shui Fighting asked someone to watch him, and was relieved when he saw that he really listened and did nothing. After the Lu family left, Schu Shaokai calmed down her anger, and it was not worth getting angry at strangers. Soon, she went to do other things happily. Fei returned to the office with brisk steps. Her best friend Wu Xiao noticed it immediately. She went out with her school bag and came back relaxed. Did you secretly take back the space button? The bestie gestured and lip-synced. Fei shook her head and rolled up her long sleeves. Her bestie was almost blinded by the new space button, which was made into jewelry. Did you buy it yourself? How much is it? I just earned some money. Kakai gave it to you, so you get a share. Fei stuffed one into her hand. The space capacity was not as big as the one in her hand, but it was really convenient to have a space button when going out. Remember to set the activation mode, whether it is brainwave mode or chi sensing mode. Wu Xiao took it in her palm, almost jumping up with joy, stroking the space button, rubbing it on her face, treating it like a treasure. She praised it as soon as she opened her mouth. Schu Shaokai deserves to be rich, the style of a top rich man. Wow, where did you get that from? The law firm is not very big, and most of the positions are only separated by desk partitions, so colleagues can notice each other's status. When Fei came back, her colleagues noticed her. Wu Xiao put on the space button and shook her hand, showing the beauty of the space button jewelry in all directions. Does it look good? It was given by President Schu. Fei and I both have one. At this sentence, several colleagues poked their heads out and said enviously, only President Schu would give a space button as a gift. The space button is not that expensive. Someone said sarcastically, giving a Blackwing is more like it. Hey, talk nicely. We haven't taken the Mecca pilot certificate exam. Will we go on the road and cause a traffic accident if we give a Blackwing? Besides, we have our own cars, so giving a space button is a heartwarming gift. Wu Xiao strongly supports Fei and Schu Shaokai. Before they had time to chat for a few minutes, the newly hired lawyer who was targeting Fei came back with 3 assistants. Fei and Wu Xiao deliberately showed off their bracelets. At this moment, it seemed that their lives were shining brightly. The lawyer's face suddenly became very ugly. A colleague thought the excitement was not big enough. Lawyer Wei is back? Did you succeed in negotiating with the defense lawyer? I guess you didn't succeed again. I tell you, you should control your temper when you arrive at the Capital Star. People in the Capital Star are all impatient and fierce. They are not polite to outsiders. You have to work harder and bring back a big client. He was talking about the client, but actually implying that he was not as good as Fei. He made you brag about your space connection and envy others. Lawyer Wei was really awesome on his previous planet, but on the capital planet, where there are talents everywhere, he can only be considered above average. If he wants to be famous, it is difficult without the support of noble people. The difference in environment caused him to be psychologically unbalanced. He knew that Fei went to see Schu Shaokai again today. In order to save face, he sarcastically said, "What is there to be proud of for those who rely on sponsorship from financial sponsors? All clients are our breadwinners. Without these sponsors, can you have enough to eat?" Fei was not affected at all. Just a space button broke his defense. There will be more fun in the future. I don't want to bother with a little girl like you. Lawyer Wei pretended to be generous, but he felt bad in his heart. He was just being stubborn. After staying in the capital for a long time, he knew what kind of person Schu Shaokai was. She was a person that he could not get in touch with no matter how hard he tried. Fei was completely lucky. As long as Fei is Schu Xiaocai's lawyer, she will be taken care of and respected. His reputation as a victorious lawyer is not useful in the capital. At most, he will have more opportunities to meet clients. Wu Xiao secretly spit at him. We are dealing with different businesses. Why does he look down on me? Fei shrugged. It is very likely that he used to go to court frequently, so he thinks he is superior. Discrimination also exists in the same profession, which is inevitable. It is time to give Lieutenant General Bai an acupuncture again. This time he came to the institute, not Schu Shaokai. Every time she was giving acupuncture, Schu Shaokai liked to talk about something. This time, she finally asked about the treatment of the prisoners. There are also Professor Zhang, Fong Richan and Li Kuan Yun. I heard that the Zhang and Li families are quite powerful. Do you have the power to protect them? Schu Shaokai only knew some basic information. She didn't know how powerful the two families were. Anyway, they were not as powerful as her, so she didn't spend time to understand them. Lieutenant General Bai thought she was not interested, so he asked now, "You are just gossiping." Schu Shaokai found a very good excuse for herself. Who is the plan to kill them? Admiral Ben. Knowing yourself, and the enemy can keep me alert enough. You can ask the military headquarters directly. They will be happy to tell you, but since you asked, let Xiao Yuan tell you. Colonel Yuan twitched his mouth. Lieutenant General Bai must have forgotten how they were dealt with. Chapter 208. He had no choice but to take a small notebook and tell her in several points. Professor Zhang was suspected of knowing the plan, but not reporting it. Due to insufficient evidence, he had to be locked up temporarily. However, Professor Zhang explained some things. He said that everything he knew was eavesdropped from Zhang Jili. There was no one else to testify. Only after coming to Blue Star did he know that the eavesdrop content was true. Zhang Jili? Isn't he the former admiral? Su Shaokai interrupted. It's impossible that he didn't know anything. If he didn't know, he wouldn't have guided other professors to go to the space station together. The intelligence personnel and the investigation team all think so. Professor Zhang and Zhang Jili both denied it, and there was also insufficient evidence to arrest them. Zhang Jili has a special identity. If he colluded with the Imperial personnel, the nature of the matter could be said to be very bad. In addition, he is the deputy director of the Institute of Non-Humanity, and his network of contacts is very complicated. Many people are protecting him. The investigation takes some time, and it is not possible to catch the handle all at once, especially for a big man like Zhang Jili, who has been glorious in the past. Even if he wants to catch him, there will be no information to reveal. Colonel Yuan continued. Fong Richan has been sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Later, she provided several clues about the contacts behind the scenes, as well as how to contact the insect man, so the death sentence is suspended for 4 years. If no more clues are provided, the death penalty will be executed in 4 years. Fong Richan's way of contacting the insect man is the same as Huang Yangxing's spy, but she did not implant the insect man, but combined it with a machine and disguised it as a headset behind the ear. It looks like a small tumor. This combination of insect man and machine is not as beautiful as the mecha made by Su Shaokai. It is like a deformed product. The insect man is not dead, but it is not alive. The parasite needs to open the ear and drip special nutrient solution every day to maintain normal communication. Therefore, the Huangyang Star case and the Capital Star Quanzigio incident have been merged. It can be said that everything is a disaster caused by collusion with the Empire. Treason, one by one, as long as there is evidence, all will be sentenced to death. Su Shaokai combed Huahua's hair with 5 fingers. I don't know if it is to adapt to the weather. Huahua's hair is more fluffy, and her body is rounder. She would never admit that she fed him. She combed her hair while thinking. The psychic who modified the video was also one of the spies. He had been setting up the arrangement many years ago, so he must not be a young man. He was not a young man, and he knew Isuelu. Su Shaokai felt very close to the truth, but could not pinpoint who it was. While thinking, she heard Colonel Yuan's report. The prisoners are roughly divided into 5 groups. The first group is poor ordinary people and illiterate people. They are very thin, most of them are engaged in physical labor, and their minds are rigid. These men are not friendly to women, so they are separated by gender. Men are sent to uninhabited planets to mine, while women are sent to open up wasteland. The second group is ordinary people with a certain level of education. They build mud houses for people to live in. This is hard work, but it is better than the former. There are millions of people. It is not good to have no houses. You can't ask 10-star systems to build houses for them. The third group is highly educated people. This group of people adopts a conciliatory policy and is assigned to various prisons. They are detained and interrogated separately, and they spit out all the knowledge they can. Depending on the situation, they are given a little freedom to assist in construction. The fourth group is soldiers, with high military power and relatively large numbers. They go to the front line as vanguards. If they make meritorious service, they can reduce the time they spend on the battlefield. If they make great merit, they can be arranged to return to the Empire. The reason why they are arranged to return to the Empire is that the fifth group of people are the nobles who have been raised slickly. They must be thrown back to the Empire. The only thing missing is that the Empire sends people to negotiate to exchange them back. After all, it is impossible for the 10-star systems to escort them back. Among the survivors of the defeat, there may really be people who are very important to the Empire. Soon after, a stealth ship arrived. A stealth ship is a small roving ship, and there are 2 diplomats on it, who are much more polite than the arrogant little brothers on the large battleship. When the diplomats saw that all the people from their own empire were captured, they immediately lowered their attitude and put away all the land occupation agreements and colony division contracts. Although they didn't know how they lost, nor did they know the Empire's strategic deployment, the 2 diplomats understood that they had to be polite when they lost on someone else's territory. The people above had promised that they could occupy Blue Star 100%. Fortunately, the two diplomats discussed a lot in secret, and did not believe a word. They prepared a plan for defeat. Look, they will have to clean up the mess in the end. The diplomats did not want civilians, but only asked to redeem a few nobles. Mecha divisions were also redeemed. As for soldiers, they would redeem them if they could, and give up if they could not. The population of the empire is really large. They can just get some clones, and raise them for more than 10 years before they can go to the battlefield. They don't care about morality, they only care about interests. It is also because of the complicated internal power dynamics. The diplomats have only a few resources, and they can only exchange a few hostages at most. But the 10-star Republic is not so easy to talk to. You can come and go as you like, it is not possible to exchange with such a small amount of things. If you want to redeem, you have to redeem them all. Whether you take them away or not is another matter. The money for the number of heads must be collected. Otherwise, it will cost money to support them for so long. The two diplomats could not refute. They were few and weak, and could not decide anything. They could only go back to inform the empire, and then send someone who could decide the direction of resources to negotiate. Su Shaokai calculated that the time it took to go back and forth should be enough to open up a few barren planets. Not only did he not lose money, he also made a lot of money. What a good plan. Wait, they want to redeem people, there must be twists and turns in the process. The reason why our country is coveted is not only because of resource problems, but also because they are jealous of the empire, and can't bear to see us live in peace and stability. There was a deep meaning when Lieutenant General Bai said this, and Su Shaokai inexplicably understood it. While the empire was fighting internally, the 10-star Republic was developing peacefully, and even the cutting-edge technology was getting higher and higher, and even the number of superpowers was more than theirs. Their jealousy naturally broke out. The first long-distance raid was quickly defeated. It is estimated that unless they can break through the technological barriers within 10 years, it will be difficult to attack again. Su Shaokai is more concerned about Zhang Jili. He is the deputy director of the Institute of Non-Humanity. Didn't you do anything? No, Zhang Jili has been the deputy director for many years. He is a more radical person, but he has more connections than me. There is no evidence, it's all empty talk. I just wonder how the spies and the all-knowing church are connected with the upper echelons of the empire. If it were you, what would you do? Lieutenant General Bai asked Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai was stunned and was stumped by the question. She had never fought a war of deliberate invasion. When she started a war with her own kind, she would use courtesy before force, and she didn't like to invade other people's territory to cause trouble. There were many historical problems left over in other people's territory, and they needed to be adjusted, which was very annoying. So when asked, she really had no experience. Su Shaokai couldn't help thinking about this question. I might send a spy to understand this place first. Knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Communication and transportation are a problem. Su Shaokai knocked on the table. The dull and rhythmic sound made her think faster. Then let's get someone in a high position and power to take charge. This person must have a say in the empire. In the 10-star system, being low-key and mysterious will only arouse suspicion and be reported at any time. The power of the people is great. The more hidden, the faster it will be exposed. Su Shaokai continued to guess, this person should have a lot of capital. The nature of his job allows him to move freely, and not be too inconspicuous. He has a private fleet, and can help people smuggle. He can disappear for a while without attracting attention. Lieutenant General Bai nodded and smiled. Your guess is similar to mine. So where do you think people who can help people smuggle will live? It needs to meet several conditions, such as being able to roam the border, having subordinates on remote planets, having power on the capital planet or commercial planets, and preferably someone who can infiltrate the military. Su Shaokai likes to squint when thinking deeply. She feels like she has caught something: omniscience. The capital planet has power, corresponding to the Min family, and it is a private hospital. The remote planet has subordinates. Can it correspond to the armed forces of the orphanage? And the star pirate forces are involved. Infiltrating the military, Zhang Jili is a former general, radical, and easy to control. So there is a high probability that Zhang Jili has a problem. There is no evidence, and we cannot just suspect it. Who is wandering around the border? There are too many targets. Bribing a few soldiers on duty will not be a problem for wandering around the border, but how can we sneak across the border without attracting attention? Smuggling is a very serious problem. We are not afraid of others sneaking away, but we are afraid of those who sneak in. So the all-knowing church, spies, and supernatural people are all connected together, and they are all products of treasonous organizations. You don't have any doubts about the candidate? Lieutenant General Bai was very sorry because the universe is too big. Even if the planets are covered with sky eyes, it is impossible to fight crime 100%, let alone a vast territory. It cannot be confirmed, but they will always show their flaws. After the acupuncture, Lieutenant General Bai felt full of energy and wanted to attack the barrier, but after a while he stopped. It seems that time is still needed to settle. The conversation between the two was like a fault, and it stopped at the right time. Smart people know that further discussion will not produce any results, so it is better to wait for a while before discussing. I heard you're going to join a lab at the military training center. Lieutenant General Bai asked, why don't you form your own team to do this project? The higher-ups asked me to ask. They prefer me to do the project? Su Shaokai didn't think the higher-ups would be willing to do it. It would take a lot of investment to form a new team. They think you'd be much more efficient if you form your own team. TSK. She didn't like to hear any of the words, I don't have time. Mechs, mechanical limbs, games, and new worlds are all derivatives of my hard work over the years. I am setting up this project. Where can I find manpower and venue? Don't even mention it. Lieutenant General Bai felt a little aggrieved. He didn't understand this. You will be free after joining the laboratory? Because I understand technology, and with me joining, I can make up for the time when you don't understand technology. What to make up? Funding. The same words are relevant. The experimental group is also smart, looking for a way out. They have invested so much, and the research and development time is not short. The grant is given first, and then if there is progress, another one, and then more when there is hope. Their research is stuck in the most uncomfortable place. The sunk cost is too high. It is difficult to move forward, and it is impossible to retreat. They are stuck in a dilemma. Pulling her into the game is naturally the best choice, which can ensure that the patent will be in the hands of the project team, not in the hands of other investors. Lieutenant General Bai stopped asking, and was about to leave when he turned around and saw a mecha model and remembered something. Have you developed your detachable star-destroying weapon? Looking at Su Xiaocai's speechless eyes, Lieutenant General Bai knew that he had asked another stupid question. I wish your brain could be smarter. Your imagination will be better. Daydreaming, weapons development needs to be very cautious. Su Xiaocai doesn't want to blow herself up. Yes, and that party, you won't go, right? Well, no. It's right not to go. I wish you a happy holiday first. Lieutenant General Bai made it clear that the party was not a good thing. He was on vacation and in the army, so he had to save face, but Su Xiaocai didn't have this concern. Can you tell me something? Su Xiaocai asked. Su Xiaocai doesn't like the charity part. In such a formal party, the interest transactions will not be on the surface. In fact, it's okay to participate. Lieutenant General Bai, it's all the same routine, boring. One word, the nature of the party. The party is full of various performances, political figures secretly compete, stars compete for beauty, businessmen toast, and small people survive in the cracks. It's not suitable for Su Xiaocai, who deliberately makes trouble. Su Xiaocai, I will be good. I will settle the painting matter for you. In the future, if anyone from the Liu family comes to you, just don't contact them. General Liu is just like that, but his family is hard to describe. Su Xiaocai held her chin with both hands. Does General Liu not care about the Liu family's behavior? I can't care. General Liu relied on his current wife to secure his position as general, but he insisted on supporting his ex-wife's son. So he will give in a little in this regard. Su Xiaocai didn't understand the relationship. Is his current wife good to the Liu family? Aren't the people who do things the Liu family? What does his current wife have to do with it? Lieutenant General Bai naturally couldn't tell Admiral Liu about it himself, so he just reminded him, if you don't go out that day, just go around your own territory. Su Xiaocai said again that she would not go and stayed in the house. As soon as Lieutenant General Bai left, she hurriedly searched for gossip about Admiral Liu, and then asked the investigation department for some intelligence, not afraid that the investigation department would turn around and tell Admiral Liu the news. You don't know until you see it. You feel that the Admiral is not only powerful, but also has a rich wife. TSK, military exploits do not represent character. If any general is to be deposed, this Liu guy will be the first to bear the brunt. General Liu had 5 wives. He got married at the age of 25. His first wife was a blind date arranged by his family. She died early due to genetic problems. His second wife was also a blind date arranged by his family. The dowry was quite generous. At that time, General Liu was just a soldier who had made a few military exploits. The couple did not get along well, so they divorced. The third wife was someone he met himself. They were together for a long time, 10 years, and had a son. In the end, he could not resist the weird and evil mother-in-law, so he divorced again. The fourth one could not stand the loneliness and cheated. A real man, General Lu, could not bear this green hat, so he divorced. The fifth one is this one now, a strong woman. General Lu had the opportunity to become a general, and it was also her support behind the scenes. The resources and mechas were all paid for by her. Chapter 209. General Lu is indeed capable. After marrying this wife, he rose rapidly and finally secured his position as general. Being firmly in the position does not mean that he does not need his wife's help. This wife has means and schemes, and can subdue the Lu family. But no matter how strong a person is, there are also weaknesses. She does not like General Lu's third wife, and by association, she does not like his stepson. A year ago, General Lu insisted on bringing his stepson with him and helping him quickly get promoted, which angered his current wife. When a lion is not making trouble, don't treat it as a cat, because it will take revenge behind your back. Secretly, Mrs. Lu no longer manages the Lu family, causing the Lu family, who have already achieved some success, to become arrogant without anyone to manage them. Dare to ask Su Shaokai about the charity of the painting. The information ends with what merits General Lu's son has made and what position he has been promoted to now. Su Shaokai searches for some activities and actions of General Lu's current wife. Guess the latter part, General Lu's strong wife, who has been married for more than 30 years, is afraid to divorce him. Lieutenant General Bai told her not to participate in the party if she was not interested. This was probably what he meant. Without Mrs. Lu to suppress the Lu family, how much ability did the Yi family have in organizing the party? The party would not be as grand as usual. General Lu was so funny. If he left his wife, he would fall into the vortex of troubles created by his family. Would the army dare to make a general who couldn't even manage a family? He had no worries, so the army dared to give him the position of general. Divorce was like pulling himself down. I wonder if he saw it clearly. Lieutenant General Bai was not only giving face to General Lu, but also probably hanging around to enhance his presence. Lieutenant General Bai was the best candidate for the position of general, and the others were second best. Of course, it would be good to delay their divorce as much as possible. If the Bai family didn't want to be too prominent, Lieutenant General Bai would move forward, and General Bai would definitely retreat. Su Shaokai smiled. Sitting in the position of general, she could see other people's situation clearly, but could not see her own situation clearly, which was also a kind of sadness. In history, there were cases where generals were demoted to lieutenant generals, and then to major generals. This was not the first case of repeated demotions. Su Shaokai wanted to check why Zhang Jieli retired, but Xia Wanzi came over and reminded her that the movie invested by Fifendeo would be released before the Harvest Festival, and asked her if she wanted to book a ticket. The ticket price for watching a movie in Zinchiji is not expensive, 10 yuan per show. Book a ticket. Su Shaokai didn't have the idea of supporting the movie, she just wanted to see how the two actresses acted, and whether it was worth continuing to invest. Don't you want to see it with Dr. G? Xia Wanzi was puzzled. Little housekeeper, when did you become an emotional expert? Don't bother with us. Let's talk about romance later. Su Shaokai patted Xia Wanzi. I want to eat pickled fish and beef rice noodles tonight. Xia Wanzi obeyed and went to cook. In the basement, Su Shaokai made parts for the weapon model. The quality of the weapon must be strictly controlled, and each module can be reassembled after being destroyed. Such a project is undoubtedly huge. Drawing a picture does not mean that it can be made. Many times, it needs to be considered repeatedly. New weapons are a big challenge for her. Su Shaokai was concentrating on her work, carefully measuring the accuracy of the newly made parts. When she came to her senses, Xia Wanzi had already finished cooking, and Ji also sent her a message saying that he had some new discoveries. Come over and tell me that Xia Wanzi has just finished cooking. Ji arrived within 2 minutes of sending this message. He was on his way before he sent the message. He knew that Su Shaokai would not refuse his arrival. He handed Su Shaokai a finished product. This finished product was the preliminary result that Su Shaokai and he made after referring to many people's papers and literature, pondering, and conducting several months of experiments. The insect people are prone to evolution and mutation, and they can completely transform from one form to another, which shows that their genes are unstable. The data shows that insect people and insect humans can be regarded as two of the same species, but the most basic underlying genes make them have the same habits. Some artificial intelligences like the Wisdom series have an underlying logic, and then the specific functions are differentiated differently, forming different personalities and abilities. Therefore, According to Schu Xiaocai's experimental plan, Li assumed that the insect people's genes. If it keeps collapsing and rebuilding, then stabilizing the gene can easily kill it. There was no effective drug that could repair human genes before, but now there is. He boldly combined the gold and blue healing mushroom extract with the Emperor Wu liquid. Facts have proved that both he and Schu Xiaocai are right. This combination can solidify genes, but it is not suitable for humans. After all, solidifying genes is temporary, just like forcing people into a state of time stagnation. When time moves forward again, the sequelae will probably be very serious. But when used on insects, there is no such concern, and it is likely to become a super deadly weapon for insects. Insects will adapt to biological weapons and poisons, but they cannot resist the natural limitations of the body. Once the genes are solidified, they can't even repair them. Schu Xiaocai jumped up happily and hugged him excitedly. Li, you are so amazing. Did you really make it? Li said modestly. I slowly tried it out based on the experimental plan you provided. I tried it on mice. Once the drug effect wore off, it died and could not be saved. We need to try it on a live insect man. He also felt the pride that Schu Xiaocai felt when she developed something. So when the good news came out, he couldn't wait to share it. He hugged Schu Xiaocai's soft body, and his excited heartbeat slowed down. After the excitement, it was time to do the experiment. Let's go, make more finished products and make a few warheads, and then give them to Lieutenant General Bai to try. Such a success is worth celebrating. Things that can be grown on a large scale are the cheapest. In the past, ordinary soldiers had to pay thousands of yuan to kill a cowardly insect soldier. If this really allows ordinary soldiers to easily kill insects, then the cost will be greatly reduced, and it is possible to be within 100 yuan. The cost reduction indirectly means that the threat of insects will be reduced. No matter how the Empire watches, the 10 stars will have enough energy to deal with them. The two of them finished their dinner hastily and went back to work. The two of them worked together on experiments. Li wrote a paper, and Schu Xiaocai made weapons for the finished product. They were on the left and the right, not disturbing each other, and it was warm and harmonious. Wanzi came to Schu Xiaocai with the big pin in her arms. Schu Xiaocai noticed it after a while. What's wrong, Maruko? After so many days of feeding, Pa has become much more docile, eats well, has enough space to move around, and has shiny fur, in no worse condition than Hua Hua. I think Pa is pregnant. Schu Xiaocai quickly put down what she was doing and confirmed that she had heard it correctly. Then she asked, how did you find out? Maruko was very excited. When I was feeding Hua Hua and Pa wanted to eat the meat in Hua Hua's bowl. Abeo usually avoids those meats, but today he actually went to them, which was very abnormal. How can an ordinary cat eat insect human flesh? It will be transformed into insects. Schu Xiaocai calmly tried to stop laughing, but the corners of her lips could not be suppressed. Li, come and help me see if I am pregnant? Li tilted his head, his eyes blank, so focused that his brain did not react to what he heard. Did he slowly understand that Schu Xiaocai was pregnant? The first thing he wanted to ask was, who is pregnant? Then he saw the spotted cat in front of Schu Xiaocai. Is it Hua Hua's? Here is the only male cat. The leopard cat has a tracker installed in its body, so it can be seen wherever it goes. Who else but it? Hua Hua is a very unique species, and cats are mammals. Hua Hua's claws are too scary. If the kitten hurts its mother, it must be rescued in time or artificially rescued. Li, now we just need to confirm whether it is pregnant. Schu Xiaocai, yes. If it is confirmed to be pregnant, won't it be taken out for artificial breeding? No. Schu Xiaocai said ruthlessly. If Hua Hua's species mutated from the mother's womb, the hormone changes in Abeo's body are different from those of pet cats. If it is taken out and this change cannot be completed, I will be more annoyed. Thank you for your hard work, Abeo. Schu Xiaocai touched Abeo's chin. Abeo's pupil shrank, and his ears drooped. He was a little afraid of Schu Xiaocai, and didn't like to get close to her. But he didn't dare to scratch with his claws. Even if Schu Xiaocai didn't slap him back, Hua Hua would scold him. Li took off his gloves and put on another pair. Take him up. Abeo obediently accepted Li's hug. Schu Xiaocai was a little jealous. It didn't resist when you hugged it for the first time. It would never refuse if I hugged it. The cat lying on her arm stared at Schu Xiaocai warily, as if she was a strange witch who kidnapped cats. Li laughed and cried. When it gives birth to kittens, you can get closer to it and cultivate your relationship. Forget it. I only like smart cubs like Hua Hua who know the times. By the way, where is Hua Hua? Wanzi answered Schu Xiaocai's question. Hua Hua is sleeping, of course. The laziest creature in the house. It hides during the day and at night. and it can sleep on a mat as long as it has one. Many medical equipment are upstairs, which is convenient for temporary treatment of others without going through the underground laboratory. Su Xiaokai also temporarily put down her work and followed Ji Li, waiting for the results. She prayed that a Bao could give birth to a little Huahua. One was good, proving that Huahua would not be extinct. Soon, a Bao's test results came out. She was indeed pregnant. It was not known how many cubs she was pregnant with, but it was estimated that there were more than 2. Ji Li said, "It has been pregnant for a while. In a week or 2, we should be able to use the instrument to check its belly." He returned a Bao to her. Su Xiaocai's eyes were bright, and she hugged him threateningly. "A Bao is great." The once wild cat was motionless in Su Xiaocai's hands, as if frozen. Fearing that the mother cat would be emotionally unstable, Su Xiaocai carefully put the cat back on the ground. A Bao immediately hid behind Xiao Wanzi and looked at Su Xiaocai vigilantly. His pupils widened, as if accusing Su Xiaocai of bullying the cat. Su Xiaocai felt that she could hire a cat nanny. Security was not professional. She needed someone who could train cats. If the kitten was not as smart as Huahua and was naughty, it would be a disaster. Moreover, cats were bred to be used on the battlefield. They could be used as hunting dogs, tracking insects, and hunting insects. Detectors might not be as useful as them. Su Xiaokai told Ji Li about her idea. "Is it too early to consider this? Why should we consider something that can be solved with money?" "That makes sense." So Su Xiaokai publicly looked for a cat trainer. Her requirements were simple, but it was hard for anyone to do it. No violent training, like Huahua, who can scratch people and cause serious injuries when angry. Violent training is likely to cause cats to be disgusted. Second, let the cat understand military instructions. Third, have experience in biological breeding research and relevant knowledge certificates. Lastly, bring videos of cats that have been trained before or a trained cat. Under the account of Wudi Ai Xiangtso. Here it comes again. Su Xiaokai. Come on, no academic qualifications are needed, come and try it. As a result, those who went for the interview were either graduate students or people with super talents. There was no ordinary person. This is the first time I've heard of such an outrageous requirement. As we all know, cats are the most difficult to train. If it were easy to recruit, Su Xiaokai wouldn't have looked for people on the account. If you can't find talent, you can only cast a wide net. Is the cat you want to train cute? If it is cute, I will give it a try, and I can pet it for free. You must want to die. The cats that need to be trained are either crazy or have hundreds of rats on their backs. Ha ha ha. As a professional pet trainer, I can only say that Su Xiaokai is just rich and plays around. No cat is worth hiring a trainer with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Your pet cat is definitely not worth that price. The cat in Su Xiaocai's house was stolen by someone with blasting tools. I haven't read the news. There's no deadline for the recruitment notice, so there shouldn't be a rush. Is it too late for me to discipline my rebellious son? 30,000 is just the base price, and there will be bonuses later. This isn't raising a cat, it's raising a ferocious beast. I know the cat she raises. When my dad went to her company, he saw the bodyguards walking them. They're all mixed cats, not purebred. From what you said before, do you mean that mixed cats can't compare to purebreds? Purebreds are expensive, and purebreds look better. Human aesthetics do not represent cat aesthetics. Purebred is just a nice word for cats' close relatives. Su Xiaokai definitely keeps cats for more than just raising cats. You can't guess what the boss does. There are many different opinions online. Some people decided to bring their own cats to try it out. Maybe they can use the cat to get ahead and pass the test. Su Xiaokai set the interview date. Just like before, she will interview once in the new world, and then interview again in reality. She will not select the interview in the new world. Wisdom 03 will do it. I don't know if the military thought she was not busy enough, so they passed on the instrument with nutrient solution that they had dug out from the mother insect man's body to her through Lieutenant General Bai. They wanted to ask her to study together what the semi-open space instrument was like. They were afraid of encountering insect men with gadgets again, just like cockroaches that can't be killed. But the professors estimated that the cost of this thing was not high. To fight it, the energy consumed by the weapons alone would be a huge sum of money. In a word, it was a waste of money. The appearance style of this instrument was not as simple as the 10-Star Republic, but it had some artistic feeling. It was initially determined to be the technology of the Empire. Chapter 210. The Empire's territory is wider than the 10 stars. They have annexed the surrounding countries, large and small, and own as many as 30 star systems. Fortunately, After they occupied the territory, they did not adopt education and assimilation, but preferred slavery. Where there is oppression, there is resistance, so there are many small-scale wars every day. Under the consumption of such small wars, many insidious weapons appear. This thing is the product of such a large environment. The captured nobles are all soft-backed, and they spit out everything they can, but they can be asked if they understand space instruments. They only know how to eat, drink, and have fun. If they knew, they would not be carrying hoes and digging soil here, but going to the prison to use their brains with professors to reduce suffering. Su Shaokai almost had a fight with Lieutenant General Bai for this. He wanted her to do a job worth 100,000 yuan for a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Who are you insulting? Lieutenant General Bai did not respond, but Su Shaokai took the opportunity to vent her anger and fought with Colonel Yuan. It was the first time that Colonel Yuan was beaten so badly. When he went back to check with medical equipment, he found that his hand bones were broken and his feet were limping. Why did you really fight with her? Since we are really going to fight, there is no need to let her go. Lieutenant General Bai, who was watching the show, drank tea and pretended to care about his subordinates. I didn't let her go, she was too strong. I couldn't understand why a little girl could be so strong. Colonel Yuan believed the saying that concentration is the essence. Lieutenant General Bai said, I remember she didn't have that much strength before. Su Shaokai has the strength of an admiral, stronger than you. The well-behaved Colonel Yuan might have been angry after being beaten and tried to provoke his superior. Lieutenant General Bai laughed and said, I won't compete with her, she is already an admiral. The provocation seemed useless, but Lieutenant General Bai secretly found a way to find Su Shaokai that night, using a new simulation cabin to compete with her in the new world. If he hadn't known that the fully functional simulation cabin could not change the character's attributes, he would have thought that Su Shaokai had turned into a bug man. Su Shaokai, who was inhumanly strong, was particularly difficult to deal with. Even though he was extremely agile and had great strength, he still tied twice, lost once, and won twice. In a communication that did not involve life, he was still slightly better, and Lieutenant General Bai finally eliminated the influence of Colonel Yuan's words. A life and death battle might be different. Su Shaokai has a tenacious and difficult to predict fighting style. If it is in a complex universe or terrain, Lieutenant General Bai estimates that he will lose more than win. Su Shaokai has much more knowledge in his mind than he does. Afterwards, Lieutenant General Bai asked directly, why are you so strong, abnormally strong? I drink a lot of sensitive juice. What a nasty thing to drink. Someone once described it this way. After drinking the juice, the taste was so touching that tears fell unconsciously, and people cried, and said they would never drink it again. Does it have the effect of increasing strength? Lieutenant General Bai asked. There are too many plants in the world, and it is difficult for anyone to study such a nasty thing. And what Su Shaokai found interesting was that the substance in the juice that can increase strength, after being extracted into medicine, the effect became weaker. For some patients with myasthenia, the effect is mild and can be taken for a long time. If someone like Su Shaokai needs it to enhance his strength, he needs to drink it in big gulps. The harder it is to drink, the stronger the effect. This may be the price. Anyway, after drinking it every day, Su Shaokai has a loss of appetite for half an hour. Su Shaokai replied, yeah, that's right. Lieutenant General Bai suspected that Su Shaokai was fooling him, but he had no evidence. After that day, he also drank the mint juice, and he drank it every day during the holidays. If it didn't work, he would only blame her. Colonel Yuan saw Lieutenant General Bai swallowing the mint juice bitterly every day, and almost thought it was his fault that he led Lieutenant General Bai astray. If this continues, General Bai's daily activities will be filled with homemade remedies. Ji and Su Xiaocai's research is going on as usual, but life is not just about research. The movie is about to start. Su Shaokai puts down her work and goes to see the two young stars she sponsored. Just when she took the time to go out to watch a movie, Ji came over from the manor. The movie invested by the company is about to be released. Are you interested in going to the theater to watch it together? Going to the theater to watch a movie, the atmosphere is different from watching it alone in the new world. Su Shaokai, She secretly felt lucky that she didn't tell Ji that she bought the ticket. Her future boyfriend said that they would go to the cinema to watch the premiere together, so she would go. The ticket to New World would be automatically invalidated after it expired, so the 10 yuan was wasted. After she disguised herself and came to the cinema, she sat in the semi-virtual chair with the best position in the cinema, with Ji on the left and Yu Haiming on the right. Yu Haiming wore optical camouflage earrings, and his facial features changed a little. People who were not familiar with him could not tell who he was. But Su Shaokai recognized her at a glance, Aren't you determined to stay at the company? Yu Haiming also recognized this sister. Aren't you watching it in New World? As soon as these words came out, Su Xiaocai's little thoughts were easily exposed. The atmosphere became awkward. Su Xiaocai glanced at Ji Li with a guilty conscience. The dim environment made the man's profile more profound. Beauty. The sidelong glance made Su Xiaocai's heart beat rapidly, and she immediately tried to comfort him. I just plan to take a quick look and figure out whether it is worth investing in movies next time. I definitely don't mean to not invite you. You are my big baby. If this movie is rubbish, it will affect my mood and feelings. Next time I invest in a movie, I will definitely take the initiative to invite you. Sweet words and pinching her face. If she is not too young, everyone will think she is a sea king. That's not necessary. Ji Li knew that Su Xiaocai was a big truth-teller. If he continued, she would make up nonsense again, and he would be the only one who would be angry. Su Xiaocai glared at Yu Haiming. Yu Haiming pouted. Even if I don't say it, Brother Ji will know it sooner or later. It's a matter of time. It can be sooner or later, you big mouth. How can I be your brother if I have to take the blame for your mistakes? How can you destroy my image like this when you know Ji Li is my first love and white moonlight? Yu Haiming, ? Ji Li, ? As expected of you, what image do you have? Ji Li's handsome eyebrows are full of dark clouds. Su Xiaocai said that he is his first love and white moonlight. He should be happy. But what should he do if he can't be happy for some reason? I have the urge to strangle him to death in my palm. Take a deep breath and hold it in. Unable to hold it in, Ji Li directly covered her squeaky mouth and said, It's on. The movie is not about the heroic characters, but the scenes of the little people encountering the insects in the war, with blood and tears. The protagonist is a mecha division team, 5 people, in order to wait for rescue, 1 sacrificed, 3 died in battle, and the last one lost both hands. The cruelty of the war is vividly expressed in the scenes. There are many things about what to do, and what not to do after the insects come. Among them, there is a popular science introduction of a new type of life-shielding instrument, which makes many viewers know about this item. It is available online, and can be placed at home, like a fire extinguisher. When the huge rescue team arrives, the movie also comes to an end. 2 children can only be seen from behind. They salute the rescuers. Representing the new generation, they will also inherit the will of their predecessors, and fight against the insect people. Su Xiaocai thinks that the expression of cruelty in the movie plot is very gentle, and she doesn't feel much about it. Others were different, because the semi-virtual seats made people feel as if they were in the scene. They empathized and used several tissues. Yu Haiming had a hard life before, so hard that even bitter melon tasted sweet, and it was difficult for him to be emotional. Even so, his eyes were red when he watched the movie. The 2 people next to him, one yawned, and the other held his cheek, with a slightly stunned expression, not in the state. Are you too heartless? When you have seen similar real scenes tens of thousands of times, and then watch the idealized movie scenes, Su Xiaocai can only say, I have a black heart, even dogs won't eat me. Ji Li's answer was different. I don't like watching movies and TV series very much. Every time I watch them, I see a lot of loopholes and flaws. All movies almost always get nasty reviews from Ji Li. Fortunately, Ji Li is not so bored as to write movie reviews. Yu Haiming sighed. Family members are really from the same family. Yes, you are also from the same family. Su Xiaocai sighed at him and left. The acting skills of the 2 actresses are okay. In the movie, they both abandoned their images and played out the panic and fear of an ordinary person. The 2 of them have likable roles. One of them was for her friend, the mecha master. No matter how flustered she was, she didn't hold him back. In the end, she pulled the disabled mecha master into the shield and escaped. The other hid in the ground and snatched back 2 steamed buns with her ferocity. She turned around and sat next to a dead old lady. She pulled up the granddaughter, who was almost fainted from hunger, and gave her half a steamed bun. They are all small people who live in confusion about the future, but she is very determined. She explained why she is selfish and selfless in a few lines from the play. Selfishness is for the sake of survival. Selflessly pulling up the granddaughter is for the sake of finding a companion. She knows human nature and understands that at such times, it is easy to give up on oneself, so the granddaughter becomes her spiritual support. The granddaughter needs her, and she cannot give up living. This contradictory form of expression brings a character to life. It can be seen that she acted with heart. In the following film reviews, a professional film critic thinks that they are both good. In the art industry, people always need to act to perform well. After watching the movie, Schu Shaokai sent them a private message, praising them. These two 18th-tier actors were qualified and could continue to invest. A small essay of fair praise made the two actors very excited. We have a lot of news to share with you. Do you have time? Let's make an appointment to meet, okay? Fair gently acted coquettishly to Schu Shaokai. Since starting to shoot this movie, advertisements for small brands have continued to pour in. The two sisters cherish their reputations and dare not squander them casually. They have not accepted any of them. At most, they shoot some environmental protection and fashion-related ones. After Schu Shaokai launching came back, her popularity was completely boosted. People all over the world became more friendly to them. The agent used to scold them. If they didn't attend a fashion show, he would scold them for not knowing what was good for them. If they didn't go to the resources he had worked so hard to dig out, he would scold them for not knowing how to cherish them. After all, they had too few activities. If Yu Haiming didn't secretly arrange some small resources, they would probably starve to death. Now, the agent dared not speak loudly to them. He treated them like his ancestors. As soon as the movie came out, many scripts came in, and some big brands came to them. Because of Schu Shaotsai's support, the brands that came to them were all good, not just for fame. The two sisters finally felt proud. Fortunately, Yu Haiming repeatedly warned them not to accept resources randomly, otherwise when big money came to them, they would not be able to accept it so smoothly. Of course, the two sisters were able to spend these months safely, thanks to Schu Shaokai. Now, they have some particularly shocking gossip, and it is not convenient to communicate online, so they can't wait to come to her. Schu Shaokai didn't know whether to meet them or not. If she did, it would confirm the rumors that she was supporting the two young stars. If she didn't meet them, the news that the two were under her care had spread quickly. There were also rumors that she was a slut, and at such a young age, she didn't mind eating meat. What a sin, she was just a boss who loved to see and hear. Schu Shaokai thought for a while, and sent them a message, come to Yuyidiansai Manor. After getting Schu Shaotsai's clear answer, the two sisters shook hands with each other. It's settled, we will have someone to protect us from now on. No one is more suitable to be a sponsor than Schu Shaokai. Not seeking money or sex, just wanting to hear interesting stories, what could be a more comfortable and stable trading relationship than this? The two sisters came to the door, without bringing anything, put on exquisite makeup, wore beautiful clothes, and met the sponsor in the best condition. The meeting place was set in front of the newly built small movable building in the manor. It was already evening, and the two sisters turned down all notices, and went straight to the manor. In the quiet courtyard, there were two small charcoal stoves on the table, and a lot of food was piled on the stove, including tofu skin, potato tubers, and small pieces of meat, and steaming tea soup was at hand. The cute furry robot was right next to the table, using tongs to turn over the meat. The thumb-sized meat was golden brown on all sides, and it was obvious that the cooking time was just right. Mr. Schu. Fair and Luo Min called her coquettishly. Looking up from the e-book, Schu Shaokai pointed to the seat next to her and said with a smile, sit down, don't be so polite. The two glanced at what Schu Shaokai was reading. It was full of complicated formulas and numbers, and there should be a lot of professional terms. To them, it was undoubtedly a book of heaven. The two could not help but stand in awe. Mr. Schu is indeed a recognized academic god. What he has learned is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Don't be shy. Although I learn these things, it doesn't prevent me from being more willing to be a wild animal. Seeing that Schu Shaokai was as down-to-earth as ever, Fair and Luo Min relaxed a little and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Xia Wanzi put 2 pieces of meat on the plate in front of them and said considerately, beef tenderloin, you won't get fat if you eat a few pieces. The two were flattered and hurriedly said thank you, feeling that the robots in the academic god's house were so polite. They said everything they thought, without hiding anything. This filter was thicker than Schu Shaotsai's face, and successfully made Schu Shaokai blush. Eat, drink some tea, and tell me what you heard recently. In the entertainment industry, many things are hearsay, and the authenticity is questionable. In order to restore the facts as much as possible, the two sisters inquired very carefully. People in the circle know that they love to inquire and gossip. They probably never told anyone, so they would talk more with them.